Chapter 1. Rebirth and Marriage Exchange. Upon awakening after a near-drowning incident, the legitimate sister implored her mother to allow Shen Zhi'nian to take her place in the imperial selection, as she wished to marry. Her father's impoverished student (it) was then that Shen Zhi'nian realized her sister had also been reborn in their previous life. Both Shen Zhi'nian and Shen Nanqiao reached the age for marriage proposals, coinciding with the emperor's triennial selection of consorts. Only the daughters of officials ranked 5th grade or above were eligible for selection, and the Shen family, with a mere 6th grade undersecretary in the Ministry of Justice, originally had no right to participate. However, after the ministry solved a monumental case in the capital, Shen's father received significant accolades from the emperor, granting the family an exception. Such immense fortune was not destined for Shen Zhi'nian, a mere illegitimate daughter. It was her legitimate sister, Shen Nanqiao, who entered the palace for selection. Shen Zhi'nian was instead wed to her father's destitute pupil. Shen Nanqiao, however, triumphed in the selection and, by a fortunate coincidence of wearing the emperor's favored color, was granted the title of a 5th grade noble without having to consummate the marriage. In an instant, Shen Nanqiao basked in glory, becoming the pride of the Shen family. Yet, who could have foreseen? Shen Nanqiao, self-proclaimed as possessing a noble character, disdainful of the worldly riches, would say, the women of the harem resort to unscrupulous means to elevate themselves. Even if they shared their schemes with me, I would disdain to engage in them. When falsely accused of pushing a consort down the stairs, she refrained from explaining, merely stating, the innocent shall stand clear. Concubine can only lament her fate. The emperor, weary of her feigned purity, found no reason to salvage her favor. Instead, she pouted, declaring, this position of nobility is not what I desire. My hopes for his majesty have turned to disillusionment. The emperor, accustomed to being flattered by his consorts, would never lower himself to appease her, leading to Shen Nanqiao's complete loss of favor. Though she had previously offended, hastened to take advantage of her downfall, Shen Nanqiao's life became increasingly miserable, ultimately falling victim to the empress machinations, resulting in her tragic demise. In contrast, after marrying her father's impoverished student, Liu Jianglin devoted himself to his studies, ultimately achieving the highest honors and gaining the emperor's favor, securing a position in the Hanlin Academy as an editor. Historically, only those who excelled in examinations could enter the Hanlin, and only those from the Hanlin could ascend to the cabinet. The Hanlin Academy has long been known as the cradle of prime ministers, a testament to its esteemed status. Indeed, after gaining this prestigious position, Liu Jianglin's career flourished, leading him through the ranks from editor to grand scholar, ultimately being ennobled as a marquis, and becoming the preeminent official among all. He cherished his wife, and with each promotion, his first act was to secure her noble title. Thus, she became the youngest first-grade noble lady of the current dynasty, enveloped in wealth and splendor. Meanwhile, Shen Nanqiao, having fallen into disgrace due to the emperor's schemes, was relegated to the cold palace, forced to scavenge spoiled food alongside the madwomen inside, all while hearing the palace guard speak of her half-sister's abundant joys and affections from her husband. This news struck Shen Nanqiao hard, her health deteriorating further under the emperor's manipulations, leading to her untimely death. Shen Zhi'nian, harboring a sense of sisterly duty, initially intended to rescue her sister using her newfound status. However, before she could act, she received the news of Shen Nanqiao's fate and soon encountered her own demise in a landslide. Upon opening her eyes once more, Shen Zhi'nian was taken aback by her rebirth and witnessed Shen Nanqiao kneeling in the flower hall, declaring with righteous fervor, Father, Mother, I disdain the allure of wealth and nobility. I shall relinquish this splendid opportunity for selection to my sister and marry Liu Jianglin instead. The fury of her mother and father was palpable, berating her for her folly. Shen Zhi'nian, seated quietly, could not suppress a scoff in her heart. It appeared her legitimate sister had also been reborn. The wet nurse, Lin Momo, stood behind Shen Zhi'nian, disregarding her status, and wept quietly on her behalf. Second miss, though the Liu family is impoverished, young Master Liu is exceptionally talented, having already passed the scholar's examination. He is the most outstanding of your father's students, with untold potential. Most importantly, his family is uncomplicated, consisting only of a widowed mother and a younger sister. You would be the mistress of the household, ensuring a comfortable and harmonious future. But the palace is a treacherous place, filled with consorts of noble lineage. How could the daughters of the Shen family, with no backing, possibly contend against them? The eldest lady is born of legitimate lineage, always favored with the best of everything. Why must she usurp your only path? Shen Zhi'nian observed her sister's resolute expression and offered Lin Momo a reassuring smile. It matters not. Since her sister had forsaken sisterly bonds, the first order of business upon her rebirth was to seize the brilliance of her life. She would yield it to her. Shen Nanqiao would eventually learn that the Liu family was, in fact, a den of wolves. In her previous life, she had become a first-grade, noble lady not merely through Liu Jianglin's influence, but by mastering her own destiny. Though Liu Jianglin possessed some talent, he was ambitious and relied entirely on her relentless efforts to pave his way, allowing him to ascend to great heights. The so-called uncomplicated family referred to a harsh mother-in-law and a difficult sister-in-law. Moreover, once Shen Nanqiao married into the family, discovering that secret, would she still believe it to be a fortunate match? While the wet nurse warned that entering the palace was perilous, Shen Zhi'nian perceived it as the true path to prosperity. Her stepmother was of humble origins, yet possessed remarkable beauty, which caught her father's eye. Initially, even with such a humble background, her stepmother had no desire to be a concubine, enduring the whims of the main wife. It was only through her father's sweet words and promises of unwavering devotion that she consented to enter the Shen household in a small sedan chair. Who could have predicted that her stepmother would nearly die giving birth to a child, only for her father to soon disregard her due to the changes in her appearance from pregnancy, quickly taking a new concubine and forgetting her. This left her stepmother deeply wounded, ultimately leading to her untimely demise. Shen Zhi'nian understood from a young age that men's promises and affections were the most unreliable. Only wealth and power firmly grasped in one's hand were true. The most exquisite treasures in the world resided within the palace. Which marriage could surpass that of wedded bliss to the emperor himself? In her previous life, the year after Shen Nanqiao entered the palace, the empress fell ill and passed away. The struggle for the throne turned the harem into a bloody battleground. In this life, though Shen Zhi'nian hailed from humble beginnings, with her beauty and cunning, she might yet vie for her place. She sought only wealth and glory, renouncing the need for genuine affection, aspiring to be a resplendent consort, which was far superior to marrying the ineffectual Lu Jianglin. A glint of cunning flashed in her stepmother's eyes as she observed Shen Zhi'nian's reactions. This illegitimate daughter had always been compliant, but who could say whether she might harbor ambitions for the wealth that belonged to Nanqiao? Should Shen Zhi'nian show even a flicker of delight at the prospect, her stepmother would ensure she understood her place. Shen Zhi'nian was acutely aware that while Shen Nanqiao could grandly proclaim her desire for a marriage exchange, she could not acquiesce without hesitation. Otherwise, in the eyes of her mother and father, it would appear as if she harbored ambitions for that which was not rightfully hers, leading to an undesirable fate. Thus, Shen Zhi'nian remained nestled in her chair, listening to Shen Nanqiao's pleas and the rebukes from their parents, her expression one of trepidation. She was afraid. She was merely pretending. Chapter 2. Shen Zhi'nian becomes the legitimate daughter. Seeing Shen Zhi'nian behave as obediently as ever, Mrs. Zhou felt a slight sense of satisfaction. Although Shen's father had always been indifferent towards this illegitimate daughter, he would never push his own flesh and blood into the abyss. Thus, the suitor he selected for Shen Zhi'nian was indeed commendable. Lu Jianglin was a man of talent, and marrying into the Lu family meant that as long as she endured the initial years of hardship, once he achieved success, their life would be exceedingly comfortable. Yet, no matter how favorable the circumstances, it could never compare to being the consort of an emperor. Little did Shen's father know that his most beloved legitimate daughter had stubbornly forsaken immense wealth and glory to marry Lu Jianglin instead. He was vexed by Shen Nanqiao's persistent pleas and waved them away impatiently. Noticing the determination in Shen Nanqiao's eyes, Shen Zhi'nian subtly curled her lips, returning quietly to her courtyard to await developments. As expected, the day of the selection approached, and Shen Nanqiao successfully persuaded their parents with a facade of righteousness. Her engagement to Lu Jianglin was officially settled. Shen Zhi'nian was left puzzled as to what means her father had employed to allow this illegitimate daughter to take the place of the legitimate one for the palace selection. Yet, it aligned perfectly with her own desires. Zhi'nian, though you are of illegitimate birth, your mother and elder sister have never looked down upon you for it. Becoming a consort to His Majesty is a coveted opportunity for countless women, and your elder sister has generously bestowed this splendid chance upon you. You must be grateful to your mother and sister, and should you gain His Majesty's favor in the future, do not forget the Shen family, understand? Shen's father had never spoken to her in such a gentle manner, and Mrs. Zhou gazed at Shen Zhi'nian with affectionate eyes. Although you did not emerge from my womb, in my heart, you are no different from Nanqiao. If you can capture the emperor's attention during the selection, it would bring my heart true peace. Observing their amiable demeanor, Shen Zhi'nian could not help but chuckle coldly within. Her father was indifferent, and her legitimate mother was kind in appearance but cruel in heart, never treating this illegitimate daughter harshly for the sake of reputation. Yet, the subtle machinations of the inner chambers were abundant. Shen Zhi'nian had endured countless hidden daggers since childhood. Had she not learned to conceal her talents and practice restraint, her legitimate mother would not have allowed her to grow up peacefully. Now, it was merely a matter of circumstances being set in stone. There was no need to lose a valuable piece unnecessarily, hence their current kindness towards her. It was merely a performance. Who could not act? Daughter will remember the teachings of father and mother. Yet, Shen Zhi'nian bit her lip. her enchanting eyes reflecting a hint of confusion about the future and an underlying fear of the unknown. The palace selection was traditionally for legitimate daughters. She was an illegitimate child, and thus, any failure would be blamed upon her. If the emperor looked down upon an illegitimate daughter, it would squander the opportunity her father had painstakingly secured for the Shen family, and the blame would rest solely upon her shoulders. She cared little for the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate. She believed that fate was determined by one's own actions rather than by the heavens. Yet, the gaze of society had always been thus. With a legitimate status, her path would undoubtedly be smoother. After all, she was about to participate in the palace selection. Her legitimate mother would not dare to act against her, and the Shen family would treat her even better than before. She was no fool. Why should she forfeit the opportunity to claim her rightful interests? Zhi'nian's reasoning is indeed sound. It is for father's consideration. From this day forth, you shall be recorded under your mother's name, counted as legitimate. Shen Nanqiao frowned in opposition. The women of the Shen family should be as pure as chrysanthemums. How can my sister scheme for the status of a legitimate daughter? Shen's father spoke sternly. Enough. Nothing is more important than the future of the Shen family. Zhi'nian's reasoning holds merit. It is settled. Mrs. Zhou, already displeased due to the recent marriage exchange, was even less willing now but could not defy Shen's father's wishes. She had to swallow her grievances and force a smile, responding amiably. Shen Nanqiao's eyes were filled with disdain, exuding an air of superiority. Yet she did not continue to obstruct the decision. This would be her compensation to Shen Zhi'nian, though she could not shake her resentment. For the first time, Shen Zhi'nian witnessed the mother-daughter duo's plight, and she felt a sense of satisfaction, her face still adorned with a mask of obedience. In terms of beauty, Shen Nanqiao was indeed more attractive. However, Shen Zhi'nian, inheriting her birth mother's alluring charm, possessed an innate grace that drew attention. Whenever they appeared together, the crowd's focus would invariably gravitate towards Shen Zhi'nian. Shen's father, being a man, understood that no man could resist a woman endowed with natural allure. She was destined to be chosen and to win the emperor's favor. To him, it made little difference which daughter participated in the selection. They were all his daughters. He did not mind showing more kindness at this moment, hoping to endear Shen Zhi'nian to him. Zhi'nian, there is no need for you to feel anxious. Regardless of whether you are chosen or not, you will always be the cherished daughter of your father. Your identity as a legitimate young lady of the Shen family will remain unchanged. Shen Zhi'nian rolled her eyes inwardly. Her father's flowery words provided no tangible benefits. Much like the empty promises made by her aunt when persuading her to accept a concubine status, none of it ever materialized. However, she responded sweetly, feigning obedience and adorations. Her small face brimming with affection, while inadvertently revealing the frayed edges of her sleeves. Pleased with her compliance, Shen's father, alongside Mrs. Zhou, believed they had grasped Shen Zhi'nian firmly, and thought that if she successfully entered the palace, she could also support the family in the future. They promptly rewarded her with numerous valuable gifts, including several exquisite pieces of jewelry that had once been Shen Nanqiao's dowry, items that Shen Zhi'nian could never have hoped to touch. Contemplating the bountiful private treasury, Shen Zhi'nian's smile became genuinely radiant. She did not crave empty promises. She desired tangible benefits. Shen Nanqiao's expression darkened slightly as she privately approached Shen Zhi'nian. Curiosity piqued. Shen Zhi'nian smiled and inquired, "Elder sister, what brings you here at this moment?" Shen Nanqiao scoffed. "Do you truly believe that by participating in the palace selection, you will have the chance to soar and transform into a phoenix?" At this point, Shen Nanqiao's gaze became laden with insinuation as she continued, "Even if you are selected, what does fleeting glory amount to? The future remains uncertain." Feigning innocence, Shen Zhi'nian asked, "What do you mean, elder sister?" Seeing her bewildered expression, Shen Nanqiao felt a surge of inexplicable superiority. "It means nothing, merely that I have granted you this splendid opportunity. So you must seize it well." In this life, it was finally her turn to be the esteemed matron. Women like Shen Zhi'nian, filled with schemes, would only await a tragic fate in the depths of the palace. Shen Nanqiao smiled delicately, akin to a chrysanthemum, and returned joyfully. As Shen Zhi'nian watched her depart, a flicker of mockery flashed in her eyes, dispelling any hint of earlier compliance. Let us see how their fates have turned in this life, and whether elder sister can thrive in the Liu family. Chapter 3. Desiring to alter the fate of a friend in the ensuing days. The Shen residence was enveloped in a flurry of activity. Preparations were underway for Shen Zhi'nian's participation in the selection process, alongside the arrangements for Shen Nanqiao's impending marriage. In her previous life, Shen Zhi'nian married a mere impoverished scholar, while Shen Nanqiao was destined to enter the palace as a concubine, naturally receiving all the finest adornments. However, this time, the circumstances had entirely reversed. Despite Mrs. Zhou's intentions to provide for Shen Nanqiao, Shen Zhi'nian's garments and jewelry far surpassed hers, a privilege absent in the past. Shen Nanqiao felt a twinge of discontent, but upon contemplating her future as a noble lady of high rank, her spirits soon lifted. After a series of rigorous and demanding selections, Shen Zhi'nian advanced through the rounds, her status within the Shen household growing ever more esteemed. The night before her entrance to the palace, Shen Nanqiao approached Shen Zhi'nian's courtyard with an air of superiority, smiling as she spoke. "Sister, I have spent a considerable sum to learn that His Majesty favors light green. If you wear a light green dress tomorrow, you are sure to be chosen. I have not only relinquished the opportunity of selection to you, but have also given this valuable advice. You must be grateful." Shen Zhi'nian lowered her lashes, concealing the fleeting glimmer of amusement in her eyes. In her previous life, Shen Nanqiao had, by mere chance, donned a light green dress, standing out amidst a throng of lavishly adorned noblewomen, thus catching the emperor's eye and being granted an exceptional title on the spot. Given the Shen family's lineage, she would typically have entered the palace as a mere 7th-rank concubine, only to ascend to 6th rank after serving the emperor. However, due to that light green dress, Shen Nanqiao entered the palace as a 5th-rank noblewoman, basking in glory. Yet, Shen Zhi'nian harbored doubts about her elder sister's seemingly benevolent intentions, suspecting some hidden scheme. Nevertheless, to prevent any unnecessary complications, she feigned gratitude. "Thank you, elder sister. The household has just crafted a light green suit embroidery dress for me. I shall wear it tomorrow." Shen Nanqiao smiled faintly, satisfied as she departed. In her previous life, she too had once believed her fortunes favored her, until she was repeatedly tormented by the favored concubine. It was then she discovered that the favored concubine had also worn a light green dress upon her first meeting with the emperor. On the day of the selection, her attire had strikingly resembled that of the favored concubine in her youth, which led to her unexpected promotion. Consequently, the favored concubine harbored a deep-seated animosity towards her, making her a target for countless schemes within the palace. This time, however, Shen Nanqiao felt she could evade the palace's intrigues and remain aloof, like the clear moon. Let Shen Zhi'nian, this vain woman, follow in her footsteps. The following day, upon seeing Shen Zhi'nian emerge in a light green dress, Shen Nanqiao's heart finally settled. In the carriage, Shen Zhi'nian instructed, "Please change me into the light blue dress I had you bring this morning." The maid, Han, asked in confusion, "Miss, did not the eldest miss say that His Majesty favors light green? Was she deceiving you?" Shen Zhi'nian responded with a sly smile, "Silly girl. His Majesty granted the selection opportunity to honor our father. Regardless of the color, a daughter of the Shen family is destined to be chosen. Why complicate matters?" As Han prepared Shen Zhi'nian's attire, she nodded, "I too do not fully trust the eldest miss." Before long, they had transformed Shen Zhi'nian's appearance. She donned a light blue gauze dress, with no excessive adornments. Her long, dark hair was simply pinned with a magnolia hairpin, seamlessly blending allure and purity. Han expressed her concern. "Miss, today is the final round of selection. The other candidates will surely have gone all out. Might you appear too plain?" Gazing into a bronze mirror, Shen Zhi'nian smiled at her reflection. In a sea of extravagantly adorned candidates, what will they notice first? Even if it is known that a daughter of the Shen family is certain to be chosen, I shall leave a lasting impression on the emperor today. Soon, the carriage entered the palace, halting before the gates of the inner court, where the candidates were required to disembark and proceed to the side of the Yuan Hall to wait. The maids were not permitted entry, and Shen Zhi'nian followed the guiding eunuch alongside the other candidates. As the ladies arrived one by one, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Although all women advancing to this final round were beauties, the moment Shen Zhi'nian appeared, many gazes were drawn to her. There was no denying it. The palace was never short of beauty, but a woman like her, possessing an innate allure that exuded even in stillness, was a rarity. Many candidates felt a pang of alarm, muttering under their breath about her seductive charm. Yet, on such a momentous occasion, none dared to stir trouble, despite their inner envy. They maintained a facade of composure. From the onset of the selection, Shen Zhi'nian had been searching for a familiar face, and at last, she spotted her target. Her heart surged with joy as she strode over. Sister Zhao. Zhao Yingui was Shen Zhi'nian's dearest childhood companion. Her father held a 4th-rank official title. Yet she had never looked down upon Shen Zhi'nian's lower status as a Shen Zhi'nian cherished Zhao Yungui's open-hearted and generous nature, and they often played together. This bond had shielded Shen Zhi'nian from undue harshness from Mrs. Zhou, allowing her to enjoy a few years of comfort in the household. Afterward, when Zhao's father was transferred to Jiangnan, they lost touch. In her previous life, Shen Zhi'nian had learned from Shen Nanqiao that Zhao Yungui was among the candidates. But due to disrespect towards the royal family, she had been reprimanded by the Empress Dowager and forcibly removed from the selection, thus barred from future participation. Though the royal decree did not state that Zhao Yungui had failed to be chosen, she remained a candidate, unable to participate further, and no suitor would dare approach her. She was left to live as a shameful old maid in her family home. Despite Zhao Yungui's carefree disposition, she could not withstand such humiliation and despair, ultimately taking her own life by drowning after returning from the palace. Shen Zhi'nian mourned deeply upon hearing the news for a long time. Even after ascending to the rank of a noble lady, the memory of this tragedy still pained her heart. Thus, in this life, as Shen Nanqiao sent Shen Zhi'nian to the selection, she had been determined to find Zhao Yungui. Unfortunately, with so many candidates in the earlier rounds, they had yet to cross paths. Zhi'nian Jie, is that truly you? Zhao Yungui recognized Shen Zhi'nian, her radiant face lighting up with surprise as she eagerly approached her. I had heard that the Shen family received a selection opportunity, and I thought it would be your elder sister participating. How could they bestow such a wonderful chance upon you? Reuniting with her dear friend brought Shen Zhi'nian immense joy, and she silently vowed to alter Zhao Yungui's fate. Chapter 4. Unveiling the culprit. The tale is rather lengthy, and I shall recount it to you at a later time. Zhao Yungui, undeterred by the complexities of the matter, eagerly grasped Shen Zhi'nian's hand, reminiscing about the past. Observing her friend's nonchalant demeanor, a flicker of doubt crossed Shen Zhi'nian's eyes. Although Zhao Yungui possessed a carefree spirit, she was the legitimate daughter of a fourth-grade official, well-versed in propriety. Shen Zhi'nian found it perplexing how, in her previous life, she had shown disrespect towards the royal family. In her former existence, she had posed this question to Shen Nanqiao, yet her friend, enraptured by the joys of her newfound nobility, had shown little interest in Zhao Yungui, leaving Shen Zhi'nian in ignorance of the reasons behind it. In this life, she resolved to remain ever vigilant. Sister Zhao, I haven't seen you for a while. I see you have come over here. A melodious voice, akin to the sweet chirping of a warbler, called from behind. Turning around, Shen Zhi'nian beheld a delicate beauty approaching, gracefully holding a teacup. Adorned in a moon-white gown of soft silver gauze, her slender waist was cinched with a matching sash. Her cascading dark hair fell gracefully down her back, embellished only by a single pinkish-purple orchid and two delicate silk ribbons cascading down her chest. At first glance, she resembled a water lily, exuding an air of elegance and ethereality. The gentle posture of the woman evoked a sense of compassion in all who gazed upon her. Zhao Yungui, smiling, introduced the two. Sister Zhi'nian, this is my intimate friend, Lu Ruyan, the daughter of the governor of Yangzhou. Yener, this is my dearest friend in the capital, Shen Zhi'nian, the daughter of the Ministry of Justice's vice minister. The governor of Yangzhou held a fourth-grade rank, while the ministry's vice minister was merely a sixth-grade official. Yet, Lu Ruyan bore no airs of superiority, greeting Shen Zhi'nian with a gentle bow. Miss Shen, I have often heard Sister Zhao speak of you. Today, I see that you are indeed a rare beauty. Shen Zhi'nian replied with a modest curtsy. Her heart stirred with surprise. In her past life, Lu Ruyan had captured the emperor's affection and earned the reputation of a compassionate heart. Ultimately, she rose to become the foremost of the four imperial consorts, the most likely contender against the favored consort for the empress's position. Regrettably, until Shen Zhi'nian's demise, the emperor had never named an empress, leaving her unaware of who ultimately triumphed. In her previous life, Shen Zhi'nian had never heard of the friendship between Lu Ruyan and Zhao Yungui. It was astonishing to discover they were close confidants. No consort capable of carving a bloody path through the harem was without depth. Shen Zhi'nian did not believe Lu Ruyan to be as meek and harmless as she appeared. A heightened sense of caution blossomed within her, though her exterior remained composed. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Ruyan offered her teacup to Zhao Yungui, smiling. Sister Zhao, after speaking for so long, you must be parched. Please, have a sip to soothe your throat. Zhao Yungui accepted the cup with a smile. Yener, your thoughtfulness never ceases to amaze me. You will surely capture His Majesty's attention. Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Sister Zhao, do not tease me. A sudden alarm rang in Shen Zhi'nian's mind. The young ladies present were all rivals in this competition. Could it be that Zhao Yungui's past indiscretion towards the royal family stemmed from this very cup of tea? She swiftly intervened, gently advising, "Sister Zhao, it is likely our turn will come soon. It would be wise to refrain from consuming too much food or drink now, lest one encounters an urgent need." Zhao Yungui smacked her forehead in realization. Yes, I shall endure for now." Shen Zhi'nian continued to scrutinize Lu Ruyan's expression, but she exhibited no signs of distress. Her delicate, lovely face bore a hint of guilt. "Miss Shen is indeed considerate. It is I who have been thoughtless." Just then, the eunuch in charge of the ceremony called Zhao Yungui's name, prompting Shen Zhi'nian to quickly offer her final words of caution before her friend hurried away. Lu Ruyan engaged Shen Zhi'nian in casual conversation, exhibiting no signs of guilt or defeat. Shen Zhi'nian remained uncertain of her true intentions, yet her heart remained guarded. As the next group of young ladies approached to pay their respects, no reports emerged of any being punished for disrespecting the royal family, confirming Shen Zhi'nian's suspicions that the issue lay indeed with that cup of tea. Her friend had narrowly escaped a grave disaster from her past, allowing Shen Zhi'nian to breathe a sigh of relief, her gaze now gleaming with a cold light. The once gentle and kind-hearted consort had proven to be quite formidable. Finally, it was Shen Zhi'nian's turn to pay her respects. Lu Ruyan watched her slender figure depart, her smile unwavering, though her hands clenched tightly beneath her sleeves. How dare she thwart her plans? The selection ceremony involved groups of 10 presenting themselves before the emperor, and Shen Zhi'nian was unfamiliar with the other 9 participants. They stood in a row under the guidance of the matron, Lin Xiaoyi. Upon hearing her name, the young lady stepped forward, respectfully performing her greetings before introducing herself. "I am the legitimate daughter of Lin Rumo, a minor official in the Ministry of Rights. Born in the 5th year of Jiajian, Nangong Xianyu, the youthful emperor, was merely 23 years of age. Clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe embroidered with 5-clawed golden dragons, exuding an innate aura of nobility. His sword-like brows and starry eyes spoke of his handsome visage, while his demeanor radiated the majesty of a sovereign, compelling one to avert their gaze. Having recently ascended to the throne, this was his first selection of consorts. With an impatient wave of his hand, the eunuch's shrill voice rang out once more. "Lin Xiaoyi, not selected, retreat." The faces of those young ladies not chosen were filled with sorrow as they departed in disappointment. In the blink of an eye, only Shen Zhi'nian remained in her group. Upon hearing her name, she stepped forward, bowing gracefully. "Long live your majesty. Long live the Empress Dowager. I am Shen Zhi'nian, the legitimate second daughter of Shen Maoshui, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice, born in the 7th year of Jiajian." Nangong Xianyu's gaze fell upon her, his interest piqued. He had little regard for feminine allure. Selecting consorts was not his intention. Yet, as a newly crowned emperor, he needed to balance the former court and the harem. After hours of observing the gaudy and ostentatiously adorned young ladies, his eyes ached with discomfort. They all seemed to blend into one another. But the girl kneeling before him, clad in a pale blue dress, exuded a refreshing charm. Her lack of excessive adornments and the simplicity of her long, dark hair, held in place by a magnolia flower hairpin, presented a natural beauty. She was like a cool breeze in the sweltering summer, chasing away the oppressive heat. Nangong Xianyu's eyes darkened with intrigue. Shen Zhi'nian held confidence in her appearance. Sensing the emperor's scrutinizing gaze, she slightly lifted her head, smiling shyly, ensuring each angle she presented was meticulously curated. The emperor beheld the beauty of the young maiden. Yet, what captivated him more than her outward beauty was the enchanting aura she exuded. Every smile and frown seemed to possess an enchanting power. The emperor, accustomed to the myriad of alluring beauties from across the realm, found their overt sensuality unappealing. However, the innocence tinged with a hint of nervousness in this girl's expression resembled that of a fawn lost in the woods, unaware of her own allure. She harmoniously combined the qualities of seduction and purity in her appearance. Chapter 5. Shen Nanqiao was certain that Shen Zhi'nian would face adversity. Upon observing the change in Nangong Xianyu's expression, the Dowager Lu's gaze deepened. The selection of beauties was traditionally the responsibility of the empress. However, due to her severe illness, the task had fallen upon the Dowager's shoulders. The favored consort was Lu's niece, and naturally, she hoped that with the empress's passing, her niece would ascend to the throne. Yet, the empress hailed from a prestigious lineage, surrounded by many concubines who relied on her support. Although the favored consort enjoyed the emperor's favor, she lacked capable allies. This particular candidate, of humble birth yet possessing an alluring charm, was undoubtedly a formidable asset. Nevertheless, before proceeding, the dowager needed to gauge the emperor's sentiments. After all, only those women who had the potential to capture the emperor's affection could be considered as pawns. As the emperor had just ascended the throne, he ought to prioritize state affairs over indulgence and beauty. Thus, the selection should emphasize the candidate's virtue and wisdom. Implicitly, this suggested that Shen Zhi'nian's beauty was too beguiling. Should she enter the palace, she would surely distract the emperor from governance. Nanqiao Xuanyu, not being of maternal kinship with the dowager, remarked coolly, "The selection is not for the position of empress. That role requires composure and virtue. Moreover, as the ruler of the realm, I must diligently attend to state matters. How could I be swayed by a mere woman?" The dowager discerned the emperor's stance, and her gaze towards Shen Zhi'nian flickered with a glimmer of hope. She wished for this young woman to serve the favored consort once she entered the palace. The eunuch, perceptive as always, announced, "Shen Zhi'nian has been selected and will remain." Shen Zhi'nian lowered her eyelids, concealing the fleeting glint of cunning beneath. "Long live his majesty." Upon departing, she lifted her head and locked eyes with the emperor seated in high authority, her cheeks flushing crimson before swiftly averting her gaze. This was the first time Nanqiao Xuanyu had encountered such an audacious candidate, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Intriguing, indeed. Everything that transpired today was within Shen Zhi'nian's anticipation. She consciously chose not to wear a certain pale green gown, thus avoiding the fate of being immediately designated as a favored consort. As Shen Nanqiao had been in her previous life, one must be cautious. A delicate flower amidst the forest is often battered by the winds. As the daughter of a lowly sixth-rank official, should she attract too much attention upon her selection, she might not even know how her downfall would come. A period of discretion would allow her to cultivate her strengths, thereby ensuring a longer and more prosperous existence. Yet, if she remained too inconspicuous amidst the countless candidates, she risked being forgotten by the emperor, losing her chance to shine. The balance of this dilemma required her to navigate wisely, hence her actions upon leaving. Under normal circumstances, a lowly candidate gazing directly upon the emperor would be deemed disrespectful. However, having been selected, she was now one of the emperor's women, thus introducing a playful dynamic between them. Most importantly, in her previous life, Shen Zhi'nian had studied Nanqiao Xuanyu's character to assist Liu Jianglin in his rise to power. This young emperor appreciated those who adhered to decorum, but simultaneously favored those who possessed a touch of spontaneity. Should she strike the right balance, she could pique his interest. Outsiders believed Shen Zhi'nian's successful selection was merely based on luck, unaware of the meticulous planning she had undertaken. As she exited the palace, she noticed Zhao Yingui, who had not been selected, with a hint of joy in her demeanor. Shen Zhi'nian, intrigued, inquired, "Sister Zhao, why are you so happy despite not being chosen? Do you not wish to enter the palace?" Zhao Yingui candidly confessed, "Some individuals are deft and astute, yearning for high positions to flourish in the depths of the palace, while others, like myself, are inherently carefree and prefer the liberty of the outside world. Sister Zhi'nian, you belong to the former category, whereas I am of the latter. Were I to enter the palace, I doubt I would survive beyond 3 months. Moreover," she hesitated, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, "I already have someone special in my heart, the young general from the Zhou family, and I hoped not to be selected. Perhaps heaven has heard my prayers and granted my wish." The young general Zhao Yugui spoke of was Zhou Yuxi. Shen Zhi'nian recalled that in her previous life, he had achieved numerous military accolades and was eventually ennobled, yet he remained unmarried, claiming to have a beloved who had since passed away. The entire capital buzzed with speculation about the identity of his heart's desire, yet no one knew the truth. Now, it appeared that he and Zhao Yugui shared mutual affection. This time, her friend would finally embark on the journey toward her own happiness, and Shen Zhi'nian felt genuinely delighted for her. However, as she thought of the delicate and graceful beauty, her expression grew somber, and she cautioned, "Sister Zhao, it would be wise to avoid associating with Liu Ruyan in the future. The Zhao family should be wary of the Liu family." Shen Zhi'nian intended to warn her against Liu Ruyan, but considering Zhao Yungui's nature, she believed it would be safer for her not to engage with her at all. Why? Zhao Yugui, though surprised, trusted Shen Zhi'nian completely. "After my father was reassigned to Jiang'an, Yin'er became my closest companion, and she has taken great care of me over the years. Sister Zhi'nian, have you discovered something?" Shen Zhi'nian produced a handkerchief and offered it to Zhao Yugui. To provide a plausible rationale, she fabricated a story about feeling bored at home and having perused some medical texts. "The tea Liu Ruyan served you today had an unusual taste. I lack conclusive evidence, and given the circumstances, it would be unwise to escalate matters. So I dipped this handkerchief in the tea. When you return, you may have it examined by a trusted physician. If all is well, consider it my overthinking. But if there is an issue, in the palace, especially on a day as significant as the selection, Zhao Yungue understood the potential consequences of any misfortune. Yet, she could hardly believe that her dear friend would wish her harm. With a pale face, she accepted the handkerchief, thanked Shen Zhi'nian hurriedly, and took her leave. At that moment, Zhao Yungue clung to her last shred of hope, thinking perhaps Sister Zhi'nian was merely overreacting. Surely, there must be a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, the eunuchs bearing good news had arrived at the homes of the selected beauties, delivering tidings of joy. The entire Shen family erupted into activity, preparing to welcome Shen Zhi'nian back with the utmost ceremony. Even the usually lively main courtyard fell silent. Madame Zhou's expression darkened slightly. A mere illegitimate daughter has suddenly soared to great heights. If only you had relinquished this opportunity to Nanqiao, it would be you receiving the Shen family support now. Seated gracefully on a soft chair, Shen Nanqiao maintained an air of indifference, though the triumph gleaming in her eyes could not be concealed. Mother, what is the worth of superficial glory? Just wait and see. When Shen Zhi'nian returns, her mouth will surely be bruised. Upon entering the palace, she would have her fair share of good days. Madame Zhou, perplexed, asked, Nanqiao, what do you mean by that? It was not easy to glean information from the palace, and the eunuch who had delivered the joyful news was notoriously tight-lipped. The Shen family was still in the dark, so why did Nanqiao speak with such conviction? With a cold smile gracing her lips, Shen Nanqiao recalled her previous life, where she had reveled in the joy of being instantly designated a favored consort, only to be summoned by the favored consort herself before she could even leave the palace. Chapter 6. Shen Nanqiao's slap upon seeing her attire. The imperial concubine was consumed by rage, exclaiming that the daughter of a destitute family dared to imitate her in the emperor's initial meeting. She immediately commanded the maids at her side to strike her. Shen Nanqiao plummeted from grace, her delicate visage reduced to a grotesque state. Upon learning of this, the emperor surprisingly refrained from chastising the concubine, leaving her a complete laughingstock within the palace. During the following half-month at home, Shen Nanqiao concealed her face beneath a veil, managing to shield her family from any suspicion and preserving her final semblance of dignity. In this lifetime, all the humiliations would befall Shen Zhi'nian. Shen Nanqiao had steeled herself to witness her misfortunes with glee. However, the notion of reincarnation was too extraordinary. Even in the presence of her biological mother, Shen Nanqiao refrained from revealing her secret. Mother, I merely believe that among the many noble ladies in the palace, Shen Zhi'nian, ward of a concubine, despite now being under your name, remains a woman of no standing. I assure you, her small-minded demeanor will surely draw the ire of the nobles, who might well mar her charming visage. Just then, a maid rushed in with news. Madam, Miss, the carriage of young Master Shen is approaching. The master has commanded the entire household to go out and welcome her. Shen Nanqiao sprang from her plush seat, tugging at Zhou Shi as she strode purposefully outside. Mother, it is time for the show to begin. Since Shen Nanqiao awoke from her fall into the water, Zhou Shi had found her daughter increasingly perplexing, unable to comprehend her unwavering confidence at this moment. Yet, truth be told, she harbored a flicker of anticipation. Shen Zhi'nian, the illegitimate daughter of a concubine, had always been obedient before her and Nanqiao, never daring to create trouble. Should she ascend to the status of an imperial consort, she would surely rise above them. Especially since this opportunity was granted by Nanqiao herself, Zhou Shi felt a pang of envy. If Shen Zhi'nian were indeed to suffer in the palace, Zhou Shi's heart would find some solace. With this thought, a glimmer of schadenfreude entered Zhou Shi's eyes as she quickened her pace. Upon returning to the Shen residence, the hour was already late. In a family of officials, the main entrance is only opened for the marriage of a legitimate son, the marriage of a legitimate daughter, or to receive distinguished guests. Generally, women enter and exit through the side doors. Yet, as Han Dan and Fu Xiu lifted the curtain of the carriage, Shen Zhi'nian beheld the grand gates of the Shen estate swung wide open. Shen Fu, accompanied by Zhou Shi, Shen Nanqiao, and a throng of concubines, illegitimate sons, and Shen clan members awaited her arrival at the entrance, creating a lively scene. Shen Zhi'nian, supported by two maidens, alighted from the carriage, and everyone immediately approached with obsequious expressions. Congratulations, young mistress, on your selection. Your beauty is unparalleled. Once you enter the palace, you shall surely win the emperor's favor. Truly. Congratulations. I have always said, With such a visage, you are destined for greatness. Shen Zhi'nian paused, an overwhelming sense of emotion swelling within her. In the past, her father had been exalted, her legitimate sister haughty and hypocritical, while her legitimate mother had controlled her life. Not a single member of the Shen clan had ever regarded her, a mere illegitimate daughter, with any respect. Yet now, in their presence, they had to bow and curry favor with someone they once scorned, simply because she had become the emperor's woman. Such is the boon that power and status bestow. This was the very desire of Shen Zhi'nian's life. Shen Nanqiao stared in disbelief at Shen Zhi'nian's enchanting countenance, her eyes brimming with incredulity. How could this be? The concubine was known for her fiery temperament. Why had Shen Zhi'nian not been struck by her orders? A flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Shi's face but quickly returned to her warm demeanor. Young mistress, after a long day of travel, you must be weary. Please, come inside to rest. Supper is prepared. Previously, during family feasts, Shen Zhi'nian, as an illegitimate daughter, could only sit at the far end, watching Shen Nanqiao bask in the limelight. Yet now, the position of honor was hers. Even Shen Fu, the head of the Shen family, dared not take a seat without her permission. No need for excessive courtesy. Let us all sit. Under the bright candlelight, Shen Nanqiao finally discerned Shen Zhi'nian's attire. Bewildered as she asked, "Sister, did you not wear a light green dress this morning? Why have you changed?" Shen Fu frowned, reprimanding her. "Your sister has been selected by the court. You ought to address her as young mistress as per etiquette." Disregarding his admonition, Shen Nanqiao bit her lip defiantly, gazing at Shen Zhi'nian. Shen Zhi'nian smiled slightly. "Oh, I accidentally spilled tea on myself in the carriage and changed. Is there a problem?" Shen Nanqiao felt a twinge of guilt under her scrutiny, but more so, a sense of unwillingness, maintaining her lofty demeanor. "I told you yesterday that light green is the emperor's favorite color. Had you worn that dress to meet him, you might have been immediately conferred as a noble. Unlike now, when you must await the palace's decree. Clearly, such blessings can be offered, yet some are unable to accept them." Shen Fu's face darkened, yet he held his temper. Shen Zhi'nian replied with a faint smile. "Such blessings are better reserved for my legitimate sister to enjoy. Only daughters of officials of the third rank or higher can attain noble status upon entering the palace. The Shen family is merely of the sixth rank. If I were to be conferred as a noble, would I not become a living target? The hardships and dangers of life within the palace are all too evident. I am not foolish enough to seek out such prominence." It was evident that Shen Nanqiao recalled her past life, where she had first faced punishment from the concubine, then reprimands from the Empress Dowager, followed by animosity from the court's concubines. Despite her noble status, she had resided in a leaking palace and consumed spoiled food, barely surviving. Why was it that in this lifetime, Shen Zhi'nian seemed so fortunate, avoiding such a pitfall from the start? However, Shen Nanqiao, ever proud and arrogant, maintained her lofty demeanor despite her inner resentment. A daughter of the Shen family should never covet wealth and status. If I were to marry, it would only be into a family of scholars. When Lu Lang excels in his studies, he shall undoubtedly become a revered minister. Upon hearing this, the gazes of those around Shen Nanqiao transformed into admiration. Truly, she was the legitimate eldest daughter. Shen Zhi'nian, astonished, queried, "Does my sister imply that serving the emperor is inferior to marrying into the Lu family? Or perhaps you believe that the esteemed emperor, amidst his harem, is surrounded only by those who seek royal wealth, with none sincerely devoted to him?" Everyone dropped their chopsticks in alarm, their faces paling. If such words were to spread, how could the Shen family hope for a favorable outcome? The eldest daughter was courting disaster. They feared being dragged down with her. Shen Nanqiao could no longer maintain her image of serenity, hastily defending herself. "That is not what I meant. It was you, slap." Before she could finish, Shen Fu struck her sharply across the face. "Trouble arises from the mouth. Mind your words." Shen Nanqiao had been cherished and pampered by Shen Fu since childhood, yet today, he had struck her before so many for Shen Zhi'nian's sake. Chapter 7. Zhao Yun returns to visit Shen Nanqiao could hardly bear the disparity of the situation, covering her face and fleeing in tears. Why? Her character was as noble as a chrysanthemum, while Shen Zhi'nian was merely a vain and ostentatious illegitimate daughter. She should have been the one adored by all. How did things come to this? Where did it all go wrong? Zhou was astonished, noticing Shen Zhi'nian's sudden lack of obedience. Was it possible that her true nature had finally been revealed after being selected? Yet, as she observed Shen Zhi'nian's gaze following Shen Nanqiao's departure, a hint of concern flickered across her delicate face. In the half-month since the selection of the palace maidens, The palace had dispatched etiquette matrons to instruct them in court protocols. If her elder sister continued to maintain this lofty demeanor, constantly belittling the royal wealth, if it reached the emperor's ears, it would not matter if the emperor disdained her, but if her elder sister were to be punished, it would bring shame upon the Shen family, and she could not bear such a burden. Everyone present was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Nanqiao's immaturity had nothing to do with the young lord, and the young lord should not feel guilty about it. Shen father said coldly, "The marriage arrangements with both families are nearly complete. Dispatch someone to notify the Lu family tonight. She shall be married off tomorrow, without encountering any palace matrons." Zhou was horrified. "My lord, this is unacceptable. Nanqiao's wedding is still a month away. She is our legitimate daughter. How can you bear to let her marry off in such haste and humiliation?" Shen father's tone left no room for debate. With her temperament, who knows what chaos she might cause if she stays at home? If you are unwilling, then go to the Lu family with her. Zhou was too frightened to utter another word, and she dared not openly express her dissatisfaction with Shen Zhi'nian, lowering her head to wipe away her tears. The current glory of Shen Zhi'nian was originally meant for her daughter, yet Nanqiao, as if blinded by grease, insisted on marrying Lu Jianglin. What a transgression! Shen Zhi'nian smiled faintly, not surprised by her father's resolute stance. He cherished Shen Nanqiao, but he cared even more for the future of the Shen family. The urgency to expel Shen Nanqiao stemmed from the palace's strict rules. One misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. For the next half-month, Shen Zhi'nian did not wish for anyone to disturb her study of court protocols. The following day, Shen Nanqiao was married off. Although the Shen family had hastily prepared everything overnight, the rushed nature of the arrangements was evident. As Shen Zhi'nian was now a palace maid, she could not meet any outside men and remained unseen throughout the proceedings. However, she was acutely aware of all that transpired in the main courtyard. Compared to her previous life, where she had entered the palace as a noblewoman, taking nearly all the family's wealth and treasures with her, this time Shen Nanqiao's dowry was significantly diminished. Moreover, the Lu family was impoverished. They could not even afford a grand wedding procession. In her past life, Shen Zhi'nian had at least been married off in a lavish red bridal sedan chair. Yet this time, due to the rushed arrangements, Lu Jianglin could only hastily procure a donkey cart. Fu Hua was left dumbfounded. The eldest young lady, known for her lofty demeanor, is actually willing to accept this? Mama Lin laughed maliciously, of course. The eldest young lady only cried and protested about getting on the donkey cart. After all, it was the master who hastily changed the wedding date. We cannot blame the Lu family for their lack of formality. In the end, it was the mistress who could no longer bear to watch and ordered the steward to arrange a horse-drawn carriage for them. Fu Hua shook her head. A woman getting married without a bridal sedan, without a wedding procession, riding in a carriage arranged by her natal family, this is truly unheard of. Mama Lin snorted. This is the marriage that the eldest young lady herself seized. Whatever the outcome, she must bear the consequences. Previously, she had felt sympathy for the young lord who had lost her betrothal, but now she realized it was fortunate that the eldest young lady was so clueless. Shen Zhi'nian smiled. This was just the beginning. The good days after marrying into the Lu family were yet to come. Inside the carriage, Shen Nanqiao donned a bright red wedding gown, her usual pride replaced by tears. What noble daughter had not fantasized about the grandeur of her wedding day? She was no exception. Yet, she could never have imagined that her marriage would be so hurried, so shabby, that it was even worse than that of ordinary folk. All of this was the fault of Shen Zhi'nian, the scheming illegitimate daughter. She would not let her off easily. The Lu family, at best, could be described as a scholarly household, but at worst, they were merely commoners. Were it not for Lu Jianglin's scholarly achievements and his good reputation among Shen father's former students, such a match would have been unattainable. Thus, even when the Shen family sent someone to inform them late at night, declaring that the marriage would take place at dawn, the Lu family dared not voice any objections. Originally, Lu Jianglin had been the envy of his peers for marrying the legitimate daughter of a sixth-rank official. He had dreamed of this moment. However, with the Shen family advancing the wedding date by a month, they caught him completely off guard, leaving him to marry without any dignity. And he could not help but feel a tinge of resentment. He even secretly speculated whether there was something amiss with this legitimate daughter, prompting the Shen family to hastily marry her off. Nevertheless, he was always one to endure, and with the emergence of a palace made from the Shen family, he had to treat Shen Nanqiao with utmost respect, often turning back to comfort her gently. Nanqiao, I know today has been difficult for you, but please rest assured. In the future, when I achieve success, I will grant you a wedding that will make all the women in the capital envious. Shen Nanqiao initially felt that Lu Jianglin possessed immense potential. After all, he had taken Shen Zhi'nian's engagement right upon his rebirth. Coupled with his handsome appearance and the gentle tone in which he spoke to her, her heart swelled with sweetness, making her previous grievances seem trivial. Lu Lang, I believe in you. You will surely achieve the highest honors and rise to a noble position. Lu Jianglin was overwhelmed with emotion. Achieving the highest honors is no easy feat, let alone ascending to a noble rank. Nanqiao, do you truly believe in me? Of course. Shen Nanqiao replied with unwavering certainty. If I say you can, then you certainly will. Lu Lang, you have the talent of a top scholar, which is why I resolutely married you. What man does not desire acknowledgement from his wife? Hearing Shen Nanqiao's admiration-filled voice, Lu Jianglin's pride and vanity were fulfilled beyond measure. Very well, for Nanqiao, I shall strive with all my might. My lord, a Miss Zhao, claiming to be your friend, requests an audience. Early in the morning, just after Shen Zhi'nian finished her breakfast, a maid reported the news. Please invite her in. Before long, a lively figure strode in, performing a greeting to Shen Zhi'nian. Your servant, Zhao Yugui, pays her respects to the young lord. Shen Zhi'nian halted her greeting, Sister Zhao. There is no need for such formalities between us. Chapter 8. Zhao Yugui's agreement. Zhao Yugui chuckled and unceremoniously took a seat. Suddenly, her expression turned cold as she said, Sister Zhi'nian, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Shen Zhi'nian anticipated her words, instructing the servants to leave, retaining only Han Dan, Fu Chu, and Mama Lin, her trusted confidants. Have you investigated thoroughly? Zhao Yugui nodded, her voice icy. After returning that day, I had the house physician examine the handkerchief stained with tea. To my shock, it contained a laxative. Fearing the physician might err, I hastily informed my mother. She promptly summoned numerous doctors from the city, and the results were consistent. Shen Zhi'nian's gaze darkened. No wonder Zhao Yugui faced such severe punishment in her past life. Lu Rian employed such nefarious tactics. Recalling the incident, Zhao Yugui felt a wave of dread and grasped Shen Zhi'nian's hand in gratitude. Sister Zhi'nian, thank goodness you detected the anomaly in time. Otherwise, I shudder to think of the fate that awaited me. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Zhi'nian was acutely aware, gently patting Zhao Yugui's hand in reassurance. Fear not. It is all behind us now. Zhao Yugui's tone was tinged with sadness and indignation. I have always regarded Lu Ruyan as a sister. I cannot fathom why she would wish to harm me. Shen Zhi'nian observed astutely, in the vast realm of the Great Zhou, there are numerous eligible young women for selection. Typically, only one is chosen from each region. You and Lu Ruyan hail from Jiang'an, so naturally, she sought to eliminate your chances. Zhao Yugui seethed. There are countless ways she could have ensured my disqualification, yet she chose the most detrimental method for me. Truly, she is malicious. Besides, I am not the type favored by His Majesty. Even without her interference, I would have been overlooked. Shen Zhi'nian mused. Lu Ruyan likely realizes her underhandedness and may be regretting her actions. Discussed marred Zhao Yugui's features. Once the results were announced, I was consumed by rage, wishing to storm the Lu residence in the capital and mar her visage. But my mother warned that since Lu Ruyan dared to act, she would have eliminated all evidence. As the favored one, a mere handkerchief would not suffice to hold her accountable, and I would risk the charge of insubordination. Shen Zhi'nian nodded. Your mother speaks wisely. Understanding her true nature is beneficial. You need not fear another betrayal from her. Zhao Yugui gazed at her anxiously. Sister Zhi'nian, I have heard that Lu Ruyan has also been selected. You disrupted her plans, and she will undoubtedly harbor resentment towards you. Her cunning runs deep. You must remain vigilant once you enter the palace. However, having been her confidant for years, I possess some of her secrets. I hope they may assist you. A faint smile graced Shen Zhi'nian's lips as she listened. In her past life, Lu Ruyan had risen to the esteemed position of the Empress, indicating her considerable guile. This time, knowing her weaknesses grants Shen Zhi'nian a strategic advantage. Once Shen Zhi'nian entered the palace, their opportunities to meet would become scarce. After discussing pressing matters, Zhao Yugui shared many intimate thoughts with her. Despite years apart, their bond remained unbroken, and as they reminisced about childhood antics, Shen Zhi'nian's eyes sparkled with mirth. It was only after finishing their midday meal that Zhao Yugui prepared to leave, repeatedly reminding her, Sister Zhi'nian, my mother says that you saved me. You are a great benefactor to the Zhao family. Should you require any assistance in the palace, do not hesitate to write. The Zhao family will brave any peril to aid you. Zhao Yugui's parents shared a deep affection, and the household boasted no concubines, leaving her as their only beloved daughter. Raised in such an environment, she developed an easygoing demeanor. Shen Zhi'nian felt a tinge of envy and smiled in response. Shortly after Zhao Yungue departed, Han Dan entered, beaming. "My lady, someone from the palace has arrived. The master summons everyone to receive the edict." Fu Chu stepped forward, saying, "I shall assist the lady in changing her attire." Once she was presentable, Shen Zhi'nian proceeded to the main hall, kneeling with the rest of the Shen family to receive the imperial edict. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Shen Zhi'nian, the legitimate second daughter of Shen Maoxue, is to be conferred the title of Daying of the 7th rank, with the appellation Ro. After mastering palace etiquette, she shall enter the palace on the 9th day of the 9th month. Thus decreed, those in the palace were astute. Although Shen Zhi'nian was merely a 7th rank Daying, the eunuch delivering the edict dared not underestimate her. Upon rising after receiving the edict, the eunuch smiled ingratiatingly. There are many ladies in the harem, yet His Majesty rarely bestows titles personally. This clearly signifies His Majesty's fondness for Ro. Your esteemed position is indeed a cause for celebration. The Shen family was left in shock, never having anticipated Shen Zhi'nian would garner such favor from the emperor. Even she felt a hint of surprise. It seemed that on the day of selection, she had indeed made a lasting impression on the sovereign. As the daughter of a mere 6th rank official, becoming a Daying did not attract excessive attention. The title would prevent her from being belittled by palace attendants. This auspicious beginning left Shen Zhi'nian thoroughly satisfied. As reality sank in, Shen's father felt increasingly delighted, though he maintained a composed demeanor. Madame Zhou wore a polite smile, yet only she understood the bitterness within. These honors and accolades rightfully belonged to her daughter. The eunuch delivered a few more auspicious phrases before cheerfully departing with his rewards, leaving behind the teaching matron. The matron, surnamed Xiao, appeared to be in her 40s and presented herself with meticulous propriety. "Old servant greets Daying Ro. For the next half-month, I will diligently instruct you in palace etiquette. However, let me forewarn you, should you fail to grasp these rules adequately, do not blame me for my sternness." Though her tone was respectful, an air of severity permeated her words. The aura she exuded surpassed that of many official wives, suggesting a strict disposition. Madame Zhou felt a twinge of trepidation. But Shen Zhi'nian, having once held the title of a first-rank noblewoman, exhibited no signs of fear. Calmly, she replied, "Rest assured, matron, I will diligently learn." Matron Xiao retained her stern expression as she was courteously shown to Shen Zhi'nian's quarters, where she would officially begin her instruction the following day. The next day arrived swiftly. It was also the day of Shen Nanqiao's return to her family after marriage. Although her current status was not as esteemed as Shen Zhi'nian's, she was still a legitimate daughter and, under Madame Zhou's favoritism, the Shen family busied themselves in preparation for the occasion. However, Shen Zhi'nian's courtyard remained tranquil as ever, with no one daring to intrude. After finishing breakfast, she began her lessons with Matron Xiao. Through their interactions, Shen Zhi'nian discovered that Matron Xiao was, in fact, quite amiable, albeit a touch rigid and stern. Lacking a personable touch, the hierarchy of imperial consorts is as follows: Empress, Special Grade, 1. Imperial Noble Consort, First Grade, 1. Noble Consort, Second Grade, 2. For consorts, Xian, Liang, Shu Da, Third Grade, 4. Consort, Third Grade, 5. Pin, Fourth Grade, 6. Noble Person, 5th Grade, Indeterminate. Regular Attendant, 6th Grade, Indeterminate. Daying, 7th Grade, Indeterminate. Official Ladies. No rank, Indeterminate. Chapter 9. Shen Nanqiao faces humiliation again in the presence of Xiao Mama. One's social standing held little weight if one failed to adhere to the established rules. She would employ her rigorous methods without hesitation. Conversely, if one met her expectations, regardless of their humble status, she would extend a warm and respectful demeanor. The palace was predominantly filled with sycophants. Thus, the integrity of someone like Xiao Mama was a rare gem, prompting Shen Zhi'nian to treat her with increased courtesy. In her previous life, as Lu Jianglin ascended the ranks, Shen Zhi'nian's noble title remained unbroken, eventually elevating her to the esteemed position of a first-rank noble consort, frequently attending palace feasts. Her knowledge of etiquette and protocol was impeccable. A smile gradually emerged on Xiao Mama's stern face, and her gaze towards Shen Zhi'nian became increasingly approving. Yet, Shen Zhi'nian did not claim any credit, humbly attributing her good manners to Xiao Mama's instruction. Despite Xiao Mama's strict nature, she found herself rather fond of this intelligent and amiable young lady, engaging her in conversations about palace affairs. With memories from her past life, Shen Zhi'nian possessed a fair understanding of the palace's concubines, yet none could compare to Xiao Mama's meticulous insights. Aware of Xiao Mama's intention to guide her, Shen Zhi'nian listened with utmost seriousness. In the main courtyard, the situation had reached a conclusion. Mrs. Zhou simply wished for her daughter to thrive in the Lu household. When she saw Shen Nanqiao and Lu Zhonglin enter hand in hand, radiating a sweetness that relieved her anxious heart somewhat. However, given the Lu family's modest means, Shen Nanqiao's future could hardly rival that of the ascendant Shen Zhi'nian. Mrs. Zhou's heart boiled with frustration, yet she forced a warm smile to greet her daughter and son-in-law. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Zhonglin retreated to the study to converse with Shen's father. The female members of the Shen household dared not disturb Shen Zhi'nian and instead flocked around Shen Nanqiao, showering her with flattering remarks. Regardless of her marriage's outcome, Mrs. Zhou remained the matriarch, and they had no choice but to curry favor with her. Look at how radiant our eldest young lady appears during this honeymoon phase. Surely the young master is doting on you immensely. Isn't it obvious? When they entered, the young master couldn't bear to release the eldest young lady's hand. What woman wouldn't desire a husband who is attentive and caring? Our eldest young lady is truly fortunate. As Shen Nanqiao absorbed their compliments, she maintained an outwardly serene smile, while her heart brimmed with joy. Not only was she married to Lu Zhonglin, with aspirations of becoming a first-rank noble consort, but the love he showered upon her was something she had never dreamed of in her previous life. In the emperor's harem, countless women vied for his favor. Shen Zhi'nian, with her noble character, had scorned the petty rivalries, leading to a precipitous decline in her fortunes. Aside from being elevated to a noble consort during the selection, she had never experienced a shred of affection thereafter, enduring a life where anyone could trample her dignity. In this life, however, not only did her husband cherish her as if she were fragile, but the entire Lu family also revered her, setting aside the overly intimate bond with her mother-in-law, which hinted at the Lu family's financial constraints. They hoped she could contribute her dowry to alleviate their situation. Yet, Shen Nanqiao deemed these flaws negligible. After all, her mother-in-law had endured many years of widowhood, sharing a profound bond with her son. It was only natural. Moreover, by contributing her dowry to the Lu family, she would secure their gratitude. Once her husband achieved noble rank and prominence, no woman could usurp her position. She had finally snatched Shen Zhi'nian's blissful life for herself, particularly when she learned that Shen Zhi'nian had only been conferred the title of a mere consort. Shen Nanqiao could hardly contain her laughter behind a handkerchief. In her previous life, she had entered the palace as a noble consort and endured a wretched fate. How much worse would it be for Shen Zhi'nian, whose starting point was even lower than hers? Upon discovering that Shen Zhi'nian was in her courtyard learning etiquette from Xiao Mama, a flicker of schadenfreude ignited in Shen Nanqiao's eyes, although her expression remained one of aloofness. Daughters of the Shen family ought to embody the purity of chrysanthemums, neither contending nor grasping. Even if they were reduced to the lowest rank of consort, they must live with dignity. It was her hope that as Shen Zhi'nian learned her lessons, she would embody that principle. Shall we go and observe? Mrs. Zhou hesitated. Nanqiao, your father has instructed that you are not to disturb the soft consort. Shen Nanqiao was determined to go, and she intended to bring everyone along to witness Shen Zhi'nian's folly. Mother, once one enters the palace, it is as deep as the sea. We do not know when we will see the soft consort again. We must go and see her. Surely, father would not be upset upon learning this. Furthermore, the rules taught by palace matrons were undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Even if we merely observed, it would greatly enhance our future demeanor. In her previous life, it was indeed Xiao Mama who had come to teach her palace etiquette, and Shen Nanqiao still recalled the lingering dread. She had never encountered someone so stern, strict, and unforgiving, wielding a long ruler without an ounce of compassion. Any deviation in her gestures during the courtesies would earn her a merciless strike from the ruler, a pain that pierced the heart. Moreover, Xiao Mama had served the Empress Dowager and held a prestigious position in the palace, asserting that the emperor had exceptionally conferred upon her the title of noble consort. Thus, she must learn the rules well to avoid being criticized upon entering the palace. Even if Shen Nanqiao sought to leverage her noble status against her, Xiao Mama remained unperturbed. Often, by the end of the day, there would not be a spot on her body that was free from pain. At last, this time it would be Shen Zhi'nian who bore this burden. She intended to ensure that everyone in the Shen household witnessed Shen Zhi'nian's disgrace. Though Mrs. Zhou was unaware of the intricacies involved, she understood her daughter's intentions and readily consented with a wave of her hand. Having heard that the matrons in the palace were particularly strict, she too wished to see how Shen Zhi'nian would be reprimanded. However, upon Shen Nanqiao's eager arrival with her entourage at Shen Zhi'nian's courtyard, they were met with an astonishing scene. In the pavilion, Shen Zhi'nian and Xiao Mama sat across from one another, an array of pastries and fragrant tea adorning the table. The two engaged in a leisurely chat, sipping tea, while Xiao Mama wore a gentle smile, displaying a demeanor of respect towards Shen Zhi'nian. Shen Nanqiao stood there, utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? In her previous life, Xiao Mama had never even graced her with a smile, let alone shared a cup of tea. She was either being reprimanded or made to stand in punishment. Why, in this life, did Xiao Mama treat Shen Zhi'nian with such kindness, in stark contrast to the severe and exacting figure etched in her memory? What could possibly have gone awry? Greetings, soft consort. Mrs. Zhou suppressed her own frustration and led the ladies in bowing to Shen Zhi'nian. Xiao Mama set down her teacup and cast a cold glance at Shen Nanqiao. Who are you? Upon encountering the soft consort, why do you not pay your respects? In that moment, the figure before her and the memory of Xiao Mama converged perfectly. Shen Nanqiao was left with nothing but a paralyzing fear, her legs trembling. And it was only thanks to the support of her maid that she did not collapse to the ground. Chapter 10. Shen Zhi'nian enters the palace despite her reluctance. Shen Nanqiao dared not act impudently in front of Granny Xiao. She could only suppress her discontent and pay her respects to Shen Zhi'nian. I have seen the honorable concubine Rou, she stammered. The feeling of indignation welled up within Zhou Shi. Her daughter was a legitimate daughter, and had it not been for relinquishing this splendid opportunity, there would have been no need to bow to a once lowly concubine. Granny Xiao had little patience for the ill-mannered. Upon seeing Shen Nanqiao's timid and unrefined demeanor, her displeasure mounted. However, her duty was to instruct concubine Rou in palace etiquette, and she had no intention of meddling with unrelated individuals. Shen Zhi'nian was well aware that Shen Nanqiao had suffered greatly under Granny Zhao's guidance in her previous life, crying out in despair daily. Bringing so many people along was undoubtedly intended to witness her humiliation. Regrettably for them, things did not unfold as they wished. She rose gracefully, a smile gracing her lips, and said, I almost forgot. Today marks the day my elder sister returns after 3 ceremonies. What brings you here at this time? This statement was undoubtedly a dagger plunged into Shen Nanqiao's heart once more. Speechless and flustered, she could only concoct a flimsy excuse, leaving in a state of disarray. Filled with resentment, Zhou Shi, seeing no entertainment, withdrew with the other ladies. Although Shen Zhi'nian's demeanor was impeccable, Granny Xiao adhered to palace rules and remained at the Shen residence until the 8th day of the 9th month, the day before Shen Zhi'nian's entrance into the palace. During this time, a bond was formed between the two. Upon returning to the palace, Shen Zhi'nian presented her with a generous red envelope. Han Dan, curious, inquired my lady. You hold the title of master. Why show such courtesy to a mere instructress? Shen Zhi'nian lowered her gaze, admiring the newly dyed pale pink silk. The relationships within the harem are intricate. Granny Xiao has devoted herself to educating me, and thus I must cultivate a favorable connection. Moreover, she once served the Empress Dowager, and even His Majesty grants her a measure of respect within the palace. It is only prudent to befriend her. In her previous life, Shen Nanqiao had entered the palace as a noblewoman, yet failed to capture the emperor's favor. It was likely partly due to her dismal performance at the Shen family that had reached the emperor's ears. Shen Zhi'nian was determined to avoid such a pitfall. Han Dan nodded in understanding. Soon, the 9th day of the 9th month arrived. According to palace regulations, a concubine could bring 2 maids into the palace. Zhou Shi attempted to send someone to accompany Shen Zhi'nian, but she declined, stating she was accustomed to the service of Han Dan and Fuziu. Though displeased, Zhou Shi dared not protest. With her mother passing away early, Shen Zhi'nian had been raised almost single-handedly by Granny Lin, the only person she was unwilling to part with in the entire Shen household. Nurse, if you wish to enjoy a peaceful old age outside. As long as I remain favored in the palace, no one in the Shen family would dare mistreat you. If you wish to stay by my side, please be patient, and I will surely find an opportunity to bring you into the palace. Granny Lin's eyes turned slightly red, her face filled with reluctance. Though I am no talented individual, I excel at caring for expectant mothers and assisting at childbirth. I shall guard your courtyard, waiting for the day I may serve you once more. Having bid farewell to her family, Shen Zhi'nian boarded the carriage sent by the palace, leaving the Shen residence where she had lived for 16 years, officially embarking on a new chapter in her life. Gazing at the solemn and magnificent palace, a glimmer of ambition surfaced in Shen Zhi'nian's enchanting eyes. Whether in her past life or this one, her desires remained unchanged, to indulge in a luxurious life and attain a lofty status. In her previous existence, she had married a humble scholar and still became a lady of high rank. In this life, she was to marry the emperor, the wealthiest man in the realm. Shen Zhi'nian was confident that she could seize her future and obtain everything she desired. Only upon attaining the rank of concubine or higher could one be addressed as Your Highness, while those of lower rank resided in the side chambers adjacent to the main quarters. Shen Zhi'nian's residence was the right side chamber of Zhongsui Palace, the Dingyu Pavilion. The palace was filled with discerning individuals, and although Shen Zhi'nian was merely a concubine, her unique temperament was bound to attract admiration. The leading eunuch did not dare to be negligent, his demeanor warm and cordial. Your Highness's Dingyu Pavilion is quite a favorable location. Zhongsui Palace is near His Majesty's study, and you may chance upon His Majesty at any moment. Shen Zhi'nian gestured for Futsu to reward the eunuch with silver. Inquiring with a smile, "May I ask, esteemed eunuch, who is the main lady residing in Zhongsui Palace?" Having received his reward, the guiding eunuch's attitude grew increasingly respectful, sharing without reservation. Replying to the esteemed concubine, "There is no main lady in Zhongsui Palace, only a lady's son residing in the left side chamber. She has served His Majesty since his time in the imperial residence. After His Majesty ascended the throne, she was honored with the title of chancellor. That lady's son enjoys lively company and often mingles with other concubines in the palace. With your arrival in Zhongsui Palace, it is certain it will not be dull." Shen Zhi'nian grasped the situation. Serving His Majesty in the imperial residence but only attaining the title of chancellor after his ascension suggested that her family background was not esteemed and that she lacked favor. Her desire for lively interaction and frequent visits to others indicated a yearning for opportunities to encounter His Majesty, making her a restless presence, potentially troublesome for her. Those without status, rank, and who were restless rarely thrived in the palace. That lady's son was still alive and well suggested she possessed some skill. Not as foolish as she appeared, Shen Zhi'nian developed a general understanding of her new neighbor. Before long, they arrived at Dingyu Pavilion, and the guiding eunuch paid his respects before taking his leave. Although this was merely a side chamber of Zhongsui Palace, the decor was exquisite and elegant, far surpassing anything the Shen residence could offer, and the space was significantly larger than the room Shen Zhi'nian had occupied in the Shen household. Han Dan could not help but exclaim, "Your Highness, no wonder the world claims the most magnificent treasures reside in the palace. If a side chamber is adorned so splendidly, how lavish must the other areas be?" Shen Zhi'nian lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. In her past life, she had married into the Liu family, where the entire family was crammed into a single modest courtyard. At night, even the slightest movement could be heard by the neighbors. The roof leaked during the rain, summer was stifling, and winter brought biting winds. Such a life wore her down in mere months, making her appear several years older than her peers. In this life, she resided in a spacious palace, attended by palace servants, destined to enjoy the most splendid and comfortable existence. Let Shen Nanqiao endure the hardships of the Liu family, she would gladly bear the weight of that suffering. The concubine had a common eunuch and 2 palace maids in attendance who had been waiting outside. Seeing Shen Zhi'nian nod, Futsu allowed them to enter and pay their respects. "I am the servant, Zai Mingzi. I am the maid, Chenhua. I am the maid, Qiu Yue. We pay our respects to the esteemed concubine. May the concubine be blessed." Shen Zhi'nian was unaware if any of these 3 harbored ulterior motives. Yet, as a newcomer to the palace, such occurrences were unavoidable, and she could only observe carefully in the days to come. Sitting in her position of authority, she regarded them with a gaze that conveyed an unspoken command. Chapter 11. The purpose of Sun Changzai in her previous life, having served as a noble consort for an extended period. Shen Zhi'nian adeptly managed the sprawling residence of the prime minister, understanding well that the art of commanding subordinates lies in the balance of discipline and reward. Thus, she first spoke with a gentle demeanor, expressing that they were all part of the same family, destined to share both fortune and misfortune. Almost immediately, her tone shifted, imbued with a hint of coldness, as she admonished them. Such a blend of grace and authority was certainly familiar to those who served in the palace. Yet Shen Zhi'nian's approach invariably instilled a sense of reverence in them. The 3 were taken aback. This young lady, with her soft-spoken words, displayed an unexpected level of poise and maturity, compelling them to kneel in earnest submission. Shen Zhi'nian, indifferent to the sincerity of their gestures, restored her gentle smile and, as custom dictated, bestowed rewards upon them. During her time in the Shen household, her monthly allowance barely amounted to 2 taels of silver, rendering such generosity impossible. However, it was well understood that entering the palace necessitated financial negotiations, and now, the future of the Shen family rested solely on her shoulders, ensuring she would not be underappreciated. Much like Shen Nanqiao's entrance into the palace in her previous life, this time, Shen's father entrusted Shen Zhi'nian with the bulk of the family's wealth and valuable items to bring with her. In her past life, Shen Nanqiao's short-sightedness led her to withhold funds from those who served her, resulting in her mistreatment and a lack of support within the palace. Shen Zhi'nian, however, had no intention of following in her footsteps. With their rewards in hand, Xiamingzi and Chunhua, along with Jiuyue, wore increasingly warm smiles, respectfully offering a plethora of auspicious phrases. And their diligence in serving her doubled. Our esteemed mistress, after a long day of travel, must surely be weary. Tomorrow morning, you must join the other newcomers to pay your respects to Her Majesty in Kunning Palace. Allow us to prepare hot water for you. After your meal and ablutions, you should rest early. Newly arrived consorts must first pay their respects to the Empress before they can begin to serve the Emperor. After dispatching the 3, Shen Zhi'nian instructed Han and Fuziu. The loyalty of the palace servants remains uncertain at this juncture. Let us refrain from allowing Xiamingzi, Chunhua, and Jiuyue to serve in the inner chambers for now. Observe them closely. The 2 nodded solemnly, assuring her, rest assured, mistress, we understand. Before long, the rewards from the high-ranking consorts flowed into the quarters of the new mistress like a torrent. After expressing her gratitude and rewarding the eunuch who delivered the items, Shen Zhi'nian directed, Han, please store these gifts in the treasury. While these rewards are legitimate, we cannot ascertain whether they have been tampered with. Until we can have a trustworthy person examine them, I shall refrain from using them. Han had never encountered such exquisite fabrics and jewelry. Should the mistress adorn herself with these treasures, she would undoubtedly be breathtaking. However, she understood that her mistress had her own reasons for every action, and her duty was to obey. Night had fallen, and after a day of exertion, Shen Zhi'nian was indeed fatigued and prepared to wash up and rest when Fuziu entered to report, Mistress, Sun Changzai has arrived from the left hall. Sun Changzai held a higher rank than she, and per protocol, Shen Zhi'nian was to visit her in the Langwei Pavilion the following morning after paying her respects to Kunning Palace. Why, then, had she come at such an hour? With the visitor already present, Shen Zhi'nian could not refuse, and her curiosity about this neighbor was piqued. Please, come in. A lady adorned in palace attire gracefully entered, her face adorned with a warm smile. I am one who relishes in lively company. Upon hearing that a newcomer has taken residence in Zhongsui Palace, I was delighted and came to visit my sister. Should my visit be an inconvenience, I hope you will not take offense. With a mere glance, Shen Zhi'nian understood why Sun Changzai lacked favor. Her appearance and figure were decidedly average. While she might be considered charming outside the palace, among the throngs of beauties, she was but a speck of dust. Had she not served in the imperial harem, she might not have even qualified for entry. In the palace, genuine sisterhood was a rarity. Meeting for the first time, Sun Changzai's repeated calls of sister struck Shen Zhi'nian as somewhat absurd, a transparent display of flattery. Nevertheless, she maintained a cordial smile and, adhering to palace etiquette, offered a respectful greeting. Your humble servant, Ro Danying, pays her respects to Sun Changzai. The expectation was that the consort would visit Langwei Pavilion, so it was indeed a transgression for Sun Changzai to come personally. Sun Changzai assisted Shen Zhi'nian to her feet, urging her to sit. I have merely come to pay a visit. Why should you feel at fault? We reside in the same palace, which is a bond of fate. There is no need for such formality. Han served tea and quietly retreated to the side. Shen Zhi'nian, sensing Sun Changzai's intentions, feigned naivety as a newcomer to the palace. I am quite alone and initially filled with trepidation. Discovering that my sister from the same palace is so amiable has truly eased my heart. I wonder if there is a particular reason for your late-night visit? Sun Changzai's gaze subtly swept over Shen Zhi'nian, her eyes betraying a complex mixture of emotions. Among the countless women of the harem, she was easily overlooked and with no identity or background. The only way to capture the emperor's attention was to align herself with those who were favored. Yet, others were not fools. they would not allow her to use them as stepping stones to usurp their favor. Sun Changzai had originally come to test the waters, but to her astonishment, this new consort, Rode Danying, was a natural beauty. The days when the emperor would visit Zhongsui Palace would assuredly increase. Moreover, through their conversation, she discovered that Rode Danying was refreshingly different from the cunning women of the harem, possessing a remarkably straightforward disposition, with beauty and an easy-to-manage temperament. Was this not a divine opportunity bestowed upon her? With this thought, Sun Changzai suppressed her jealousy, and her smile grew warmer. "Oh, sister, how can you say that? Am I not allowed to visit my sister without cause? Zhuer, quickly bring forth the gift I have prepared for my sister." Zhuer responded promptly, entering with a box that contained a pair of jade bracelets. Although the quality was merely average for Sun Changzai's rank, this was indeed a rare treasure, demonstrating she had invested significantly. A knowing smile flickered in Shen Zhi'nian's eyes. No wonder Sun Changzai had instructed the maidservants to wait outside. If she deemed Shen Zhi'nian of no use after their meeting, she would never part with these bracelets. These were, after all, a reward from the empress, given to her after her first night of service in the palace when the empress was still a princess. Suppressing her discomfort at the expense, Sun Changzai smiled. "I believe these bracelets will beautifully complement your complexion." In the eyes of the world, Shen Zhi'nian was regarded as a legitimate daughter of a prominent family. Yet, to Sun Changzai, a daughter of a sixth-rank official was unlikely to have encountered such exquisite items. Chapter 12. The Empress's audience. She awaited the sight of Shen Zhi'nian, astonished and grateful, believing that such a display would render her an ally. Little did she know, Shen Zhi'nian, in her past life, had been a distinguished first-rank lady, having adorned herself with a jade bracelet of the finest quality. Such craftsmanship was beneath her notice. Nevertheless, she graciously accepted Sun Changzai's overture, smiling gently. "Then I shall humbly comply. Thank you, Sister Changzai." Sun Changzai was momentarily taken aback. Upon entering, she had discreetly assessed Shen Zhi'nian's bracelet, which paled in comparison to the one she had gifted. Why, then, did Shen Zhi'nian remain so composed, devoid of even a hint of surprise? Sun Changzai felt an unsettling discomfort, but could not voice it, merely comforting herself with the thought that she had successfully won over Shen Zhi'nian. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, she took her leave. Shen Zhi'nian glanced at the bracelet gifted by Sun Changzai and instructed, "Put it in the storeroom, alongside the other items." She could have feigned astonishment to satisfy Sun Changzai's vanity, but she chose not to. Her purpose in entering the palace was not to be manipulated. Han Dan and Fu Hua, though young and inexperienced, were not foolish and readily discerned Sun Changzai's intent. "Your Highness, it is evident that Sun Changzai admires your beauty and seeks to leverage your presence when the emperor visits the palace of Zhongsui. Why then, do you accept her goodwill?" Shen Zhi'nian's demeanor had shifted. She now smiled like a cunning little fox. "I am fully aware that Sun Changzai wishes to use me as a pawn. However, once the game is afoot, who can say who will become whom's piece?" Han Dan, puzzled, asked, "But Sun Changzai has no background nor favor. What is there to utilize?" Shen Zhi'nian rose and headed toward the bathing chamber. A pawn can be a general, and even a mere foot soldier can conquer a formidable opponent. Thus, one must never underestimate seemingly insignificant individuals. With the right strategy, they can yield unexpected outcomes. "Your servant is enlightened," Han Dan replied respectfully. It seemed that in the harem, if they wished to assist their mistress in ascending further, much learning remained for them. The following day, the court gathered for the audience. Shen Zhi'nian's usual attire was entrusted to Han Dan, yet the significance of this day demanded something different. Observing the garments on the rack, Han Dan respectfully inquired, "Your Highness, which attire shall you wear today?" Shen Zhi'nian understood that among the newcomers to the palace, she was merely a low-ranking consort. Even with a title, few regarded her as a threat. However, should she present an excessive display of beauty and grace on her first audience, she would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention and be seen as a thorn in their sides. Thus, her attire today would be understated and appropriate. She pointed to one of the outfits and said, "I shall wear this dress of clear lotus and azure waves." "Very well." Shortly thereafter, after completing her grooming, Shen Zhi'nian stood before the copper mirror, gazing at the woman reflected within. The pale skirt, adorned with azure silk thread depicting lotus leaves and rippling waves, emanated a refreshing elegance, evoking a sense of coolness. A delicate application of makeup subtly tempered the natural allure that radiated from her very essence. In this moment, Shen Zhi'nian appeared neither overly ostentatious nor diminutively simple, striking a balance that commanded respect. She had always been satisfied with Han Dan's craftsmanship. Let us proceed. Only consorts of noble rank or higher were permitted to pay their respects to the empress daily. Thus Sun Changzai could not accompany them. Coincidentally, Shen Zhi'nian was disinclined to engage with her along the way. Fu Hua and Chun Hua remained at Tingyu Pavilion, while Shen Zhi'nian was attended by Han Dan, Zai Mingzi, and Xie Yue. To discern the trustworthiness of those around her, one must not only rely on time, but also on increased interaction. As they walked, Zai Mingzi diligently provided introductions. Your Highness, this is the first selection since His Majesty ascended the throne, and as a result, the number of individuals in the harem is limited, consisting mainly of seasoned attendants from the inner residence. Currently, the high-ranking consorts include only the Empress, the Noble Consort, the Virtuous Consort, the Snow Consort, and the Jade Consort. Shen Zhi'nian had already pieced together this information from her previous life and from the tales shared by Granny Xiao. Yet, she refrained from interrupting Zai Mingzi. If she could glean any additional insights from his recounting, it would be a benefit. After the founding emperor of the Great Zhou ascended the throne, he conferred titles upon two eminent generals, establishing them as the Duke of Zhen and the Duke of Ding. Over the centuries, the influence of these two noble houses had permeated the entirety of Great Zhou, becoming truly grand families of unparalleled prestige. Throughout history, empresses have emerged from the households of the Duke of Zhen and the Duke of Ding. Empress Lu was the younger sister of the Duke of Ding, while Noble Consort Lu was her niece, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Ding. Empress Jiang hailed from the house of the Duke of Zhen. In recent generations, both families had produced an empress, and a delicate balance existed between the two houses. However, following the empress's stillbirth, her health deteriorated. The imperial physicians proclaimed that even with careful nurturing, her time was limited, disrupting the previously delicate equilibrium between the two houses. Both sought to claim the position of the next empress. With the support of the Empress Dowager, Noble Consort Lu had given birth to a grand princess, the only child of the emperor to date. Though merely a princess, her status was immeasurable. The Duke of Zhen grew anxious, using this selection to send the empress's younger sister into the palace. In her past life, Shen Zhi'nian had briefly felt pity for Empress Jiang. The woman was still alive, yet the other ladies of the harem were already scheming for her position. Even her own family was eager to replace her with her younger sister. It was only later, as the struggle between the two houses intensified, that the deeds of Empress Jiang were brought to light. With so many women in the harem, the absence of heirs save for the grand princess was due to her desire for the next emperor to bear the blood of the Duke of Zhen. Thus, she could not allow other consorts to give birth to princes who might vie for the crown. Even the two princes who were born with great difficulty met untimely ends. This was the handiwork of Empress Jiang. The emperor's wrath was incensed, yet before he could depose her, Empress Jiang passed away. Ultimately, he decreed that she be reduced to commoner status, barred from burial in the imperial mausoleum. And the Duke of Zhen's house faced repercussions as well. The emperor would not allow the Duke of Ding to dominate unchecked, and instead fostered new factions that contended fiercely within the court. As for what transpired afterward, Shen Zhi'nian was oblivious, for she had been reborn. Snapping back to reality, Shen Zhi'nian found herself at Kuinning Palace, entering alongside others. Inside, she encountered a familiar figure. Lu Ruyan, clad in a white palace gown, accentuated her slender form, rendering her all the more endearing. She appeared like a water lily in the cold wind, delicate and vulnerable. Chapter 13. The challenge from the Jade concubine in this particular state. Not only men, but even women would find themselves involuntarily filled with compassion upon seeing her. Lu Ruyan, the daughter of the governor of Yangzhou, naturally held a higher position than Shen Zhi'nian upon entering the palace, being granted the title of Changzai. Yet, when faced with Shen Zhi'nian, she exhibited no airs. Her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of joy upon encountering a familiar face, gently nodding in acknowledgement. Had it not been for the knowledge of this woman's malicious nature, Shen Zhi'nian might have been deceived. However, having seized the initiative, she had already discerned Lu Ruyan's true character. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, remained uncertain whether Shen Zhi'nian was aware of her actions on the day of the selection. The feeling of trepidation must be quite unpleasant. Having just entered the palace, Shen Zhi'nian lacked any foundation and did not intend to confront Lu Ruyan at this moment. Thus she nodded back. Lu Ruyan appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Apart from Empress Jiang and Consort Lu, the other high-ranking concubines had also arrived, all remarkable beauties. Consort Liang exuded a calm and dignified demeanor, worthy of her status among the 4 concubines. Shui Pin possessed a cool, ethereal quality, emanating an air of aloofness. The jade concubine was strikingly beautiful, her features imbued with a hint of allure. However, when her gaze fell upon Shen Zhi'nian, it seemed tinged with hostility. At that moment, a resplendently dressed lady entered, evidently familiar with the layout of Kunning Palace, suggesting this was not her first visit. Upon her entrance, her gaze swept over the other newcomers, reflecting a certain arrogance. The palace attendants treated her with great courtesy, ushering her to the front, respectfully stating, "Please wait, Lady Jiang. The Empress will arrive shortly." A flicker of understanding crossed Shen Zhi'nian's eyes. It turned out she was Jiang Wanning, the youngest daughter of the Duke of Zhenghua and the Empress's own sister. She held the highest rank among the newcomers and had been conferred the title of Guerin upon entering the palace. According to the rule of promotion after the first night of service, it would not be long before she ascended to the rank of a palace mistress. The gazes of others were filled with envy and jealousy, but it was of no use, for they lacked such an impressive family background. Even the high-ranking concubines regarded Jiang Wanning with a profound respect. After all, who did not know that the Duke of Zhenggua's family had sent her to the harem to take the place of Empress Jiang? The Empress has arrived. The consort has arrived. As the eunuch's sharp voice echoed, Empress Jiang and Consort Lu entered, one from the inner chamber and the other from outside. Consort Lu donned a magnificent golden gown embroidered with pomegranate flowers, the hem adorned with blooming flowers, complemented by a red silk undergarment. Her hair was styled in a lofty bun, embellished with peony hairpins, and the rest adorned with tassels that swayed gracefully as she moved. Around her elegant neck hung a delicate golden crystal necklace, exquisite beyond measure. Her beauty was breathtaking, her eyes like lustrous obsidian, her teeth as white as polished shells, and her delicate skin seemed as though it could be shattered by a gentle touch, truly a paragon of beauty. Setting aside her illustrious lineage, Consort Lu's beauty was exceptionally captivating. Even with numerous flower-like newcomers in the palace, none could overshadow her. No wonder she enjoyed unparalleled favor in the harem. Empress Jiang, clad in a regal red phoenix robe that trailed elegantly, was adorned with large clouds embroidered throughout, exuding an air of nobility. Her hair, meticulously styled in a high bun, was crowned with a feathered phoenix tiara. Golden tassels dangled from the phoenix feathers, swaying in the breeze. Her once sharp phoenix eyes, now slightly uplifted at the corners, conveyed an air of dignity and authority befitting an empress. However, despite the evident beauty she possessed when healthy, the pallor of her face, even beneath layers of makeup, could not conceal her illness. Her emaciated figure struggled to fill the splendid robe, resembling a child donning an adult-esque attire, creating a stark contrast to the radiant Consort Lu. In her heart, Shen Zhi'nian mused whether Empress Jiang's numerous misdeeds had led to her current plight. Nevertheless, her actions did not waver as she joined the others in bowing. "Your humble servant pays her respects to the Empress, wishing her eternal longevity. I also pay my respects to the consort, wishing her prosperity and peace." Empress Jiang, a frail and ineffective figure, found no one in the palace who could rival her. Consort Lu, well accustomed to being the favored one, monopolizing the emperor's affections, pondered that on this day of greeting for newcomers, if she could not assert her authority and overshadow the ailing empress, how could the newcomers comprehend that she was destined to be the future matriarch of the harem? With this thought, Consort Lu leisurely took her seat, covering her mouth with a handkerchief as she smiled. "So these are the new sisters who have entered the palace? Please rise." Kunning Palace often felt dreary, permeated by a lingering scent of medicine. With so many fresh, vibrant faces today, surely the empress would be pleased, wouldn't she? Consort Lu particularly emphasized the word healthy. After all, who did not know that the empress was gravely ill and had little time left? It was most taboo to speak of her condition. The newcomers trembled in fear at Consort Lu's audacity. It seemed the rumors were true. She truly regarded the empress with disdain. Jiang Wanning clenched her teeth, her expression darkening instantly. She had always known the purpose behind her family's decision to send her to the palace. She was destined to become the empress. And a mere consort dared to act so presumptuously. Her elder sister was utterly useless. However, she remembered the Duke of Zhenggua's instructions, and despite her frustration, she refrained from expressing it at this moment. A shadow flickered in Empress Jiang's eyes, but she quickly resumed her gentle demeanor. "Not only I, but I believe my sister." The consort would also be pleased to see so many newcomers accompanying His Majesty. Consort Lu, ever the jealous one, let out a cold snort upon hearing this. Subsequently, Empress Jiang maintained an air of maternal grace as she conversed with everyone, further highlighting Consort Lu's pettiness. Noticing the gratitude and reverence reflected in the eyes of several newcomers, Shen Zhi'nian lowered her head, concealing the fleeting mockery that crossed her gaze. Were it not for her memories from a past life, she might have been led to believe that Empress Jiang was indeed an exemplary empress. While Consort Lu's temper was overtly poor, it was not as insidious as Empress Jiang's deep-seated schemes. Suddenly, the jade concubine flicked her handkerchief and, with a knowing smile, remarked, "I have heard that the daughter of the Minister of Justice, though of humble origins, possesses stunning beauty. Moreover, her father has achieved merit, granting her the privilege to participate in the selection. Why not step forward for our admiration?" Shen Zhi'nian's eyes narrowed slightly. This was directed at her. Maintaining her composure, she stepped forward to bow. "Your humble servant, Shen Zhi'nian, pays her respects to the jade concubine. Wishing you peace and prosperity." Chapter 14. The arrogant consort Jiang. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Shen Zhi'nian, especially the newly entered ladies of the court, whose jealousy was evident. They were all newcomers. Why then did Danqiao receive the emperor's special attention? Their own backgrounds were not insignificant, yet they found themselves overshadowed by the daughter of a mere sixth-rank official, which was intolerable. It was no wonder that Yu Pin looked upon Shen Zhi'nian with disdain. They were all of enchanting beauty, and before entering the palace, Shen Zhi'nian's allure was unmatched. However, upon seeing her for the first time, Yu Pin felt a pang of inferiority. Compared to Shen Zhi'nian's innate charm, which was imbued with a hint of purity, her own allure seemed somewhat vulgar. How could Yu Pin possibly bear this? As she absorbed the jealousy in the gazes around her, a subtle smile curled at the corners of Yu Pin's lips as she exclaimed, "Danqiao is indeed a natural beauty. Even as a woman, I find myself utterly captivated. No wonder the emperor regards you with such distinction." Shen Zhi'nian understood all too well that Yu Pin was deliberately sowing discord. Lowering her head, she feigned humility, saying, "I am but a lowly Danqiao. Were it not for the emperor's grace, I would not even qualify to participate in the selection. How could I compare to the beauties of the court? Your words, Yu Pin, leave me utterly flustered." Seeing Shen Zhi'nian's humble demeanor and simple attire, the hostility in the eyes of the others began to wane. Ultimately, it was because she was merely a Danqiao, not a serious contender. Previously, Empress Lu had mentioned to concubine Lu that Danqiao could be her pawn, but concubine Lu dismissed the notion. She valued her position and saw no merit in wasting time on Shen Zhi'nian. In her eyes, a Danqiao without a notable lineage, no matter how alluring, was nothing more than a mere plaything. Her gaze flitted, half smiling, to Jiang Wanning. If anyone in the palace enjoyed the emperor's favor, it was certainly her. Not only was she the biological sister of the empress, but she also entered the palace at the rank of Guerin, destined to be the emperor's favored one. The older ladies of the court feared they would soon become irrelevant. As concubine Lu spoke, her tone grew laced with barely contained coldness. In an instant, Jiang Wanning became the target of everyone's ire. The newcomers, as well as the higher-ranking consorts, regarded her as an enemy. After all, they had served the emperor since their time in the harem. In terms of seniority, they far surpassed this young girl, who would willingly accept being ranked beneath her. Jiang Wanning's family background provided her with ample confidence. Faced with concubine Lu's provocation, she not only stood her ground, but also proudly raised her chin. "Since you are aware that I am the empress's biological sister, you should understand that the emperor holds the empress in high regard, and by extension, he values me." The implication was clear, regardless of concubine Lu's prominence. In the eyes of Empress Jiang, she remained merely a concubine. Concubine Lu's expression darkened instantly. Even Empress Jiang would not dare to undermine her authority, yet here was Jiang Wanning, a mere Guerin, displaying such audacity. The smiles on the faces of the other consorts stiffened, for they too were concubines. Jiang Wanning's words were a direct mockery of them all. The newcomers trembled in fear, lowering their heads in silence. Shen Zhi'nian, however, wore an expression of amusement. This young Guerin was indeed bold. Empress Jiang did not share in the amusement. Instead, she sighed inwardly. Wanning had already offended all the consorts in the palace upon her arrival. Even with the empress's protection, she would face hidden daggers and open hostility. Her prudence was still somewhat lacking. Had it not been for the fact that among the daughters of noble families, only Jiang Wanning was of suitable age, the Duke of Zhenguo would not have sent her to the palace. Weary, Empress Jiang waved her hand and declared, "It is time for me to take my medicine. You may all disperse." The others immediately rose to bow, saying, "May the empress take care of her health. We take our leave." As they exited Kunning Palace, Two newly entered ladies of the court huddled together in hushed conversation. It seems the rumors are true. The Empress's health is indeed poor. Did you see? After just a brief conversation, the weariness on her face was unmistakable. Does this mean the Duke of Zhonghua sent Jiang Guiran to the harem? For before the words could be completed, Jiang Wanning stormed forward, reprimanding. How dare you? What audacity you have to speak ill of the Empress and myself, though their words held truth. Jiang Wanning was concerned for her own dignity and would not allow anyone to publicly question her motives for entering the palace. The two ladies, whose family backgrounds and ranks were inferior to Jiang Wanning's, were caught red-handed and panicked, stammering, "We did not mean it. It was a slip of the tongue. Please forgive us," Jiang Guiran and Jiang Wanning coldly replied. "If I do not teach you a lesson today, you will continue to disregard the Empress's authority. Kneel here for 4 hours." Both ladies, daughters of noble families with delicate skin, would surely suffer on the rough stone path for 4 hours. Their faces turned pale as they pleaded, "We truly understand our mistake. We implore Jiang Guiran to show mercy." Jiang Wanning, seeking to establish her authority as she entered the palace, would not let them off easily. "If you refuse to accept my punishment, do you wish for me to report this to the Empress for her to deal with you?" The two ladies turned ashen, too frightened to resist, and knelt obediently. Jiang Wanning huffed in satisfaction and left with her attendants. This scene did not escape the notice of concubine Lu, who regarded it with disdain. "I thought the Duke of Zhonghua sent someone remarkable to take the place of the Empress. Yet, this fool, who will not survive 3 months in the palace, dares to vie for the position?" One of her trusted eunuchs, Xiao Weizi, mocked. "Jiang Guiran relies solely on her connection to the Empress. Without her backing, she is nothing." Previously, upon hearing that the Duke of Zhonghua intended to send another legitimate daughter to the palace during this selection, concubine Lu had felt a moment of worry. After all, in the entire Great Zhou, only the legitimate daughters of the Duke of Zhonghua could contend with her. Seeing Jiang Wanning's actions, however, she felt reassured. As she turned to her close maid, Cui Zhu, and asked, "Who are those two ladies?" Cui Zhu replied respectfully, "The one in yellow is the daughter of the Ministry of Rights Deputy, Li Changzai. The one in blue is the younger sister of the Vice Minister of the Imperial Household, Zhe Changzai." Concubine Lu casually remarked, "Send a physician to check on them later, and send some gifts from the treasury to comfort them, saying that I am aware of the grievances they suffered today." Chapter 15. The first opportunity of Lu Rian. Upon entering the palace, Cui Zhu understood that Lu Guifei intended to use them to set a trap for Consort Jiang. Indeed, the happenings outside Kunning Palace would not escape the notice of the Empress. The matron in charge, Feng Hua, furrowed her brow and expressed her concerns. "Your Majesty, Consort Jiang's actions have indeed become rather reckless. If this continues, she is bound to suffer greatly. Why not take her aside and offer some guidance?" Empress Jiang removed her splendid phoenix robe and the heavy jewelry, changing into her everyday attire within her own palace, rendering her figure increasingly frail and ghostly, particularly today. As she attended the court assembly, the sight of so many blossoming newcomers only accentuated her impending demise. At this moment, reclining on the beauty couch, she coughed several times. Her complexion pale. "I can protect Wan Ning for a time, yet I cannot shield her for a lifetime. It is better to allow her to experience the perils of the harem while I still possess some strength, so that she may gain insight. Regardless of what transpires, I will always be there to safeguard her. I must prevent a future where my health deteriorates completely, leaving her vulnerable to machinations. Then it would truly be too late." Of course, within Empress Jiang's heart lingered a modicum of selfish desire, although she understood that the honor and disgrace of noble families were paramount. How many could genuinely remain unperturbed when faced with someone sent by their family to supplant them? For the sake of the Guogong's family glory, she would do everything in her power to ensure that Wan Ning ascended to the position of Empress after her death. Yet, before that could happen, Empress Jiang was loath to see Jiang Wan Ning enjoy an easy life. "Ruomei," Lu Rian smiled as she called out to Shen Zhi'nian, "I reside in the right wing of Jingyang Palace, which is on the same path as your Zhongsui Palace. Shall we return together?" Though Shen Zhi'nian was a few months older than Lu Rian, in the harem, rank dictated status, allowing Lu Rian to address her as sister. She surmised Lu Rian's intentions and replied with a gentle smile, "That sounds lovely." On the day of selection, it was Shen Zhi'nian who had prevented Zhao Yunguei from drinking that cup of tea, allowing her to escape calamity. For days, Lu Rian had been uncertain whether Shen Zhi'nian had uncovered anything. However, during the half-month of confinement for selected maidens, Lu Rian could only write letters to test Zhao Yugui's responses. Zhao Yugui, being straightforward and unable to conceal matters, had initially intended to berate Lu Ruyan in her reply. Yet, Zhao Furan advised her that such actions would expose Shen Zhi'nian, as Lu Ruyan might attempt to undermine her upon entering the palace. Thus, Zhao Yugui pretended that nothing had happened and replied to Lu Ruyan's letter. Lu Ruyan, being inherently cautious, despite several attempts at probing, had not detected anything amiss and did not completely lower her guard. Sister Zhao and I have been close friends for many years, and on the day of selection, I felt an instant connection with you, Ruan Mei. I had thought the three of us would live harmoniously together, but alas, Sister Zhao was not selected, a great pity indeed. Ruan Mei, there are no outsiders here. Today, I shall speak to you from the heart. The harem is fraught with danger, and survival is no easy feat as sisters and old acquaintances entering the palace together. We must support one another and look out for each other in this treacherous environment. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan held Shen Zhi'nian's hand, her delicate face displaying utmost sincerity. Isn't it just acting? Who cannot do that? Shen Zhi'nian nodded earnestly, her smile radiating innocence. Sister Lu, I am merely a humble consort. Other palace ladies can easily trample upon me. Especially today in Kuan Ning Palace, I was inexplicably targeted by Lady Yu. To be honest, I was terrified. With Lu Ruyan's words, Shen Zhi'nian felt reassured, knowing she had someone to rely on in the depths of the palace. She could finally breathe easy. Observing Shen Zhi'nian's naivety and the trust reflected in her affectionate gaze, Lu Ruyan leaned towards believing that the events of the selection day were merely coincidental. However, women in the harem were masters of disguise. Lu Ruyan did not lower her vigilance, maintaining the facade of sisterhood. Ruan Mei, you are too modest. We must look out for one another in the future. Shen Zhi'nian smiled and nodded, saying, We have arrived at Zhongsue Palace. Today, as court assembly must have fatigued you, so I shall not keep you any longer. Please visit me at Tingyu Pavilion when you have time. Lu Ruyan gently released her hand. Certainly. After paying her respects to Sun Changzai at Lanwei Pavilion, Shen Zhi'nian returned to Tingyu Pavilion. She dispatched Xia Mingzi and Xiu Yue to attend to their tasks, and entered the inner chamber with Han Dan. Fu Hua entered to report, My lady, this morning, as per your instructions, I granted Chen Hua an opportunity to exploit a loophole. Yet, she remained diligently working in the courtyard, not stepping foot into the inner chamber. Shen Zhi'nian nodded. Continue to monitor them. I shall persist with similar probes. If they harbor any issues, they will inevitably reveal their true colors. Yes, Han Dan and Fu Hua were both aware of the events that transpired on the selection day. With no outsiders present, Han Dan finally could not restrain herself, exclaiming, My lady, Lu Changzai is deeply scheming and ruthless. She must be guarded against. Why do you continue to feign a close sisterly bond with her? Shen Zhi'nian chuckled and shook her head. Silly Han Dan, we are weak in the harem. It is precisely because Lu Ruyan conceals herself so well and employs such fierce tactics that she can be a formidable weapon. For now, she is in the light. While we are in the shadows, who can say who will ultimately outmaneuver whom? Moreover, if we do not act as true sisters, how shall I find an opportunity to catch Lu Ruyan in a misstep? Han Dan nodded, understanding, I see now. Suddenly, Shen Zhi'nian recalled something and instructed, You shall quietly guard the imperial garden. If you see a man dressed as a physician lingering about, return immediately to inform me. Remember, do not alert anyone. Isn't guarding the imperial garden a task for the emperor? Why should my lady guard a physician? Han Dan, though puzzled, did not press further. I shall obey. As expected. By evening, she returned to report that the target had appeared. Shen Zhi'nian immediately rose. Well done, Han Dan. You have worked hard. Stay here and rest at Tingyu Pavilion. Fu Hua, come with me to the imperial garden. On the way, Fu Hua could no longer contain her curiosity. My lady, what are you planning? Shen Zhi'nian smiled mysteriously. Of course, I am seizing Lu Ruyan's first opportunity upon entering the palace. Moreover, that individual will subsequently become my greatest ally within the harem. In her past life, though Shen Zhi'nian had married into the Lu family, she had always kept a foothold within the Shen family. Therefore, she was well aware of the contents of the letters Shen Nanqiao had sent back. There was a physician named Tang Luochuan in the Imperial Medical Department, young yet remarkably skilled. When he first entered the palace, lacking identity and background, he was often ostracized by his colleagues and suffered considerable bullying. To make matters worse, his hometown had experienced a flood, leaving his parents and sister unaccounted for. Chapter 16. Subduing Dr. Tang Luochuan was deeply troubled, feeling powerless due to his lowly status. In his desperation, he wandered the imperial garden day after day, hoping for assistance from a noble patron. Just a few days later, he fortuitously encountered Lu Ruyan, who was there to admire the blossoms. Upon hearing of Tang Luochuan's plight, Lu Ruyan felt a profound sympathy and immediately took action by writing a letter, entrusting it to a close confidant for delivery. With the help of the governor of Yangzhou, Tang Luochuan's family was soon located. Although his father had unfortunately perished, his mother and sister survived. Regardless of Lu Ruyan's motivations, whether out of genuine kindness or a desire to claim Tang Luochuan for herself, the outcome remained unchanged. After that incident, Tang Luochuan revered Lu Ruyan as his true master, willing to risk life and limb in her service. Tang Luochuan, already skilled in medicine, found his career in the Imperial Medical Bureau flourishing with Lu Ruyan as his support, enabling him to accomplish even more for her. Thus began a virtuous cycle. In the harem, having a trustworthy physician was akin to gaining an additional limb. It could be said that Lu Ruyan's eventual rise to the position of virtuous consort was significantly aided by Tang Luochuan's unwavering support. At that time, Shen Nanqiao lamented in a letter, expressing regret that she had not gone to the imperial garden earlier to assist Tang Luochuan. Had she secured such a powerful ally, she would not have found herself isolated in the harem. In this life, Shen Zhi'nian's lips curled into a smile. Apologies, but she intended to intercept this opportunity. Soon, the master and servant arrived at the imperial garden. It was the hour for dinner, and the garden was devoid of other visitors, save for a man dressed as a physician, pacing anxiously back and forth. Fuziu, following Shen Zhi'nian, remarked with a smile, "My lady, you are dining early today. It is perfect for a leisurely stroll in the garden. I have heard that the most exquisite flowers in the capital are cultivated here." Shen Zhi'nian meandered gracefully, holding a round fan, swaying it leisurely as she replied, "Is that so? I shall take a moment to truly appreciate them." Suddenly, Fuziu halted, furrowing her brow as she gazed ahead. "Who are you?" Upon encountering a lady-in-waiting, "Why do you not come forth to pay your respects?" Tang Luochuan, pulled from his reverie, bowed his head respectfully. "I am Tang Luochuan, a physician of the Imperial Medical Bureau, paying my respects to the esteemed lady." Shen Zhi'nian's voice was gentle, her smile warm, appearing very approachable. A physician ranks as a 5th-grade official, while a lady-in-waiting is merely a 7th grade. By rank, you need not bow to me. Please rise. Despite her words, no physician would be foolish enough to debate rank with a royal consort. Tang Luochuan respectfully replied, "Thank you, esteemed lady." Shen Zhi'nian's gaze shifted away from him. "Fuziu, those flowers ahead are quite beautiful. Let us go and take a closer look." To inquire about another's troubles directly would seem overly deliberate. Tang Luochuan was astute. What Shen Zhi'nian desired was his absolute loyalty, and she would not sow the seeds of future discord from the outset. It was far more prudent to have Tang Luochuan approach her in need, thereby maintaining control. Tang Luochuan watched Shen Zhi'nian depart. A look of turmoil etched across his youthful and handsome face. He had experienced the capriciousness of human relationships within the palace and knew all too well that those in power were rarely accommodating, especially in the harem. Even a low-ranking consort could elevate herself with imperial favor, disregarding the plight of an inconsequential physician and the fate of his family. If he were to brazenly seek her aid and faced ridicule, it would be a minor issue. Yet, if he were punished, his parents and sister would truly be lost. Thus, during the past few days, despite encountering many esteemed individuals passing through the garden, he refrained from recklessly disclosing his intentions. However, as the days dragged on, time was growing increasingly unfavorable for his family. The Imperial Medical Bureau was well informed, and he was aware of this lady-in-waiting. Her father was merely a 6th-grade official. Yet she had made a remarkable impression on the emperor during the selection process. They said she was exceptionally naive. From their brief conversation, Tang Luochuan discerned the rumors to be true. This lady-in-waiting was indeed easy to approach. Perhaps this was his last glimmer of hope. Taking a deep breath, he mustered his courage and stepped forward. "Esteemed lady, please wait. I have a request." Shen Zhi'nian's lips curled into a sly smirk. He had taken the bait. As she turned, her enchanting eyes held a hint of surprise and curiosity. Fuziu positioned herself protectively in front of Shen Zhi'nian, regarding Tang Luochuan with suspicion. "As a physician, you should seek assistance from the Imperial Medical Bureau. Why come to Our Lady for help? Surely, you do not harbor ill intentions?" Tang Luochuan knelt on the ground, tears glistening in his eyes as he clasped his hands in supplication. "Esteemed lady, allow me to explain. There are many physicians in the Imperial Medical Bureau. I am but a lowly figure, and even if I encounter difficulties, I cannot voice them there. It is out of sheer desperation that I have sought your assistance. Shen Zhi'nian ceased fanning herself, her gaze softening with sympathy. This, they say a man's knee holds gold, surely. Dr. Tang must be facing a dire situation to kneel before a mere lady-in-waiting. Fuziu, do not be rude. Dr. Tang, please rise. Speak freely. I will certainly assist where I can. Since entering the palace, Tang Luochuan had only encountered exclusion and disdain. This was his first experience of warmth. The kindness of this lady-in-waiting, even if she could not aid him, would be forever cherished in his heart. Thank you, esteemed lady. The Yangtze River has overflowed. My hometown of Jingzhou has recently suffered from flooding, and my parents and sister are missing. I serve in the Imperial Medical Bureau and am bound by imperial decree, unable to leave the capital for long. I have tried numerous times to send someone to Jingzhou to search for my family, but lacking connections and resources, I cannot afford the exorbitant costs. No one wishes to venture into such perilous territory at this time. I beseech you, esteemed lady, to show mercy and assist me in locating my family. I vow to serve you with utmost loyalty henceforth. At this point, Tang Luochuan bowed deeply, striking his forehead against the ground before Shen Zhi'nian. Having read about this incident in Shen Nanqiao's letter in his past life was one thing, but experiencing it firsthand allowed Shen Zhi'nian to profoundly understand why Tang Luochuan was so devoted to Lu Ruyan. After all, to Tang Luochuan, Lu Ruyan had been the only light in his darkest hour. Shen Zhi'nian's eyes glimmered with emotion as she spoke. Your family has faced a natural disaster, and their fates are uncertain. Even hearing this tugs at my heartstrings. I cannot fathom how much worry you must endure, Dr. Tang. As someone with family, I empathize with your plight. Do not worry. I shall write to my father immediately, urging him to send a team to Jingzhou to search for your parents and sister. Chapter 17. The first night of the newcomer Tang Luochuan's eyes brimmed with astonishment, unable to believe that Shen Zhi'nian had truly consented. At this moment, his gaze upon her resembled that of a devotee beholding a deity. The kindness and grace of the gentle master shall forever remain etched in my heart. Shen Zhi'nian sighed. There is no need for gratitude, Tang Tai. I believe anyone receiving such heart-wrenching news would find it impossible to remain indifferent. There is no time to lose. I shall return to Tingyu Pavilion to write a letter to my father. Tang Luochuan gazed at her slender figure, momentarily lost in thought. How could such a pure and kind-hearted person understand that most within the palace are ruthless and cunning, adept at elevating themselves while trampling others? It is precisely this innocence that renders her virtue so rare. At Tingyu Pavilion, Shen Zhi'nian completed her letter and entrusted it to Fuziu, instructing her to discreetly find someone to deliver it outside the palace to her father. Though both were curious as to how Shen Zhi'nian had learned of the happenings in Tang Luochuan's family and why she had specifically sent Han to wait in the imperial garden, they wisely refrained from inquiring further. Han remarked, Tang Tai is indeed fortunate to have encountered the gentle master. You truly possess a benevolent heart. Shen Zhi'nian smiled knowingly. Those who are genuinely pure-hearted do not thrive long in this predatory palace. She questioned her own morality, acknowledging that all her actions stemmed from self-interest. In a certain sense, her relationship with Tang Luochuan was one of mutual benefit. As dusk fell, the newcomers were set to begin their nightly duties. Everyone was eager to discover who would be the first to receive the emperor's favor. Nearly all the newly arrived concubines awaited anxiously. Upon seeing Han standing at the door, eagerly anticipating, Shen Zhi'nian shook her head in resignation. There is no need to wait. Retire early. His Majesty will undoubtedly summon Lady Jiang tonight. Observing her calm demeanor, Han whispered, Aren't you disheartened, gentle master? After all, the women of the harem seek only the emperor's affection. Shen Zhi'nian smiled in silence. With so many women in the harem, none would be truly exceptional. If she were to despair every time the emperor favored another, she would surely drive herself to despair. From the outset, her entrance into the palace was not to pursue the emperor's trivial affections, but to seek a life of luxury and a noble status. Nevertheless, to ascend, one must first gain favor. After Jiang Wanning, she must be the first to serve the emperor. Shen Zhi'nian held this confidence. For the emperor, all newcomers were alike. It depended solely on whom he took notice of. This strategy had been set in motion since the day of the palace selection. As expected, it was not long before news of the emperor summoning Lady Jiang spread throughout the harem. While Shen Zhi'nian slept soundly, others faced a restless night. Everyone understood that, whether for the sake of the Duke of Jingguo's house or out of respect for Empress Jiang, the emperor would show courtesy to Lady Jiang. However, despite knowing this, they still clung to a thread of hope. Yet now, that hope had been utterly dashed. In the right wing of Jingyang Palace, at Elan Pavilion, Lu Ruoyan, freshly bathed and dressed in a simple white garment, delicately watered the potted plants on the table with her slender hands. Xuanmei and Xuanyou, her loyal maids since childhood, were the ones she trusted most within the depths of the palace. "Gentle master, allow me to handle such trifles," Xuanmei suggested. The entire palace knew that whoever received the emperor's favor first would stand out among the newcomers. Yet tonight, it was Lady Jiang who had been favored. "Gentle master, why are you not anxious at all?" Lu Ruoyan set down the watering can, her beautiful, fragile face still exuding calmness. The palace understood that Lady Jiang had triumphed solely through her family background and status, which was hardly significant. The true measure of who had captured the emperor's heart would only become clear tomorrow night. Xuanmei sighed in relief. "You are correct. I have been too hasty. With your beauty, you are bound to be the first to serve the emperor in a meaningful sense." Lu Ruoyan, however, did not share such blind confidence. "Let us not forget the one from Tingyu Pavilion. The emperor's impression of her is undoubtedly deeper than of me." Xuanyou frowned. "The next to serve the emperor will gain an advantage over the others. If Ruo agrees to not serve the emperor tomorrow night, no one among the newcomers can rival you." Sensing the chill in her tone, Lu Ruoyan frowned slightly. "This is the palace, not the outside world. We must not act rashly. If Ruo were to agree and something were to happen, all eyes would be upon me as the next to serve. Instead, it is wiser to remain patient and await the right opportunity." Both Xuanyou and Xuanmei bowed their heads in understanding. "We shall heed your wisdom." In Yongshou Palace, Lu Guifei sat before a copper mirror, gazing at her exquisite reflection. The once arrogant visage now bore a hint of melancholy in her eyes. "Xiao Weizi today? Each of those newcomers is merely 15 or 16 years old. Compared to them, am I not old?" Xiao Weizi hurriedly reassured her. "Of course not. Your Highness is but 22, in the prime of life. How could those common girls compare to you?" Lu Guifei murmured, "The legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jinghua, even if she does not enter the palace as empress, will surely marry into a noble family as a main wife. She cannot be a concubine. Yet I, having fallen deeply in love with the emperor, disregarded my status and dignity, even becoming the target of ridicule in the capital, only to beg my aunt to allow me to marry him as a side consort. I always believed that once the sickly empress passed, I would ascend to the phoenix throne, reclaiming the honor I had endured for so long. Yet the first one favored by the emperor is that wretched Jiang Wanning. Hasn't the empress suppressed me for long enough? Must we now contend with another Lady Jiang?" Xiao Weizi, aware of Lu Guifei's deep affection for the emperor and her disdain for the empress, promptly advised, "Your Highness, do not be angry. Lady Jiang is merely a foolish and arrogant girl. If not for her illustrious family, she wouldn't even have the right to speak to you. The emperor's first favor towards her is merely due to her connections with the Duke of Jinghua and the empress. When it comes to being empress, she cannot possibly compare to you." Lu Guifei's expression lightened slightly, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. "You speak rightly. I must not be outdone by Jiang Wanning. What has become of those two who were punished by her today?" Beside her, Cui Zhu replied respectfully. Li Changzai and Zhou Changzai expressed considerable resentment towards Lady Jiang, believing her to be excessively arrogant due to her family background. "They are most grateful for your kindness and have pledged to serve you faithfully." Chapter 18. Xiaomingzi. The informant, the imperial concubine Lu Guifei, let out a cold snort. Within the palace, stripped of any foundation, it was only natural for them to seek shelter beneath a towering tree, hoping that these two individuals possessed the wits they required. "You shall relay the instructions." The following day, due to her services in the emperor's bedchamber, Jiang Guiran was elevated to the rank of Jiang Pin and granted residence in the esteemed Chuxiu Palace. Given Shen Zhi'nian's current standing, apart from the day of the imperial audience, and after the night spent with the emperor, she was not required to pay her respects in Koan Ning Palace on other days. Seated on the beauty couch, she listened with great interest as Han Dan recounted the latest gossip. Although it was customary for a consort to ascend a rank after her first night with the emperor, many in the harem were still envious of Jiang Pin, particularly Yu Pin. Rumor had it that the sound of porcelain clattering in the palace never ceased, and several palace attendants had been unjustly punished. Shen Zhi'nian smiled lightly. Yu Pin has served the emperor for many years in the secluded palace, enduring countless hardships to finally attain her rank. Naturally, she feels discontented that a newcomer, having just entered the palace, is now on equal footing with her after a single night. Such was the advantage conferred by a prestigious lineage. Not only the other consorts, but even Shen Zhi'nian felt a tinge of envy towards Jiang Weining. However, one's birthright is beyond one's control, yet the path one may tread in the future is subject to one's own choices. Shen Zhi'nian firmly believed that regardless of how fate intertwined their lives, she would ascend to a high position step by step. Han Dan sighed. Among the consorts, Shui Pin displays none of Yu Pin's overt reactions. It is said that her demeanor is perpetually aloof. She neither forms close ties with any consort, nor has she ever caused trouble for anyone. Shen Zhi'nian lowered her gaze. Smiling faintly, Shui Pin may either possess an inherently chilly disposition, wisely preserving her own safety, or perhaps she is lying in wait, biding her time to seize greater opportunities for herself. Fu Xiu inquired curiously, "My lady, which type do you think Shui Pin truly is?" Shen Zhi'nian recalled the women surrounding the emperor in her past life. They were akin to a succession of blooming flowers, some flourishing while others withered. Yet, Shui Pin was a notable exception, having neither received overwhelming favor nor been forgotten by the emperor. Regardless of her true nature, Shui Pin remained a rare intellect within the palace. As long as she posed no threat, Shen Zhi'nian had no intention of provoking her. Han Dan nodded and continued, "My lady, you may not be aware, but when Jiang Pin visited Kunning Palace to pay her respects to the Empress today, she was particularly arrogant, completely disregarding the presence of others. She either mocked those of advanced age or ridiculed those who could not even see the Emperor. It was said that many palace consorts turned green with envy, yet they chose to endure in silence. Shen Zhi'nian was not surprised. Jiang Pin's esteemed lineage, bolstered by the Empress's support and the Emperor's favor, naturally provided her with the audacity to act so brazenly. However, one must remember that pride often invites downfall. Given Jiang Waning's temperament, she would inevitably stumble one day. What would Lu Guifei's reaction be? With her notoriously volatile temper, could she tolerate Jiang Waning's arrogance before her? Han Dan shook her head. "I have heard that the Guifei has remained silent." Shen Zhi'nian's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of understanding flashing within. "It seems a storm is brewing." She instructed, "Ensure that all within Tingyu Pavilion remain vigilant these days, lest any unforeseen incidents occur that may implicate us." Fu Xiu promptly complied. After hearing the gossip, Shen Zhi'nian turned to Han Dan. "I had no idea until now that your information network was so extensive. Where do you acquire all these tidings?" Han Dan giggled, covering her mouth. "My lady, I am but a newcomer to the palace like yourself. Regardless of my capabilities, it is impossible to glean such intricate details without assistance. All of this is the work of Xiao Mingzi." "Oh." Shen Zhi'nian's interest peaked. "Bring Xiao Mingzi in." Soon, Xiao Mingzi entered the inner chamber with his head bowed. "This servant pays his respects to the esteemed lady, wishing you prosperity." "Rise," Shen Zhi'nian commanded. "I hear from Han Dan that the news circulating in the palace today was all procured by you. In the harem, possessing timely information is paramount. You have done well, and thus you shall be rewarded." Han Dan immediately presented a pouch. Xiao Mingzi did not accept it, trembling with apprehension. "To serve my lady is my duty. I dare not claim credit." Shen Zhi'nian's tone bore a hint of authority. "On my first day in the palace, I declared that Tingyu Pavilion would not accommodate treachery. Yet, I shall not slight any loyal servant. You have performed a worthy deed. Thus, you shall be rewarded." With such an example set, both Xiao Mingzi and the others would surely be more diligent in their duties moving forward. "This servant thanks my lady for the reward." Having seized this rare opportunity to catch the lady's attention, Xiao Mingzi grasped the pouch with a broad smile. "To be honest, my lady, I entered the palace at the tender age of 5. While I may lack other skills, I have cultivated some connections within the palace. My lady, do not take offense. This is not boasting. Among the palace attendants, I am known as the informant. As long as it is not a state secret, there is hardly any matter that I cannot uncover." It was rare for servants to boast in front of their masters, and Xiao Mingzi's boldness indicated he possessed some genuine capabilities. Shen Zhi'nian replied, "In that case, you shall be the ears and eyes of Tingyu Pavilion. As long as you serve me diligently, I shall not neglect your contributions." Having already investigated the backgrounds of the 3 individuals assigned to Tingyu Pavilion, she found no cause for concern. Nonetheless, Shen Zhi'nian would never fully trust anyone. Xiao Mingzi immediately knelt, bowing deeply. "This servant is willing to devote himself entirely to my lady, until death." As night fell, Jiang Waning reveled in the myriad benefits bestowed by the emperor's favor, inevitably nurturing greater ambitions. Even if she could not monopolize the emperor, she aspired to outshine all other newcomers. Thus, Jiang Waning personally concocted a bowl of chicken soup and, meticulously timing her actions, delivered it to the Yangxin Palace herself. The entire palace buzzed with the news. Given her esteemed lineage and the emperor's affection for her, everyone believed Jiang Weining would certainly continue to serve the emperor that night. Many harbored deep-seated envy towards her, particularly the newer consorts, who felt utterly resentful. Each day that Jiang Weining occupied the emperor's attentions meant an additional day of delay for them in receiving his favor. With so many women vying for the emperor's affections, the longer this persisted, the more likely they would be forgotten altogether. Yet, there was little they could do about Jiang Weining, save for silently gritting their teeth. Shen Zhi'nian remained composed as she absorbed the news relayed by Xiaomingzi. She shed her garments and reclined upon the beauty couch, allowing Han Dan and Fuziu to massage her with gardenia oil. While beauty alone would not ensure longevity in the harem, it must be acknowledged that it served as the entry ticket for all women vying for the emperor's favor. To ascend to a position of power, one must undoubtedly strive for excellence. Chapter 19. Shen Zhi'nian attends to the emperor. Noticing Han Dan's distraction, Shen Zhi'nian chuckled softly. Silly girl, do not worry. His Majesty will not favor Jiang Pin tonight. Do not let yourself be flustered. Curiously, Fuziu inquired, How do you know, my lady? Han Dan, returning to her senses, wore a look of pride. Of course, it is because our esteemed lady is so extraordinarily beautiful. How could she possibly be overshadowed by Jiang Pin? Perhaps His Majesty is yearning for our lady, and tonight he will surely summon her. Shen Zhi'nian shook her head with a smile. I am not so vain as to think that way. If one were to believe oneself uniquely favored in the emperor's heart from the outset, such delusions would lead to one's demise. Shen Zhi'nian's confidence stemmed from the understanding that Nangong Xianyu was unlike any emperor of the past. He was an ambitious ruler who could not tolerate the erosion of his power. His past actions, first dismantling the Duke of State's household and then targeting the Duke of Stability's, illustrated this clearly. Although the timing was not yet ripe and he needed to grant face to the Duke of State's family, he would not allow the Jiang family to produce another empress. Nor would he permit Jiang Wanning to gain undue influence in the harem. As Shen Zhi'nian had anticipated, matters unfolded accordingly. In the Yangxin Palace, Nangong Xianyu was acutely aware of the intrigues within the harem. Watching the chicken soup presented by the eunuchs, he understood the intentions behind Jiang Wanning's maneuvers. With the empress gravely ill and Lu Guifei wielding immense power in the palace, he needed to support someone from the Duke of State's family to maintain equilibrium against the Duke of Stability. However, this did not mean he would allow others to dictate his affections. He had little tolerance for women who sought to unsettle him. Jiang Wanning, emboldened by her favored status, piqued his irritation. There are enough imperial chefs in the palace. Must I rely on a concubine for my meals? Send her away. Yes. Li Changda, the chief eunuch, knew the emperor's temperament was notoriously capricious. He had witnessed too many favorites who, basking in their favor one day, could provoke the emperor's ire over trivial matters the next and be utterly cast aside. Yet, the palace also held instances of women who had fallen from grace and regained the emperor's favor. Truly astute palace attendants never burned their bridges completely. In addressing Jiang Wanning, Li Changda maintained a courteous demeanor. Jiang Pin, His Majesty is currently reviewing memorials and cannot spare the time to indulge in your gestures. Please return for now. Jiang Wanning bit her lip, a flicker of resentment crossing her gaze. Yet she dared not act out in the Yangxin Palace and could only leave in a huff. Immediately, she coldly commanded a nearby maid. Keep an eye on who His Majesty favors tonight. I must know which little harlot has ensnared his heart. Yes, my lady. Several young eunuchs knelt before the dragon table, bearing trays adorned with green placards. Li Changda bent slightly, respectfully stating, Your Majesty, it is time to select. According to custom, the names of newcomers were placed at the forefront. Nangong Xianyu set aside the memorials, casting a glance at the names, most of which left little impression on him. However, he distinctly remembered one particular beauty from the day of the palace selection. Though she possessed an innate charm, she seemed oblivious to her allure and presented herself with a striking innocence. Little did she know, her earnest demeanor only heightened her appeal. When the empress and he deliberated on the ranks of the newcomers, she was the only one who captured his attention, embodying an enchanting softness. Initially, he contemplated bestowing her the title of charming. Yet he deemed it too overt and feared the whispers of the old courtiers who might accuse him of being ensnared by beauty. Ultimately, he settled on the designation gentle. Nangong Xianyu raised his hand, flipping over the green placard inscribed with the word gentle. In the listening rain pavilion, a young eunuch approached respectfully. I bring greetings from His Majesty. Congratulations, for tonight, His Majesty has favored you. Prepare yourself, as the Phoenix chariot will soon arrive to escort you to the Yangxin Palace. Shen Zhi'nian rewarded the young eunuch generously. The palace attendants within the listening rain pavilion buzzed with excitement. Congratulations, my lady. Best wishes, my lady. Chunhua and Shuyue were elated yet anxious. Their future hinged on their lady's fortune. Since their lady was favored, it boded well for their own prospects. However, Fuziu and Handan, being the lady's trusted companions from home, felt a mix of pride and determination. Even Xiaoming had captured their lady's attention, while they still felt like outsiders. They resolved to work even harder to elevate their status. While Shen Zhi'nian could not guarantee that the emperor would call for her, her intuition suggested a high likelihood. Handan, prepare my attire. Handan, beaming, retrieved the most exquisite jewelry from Shen Zhi'nian's dressing table. Do not worry, my lady. I will adorn you so beautifully that His Majesty will be captivated at first sight. Shen Zhi'nian shook her head. No, dress me simply, with minimal makeup. On the day of the palace selection, it was my pure appearance that left an impression on the emperor. Such an important occasion must not stray from that. Furthermore, before a concubine attends to the emperor, a bath and change of garments are customary. Though the attending maids would assist with touch-ups, overly thick makeup would ultimately be unappealing. Handan, though unaware of the subtleties, obediently replied, yes. Word of this news spread throughout the harem, igniting jealousy in countless hearts, both openly and covertly. Jiang Pin, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of State, was already esteemed. Her precedence was expected. Yet, how could a mere sixth-rank concubine like Gentle ascend to such heights? Particularly Jiang Wanning, who, upon hearing this report, crumpled several handkerchiefs in frustration. His Majesty has rejected me, only to favor an inconsequential concubine? Everyone in the palace will surely revel in my humiliation. It is all that wretched girl's fault. I shall remember her. Unperturbed by these machinations, Shen Zhi'nian remained blissfully ignorant. From the moment she chose to enter the palace, vying for favor was inevitable. With affection comes envy. One must simply defend against it. Once she was properly adorned, Shen Zhi'nian entered the Phoenix chariot, making her way slowly to the Yangxin Palace. Sun Changzai stood at the entrance, watching from a distance, her envy nearly spilling over. She had only served the emperor a few times in the past, and since his ascension, he had never called for her, let alone visited her in the Jiaihua Pavilion. Though I hold the title of regular attendant, I have never known the feeling of sitting in a Phoenix chariot. Truly, Gentle is fortunate. Indeed. If she lacked potential, why would I invest so much to befriend her? In her final remarks, a hint of uncontainable jealousy seeped through Sun Changzai's tone. Zhu quickly reassured her, my lady, it is a good thing that Gentle has garnered favor. This means when His Majesty visits the Zhongsui Palace, you may have hope as well. Chapter 20. Arousing the emperor's curiosity, Sun Changzai nodded slightly, her gaze gradually becoming resolute. You are right. Even if all the women in the palace envy Roding, I still wish her well. At the very least, it was so before she gained the emperor's favor and trampled upon Roding. Shen Zhi'nian arrived first at the side hall of the Yangxin Palace, attended by palace maids as she bathed, and then dressed in the delicate attire for the emperor's bedchamber. Waiting upon the main hall's couch. Unlike other consorts who felt anxious and uneasy during their first night, Shen Zhi'nian remained remarkably composed. After all, the emperor had numerous concubines, and her soul was not a blank slate. In her previous life, Shen Zhi'nian had made a pact with Liu Jianglin on the night of their wedding. She would assist him in ascending the ranks, and in return, he would not take a second wife. It was not out of jealousy or possessiveness over Liu Jianglin. Shen Zhi'nian simply wished to prevent others from reaping the rewards of her labor without cost. Upon realizing her capabilities, Liu Jianglin readily agreed. Yet, as his status rose, so too did the influx of concubines into his inner court. These women resembled quails before Shen Zhi'nian, and she had little interest in managing them. Furthermore, she believed the issue lay with Liu Jianglin, who had broken his promise. However, confronting him would not improve her own situation as his wife. After all, the Liu family had fallen, and how could she enjoy the luxurious life of a first-rank noblewoman without the trappings of wealth and numerous servants? Thus, Shen Zhi'nian decided to take matters into her own hands, discreetly keeping several handsome and perceptive young men to serve her. When Liu Jianglin first discovered this, he was naturally furious and accused her of being unfaithful. She coldly retorted that everything he possessed was gained through her efforts. Why was it acceptable for him to break their agreement and surround himself with concubines while she could not indulge in her own desires? Liu Jianglin was left speechless. Furthermore, in the political arena, he was utterly reliant on Shen Zhi'nian's guidance, forcing him to swallow his anger. From then on, they played the roles of a loving couple in public while pursuing their own interests privately, each remaining uninvolved in the other's affairs. Reflecting on those moments, Shen Zhi'nian couldn't help but lament that the young men she had kept were not only exceptionally beautiful but also pure-hearted when they served her, providing her with great comfort. She wondered if the emperor would ultimately disappoint her in comparison. After his bath, Nanqiao Xuanyu entered the inner chamber, only to find a beauty seated upon the couch, lost in thought. Unlike the other consorts who were anxious and fearful during their first night, she intrigued him with her calm demeanor each time they met. What could his beloved be pondering so deeply? Though Shen Zhi'nian was not an official consort, any woman favored by the emperor could be referred to as such. Regaining her composure, Shen Zhi'nian could not possibly admit that she was contemplating the emperor's prowess in the bedroom. Instead, she coyly remarked, "Your Majesty, I was wondering why you have yet to arrive at such a late hour." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled innocently, gazing up at Nanqiao Xuanyu with an air of purity and innocence. Yet, her alluring aura and the way her attire subtly revealed her beauty was enough to drive any man to madness. Nanqiao Xuanyu was not a man overly enamored with women. Yet at this moment, he felt a tightening in his throat as he approached Shen Zhi'nian. "Oh, is my beloved anxious for my arrival?" Most noble women who could enter the palace were usually modest and demure. Even if they were eager, they would never utter such bold words. Nor would anyone dare complain about the length of time he took with his official duties. Nanqiao Xuanyu sensed that she was deliberately teasing him. Strangely enough, he found himself rather enjoying this feeling. Shen Zhi'nian blinked, her innocent face flushing with color as she feigned surprise. "Your Majesty, what on earth are you thinking? I merely meant to express my concern for your well-being, given that you have been so busy with state affairs." Her tone was playful as she chided. "You have twisted my words, Your Majesty." By the end of her statement, her face was flushed crimson. Men often relish the challenge of pulling virtuous women into their world while simultaneously desiring the purity of those who captivated them. It must be said, Shen Zhi'nian had expertly ensnared the heart of Nanqiao Xuanyu. He had never encountered a woman like her born with an innate allure yet appearing blissfully naive, inciting a primal urge within him to tease her and witness her radiant glow. Nanqiao Xuanyu sat beside Shen Zhi'nian, drawing her into his embrace, his tone gentle yet imbued with the innate authority of an emperor. "No one in this world dares to call me wicked. My beloved possesses quite the audacity." Were it any other consort, such words would have them trembling in fear, instantly losing his interest. However, Shen Zhi'nian understood that the emperor did not favor overly obedient or timid women, which emboldened her to speak so freely. She retorted, "It was clearly Your Majesty who misinterpreted my words and jested with me. Now you turn the tables." Realizing she could not win against him, she playfully suggested, "Then please, Your Majesty, do punish me for my supposed transgressions." Feeling the warmth emanating from Shen Zhi'nian, Nanqiao Xuanyu found himself increasingly captivated. How could I be so cruel as to punish my beloved, who shows such concern for me? Upon entering, he had been greeted by the delicate fragrance of gardenias, and he pondered the source of such a scent. Though it was mid-September and the season for gardenias had long passed, the fragrance wafting from her was enchanting. In the palace, the finest things thrived. Even at this time of year, gardenias bloomed in the warm conservatories, reserved solely for the highest-ranking consorts. A mere favored attendant like Shen Zhi'nian would not have access to such luxury. Thus, Nanqiao Xuanyu's curiosity was piqued once more by the woman in his arms. When a man finds himself repeatedly intrigued by a woman, it marks the beginning of his descent into obsession. Shen Zhi'nian had intentionally chosen this fragrance, fully aware that the emperor's heart could never be genuine. She was far from naive enough to yearn for his sincere affection. Yet, if he granted her ample favor, she would obtain what she desired, and she was determined to put in the effort. "Your Majesty," she began, "I have always cherished the company of fresh flowers within my chamber. I gather them when they bloom, extracting their essence through ancient methods. While the blossoms may wither, their fragrance lingers. A natural enchantress, she spoke with enthusiasm about her interests, and the alluring scent that accompanied her was irresistible to any normal man." Nanqiao Xuanyu swallowed hard, his gaze deepening as he studied Shen Zhi'nian. Chapter 21. "My dearest, His Majesty truly dotes on you." The night wore on, and Shen Zhi'nian finally grasped the answer to the question that had initially piqued her curiosity. Nanqiao Xuanyu was not only capable but remarkably so. In the end, it was she who faltered, whimpering like a small kitten, "Your Majesty, spare me, please." Little did she know that her tear-filled eyes and alluring gaze only served to further ignite Nanqiao Xuanyu's passion. The Yangxin Palace shattered all previous conventions, requiring 3 rounds of water before tranquility returned. By that time, Shen Zhi'nian lacked even the strength to move a finger, lying against Nangang Xuanyu's chest, her long, dark hair cascading around her like a sireness allure. With a voice trembling from exhaustion and a hint of unnoticeable grievance, she murmured, "Your Majesty, you bully me." In Nangang Xuanyu's deep-set eyes gleamed a hint of satisfaction. His mood was surprisingly buoyant. "Oh, my beloved, do enlighten me. How have I bullied you?" Shen Zhi'nian's delicate face flushed crimson as she huffed and rose. "Your Majesty knows well." Before him stood a woman who had just begun to experience his affections, her body marked by his presence. The stark whiteness of her skin rendering the evidence all the more striking. Her eyes, brimming with moisture, exuded the charm of womanhood intertwined with the shyness of youth. The seductive aura radiating from her was more potent than before. She was likely unaware of the extent of her allure. Nangang Xuanyu's gazed deepened further. She was a natural enchantress. According to palace rules, consorts were not permitted to stay overnight after serving the emperor. Shen Zhi'nian stifled the soreness in her legs, donned her attire, and gracefully bowed. "Your Majesty, I must take my leave." Nangang Xuanyu was not a soft-hearted emperor, yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt a twinge of reluctance at the sight of Shen Zhi'nian's delicate form, contemplating the notion of asking her to remain. Ultimately, however, he refrained from voicing such a request. He could shower affection upon the women of his harem, but he would never compromise the rules for any one of them. No one would be an exception. "My beloved, you have worked hard tonight. Rest well tomorrow. There is no need to pay your respects to the empress." His tone was gentle. Had any other consort received such care, they would likely be moved to tears. Yet Shen Zhi'nian was ever cautious, her mind now fully alert. She understood that Nangang Xuanyu was testing her, gauging whether she would become arrogant like Jiang Wanning, who had grown complacent in her favor. He despised overly compliant women, yet he equally loathed those who disregarded decorum. Should she forget her place so soon after gaining his affection, she might find herself devoid of any favor in the future. The harem was rife with women who, one moment, basked in favor, only to lose it in the next. The will of the emperor was unpredictable, and his heart as profound as a chasm. This was the nature of a ruler. Shen Zhi'nian bowed once more, her demeanor respectful. "Your Majesty, I understand your kindness towards me, yet the rules must not be overlooked. Should I disregard the empress, having just received your favor? Would that not betray your goodwill?" A flicker of satisfaction crossed Nangang Xuanyu's gaze. He appreciated women who were perceptive, yet he had no patience for foolishness. Shen Zhi'nian did not disappoint him. "You are a sensible one. As long as you remain compliant and do not covet what is not yours, I will cherish you." Shen Zhi'nian smirked inwardly. The truly compliant women had long been forgotten by him. They could not survive in the harem. Moreover, being unambitious would render her existence meaningless. She desired a higher position, and she wished to capture his heart as well. The game was on. Whoever exhibited superior skill and cunning would prevail, concealing her ambition. Shen Zhi'nian's smile grew increasingly innocent and harmless, radiating complete dependence on Nangang Xuanyu. "I will heed your wishes, Your Majesty." With her beauty, she could easily become a captivating temptress, yet she chose to present herself as utterly unassuming. Nangang Xuanyu felt as if a feather had gently brushed against his heart. "Li Changda, escort the gentle one back." Not only Li Changda but all the attendants outside were taken aback. As the chief steward, he embodied the emperor's dignity. Never had a consort been granted such honor after serving the emperor. It seemed this gentle one held a significant place in the emperor's heart, her prospects undoubtedly promising. "As you command." Li Changda, sensing Shen Zhi'nian's exceptional nature, adopted an even more respectful gesture. "My lady, I shall escort you back. Your servant takes her leave." Shen Zhi'nian performed a courtesy to Nangang Xuanyu, and upon stepping out of the Yangxin Palace, she nodded slightly to Li Changda. "Thank you, masterly." Li Changda hastily replied, "I am unworthy. To speak candidly, having served by the emperor's side for many years, I have never witnessed him show such concern for any lady." Shen Zhi'nian's face bore a blush, yet her heart remained unfazed. If he truly valued her, why not allow her to stay in the Yangxin Palace? The emperor simply fancied her body and found her somewhat agreeable, granting her a fleeting sense of novelty. It hardly constituted genuine affection, let alone love. Moreover, this novelty had yet to reach the extent of warranting an exception for her. Shen Zhi'nian would not be blinded by this superficial favor. Nevertheless, it mattered not. A skilled hunter often masqueraded as prey, possessing ample patience. She merely needed to seize upon Nangong Xuanyu's fleeting interest to scheme for more. Soon, the Fingwan Chunin carriage arrived at the Zhongsui Palace. Han Dan and the others had long awaited her return and rushed forward to pay their respects. "Congratulations, my lady. May you find fortune." Shen Zhi'nian gestured for them to rise, and then indicated for Futyu to present a pouch to Li Changde. "Master Li, please accept this small token of gratitude for your hard work." As the chief steward, many sought to curry favor with Li Changde, including numerous consorts from the harem. Accepting silver represented a bond of goodwill. Thus, Li Changde was discerning about whose gifts he accepted. Recognizing the emperor's unique regard for this gentle one, he graciously accepted the pouch. "Thank you, my lady. The emperor awaits my service, so I shall take my leave." Shen Zhi'nian nodded. "Safe travels, master." Upon entering the Tingyu Pavilion, the attendants had already prepared warm water. Shen Zhi'nian, attended by Han Dan and Futyu, bathed, fatigue weighing heavy upon her. Seeing the bruises upon her skin brought tears to Han Dan's eyes. "My lady, the emperor truly lacks compassion for you." Shen Zhi'nian closed her eyes and waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing serious. My skin is merely pale, making it appear worse than it is. In truth, tonight, I sensed that Nangong Xuanyu had exercised considerable restraint. Otherwise, my waist might have truly suffered." Chapter 22. Roshang's promotion. Gazing at Shen Zhi'nian's exquisite form, Fu Yu smiled and remarked, "Your Highness, with your enchanting beauty and delicate grace, you are a natural seductress. It is only natural to receive the emperor's favor." Yet, Shen Zhi'nian was lost in thought. While it is true that men are invariably drawn to beauty, such a lure serves merely as a ticket to vying for affection. However, beauty wanes and love diminishes. She must secure a place in Nangong Xuanyu's heart before the novelty of her presence fades. In the Yangqin Palace, seeing that Nangong Xuanyu had yet to retire, Li Changde respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, I have safely escorted Raoshang back to Zhongsui Palace." "Raoshang?" Li Changde swiftly chastised himself. Smiling apologetically, "Forgive my foolishness. Raoshang has already shared the emperor's bed and, by protocol, should be promoted to a position of honor." Nangong Xuanyu suddenly recalled that both during the selection and in their intimate encounter, Shen Zhi'nian's attire had been remarkably simple. After all, as the daughter of a minor official, she had no qualifications to compete with the affluent daughters of noble families. A sense of pity stirred within him. "Go to my private treasury and select some appropriate jewelry for her. Have it sent to Tingyu Pavilion tomorrow." The rewards for palace promotions are typically standardized by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The emperor is willing to draw from his own treasury for Raoshang? Li Changde was still reeling from the shock when he heard Nangong Xuanyu pause and add, "I recall there are a few pots of blooming gardenias in the warm room of the flower house. Send those to her as well." The intoxicating fragrance of gardenias, akin to a melodious poem, exudes an elegant and ethereal quality, perfectly suited to that young lady. Emperors are often indulgent, and they spare no expense for those who bring them joy. I shall obey. Gardenias in bloom during this season are indeed a rarity. It seems Raoshang holds more significance in the emperor's heart than I initially imagined. Li Changde resolved silently to show Raoshang more respect in the future. The following morning, Li Changde entered Tingyu Pavilion bearing the imperial decree and a flow of rewards. As a fellow resident of the palace, Sun Changzai also emerged to kneel and welcome. "By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Raoshang Shen, with her gentle and dignified demeanor, has served well in the emperor's chamber, and I am greatly pleased. As of today, she is promoted to the rank of a regular 6th-grade consort. Thus it is decreed. Raoshang, receive the decree." Shen Zhi'nian, accompanied by the servants of Tingyu Pavilion, expressed her gratitude. "I accept the decree. Long live the emperor." Immediately, Han Dan and Fu Yu, at her behest, rewarded Li Changde and all the eunuchs who had delivered the gifts. Li Changde grinned, "Congratulations, Raoshang. The emperor has been thinking of you. Noticing your modest attire, he instructed me to select several sets of headpieces from the treasury that befit your rank. Additionally, these pots of blooming gardenias have been nurtured with great care to prolong their blooming period. Previously, when the noble Yujin wished for them, the emperor did not grant permission. However, knowing of your fondness for the fragrance of gardenias, he commanded me to bring them all to you. I have never witnessed the emperor hold any consort in such high regard." The servants in Tingyu Pavilion were overjoyed, genuinely happy for their young mistress. Shen Zhi'nian wore an expression of perfectly measured surprise and gratitude, yet her heart felt a twinge of melancholy. The emperor's wealth extends across the realm, and to him, These gifts are but trifles, yet they inspire deep gratitude and loyalty from his consorts. In her quest for longevity in the imperial court, it is paramount not to merely vie for affection, but to safeguard one's own heart. Once one falls in love with the emperor, there is no turning back. However, in her past life, upon marriage, she had to expend her dowry to support the Liu family, living in perpetual hardship. The emperor treats her infinitely better than Liu Jianglin ever did, displaying a generosity that knows no bounds. Sun Changzai stood in the courtyard, her emotions tangled. She had approached Shen Zhi'nian to exploit her favor with the emperor, hoping to draw the emperor's attention to herself. Yet, witnessing Shen Zhi'nian's rise in favor ignited a flicker of jealousy and bitterness within her. Regardless, to ensure her plan's success, Sun Changzai stifled her feelings and, after Li Changde departed, forced a smile as she approached. "Congratulations, Sister Raoshang. From our first meeting, I knew your beauty would surely captivate the emperor." With the addition of these pots of gardenias, the entire Zhongshui palace was suffused with fragrance. Sister Raoshang is indeed fortunate. Though both Sun Changzai and Shen Zhi'nian now held the same rank, Shen Zhi'nian's title elevated her half a level above. According to palace etiquette, she naturally had to address her as sister. Shen Zhi'nian smiled. "Sister Sun, please do not jest. During my initial days in the palace, I owe much to your kindness. Come, have some of these gardenias moved to Lanwei Pavilion." Sun Changzai was taken aback. This was a unique favor bestowed by the emperor, and Raoshang was willing to share half with her. Initially, she had resolved to use Shen Zhi'nian as a stepping stone, believing her beauty and innocence would be easily manipulated. Yet, seeing Shen Zhi'nian extend her genuine heart to her, so unguarded, Sun Changzai's emotions grew increasingly complex. "Thank you, Sister Raoshang." Unbeknownst to her, Shen Zhi'nian merely believed that while flowers bloom year after year, they cannot compare to the value of gold and silver. When she entered the palace, the Shen family had given her most of their modest fortune, but with her father being a mere sixth-grade official, their wealth was scant. In the palace, whether managing affairs, rewarding servants, or requesting additional dishes from the imperial kitchen, silver was always required. Shen Zhi'nian found herself in need. Though gardenias are fragrant, they cannot be exchanged for money, making them perfect for creating goodwill. It is getting late. I must prepare to pay my respects to Her Majesty, the Empress. We shall converse more another day. Take care. Sister Raoshang. Sun Changzai curtsied, watching Shen Zhi'nian's slender figure retreat, her gaze growing resolute once more. In the imperial court, lacking the emperor's favor means one cannot survive. Thus, Raoshang should not blame her for using her as a stepping stone. At worst, should Raoshang encounter troubles in the future, she would offer help if she could. Once in Tingyu Pavilion, with no outsiders present, Han Dan, Fu Yu, Xiao Mingzi, and Chunhua, Xu Yue, all knelt respectfully before Shen Zhi'nian. "Congratulations, Your Highness, on your promotion to Raoshang. We wish you a future as bright as brocade and blessings that endure." Shen Zhi'nian was in good spirits, smiling as she replied, "Currently, I have little silver on hand, so the servants of Tingyu Pavilion shall receive a month's wages as a reward. As long as you remain loyal to me, I shall not treat you poorly in the future." The others understood that this proclamation meant she regarded them as family, and they immediately responded with respect. "Thank you, Your Highness. We swear our loyalty to you." Chapter 23. Jiang Wanning's deception. After all, the emperor's affection for the young mistress was evident to all present. Even though she currently held the position of a mere regular consort, her future was boundless, and they certainly had to present their best selves. "All right, everyone, rise," Shen Zhi'nian commanded. "Fujiu, please register the gifts sent by the emperor according to the usual practice and store them in the treasury." Han Dan hesitated, saying, "My lady, these headpieces are too exquisite. They were taken from the emperor's private collection and personally delivered by Eunuch Li. Surely, there will be no issue with them. Today marks your first visit to Kuan-Ning Palace after attending to the emperor. Why not wear them? Treasures that the emperor collects are, undoubtedly, of the finest quality. The craftsmanship and value of these stunning headpieces are remarkable, and they cannot be purchased, even with wealth. Only royal family members are entitled to adorn themselves with such items. This is a symbol of status." Shen Zhi'nian's gaze swept over the beautiful pieces, quietly admiring them. She had entered the palace to indulge in a life of luxury and could not remain perpetually plain. However, the timing was not yet right. At the very least, Nan Gongxian, you found her current appearance pleasing, did he not? Put them away. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. Yes, Han Dan replied as she styled Shen Zhi'nian's hair, while Xiao Mingzi shared the latest news. "My lady, The emperor summoned you last night. And it seems the Shu Xiu palace erupted in fury. Concubine Jiang believes the emperor did not see her for your sake. Given her temperament, she will surely make things difficult for you when she visits Kunning Palace today. Han Dan furrowed her brow. The emperor's affections cannot be swayed by anyone else. Who he favors is beyond others' influence. To suggest that concubine Jiang would trouble the young mistress over this is simply unreasonable. Shen Zhi'nian smiled lightly. Did you not notice? That concubine Jiang is inherently unreasonable. Han Dan looked at her with concern. My lady, what shall we do? After all, even if you have been promoted, you are still just a regular consort, 2 ranks lower than concubine Jiang. Not to mention, she has the support of the empress. Shen Zhi'nian dismissed her worries. Do not let her occupy your thoughts. In my past life, Jiang Wanning was nothing but foolishness. Her arrogance in the harem stemmed only from the protection of Empress Jiang. After the empress passed away, even before the Duke of Zhengguo's estate fell, she was taken down by someone. Once finished with her grooming, Shen Zhi'nian glanced at the gardenia flowers on the windowsill. Pick the most splendid bloom and bring it to me to adorn my hair. Fujiu advised, my lady. While gardenias are the only white flowers permitted on the head and chest in common society, the palace maintains strict decorum. Wearing white flowers may be inappropriate. Shen Zhi'nian smirked mischievously. How else shall I provide concubine Jiang an opportunity to act out? She did not fear Jiang Wanning, but would not allow herself to be bullied. Fujiu instantly grasped Shen Zhi'nian's intent. Understood. The flower was large and white, complementing the young mistress's complexion beautifully. Today, Shen Zhi'nian took Xiaomingzi, Fujiu, and Chunhua with her, while leaving Han Dan to guard the listening rain pavilion with Zhiyue. Upon reaching Kunning Palace, many had already arrived. The news of Shen Zhi'nian being escorted back by Li Changde after serving the emperor had spread throughout the harem, an unprecedented honor. The other consorts regarded her with unfriendly eyes, filled with envy and jealousy, particularly Jiang Wanning. If looks could kill, Shen Zhi'nian would have been riddled with wounds. She touched the gardenia in her hair, smiling innocently. If they chose not to provoke her, all would remain well, but should anyone seek their own demise? She was no soft target. Soon, Empress Jiang and Noble Consort Lu arrived, surrounded by a throng of palace attendants, prompting everyone to stand and pay their respects. Long live the Empress. Long live the Noble Consort. Empress Jiang maintained a gracious and composed smile. Sisters need not be overly formal. Please rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Shen Zhi'nian noticed that Empress Jiang's complexion seemed worse than their last encounter, her face heavily painted to mask a more rigid expression. With her illness so severe, one would expect her to rest and recuperate, yet she insisted on maintaining the daily audience with the consorts. Was she not torturing herself? Perhaps, the more ill she became, the more she clung to her power, seeking solace through the daily homage of the concubines. As Shen Zhi'nian pondered this, she heard the empress's gentle voice. Ra, as a reward for your service to the emperor last night, you shall be granted a reward. From now on, you must diligently fulfill your duties, serving the emperor and helping our dynasty flourish with heirs. The concubines who bore heirs had all been secretly favored by Empress Jiang. Naturally, Shen Zhi'nian would not voice this thought, bowing gracefully. This concubine will remember your majesty's teachings. Noble Consort Lu shot Shen Zhi'nian a cold glance, disdain evident in her expression. Just a seductive little minx, nothing more than a plaything. However, Noble Consort Lu was more wary of Jiang Wanning, dismissing Shen Zhi'nian as insignificant. Jiang Wanning had been seething with anger since the previous night, and, upon seeing the gardenia atop Shen Zhi'nian's head, found her opportunity to strike. How audacious, Ruo! To approach the empress while daring to wear an inauspicious white flower upon your head. Are you deliberately cursing the empress? Had it been anyone else, they would not have dared to be so brazen in Kunning Palace, but everyone knew Jiang Wanning was an exception. Sure enough, the empress's expression darkened. Already unwell, she was particularly averse to such things, and white items were rarely present in Kunning Palace. How could a mere regular consort possess such audacity? Yusher, who also favored the fragrance of gardenias, had long coveted the few blooming pots in the warm room. The news of Nangong Xianyu gifting them to Shen Zhi'nian had not yet spread through the harem. Yusher assumed Shen Zhi'nian had taken the flower without permission. However, this accusation could wait. A flicker of coldness passed through Yusher's eyes as she joined in. Your Majesty, Ruo has just been promoted and dares to disrespect you. This is utterly unacceptable. In my opinion, she should be severely punished as a warning to others. Otherwise, others may follow her example, and the harem would descend into chaos. Those eager to curry favor with Jiang Wanning chimed in. This concubine agrees. Jiang and Yushi are correct. Ruo has committed a grave offense and must be demoted. No. I believe she should be sent to the cold palace for her insolence. As Jiang Wanning listened to the collective condemnation of Shen Zhi'nian, a glint of malice flickered in her eyes. Chapter 24. Demoted to a noble lady, this wretched woman dares to vie for the emperor's favor, naturally. I shall seize every opportunity to crush her. Yet, there are astute individuals who discern that the gardenia atop Shen Zhi'nian's head is remarkably fresh, evidently just plucked. Given the distance from the warm house to the listening rain pavilion, it is clear that one cannot return without missing the appointed time for greetings. Moreover, due to Shen Zhi'nian's rank, she cannot enter the imperial garden's warm house, which undoubtedly harbors secrets unknown to others. Thus, they wisely remain silent. Shen Zhi'nian explained, Your Majesty. Esteemed Empress Jiang, though the gardenia is white, it symbolizes joy and is regarded as a harbinger of good fortune. I harbor no intention of cursing the Empress. On the contrary, I believe that the affection the Empress bestows upon us is as sincere and pure as the gardenia adorning my hair. Lu Guifei scoffed. What a clever tongue you possess. However, she delighted in the discord that ensued between Empress Jiang and Jiang Wanning, eager to watch the unfolding drama. Unexpectedly, Shui Pin, who had remained aloof, spoke up. I hail from Liqing, where both the nobility and common folk alike cherish gardenias. While white flowers are generally unsuitable for adornment, gardenias are indeed an exception. A flicker of surprise crossed Shen Zhi'nian's eyes. She had not anticipated that the typically distant Shui Pin would come to her defense. The women of the harem often encounter the emperor in the imperial garden and are familiar with the common flowers. How could they not recognize that Shen Zhi'nian and Shui Pin were speaking the truth? As Shen Zhi'nian eloquently defended herself, Jiang Wanning persisted. You dare to extol a flower of ill omen, turning black into white. But those present are not blind. It is not your place to distort the truth. By openly wearing a white flower to pay respects to the empress, you harbor malicious intent, which is unforgivable. With that, Jiang Wanning rushed forward, yanking the gardenia from Shen Zhi'nian's hair and trampling it underfoot, glaring at her defiantly. You still do not confess, Rochang? Inside, Shen Zhi'nian felt a surge of joy. Jiang Wanning was even more foolish than she had imagined, though her expression feigned terror and grievance. Jiang Pin, how can you claim that the flower I wear is an ill omen and then crush it underfoot? Believing she had finally instilled fear in Shen Zhi'nian, Jiang Wanning grew more pleased and stomped down harder. In an instant, the pristine gardenia was reduced to a mere pulp. Have I spoken falsely? The white flower you wear is indeed an ill omen, just as you are a lowly creature. Only someone as despicable as you would find such a wretched flower appealing. Shen Zhi'nian exerted tremendous effort to suppress her laughter, her countenance remaining one of fear. But the gardenias in my palace are all gifts from His Majesty. I cherish and value the flowers bestowed by His Majesty, which is why I adorn myself with them to pay my respects to the Empress, to express my reverence. It is my fault for not realizing they are seen as lowly and ominous in the eyes of Jiang Pin. I beg for Jiang Pin's forgiveness. The hall fell silent, the sound of a pin dropping audible amidst the stillness. Many faces bore expressions of shock, especially Jiang Wanning, who, recalling her earlier words, paled as she stumbled back several steps, horrified at the sight of the crushed flower beneath her feet. What? This was a gift from His Majesty. Even in her arrogance, she now understood fear. Lu Guifei, relishing the spectacle, chuckled. Ah, the Empress, with her maternal grace, is most just and discerning. One must ponder the consequences of slandering or damaging imperial gifts. What punishment should befall such offenses? It was a moment of splendid irony, watching the two women from the Duke of Zhan's household bring misfortune upon themselves. Lu Guifei now regarded Shen Zhi'nian with newfound admiration. That is not true. Jiang Wanning protested in a flustered manner. I had no idea the flower was a gift from His Majesty. Otherwise, I would not dare to act so recklessly. Lu Guifei gazed at her mockingly. If everyone were to adopt your excuse of not knowing whenever they erred, would the harem not descend into chaos? How could I forget that Jiang Pin is the Empress's own sister? It is only natural that the Empress would hesitate to punish her. I am certain that the other consorts in the harem would understand. Such words effectively elevated Empress Jiang's status. Should she fail to punish Jiang Wanning severely, it would be an unmistakable display of favoritism, undermining her authority in the harem. Jiang Wanning was now thoroughly panicked, glaring at Shen Zhi'nian with venomous intent, ready to attack. It's all your fault, you wretched creature. Why didn't you mention earlier that the flower was a gift from His Majesty? Did you intend to ensnare me? You vile wretch. Go die. Enough. Before Jiang Weining could reach Shen Zhi'nian, the attendants of Kunning Palace intervened. Empress Jiang regarded her coldly, her eyes filled with disappointment. She could not ascertain whether today's events were a deliberate trap set by Shen Zhi'nian, but if Jiang Weining had not instigated trouble or acted foolishly, how could matters have escalated to this point? Let it be known that Jiang Pin has acted inappropriately, slandering and damaging imperial gifts. Henceforth, she shall be demoted to the rank of noble lady and penalized with a 3-month salary reduction. The Duke of Zhen's household was not in want of money. For Jiang Weining, 3 months' salary was insignificant. However, to be demoted so soon after attaining the rank of a palace master would undoubtedly be a source of ridicule among the women of the harem. Jiang Weining was utterly confounded. How could trampling a flower result in such dire consequences? Empress, enough. Empress Jiang interrupted her impatiently. While a common flower might seem trivial, it was an imperial gift, and with Lu Gui Fei watching closely, the implications were severe. Were it not for Jiang Weining being the Empress's sister, her punishment would have been far worse. Lu Gui Fei, witnessing the Empress's discomfiture at the hands of her own sister, felt a sense of exhilaration and remarked, "The Empress truly handles matters with impartiality. I am in awe." As expected of the Empress, she quickly regained her impeccable composure despite the situation. "I, as the one who stands at the helm of the 6 palaces, must handle every matter with fairness. You, as a concubine, cannot possibly comprehend the burdens I bear." The implication was clear. As long as she remained the legitimate wife, Lu Gui Fei would always be merely a concubine. A fleeting glint of menace flashed in Lu Gui Fei's eyes. No matter how diligent the Empress, one must also take care of her health. What of being the legitimate wife? One may not live long. Empress Jiang's chest heaved slightly, her expression darkening momentarily. She waved her hand. "That will be all for today. All of you may leave." Chapter 25. Shen Zhi'nian expresses gratitude to Shui Pin as the crowd rose to pay their respects. They chorused, "Your servant humbly bids farewell to Her Majesty the Empress." At that moment, Jiang Weining glared fiercely at Shen Zhi'nian, her eyes brimming with resentment. This wretched woman would pay for this. Shen Zhi'nian, however, ignored her and stepped out with a light-hearted gait. In this round, she emerged victorious. Should Jiang Weining dare to provoke her again, she would gladly engage. Eager to see who would ultimately prevail. Once everyone had departed, Feng Hua assisted Empress Jiang to the inner chamber to change and take her medicine. "Your Majesty, do you think Ro Changzai acted with intent?" Empress Jiang's gaze was inscrutable. How could she possibly foresee that Weining would use the gardenias to target her? Yet, one could never be certain. The harem was never short of seemingly innocent women who possessed profound schemes. Feng Hua inquired, "What kind do you think Ro Changzai is?" After a lengthy conversation, Empress Jiang exhibited signs of fatigue and coldly replied, "It matters not which kind. A mere Changzai cannot stir up any waves. If she serves as a sharpening stone to temper Weining's temperament, then she has some value." Upon hearing this, Feng Hua understood that the Empress did not intend to deal with Ro Changzai just yet. Once Jiang Guiran had been sufficiently tempered in the harem, her demise would come. Outside Kunning Palace, Shen Zhi'nian caught up with Shui Pin. "Thank you, Shui Pin, for coming to my aid today." Although she could have extricated herself without Shui Pin's intervention, she would remember this favor. Shui Pin cast a languid glance at Shen Zhi'nian. Maintaining her ethereal demeanor, "I merely spoke a few honest words upon seeing the gardenias, reminiscent of my hometown." Despite this, not everyone would choose to speak up for her in such circumstances. Shen Zhi'nian smiled, "Since you appreciate them, I shall have several pots of gardenias sent to Yanqi Palace upon my return." Shui Pin regarded her with indifference. "I do not engage in forming cliques within the harem. There is no need for you to curry favor or show excessive courtesy." Though Shui Pin's words were somewhat ungracious, Shen Zhi'nian found her much more agreeable than those who spoke sweetly but harbored malice. At least, on the surface, it appeared so. Whether or not to accept was Shui Pin's prerogative, but Shen Zhi'nian felt compelled to express her goodwill. Shui Pin chose not to respond further and turned to leave. Shen Zhi'nian shook her head, proceeding to Tingyu Pavilion while instructing, "Fu Hua, please summon Dr. Tang from the Imperial Medical Bureau to check my pulse. Also, have 5 pots of gardenias moved for him to examine before sending them to Yanqi Palace. We must ensure no foul play occurs at any stage, lest I be left without a voice to defend myself." Understood. Yu Pin watched Shen Zhi'nian's retreating figure, her jealousy nearly spilling over. They were both alluring in their own right, yet Shen Zhi'nian was younger and more captivating. The day of the court audience, upon seeing Shen Zhi'nian for the first time, a strong sense of crisis engulfed her. The emperor, aware of her fondness for the sin of gardenias, had refused her request but promptly gifted all the gardenias to Shen Zhi'nian. Was this not a blatant message to the harem that she, in the emperor's eyes, was of lesser importance than a newly entered chancellor? For Yu Pin, this was a blatant humiliation, compounded by the looming threat of losing favor. As her expression darkened, the maid Xiongji whispered, "Your Majesty, Ro Changzai has just gained favor and has already snatched away what you cherish. Should we not teach her a lesson?" Though Yu Pin was ruthless, she was not without intellect, for otherwise, she could not hold her position so securely. "You know she has just gained favor." The emperor is still intrigued. If I were to deal with her, would that not cause the emperor discomfort? Let things unfold. There are others who wish for her demise, and I need not dirty my hands. Xiongji smiled. "Your Majesty speaks wisely. It is likely that Jiang Pin, no, Jiang Guiran, is eager to see her skinned alive." At Tingyu Pavilion, Fu Hua presented Shen Zhi'nian with a cup of floral tea, somewhat perplexed by her actions. "My lady, you concealed your brilliance for years in the Shen household. Why, upon entering the palace, do you expose yourself so boldly? Following today's incident, Jiang Guiran will surely regard you as a thorn in her side. While she may not be formidable, she is backed by the Duke of Jinghua and the Empress." Shen Zhi'nian leisurely sipped her tea. "In the Shen household, I had no support. To survive, I needed to minimize my presence. However, in the harem, the opposite is true. Offending others is not the issue. The real fear lies in being forgotten by the emperor. As long as I capture Nangong Xuanyu's favor, none will dare to act against me openly. Moreover, it is crucial to note that even if Shen Zhi'nian were to remain accommodating, Jiang Weining, convinced that her favor has been usurped, would never let her off the hook. Instead, this would lead others to perceive Shen Zhi'nian as a soft target, ripe for exploitation. Thus, it is better to strike back decisively, prompting any who might wish to act against her to weigh their options carefully. As for Empress Jiang, I suspect she does not wish to see Jiang Weining thrive, so for the time being, she will not move against me. By the time others harbor murderous intentions, I will have grown stronger." My lady, Han Dan entered with purposeful strides, presenting a letter. "A missive from my father has arrived." With her elevation to Changzai, the Shen family was eager to elevate her status, and her request would be fulfilled with utmost diligence. Shen Zhi'nian opened the letter and, upon reading it, a satisfied smile graced her lips. Soon, Tang Luochuan arrived. Perhaps due to the weight lifted from his heart, having found a glimmer of hope, his demeanor appeared significantly improved, and he addressed Shen Zhi'nian with greater respect. "Your servant pays respects to Ro Changzai. May you have auspicious fortune." Shen Zhi'nian smiled. "Dr. Tang, there is no need for formality. Please rise. You have come at an opportune moment. I just received a letter from my father. He mentioned that the journey from the capital to Jingzhou is quite lengthy, and he fears that sending someone may be too late. He has already dispatched a message to his colleagues in Jingzhou to assist in locating your family." Tang Luochuan's body trembled, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he knelt again, offering a profound bow. "Thank you, Ro Xiaozhu. Your immense kindness is something I shall never forget." Shen Zhi'nian's smile remained bright and innocent. "This is but a small effort. There is no need for such gratitude. Should you wish to express your thanks, do so once your family is found." As Tang Luochuan rose, wiping his eyes, he declared, "Regardless of the outcome, I shall forever remember your kindness, Ro Xiaozhu." Shen Zhi'nian recognized that she had garnered a significant portion of Tang Luochuan's loyalty. Chapter 26. The problematic bracelet. Today, I summoned Dr. Tang not only to check the pulse for tranquility and to inspect the flowers destined for the Yinchi Palace, but also to request his assistance in examining the items stored in the Listening Rain Pavilion. Given the multitude of people in the palace, I harbored concerns about potential discrepancies. Tang Luochuan promptly replied, "The court's inner workings are intricate, and given that the young mistress is inherently kind-hearted, she may easily become the target of schemes. It is wise to exercise caution. I shall take full responsibility for these matters. Please extend your hand so I may check your pulse." Shen Zhi'nian placed her arm upon the soft pillow, yet her thoughts wandered elsewhere. The pretense of checking for tranquility was merely a guise. The truth was that she did not wish to conceive. Firstly, she had just entered the palace without any foundation, uncertain of her own ability to safeguard herself, let alone a child. Secondly, only those of the rank of concubine or higher could personally raise the imperial heirs. Women in the harem without children were akin to drifting weeds without roots. To vie for a higher status, she needed descendants by her side. Though this reasoning held true, The path to advancement within the harem was fraught with stringent regulations. Even if Shen Zhi'nian were to gain a rank through childbirth, she would merely attain the title of a noble lady. No matter how she might struggle to bear a child, it would only serve as a garment for another, perhaps even leading to the higher-ranking consorts claiming her offspring as their own. What significance would that hold? Thus, this was certainly not an opportune moment for pregnancy. Of course, the primary duty of a palace consort was to propagate the royal lineage. If it became known that she deliberately wished to avoid pregnancy, she would face dire consequences. Lacking complete trust in Tang Luochuan, she refrained from expressing her intentions openly. Noticing Shen Zhi'nian's pensive demeanor, Tang Luochuan assumed she was anxious and gently reassured her. Please rest assured, your health is excellent, with no hidden concerns. In her previous life, Shen Zhi'nian had been married to Lu Jianglin for many years without bearing any children. The physician had revealed that she was, in fact, of a constitution conducive to conception, while it was Lu Jianglin who was infertile. Logically, her constitution should remain unchanged in this life, yet she feigned a delicate shyness and ventured to inquire, "Might I ask, Dr. Tang, whether my body is predisposed to conceive?" The consorts of the harem yearned for the birth of imperial heirs, and for someone as innocent and virtuous as her, such a desire should bear fruit. Dr. Tang responded warmly, "Your health is robust, and your constitution is indeed conducive to pregnancy. You may rest easy. I believe good news will soon follow." Although Shen Zhi'nian maintained a smile, her heart sank suddenly. "That is well. Han Dan, please escort Dr. Tang to the storeroom," she commanded. Han Dan complied, "Yes. Dr. Tang, please follow me this way." As Shen Zhi'nian sat contemplatively upon the beauty couch, she pondered whether to gamble on Tang Luochuan's loyalty and ask him to procure a contraceptive for her. However, in her previous life, Tang Luochuan had become the right-hand man of Lu Ruyan by gradually establishing his footing within the Imperial Medical Bureau. In this life, he was still a newcomer facing exclusion. Even if he remained loyal, his actions could easily attract attention. At that moment, Han Dan and Tang Luochuan entered, their expressions grim as they carried something from outside. "Young mistress, we have discovered an issue." A flicker of coldness crossed Shen Zhi'nian's eyes, but she quickly feigned fear and surprise. "What issue?" Tang Luochuan's tone cooled slightly as he considered the scheming against the innocent and kind-hearted young mistress. "This Hetian jade bracelet has been soaked in the juice of the purple eggplant flower. Any woman wearing it will be unable to conceive," Han Dan exclaimed angrily. "It is fortunate that the young mistress was cautious. All items received from the palace have remained untouched in the storeroom. Otherwise, we would have surely fallen victim to this scheme." Shen Zhi'nian lowered her head, her mind racing. How could such a horrifying thing exist? What harm might it cause to the body? If worn for a period and then removed, would it affect pregnancy and childbirth? Assuming her concerns stemmed from fear, Tang Luochuan patiently reassured her, "Rest easy, young mistress. I have examined it thoroughly. While the juice of the purple eggplant flower does have contraceptive properties, it is non-toxic. Even if inadvertently worn, as long as one avoids it thereafter, pregnancy remains possible, and it will not inflict any harm upon the body." Shen Zhi'nian's eyes brightened momentarily. This was a situation in which fortune had unexpectedly smiled upon her. Furthermore, should the truth ever come to light, she could easily extricate herself from the matter. "Then I shall feel reassured." Following this, Tang Luochuan meticulously examined the remaining items in the storeroom, finding no further issues. Shen Zhi'nian assured him that should there be any news regarding his family, she would inform him at the earliest opportunity. Tang Luochuan expressed his profound gratitude and respectfully took his leave. Who gifted this Hetian jade bracelet? The storeroom ledger was maintained by Fuziu, who had already verified the details. "It was presented by the Noble Consort on the day of your entry into the palace, and it is said that all newcomers received one." Han Dan clenched her teeth, her eyes reddening with indignation. Noble Consort Lu is the only consort in the harem with children. Does she truly wish to prevent others from conceiving? How tyrannical! The emperor, as the son of heaven, must have heirs to inherit the throne. Did Noble Consort Lu intend to ensure that no one else would ever bear children? Shen Zhi'nian's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of contemplation flitting across her gaze. "No, it is not necessarily the case that Noble Consort Lu orchestrated this." Han Dan was taken aback. "Young mistress, how do you know?" Shen Zhi'nian replied, "A bracelet soaked in purple eggplant flower juice is not difficult to detect. It would be easily uncovered. If the truth were to emerge, how could Noble Consort Lu defend herself? Though she may be domineering, she is not foolish enough to act so blatantly. It seems as though someone wishes to strike multiple targets with a single arrow. If the matter remained concealed, the newly entered consorts would be rendered incapable of conceiving, thus posing no threat to the status of those pulling the strings. Even if the truth were to surface, Noble Consort Lu would bear the blame, ensuring her safety regardless of the outcome. Such tactics are reminiscent of the cunning empress, who was capable of orchestrating such schemes. Han Dan paled. Could it be the empress? If that is the case, this may not be her first offense. No wonder there is only the eldest princess as an heir in the harem. Why not report this to His Majesty and urge him to investigate? Han Dan suggested. Shen Zhi'nian scoffed lightly. This is merely our conjecture. What evidence do we possess? To accuse the mother of a nation based solely on a bracelet soaked in purple eggplant flower juice? Foolish Han Dan, you are too naive. Besides, the current situation does not entirely disfavor US. At least for the time being, I do not wish to conceive. And the other consorts will also be unable to bear children, thus avoiding any threats to my status. Moreover, as the instigator is not me, my hands remain unsullied. Even if the truth were to emerge, it would bear no relation to me. On the contrary, I would remain an innocent victim. Chapter 27. The new palace maid Han Dan tentatively inquired, My lady, shall we act as if we know nothing? Shen Zhi'nian nodded. For now, we shall remain passive. Han Dan picked up the tray and moved to exit. Then I shall take care of this bracelet first. What if the young mistress touches it and cannot conceive? Shen Zhi'nian stepped forward, donned the bracelet, and smiled enigmatically. Dr. Tang has assured us that this bracelet is harmless, serving only as a contraceptive. If conception is not possible, then it is indeed fortuitous. Han Dan was taken aback. My lady, why would you? Fu Hua, a year older and more composed, understood Shen Zhi'nian's intentions. The young mistress had her reasons for such actions. As she began to explain the intricacies to Han Dan, a voice suddenly rang from outside. My lady, someone from the Internal Affairs Office has arrived. Upon seeing Shen Zhi'nian emerge from within, the leading eunuch stepped forward, smiling broadly, and bowed. I am Xiao Zhao, the managing eunuch from the Internal Affairs Office, here to pay my respects to the gentle mistress. May you be blessed. Congratulations on your elevation to a regular consort. I have brought attendants for you. The gentle mistress surveyed the newcomers. Do these individuals please you? If there are any you dislike, I shall have them replaced immediately. In the palace, a regular consort is attended by 3 ordinary eunuchs and 3 maids, while the new pavilion still required 2 eunuchs and 1 maid. Upon hearing Xiao Zhao's words, the 3 attendants behind him immediately stepped forward to bow. We pay our respects to the gentle mistress. May you be blessed. Shen Zhi'nian had no established roots within the palace, rendering all attendants equally unfamiliar to her. Moreover, dismissing this group would not guarantee the next batch would be free from spies assigned by others. Furthermore, the attendants of lower-ranked consorts are uniformly arranged by the Internal Affairs Office. Xiao Zhao's polite words were merely a formality. If Shen Zhi'nian were to be overly particular, she would earn a reputation for being capricious and difficult to please. Anyone selected by Eunuch Zhao would undoubtedly be astute. Thus, she had no reason to be dissatisfied. Subsequently, Shen Zhi'nian gestured for Fu Hua to pass her a pouch. Having encountered many difficult consorts in the harem, Xiao Zhao assumed that with the favor bestowed upon Chang'ai, she would certainly be choosy. To his surprise, she was not only accommodating, but also generous, which made his smile more genuine. He subtly hinted, Lady Jiang has been demoted, and her attendants must also be reduced accordingly. I must attend to Shuxiu Palace to ascertain which attendants she wishes to retain, so I shall take my leave. Shen Zhi'nian discerned the subtext in Xiao Zhao's words. Safe travels, eunuch. After the Internal Affairs Office personnel departed, Shen Zhi'nian's gaze fell upon the 3 remaining individuals. What are your names? The 2 young eunuchs stepped forward in turn. I am called Xiao Liang. I am called Xiao Zhou. Xiao Mingzi suddenly stepped forward and bowed. My lady, Xiao Zhou and I are from the same hometown and are quite familiar with each other in the palace. Being assigned to serve the young mistress together is truly a stroke of fate. Before entering the palace, Xiao Zhou's family operated a martial arts school, but he was forced into the palace due to an unforeseen disaster. Shen Zhi'nian studied Xiao Zhou for a moment. He appeared more robust than the other eunuchs, indeed resembling a martial artist. Having a capable eunuch by her side would not only enhance her safety, but also facilitate many tasks. If Xiao Zhou were loyal, he could prove to be a valuable asset. However, Shen Zhi'nian was not one to easily trust anyone. She merely nodded slightly before shifting her gaze to the remaining maid. And you? I am called and he. The maid replied, kneeling to bow before Shen Zhi'nian, her voice trembling. There is something I cannot conceal from you, my lady. The 3 previous mistresses I served have all encountered various misfortunes and were cast into the cold palace, which led to my return to the Internal Affairs Office. The other palaces have shunned me due to this misfortune and do not wish to retain me. If I cannot find a place, I will have no choice but to wash clothes in the laundry. I beseech you to show mercy and allow me to stay. I am willing to serve you tirelessly." Han Dan and Fu Hua exchanged worried glances. The palace revered auspicious signs, and given that he had served mistresses who faced calamities, it was only natural that others would view her as a harbinger of misfortune. With the young mistress currently in favor, the Internal Affairs Office would not dare to send someone like her over. It was evident that someone intended to provoke the young mistress. Shen Zhi'nian understood this reasoning and, recalling eunuch Zhao's earlier mention of Jiang Weining, it was clear that this was orchestrated by her. Many matters hold truth for those who believe, and Shen Zhi'nian would not be disheartened by such petty tactics. She nonchalantly regarded and I did not refuse in front of eunuch Zhao, which implies I will keep all of you. Moreover, your past experiences, which you did not disclose, would have remained unknown. Why bring it up unnecessarily? And he replied respectfully, "This matter is not a secret. Even if I do not speak of it, you would eventually learn of it. Rather than wait until then and risk your displeasure, I would prefer to be forthright now. I only hope you will allow me to remain in Tingyu Pavilion, considering my sincere intentions." She was clever. Shen Zhi'nian favored intelligent individuals. Since she lacked a foundation in the palace, she needed to proactively cultivate capable individuals. However, whether these attendants were trustworthy would require time to ascertain. Since I have expressed satisfaction in front of the Internal Affairs Office, I will not send you back. Tingyu Pavilion already has Chunhua and Qiuiwei. You shall be called Xiaofeng from now on. And he, or rather Xiaofeng, bowed deeply, her voice filled with excitement. "Thank you, gentle mistress. Xiaofeng is grateful for your bestowed name." How wonderful it was. She would finally be free from her past and no longer be regarded with disdain. She vowed to repay the gentle mistress for her kindness. Next, Shen Zhi'nian offered them some words of guidance and instructed Fu Hua to bestow rewards. After employing both grace and authority, she assigned the trio to begin with some cleaning tasks in the courtyard. Once inside her chamber, Shen Zhi'nian reclined lazily on the beauty couch, instructing Xiao Mingzi to investigate the backgrounds of Xiao Liang and Xiaofeng. Subsequently, she shared her speculations. Due to my actions, Jiang Weining has been demoted from a palace mistress to a noble consort. It is evident she harbors great resentment towards me and surely has a plan in place. Henceforth, everyone in Tingyu Pavilion must remain vigilant to prevent anyone from exploiting vulnerabilities. Han Dan and Fu Hua's expressions turned serious. Understood. Soon, it was time for lunch. The pair arranged the meals delivered from the imperial kitchen on the table, attending to Shen Zhi'nian as she dined. "My lady, I noticed this morning that the meals have become significantly more sumptuous. I did not expect lunch to be even more lavish." Chapter 28. The olive branch of consort Lu Fuziu smiled and remarked, "Your Highness is now frequently present. Naturally, the customary offerings are far superior to those given during your previous status." Shen Zhi'nian replied with a subtle smile. The table was adorned with exquisite delicacies. Previously, if she wished to indulge, she would have to bribe the chefs of the imperial kitchen, and even then, it was uncertain if they would oblige. But now, these delicacies were part of her daily provisions. Furthermore, it was not merely the food, jewelry, fragrances, garments, and furnishings were all abundant. The higher one's rank, the more lavishly one could indulge. Thus, the competition among the women of the harem for favor is not solely for the emperor's affection, but for the myriad benefits that such favor brings. In Yongshou Palace, Cui Zhu respectfully reported, "Your Highness, you previously instructed that Li Changzai and Zhou Changzai deal with consort Jiang, then framed the favored newcomer for their actions. However, it appears that the Empress Dowager was correct. Ro Changzai is quite capable. If we could bring her under our wing, she would serve as a formidable ally. Should we still proceed with the original plan with the two Changzais?" A cold glimmer flashed in consort Lu's peach blossom eyes. "I have heard that last night. The Yangxin Palace required water thrice. Ro Changzai is nothing but a seductive vixen. Were it not for her having made Jiang Weining suffer, how could I tolerate such a fox spirit? Send her some gifts at Tingyu Pavilion. If she knows her place, I shall allow her to live a little longer. Otherwise, she should not blame me for being unkind." Cui Zhu immediately complied. "Your Highness, the esteemed eunuch Wei from Yongshou Palace requests an audience." Shen Zhi'nian's eyes widened in surprise, quickly discerning the purpose of consort Lu's summons. "Please, let him in." Yes. Little Wei entered with a gentle smile. I present my respects to the esteemed Ro. May your highness be blessed. Despite her inner clarity, Shen Zhi'nian maintained an expression of curiosity and trepidation. Eunuch, there is no need for such formalities. Might I inquire why the esteemed consort has sent you? Little Wei gestured for the attendants behind him to present a tray. The imperial household had newly crafted a turquoise flower-shaped gold hairpin, and the consort remarked that your highness's beauty would be accentuated by it. Hence, I was instructed to deliver it for your highness to wear. Indeed, consort Lu sought to win her favor. Shen Zhi'nian quickly weighed the pros and cons in her mind, allowing an appropriately timed expression of surprise and gratitude to surface. In the harem, with so many sisters, the consort remembers me, which truly moves me. Please convey to the consort that once she has time, I shall personally visit Yongshou Palace to express my gratitude. Seeing her understanding, Little Wei was greatly satisfied. I shall certainly relay your words. The consort is awaiting my service, so I must take my leave. After Little Wei departed, Han Dan and Fuziu exchanged worried glances. This turquoise flower-shaped gold hairpin was not only precious in material but also exquisitely crafted, truly living up to its reputation. But your highness, it is said that the consort has a notoriously fiery temperament. Her sudden goodwill towards you, we cannot discern whether it is a blessing or a curse. Shen Zhi'nian replied with a calm smile. Though the consort holds a high position and has the support of the Grand Princess and the Empress Dowager, the Empress remains the Emperor's original wife. If the Empress ardently recommends Jiang Weining as the successor, backed by the Duke of Jingguo's influence, the consort cannot be assured of her victory. She covets the position of Empress. Thus, her hands cannot be stained with blood in plain sight. She surely wishes for someone to eliminate Jiang Weining and to balance the other consorts. And I am the most suitable blade. Han Dan's face paled slightly. Your highness, does this not place you in great danger? Danger? Shen Zhi'nian scoffed lightly. No, this is precisely an opportunity. Fuziu, still perplexed, asked, Your highness, do you mean? Shen Zhi'nian explained. I lack foundations in the harem. Should the Empress or Jiang Weining be determined to eliminate me, I might find ways to protect myself. But it would require considerable effort and entail great costs. If I have the consort as my backing, survival becomes significantly easier. If Consort Lu wishes to wield me as a weapon, I can similarly leverage her power. Fuziu nodded in understanding. I comprehend. Should you offend both the Empress and the consort simultaneously, survival in the palace would be impossible. Your highness should feign allegiance to one side for now. Once the other is defeated and you have grown stronger, you will no longer need to fear the consort. Shen Zhi'nian playfully pinched her cheek. Clever girl. Go to the storeroom and select some valuable gifts. We shall find an opportune moment to visit Yongshou Palace. The events that transpired in Kuanning Palace had already spread throughout the harem. Given Lu Ruoyan's position, although she was not qualified to pay her respects, she was nonetheless aware of the happenings. Sun Mei frowned, saying, Ro Changzai, the daughter of a mere minor official, now holds a rank that surpasses our masters by half a level. Who can accept this? Sun Yu scoffed. She is nothing but a fool. Jiang Guiran is backed by the Empress. Ro Changzai caused her to lose her rank. How could she possibly let this go? I fear that soon, Ro Changzai will not even understand how she met her demise. Lu Ruoyan shook her head. No, Ro Changzai is not foolish. In fact, she is quite astute. For even if she bows low, Jiang Weining will not spare her. It is better to strike back forcefully, at least to instill fear in those who might consider targeting her. Sun Mei pouted. Just some petty tricks. Our master need not concern herself with Ro Changzai. I believe tonight the Emperor will certainly favor our master. After all, among the newcomers, who can compare with our master in beauty? Jiangnan is home to many beauties. And during her time in the boudoir, Lu Ruoyan was hailed as the most beautiful in Yangzhou, thus she held confidence in her appearance. She believed the Emperor would likely favor her tonight. However, she maintained a facade of fragility and humility. The Emperor's thoughts are beyond our comprehension. Do not speak so recklessly. Sun Mei smiled cheerily. All right, I shall remain silent. The hour grows late. I will redo your makeup, so when the Emperor favors you, you can present yourself in the most beautiful manner. Lu Ruoyan's lips curled into a smile, allowing her to proceed without objection. In the Yangxin Palace, it was once again time for the daily selection. For reasons unknown, Nangong Xian Yu's gaze fell first upon Shen Zhi'nian's green card. He was not a man driven by desire, but at that moment, his mind was flooded with the delightful and satisfying memories of the previous night. The harem housed many beauties, and in terms of appearance, Shen Zhi'nian was not the foremost. Yet, every smile and frown of hers exuded a captivating allure. With just 7 parts beauty, her innate charm rendered her presence utterly enchanting, making it seem as though she could bring a nation to its knees simply by standing there. Chapter 29. The Emperor once again turned over Shen Zhi'nian. Especially upon hearing about today's events, given her status and background, the fact that she could make the legitimate daughter of the Duke of the State suffer made Nanqiao Xuanyu find it all the more amusing. He raised his hand and flipped Shen Zhi'nian's green. Not only the kneeling little eunuch, but even Li Changde was taken aback. Whether in the hidden palace or after ascending the throne, all the women in the harem had only the consort who had once received such favor when entering the palace. It seemed he had not misjudged her. Yuan Changzai's future was indeed limitless. Li Changde silently thought that he should be more courteous to Yuan Changzai in the future. Although flipping the same palace made for 2 consecutive nights was somewhat against the rules, in the palace, the emperor was the greatest rule. He certainly was not tired of living, so he would not voice any objections. Li Changde hurriedly sent someone to the Listening Rain Pavilion to convey the imperial decree. At the Listening Rain Pavilion, not only the other women in the harem, but even Shen Zhi'nian felt that the emperor would surely summon Lu Ruyan to his bed tonight. She walked to the bronze mirror and removed the ornaments from her head. "Handan, help me remove my makeup and prepare for bed." Just then, Futsu walked in with large strides and exclaimed, "My lady, the eunuch from the Yangxin Palace has arrived, saying the emperor has turned over you again tonight." Everyone was overjoyed and quickly bowed. "Your Majesty's favor is quite rare in the harem. Congratulations, my lady." "Congratulations." A flicker of surprise crossed Shen Zhi'nian's eyes. She did not expect the emperor to favor her for 2 consecutive nights. It seemed she had left a very good impression on him. Tonight, she still wore a simple outfit, only donning a sapphire hairpin bestowed by Nanqiao Xuanyu. After going through the familiar process, Shen Zhi'nian once again boarded the phoenix chariot of spring affection, heading towards the Yangxin Palace. Sun Changzai, after a pang of bitterness, was left with only joy and anticipation. It seemed the emperor would soon come to the Zhongsui Palace, and at that time, her opportunity would arrive. In the Elan Pavilion, Lu Ruyan, upon hearing the news, maintained a delicate demeanor, but her eyes darkened slightly. Xu Mei's face was filled with anger as she gritted her teeth. The newcomers in the palace are all waiting for the emperor's favor, but Consort Jiang is the queen's sister and only received 1 night of attention. Yuan Changzai, with her status, actually monopolized the emperor for 2 nights. If it weren't for her, the emperor would surely have favored my lady tonight. She has snatched my lady's affection. Xu Wenyo's gaze deepened. "My lady, there is only 1 emperor, yet so many newcomers. If Yuan Changzai takes away most of the favor, there will be little left for you." Lu Ruyan soon regained her composure and said unhurriedly, "Stay calm. With such favor, the number of people in the harem who resent Yuan Changzai is countless. We need not act hastily. However, you are right, we cannot sit idly by. Among the newcomers, the only one who can rival me is Yuan Changzai. If she falls, my father has arranged some people for me in the palace. You should discreetly inform them." Listening to Xu Wenyo, a sinister smile gradually crept onto her lips. "Yes, my lady." In the Chuxiu Palace, even though the queen still allowed Jiang Wanning to reside in the main hall, it could not change the fact that she had been demoted. She harbored a deep hatred for Shen Zhi'nian, and the sound of shattered porcelain in her chamber had not ceased all night. That wretched woman, that wretched Yuan Changzai has caused me such misery. Yet she has been favored by the emperor again. Why? I understand now. She is jealous that I was the first among the newcomers to serve the emperor. So she calculated against me, allowing her to steal the emperor's affection. This wretched woman truly has deep schemes. I want her dead. I want Yuan Changzai dead." The maid, Shuizhu, continually urged, "My lady, please calm down. The queen has said that Yuan Changzai is currently in favor. If you act against her now, it will surely attract the emperor's attention, and it would be counterproductive. It would be better to wait until the emperor's focus is drawn to other newcomers before dealing with her." Jiang Wanning, unwilling to relent, gritted her teeth. Of course. She doesn't know the pain until the knife falls on her elder sister. Don't think I don't know that my elder sister believes I was sent by the family to replace her. So she feels uncomfortable and doesn't wish for me to thrive in the harem. Otherwise, as the dignified queen, if she truly wanted to protect me, how could Emir Changzai possibly suppress me? My elder sister is clearly using Yuan Changzai to strike at me, making me understand that to survive in the harem, I must bow my head before her. Shuizhu was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she knelt down with a thud. "My lady, you must keep these thoughts to yourself. Never speak them out loud. If they reach the queen's ears." Jiang Wanning coldly snorted. "Is that what my elder sister thinks? She still doesn't want me to speak. However, She is indeed the carefully nurtured legitimate daughter of the Duke of the State. Even if her temperament has grown a bit arrogant due to her favor, she is not a fool. Jiang Wanning understood that to ascend to a higher position, she could not do without the support and assistance of Queen Jiang. Since her elder sister had already begun to warn her, she would temporarily remain compliant. As long as she satisfied her elder sister, all the women in the harem would have to bow down before her. By then, dealing with her one Changzai would be an easy task. Shen Zhi'nian could well imagine how many women in the harem would be envious of her for having the emperor turn her for 2 consecutive nights, wishing for her demise. But she was not afraid. If she were to maintain a demeanor of indifference, like Shen Nanqiao did in her previous life, always appearing aloof and uncompetitive, she would only end up in a position where she could be bullied by anyone. Upon arriving at the Yangxing Palace, it did not take long before Nangang Xuanyu, dressed in a bright yellow inner garment after bathing, strode in. He was extraordinarily tall, with broad shoulders and narrow waist, long legs, and striking features that exuded an imperious aura that demanded respect. In both past and present, Shen Zhi'nian had never seen a man more handsome than Nangang Xuanyu. Even without the identity of an emperor, with such a celestial-like appearance, he would surely be the dream man of many women. No wonder there were so many concubines in the harem who loved him to the point of obsession. But she was not among them. What she yearned for was always status and power. "Your servant greets your majesty." Shen Zhi'nian rose gracefully and bowed, her voice melodious like the song of a nightingale, revealing a slender, snow-white neck. Nangang Xuanyu's gaze fell upon it, deepening in intensity, as he took her hand and sat down by the bed. "I have heard that today. With your own efforts, you caused Consort Jiang to be demoted to Lady Jiang. My beloved's courage is quite remarkable, daring even to offend the queen's sister." The emperor's voice was laced with mirth, appearing in good spirits. One reason was that he did not wish to see the Jiang family grow powerful and was quite pleased with this outcome. Chapter 30. The Man's Commitment. What distinguishes it from a dog's bark? Moreover, all the women in the harem are perceived as equals by the emperor. He grants affection to those who can bring him joy. With the wisdom of past life experiences, Shen Zhi'nian understands that Nangang Xuanyu ascended to the throne only after enduring the brutal struggles for power. In his youth, he narrowly escaped death at the hands of the harem's consorts on numerous occasions. Thus, deep within, he truly yearns for a woman of pure heart and simple nature. A clever and cunning palace maid may earn Nangang Xuanyu's admiration and favor, but she can never attain his genuine affection, given Shen Zhi'nian's family background. To reach such a position, she must become the one who occupies a special place in Nangang Xuanyu's heart. These thoughts flashed through Shen Zhi'nian's mind, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears, tinged with a barely perceptible sense of grievance and guilt. "Your Majesty, do you know? No one has ever treated a consort as well as you do. When I merely mentioned my fondness for the fragrance of gardenias, you had someone deliver the gardenias from the warm greenhouse to my palace. I am truly touched, deeply touched. To others, it may be just an ordinary flower. But to me, the gardenias you sent are worth more than gold." Thus, when I went to Kuan-Ning Palace to pay my respects this morning, I carefully adorned my hair with them. However, but Lady Jiang not only belittled your thoughtful gesture, but also crushed them into pulp. At that moment, I felt immense sorrow and anger. Yet, upon seeing Lady Jiang demoted by the Empress, I wondered if such a punishment was too harsh for her. And I felt a pang of compassion. "Your Majesty, on one hand, I believe I should not pity someone who disgraces your kindness. On the other hand, I feel that Lady Jiang's punishment for a mere flower is truly unfortunate. I am so conflicted and do not know how to proceed." The young woman's eyes sparkled like crystal, revealing a hint of unease. Yet, her gaze towards him was unmistakably filled with emotion and admiration. Not only women, but men too relish sweet words, especially when a gift they have bestowed is cherished by another. Even a mighty emperor would feel a sense of delight. Nangang Xuanyu sensed that something within his heart had been stirred. He embraced Shen Zhi'nian, softening his tone. "Lady Jiang's reckless actions are of her own making. They concern you not. You need not feel guilty on her behalf." Shen Zhi'nian's voice trembled slightly. I will heed your words, Your Majesty." As Nangang Xuanyu inhaled the delicate fragrance of gardenias emanating from her, a glimmer of curiosity flickered in his deep, dark eyes. Having grown up in the depths of the palace, he had encountered many women who appeared innocent yet were treacherous at heart. He understood that a woman navigating the palace's complexities must possess cunning. However, such a woman could be favored but would never reach the core of his heart. Therefore, was this gentle and endearing Shen Zhi'nian genuinely pure and kind? or merely adept at masquerading like those commoners? The emperor's fingers intertwined with a strand of her hair. His voice gentle, concealing his true thoughts. There is one thing I do not comprehend. If my beloved cherishes the gardenias I gifted, why did you give away most of them to others? Shen Zhi'nian recognized the profoundness of his thoughts and knew he would not be swayed by her fleeting words. To win his heart, her facade before him must be flawless until he completely trusted her. She raised her gaze to meet Nanqiao's, her alluring eyes sparkling without a trace of guilt. It is precisely because my heart yearns for you, your majesty, that I understand the pain of longing. Sun Changzai, who shares my residence in Zhongcui Palace, has not seen you in quite some time. Thus, I divided the gardenias you bestowed upon me, sharing half with her to alleviate her yearning. As for Lady Shui, when I was in Kunning Palace, I felt truly frightened as I was targeted by others. Only Lady Shui stood up for me. I am grateful for her kindness and wish to share your regard with her. You would not harbor any resentment towards me for this, would you? As she spoke, Shen Zhi'nian's expression grew cautious, as if she was genuinely enamored with Nanqiao, influenced by his every glance. Nanqiao's expression was inscrutable. In the harem, consorts would typically vie for favor with deadly rivalry. Could there truly be someone as virtuous as to empathize with an uncherished consort? Nanqiao found it hard to believe, perceiving it instead as insincerity. Causing his gaze towards Shen Zhi'nian to cool slightly. Was her kindness and simplicity merely a facade? Oh, there are many consorts in the palace who are not favored. If my beloved were to empathize with each one, would she have the capacity to do so? Shen Zhi'nian lowered her head, biting her lip, shaking her head. No. I did not give half of the gardenias to Sun Changzai solely out of pity for her lack of favor. Rather. Nanqiao scrutinized her. Rather what? Shen Zhi'nian's voice carried a note of melancholy. It is because I understand that there are many women in the harem, and even more who are unloved. Therefore, I cannot help but wonder if there may come a day when I too will fade from your memory. My act of kindness towards Sun Changzai was also a hope that if such a day were to arrive, someone might send me a token related to you. Even if I cannot see your face, I could find solace in your thoughts, alleviating my longing. Nanqiao's heart trembled painfully, realizing he had misunderstood her. Observing the woman before him, enveloped in love and anxiety, he felt a pang of tenderness. How could this be? Nanqiao once again embraced Shen Zhi'nian, gently patting her back. I appreciate your kindness, innocence, and sincerity. As long as you maintain your original heart in this murky palace, I shall continue to cherish you. Shen Zhi'nian's face rested against Nanqiao's chest, her expression tinged with irony. He too understood that the harem was a treacherous place. How could a truly innocent woman survive there? Moreover, what distinction is there between a man's promises and a dog's bark? The emperor must have uttered similar words to countless women. Those who believe are foolish, she certainly did not. Yet, Shen Zhi'nian's tone conveyed profound emotion. I too cherish you. Your Majesty, I believe in you. No woman had ever evoked such feelings in Nanqiao. He held her soft form, his throat tightening gradually. The warm canopy enveloped them, bathing the room in a springtime glow. An hour later, Shen Zhi'nian lay in the embrace of Nanqiao, feeling utterly languid. The emperor cradled the woman in his arms, his eyes glimmering with amusement as he gazed down at her. The sight of her flushed cheeks resembled a beauty intoxicated, captivating his very soul. Chapter 31. A priceless gift, she was inherently enchanting, and at this moment, her eyes sparkled with springtime joy, rendering her irresistibly adorable. Nanqiao felt a stir of emotions and commanded, Li Changda, fetch the Lu Nong Shao from my treasury. Li Changda was astonished. Lu Nong Shao was a royal wine, reserved solely for the emperor's enjoyment. Could it be that His Majesty intended to bestow it upon Ro Changzai? No concubine had ever received such favor. Ro Changzai must be extraordinary. Soon, Lu Nong Shao and an assortment of delicacies were elegantly arranged on the 8 immortals' table. Shen Zhi'nian, impeccably attired, took her place. The imperial wine was a rare indulgence for her, and she wondered what game Nanqiao was playing this time. With a playful smile, she addressed the emperor, Your Majesty. Will you not partake? Nanqiao rose and joined her. Then I shall drink a little with you. It was evident that he was the one seeking novelty. Yet he refused to acknowledge it. Shen Zhi'nian chuckled inwardly while outwardly expressing gratitude. Thank you for your gracious gift of wine, Your Majesty. I shall fill your cup. Throughout the drinking, she maintained the poise befitting a noblewoman, exuding elegance. Unconsciously, Nangang Xuanyu's gaze drifted from the wine cup to Shen Zhi'nian herself. As several cups of Lu Nongxiao were consumed, a rosy glow adorned her cheeks, releasing a subtle fragrance of wine. Indeed, her demeanor became even more captivating with the influence of alcohol. Though the potency of Lu Nongxiao was mild, as a woman, her capacity for drink was limited. Concerned for her well-being, Nangang Xuanyu reached for the wine jug. However, Shen Zhi'nian playfully evaded him, smiling, "Your Majesty's private treasury holds an abundance of royal wine. This jug belongs to me." Nangang Xuanyu pinched her cheek lightly. "What? Do you fear I might steal it from you? Ungrateful little thing." Shen Zhi'nian, with an endearing smile, replied, "Everything I possess is a gift from your Majesty. How could I harbor such thoughts? Allow me to refill your cup." Li Changde considered reminding the emperor of the early court session the next day, but, noticing the amusement in the emperor's eyes, wisely swallowed his words. It was rare for his Majesty to exhibit such refined taste. With a subtle bow, Li Changde quietly withdrew, allowing the emperor and Ro Changzai their time together. The bright candlelight bathed the chamber in a glow akin to daylight. The woman wore a delicate, sheer garment, her appearance remarkably simple, with her long, dark hair elegantly held up by a single hairpin, cascading down like a waterfall, adding to her alluring charm. The hairpin sparkled brilliantly in the candlelight, drawing Nangang Xuanyu's gaze momentarily. This sapphire pin complemented his beloved's complexion beautifully. Shen Zhi'nian touched the pin, her gestures imbued with grace. A hint of bashfulness coloring her cheeks as she expressed, "This was a gift from your Majesty. I cherish it greatly. Thank you so much." Receiving a gift required a demonstration of genuine appreciation. Lavish praise was essential to instill a sense of accomplishment in the giver, thus motivating further generosity. Even an emperor was not beyond such subtle guidance. As expected, hearing Shen Zhi'nian's compliments and witnessing her touched demeanor deepened the smile on Nangang Xuanyu's lips and stirred a sense of inexplicable satisfaction within him. Thus, Shen Zhi'nian and Nangang Xuanyu engaged in conversation while sipping wine. Initially, Nangang Xuanyu found this little woman quite agreeable. Her presence effortlessly eased his mind. Despite his exalted status, the daily intrigues of the court and the machinations among the women of the harem had left him weary. Finding solace in her company was a rare treasure. Though she was merely the daughter of a sixth-rank official, lacking in worldly experience, it mattered little. Who would have known that Shen Zhi'nian was well-versed in literature? Her pure and kind nature was accompanied by unique insights into various matters, thoughts and reflections that even the emperor found impressive. While he did not place great importance on a woman's knowledge, as concubines were not subject to examinations, a wise emperor inevitably favored talented women. Amidst the multitude of women in the harem, only Ro Changzai could entice him both in bed and in discussions of poetry and prose, providing him with profound relaxation. Moreover, she had no formidable lineage. Her sole reliance was on him, ensuring that even with his affection, she posed no threat to his authority. Ultimately, as he regarded Shen Zhi'nian, his gaze softened with genuine tenderness. "To have you as my beloved is my fortune." Nestled against Nangang Xuanyu's chest, Shen Zhi'nian exhaled softly. "To encounter your Majesty in this life is my honor." What a stroke of luck it seemed. In truth, every moment was a calculated step upon a precarious path. She had to ensure that her displayed talents captured Nangang Xuanyu's interest while simultaneously remaining vigilant not to reveal too much, lest he grow suspicious or cautious. Enjoyment was his alone. She bore the weight of this delicate balance. However, sensing the shift in Nangang Xuanyu's attitude towards her, Shen Zhi'nian deemed it all worthwhile. Today, she had deliberately revealed a different facet of herself to the emperor, for a woman must always retain an air of mystery to keep a man perpetually intrigued. Unlike previous concubines who lingered regretfully upon departing, Shen Zhi'nian found that it was Nangang Xuanyu who felt a lingering desire when she took her leave. This was the first time the exalted emperor experienced such feelings for a woman. His gaze, deep and contemplative, ultimately refrained from urging her to stay, instead instructing Li Changde to escort the departing Shen Zhi'nian back. Even though this little woman sparked some interest in him, he would not be swayed by beauty nor make exceptions for anyone. "Your servant takes her leave." Shen Zhi'nian was undeterred, her lips curling into a subtle smile as she turned. Progress was made one step at a time. She had successfully left an impression on the emperor, igniting in him a keen interest. The next step was to cultivate a preference for her without his awareness. Shen Zhi'nian believed that one day, Nangang Xuanyu would willingly make exceptions for her, And that day was not far off. Nanqiao Xuanyu had never been stingy with rewards for the woman he cherished. Previously, he had pondered what precious gift would suit Shen Zhi'nian. Upon Li Changda's return with a report, Nanqiao Xuanyu commanded, "I recall a Paraiba pigeon egg ring from the tribute of the Sumamu region in my private treasury. Retrieve it and deliver it to the Listening Rain Pavilion." Li Changda's expression was one of shock. This was an invaluable treasure, one for which countless favored concubines had competed fiercely during its tribute to the great Zhou. How could His Majesty be giving it to Ro Changzai? Nanqiao Xuanyu cast a cool glance at him. "What? Am I no longer able to command you?" Li Changda broke into a cold sweat. "I would never presume, Your Majesty. I shall attend to it at once." Chapter 32. Shen Zhi'nian was quite pleased with the gift bestowed upon her by the emperor. In the lower ranks of the palace, a concubine was only required to pay respects to the empress after her first night with the emperor. This meant that she could enjoy a bit more rest the next day to alleviate her physical fatigue. The following day, Shen Zhi'nian did not rise until the sun was high in the sky. Upon seeing the astonished expressions on the faces of Han Dan and Fu Hua, she curiously inquired, "What is the matter? Your Highness, you are awake." Han Dan exclaimed as she approached with a tray in hand. "Early this morning, a eunuch from Yangxin Palace delivered the emperor's gifts. At first, I was puzzled by his understated demeanor, but upon seeing the items, it became clear. The emperor has bestowed such treasures upon you. If he had been any less discreet, the other concubines would surely have torn you apart." Having not encountered many treasures in their lives, it was only natural for Han Dan and Fu Hua to be in awe. The fact that even the eunuch from Yangxin Palace had gone to such lengths indicated the rarity of the gift. Shen Zhi'nian's curiosity was piqued, and she opened the box. In an instant, her beautiful eyes reflected pure astonishment. Inside the exquisite mother-of-pearl box lay a gemstone ring, the size of a pigeon's egg. It shimmered like a clear lake, its aquamarine brilliance radiating with vibrant hues, delivering an overwhelming visual impact. The unique, iridescent blue light, reminiscent of rolling waves in the ocean, was exquisitely embedded in the ring, glimmering enchantingly. Wow! Even though they had glimpsed it during the inspection, Han Dan and Fu Hua's faces were once again filled with awe. "Your Highness, I have never seen such a beautiful gemstone. To be crafted into a ring is beyond words. This gemstone appears to be unlike any worn by the other ladies," Shen Zhi'nian mused. In her previous life, she had seen a similar gemstone from a foreign merchant. Yet none could compare to the emperor's gift in terms of color, clarity, or craftsmanship. This was the blue Paraiba, sourced from the Sumac region, a rare tribute indeed. Han Dan beamed with pride. "Your Highness, the emperor dotes on you excessively, not only granting you unique favor, but also bestowing such a precious tribute upon you. Furthermore, the eunuch from Yangxin Palace mentioned that the emperor specifically instructed not to disturb your slumber for thanks, allowing you to rest more. He truly cares for you." Shen Zhi'nian adorned her slender middle finger with the ring, basking in its dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. A satisfied smile graced her lips. What woman does not adore sparkling jewelry? Her heart was elated. Sweet nothings were mere illusions. Only tangible rewards held true value. She was most content with this royal gift, feeling justified in her lavish praise of the emperor's affections the previous night. Shen Zhi'nian could not help but reminisce about her past life at this very moment when she had married into the Liu family, sacrificing even her only gold hairpin to sustain her family's livelihood, let alone donning a ring of immeasurable worth. She truly owed her gratitude to Shen Nanqiao for seizing her engagement upon her rebirth. Otherwise, such opulence would never have been hers to claim. Yet, she pondered, how was Shen Nanqiao faring in the Liu household now? Did she harbor any regrets? "Fu Hua, could you send someone to inquire about my elder sister's current life in the Liu family?" Though Fu Hua was unaware of the reason behind her mistress's sudden inquiry, she respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Highness." After Shen Zhi'nian removed the ring from her finger and entrusted it to Fu Hua, she proceeded to freshen up and seated herself at the vanity. Han Dan, puzzled, asked, "Your Highness, why do you not wear such a beautiful ring? Especially since it is a gift from the emperor?" Shen Zhi'nian chuckled lightly. "You understand, if the other concubines were to learn of this, they would be consumed by jealousy and would wish to tear me apart. Since the emperor had it delivered discreetly, I cannot disregard his thoughtful intent. It is best suited for me to wear it in my chambers, rather than flaunt it publicly. At least, until I have attained a more esteemed position." Fu Hua nodded in agreement, recognizing that the emperor, as the sovereign, acted according to his desires, yet had considered Shen Zhi'nian's circumstances, clearly placing her in his thoughts. Shen Zhi'nian grasped this truth and could not help but marvel at the multitude of women in the harem, who, despite knowing that loving the emperor could lead to ruin, still chose to throw themselves into the flames. For how many could resist the unparalleled affection bestowed upon them by the ethereally handsome sovereign? Even someone as clear-headed as Shen Zhi'nian felt a twinge of emotion. Nevertheless, while she acknowledged her feelings, she vowed to guard her heart steadfastly, determined never to fall for the lofty emperor. As Han Dan styled Shen Zhi'nian's hair, she recounted the news relayed by Xiaoming. Your Highness, today, when the concubines paid their respects to the empress, even in your absence, you remained the focal point of Cunning Palace. It is said that only the Noble Consort has received the emperor's favor for 2 consecutive days. Such unprecedented attention has never been granted to anyone else in the harem. Many lament your fortune with gritted teeth. They were both thrilled for her, but also worried that excessive favor might incite jealousy, leading to unforeseen calamities. Shen Zhi'nian smiled lightly. Once one enters the palace, vying for favor is a matter of skill. I cannot speak for others, but Lu Ruyan must truly despise me, as the entire palace believed she would be the next to gain favor, only to have me obstruct her path. Fu Hua discerned the underlying meaning. Your Highness, are you suggesting Lu Ruyan is cunning and ruthless? I doubt she will let this go easily. Send someone to discreetly monitor Elan Pavilion and keep an eye on their movements. Understood. Shen Zhi'nian gazed at the beauty reflected in the bronze mirror and instructed, this afternoon, I shall visit the Noble Consort in Yongshou Palace. Ensure I am dressed modestly. Lu Guifei was notoriously jealous and currently basking in the emperor's favor. Should she attempt to win her over, it would be impossible to suppress her envy, likely resulting in a display of her wrath. If Shen Zhi'nian appeared ostentatious, it would only serve to provoke Lu Guifei further. Understood, replied her maid. As anticipated, when Shen Zhi'nian arrived at Yongshou Palace that afternoon, Suizhu greeted her with an apologetic expression. Your Highness, the Noble Consort has been tirelessly managing the 6 palaces and is quite fatigued. She has yet to awaken from her afternoon nap, and I cannot disturb her. I hope you understand. Shen Zhi'nian was prepared for this eventuality. It is of no consequence. The Noble Consort has worked hard. We certainly cannot rouse her. I shall wait. Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness. Suizhu's demeanor was courteous but offered no indication that Shen Zhi'nian might enter, leaving her to wait outside with tea in hand. The weather had turned chilly by mid-September, with cold winds occasionally sweeping through. Standing outside in her thin palace attire was far from comfortable. Should she catch a chill, it would be disastrous, preventing her from even seeing the emperor. Han Dan grew anxious, realizing Lu Guifei was deliberately tormenting her mistress. However, Shen Zhi'nian remained composed. Chapter 33. Receiving the favor of Consort Lu. If Consort Lu intended to punish her, she would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to strike hard. However, the true motive was to win her over. Prolonged neglect would only breed enmity. Thus, even if Consort Lu felt a twinge of jealousy, she had to swallow her pride and properly appease Shen Zhi'nian. Indeed, Cui Zhu was inside persuading her. Your Highness, the Empress Dowager speaks wisely. This is a time when we need capable individuals. If we wish to win over Ro Changzai, we must not put her in a difficult position. A blaze of jealousy flickered in Consort Lu's eyes. Did you not hear? The entire palace is saying that Ro Changzai's favor rivals that of this palace. Is it not long before she climbs above me? My lady, you are the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Dinghua, of noble status. His Majesty's affection for Ro Changzai is merely a fleeting fancy. Our true rivals are Lady Jiang and the Empress. Do not act out of momentary frustration. With Cui Zhu's gentle admonition, Consort Lu finally subdued her displeasure. Very well, let her enter. Yes. As Shen Zhi'nian stepped into the inner hall, she beheld Consort Lu languidly reclining on the beauty couch, exuding an air of noble grace, breathtakingly beautiful. This humble concubine pays her respects to Your Highness. May Your Highness be blessed with peace and prosperity. Your Highness's gift of the turquoise flower-shaped golden hairpin has brought me great joy. I come today to express my gratitude. Consort Lu, having absorbed Cui Zhu's words, refrained from intimidating Shen Zhi'nian further. Rise, take a seat. Thank you, Your Highness. Although she understood that the paramount concern was securing the position and supporting useful allies against the Duke of Dinghua's household, the thought of the emperor's affection for Shen Zhi'nian, reminiscent of his past fondness for her, ignited jealousy within Consort Lu, especially when she observed Shen Zhi'nian's youthful visage, several years her junior. A pang of discomfort washed over Consort Lu, her tone tinged with frost. I have heard that His Majesty dotes upon Rochongzai, even turning her twice in 2 consecutive nights. Such favor rivals the attention I received when I first entered the palace. Rochongzai is truly fortunate. Chuizhu sighed inwardly but recognized her mistress's disposition. Persuasion would be futile. Prior to her arrival at Yongshou Palace, Shen Zhi'nian had formulated a strategy to confront this life-or-death question with unwavering composure. Your Highness's words humble me. With my humble appearance, how can I compare to your Highness? In truth, during those 2 nights, His Majesty spoke most about you. Oh, Consort Lu's curiosity was piqued as she scrutinized Shen Zhi'nian. What did he say? With utmost respect, Shen Zhi'nian responded. His Majesty praised your Highness's unparalleled elegance, asserting that no woman in the palace could rival your beauty, and I certainly do not compare. He also recounted that when he first met you, you wore a gown of green, resembling a fairy emerging from the woods. That image is forever etched in his heart. He will never forget it. Not only do men appreciate flattering words, but women also relish sweet compliments, and she certainly aimed to please Consort Lu. After all, it was unlikely that Consort Lu would seek verification from the emperor regarding their conversation during her night of service. Shen Zhi'nian had no need to fear her deception being exposed. Initially, Consort Lu suspected Shen Zhi'nian was merely flattering her. Yet the detail about her wearing a green gown during her first encounter with the emperor was known only to her most trusted confidants. Thus, it became evident that this woman spoke the truth. The emperor's affection for newly arrived concubines stemmed from ancestral customs. In the emperor's heart, they were mere playthings, while she alone was the true love. The expression on Consort Lu's face shifted from gloom to brightness, regarding Shen Zhi'nian with newfound favor, even tinged with a hint of condescending pity. You are a clever one, and I appreciate those who recognize the times. Yet, I wonder if Rochongzai possesses such awareness. As Shen Zhi'nian rose to bow, a flicker of unease crossed her features. To be frank, my family background pales in comparison to the esteemed ladies of the palace. Upon entering, I merely wished for a stable life. Yet, I inadvertently offended Lady Jiang. She is the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Dinghua and the Empress's own sister. Although I may enjoy some royal favor, I understand that it is but an ephemeral illusion. I genuinely feel quite apprehensive. Grateful am I for your kindness, Your Highness. I am truly moved and deeply appreciative of your goodwill. Consort Lu was quite satisfied with her response. Regardless of whether Shen Zhi'nian's role in Lady Jiang's demotion was intentional or inadvertent, it showcased her capability. Moreover, without family backing, and having thoroughly offended the Duke of Dinghua's household, her only path to survival lay in aligning with the Duke of Dinghua's faction. No one was better suited to become the weapon she wielded against the Duke of Dinghua's household than Shen Zhi'nian. The smile on Consort Lu's face became more genuine. Rochongzai is indeed enchanting, yet I cannot abide those who abuse their power within the palace. Should Lady Jiang and her cohorts mistreat you, come to Yongshou Palace, and I shall advocate for you. The implication was clear. She intended to encourage and even incite conflict between Shen Zhi'nian and the Duke of Dinghua's household, feigning ignorance of Consort Lu's ulterior motives. Shen Zhi'nian's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Your Highness, you are truly the kindest woman in the harem. With your Highness's protection, I feel at ease. A glimmer of mockery flickered in Consort Lu's peach blossom eyes. Ultimately, Shen Zhi'nian was a naive newcomer. A mere hint of kindness left her overwhelmed with gratitude. Such a tool would indeed be easy to wield. Enough, I am weary. You may leave now. This humble concubine takes her leave. Coming from the Duke of Dinghua's household, Consort Lu had considerable resources. Knowing she sought to win hearts, her generosity was unmistakable. Shen Zhi'nian departed laden with an array of rare gifts. Just gazing at these exquisite treasures made her feel that the sweet words exchanged earlier were well worth the effort. After all, a few flattering words had procured tangible benefits. What joy in that? Han Dan inquired. My lady, with Consort Lu's protection, do you no longer need to worry about the hidden dangers in the palace? Shen Zhi'nian shook her head, smiling softly. Silly girl, you are too naive. To those in power, if a knife becomes dull, it is simply replaced. No one will deliberately shield a tool. Han Dan was perplexed. Then why did you visit Yongshou Palace today? Shen Zhi'nian replied, from the beginning to the end, I have only one objective. As long as Consort Lu and her affiliated concubines do not turn against me in the foreseeable future, we shall not face the combined forces of the Duke of Dinghua's household and the Duke of Dinghua. Han Dan nodded thoughtfully. I see. Upon returning to Tingyu Pavilion, it was soon time for dinner. Chapter 34. A delicacy for the Emperor. Shen Zhi'nian distinctly sensed that the variety of dishes was significantly richer than before, even surpassing the usual standards in both quality and quantity. What is the reason for this? She inquired. Fu Yu smiled and explained, My lady, you may not be aware, but the staff of the imperial kitchen are now exceedingly courteous towards us in the listening rain pavilion. Whenever we go to fetch our evening meal, even before we express our wishes, the chefs deliberately inquire if there is anything you desire. These additional dishes are a tribute from the imperial kitchen to you. In the court, it has always been the case that the servants curry favor with those in higher positions. With Shen Zhi'nian currently in high favor, it was only natural for them to seek her goodwill, and she found no surprise in it. After enjoying her meal, she set down her chopsticks and declared, Let the remaining dishes be distributed to the palace servants below. In the palace, when the master dines, there are always attendants to serve the dishes. Many delicacies such as sea cucumbers, abalone, fish fins, and birds' nests may have only been sampled with a few bites, or perhaps left untouched altogether due to the abundance of food. The palace servants typically have little opportunity to indulge in such exquisite fare, and thus their delight was palpable. Thank you, my lady, for the generous offering. As evening descended, Shen Zhi'nian took a stroll in the imperial garden with a group of palace attendants to aid digestion. Beauty and figure are the capital for vying for favor, and she was keen on maintaining her figure, avoiding any excess weight. However, fate had it that she encountered Yu Pin, her rival. Given the latter's higher status, Shen Zhi'nian could not feign indifference. With her hands gracefully folded at her waist, she performed a standard respectful bow. This humble servant pays her respects to Lady Yu Pin. May you be blessed with longevity and peace. Yu Pin scrutinized Shen Zhi'nian coldly. Seeing her complexion radiant like a peach blossom and her eyes shimmering with vitality, jealousy bubbled within her. She believed both she and Shen Zhi'nian shared a similar allure. Yet the latter's youth and beauty were bound to divert the emperor's affections away from her. Sure enough, this enchanting woman had already spent 2 nights with the emperor, even receiving the gardenias that Yu Pin had long coveted. If this continued, would the emperor still regard her? Especially since Shen Zhi'nian had deftly navigated through Yu Pin's repeated attempts to undermine her, the latter's resentment only grew. Yu Pin had originally thought that Jiang Wanning would take action against Shen Zhi'nian, but under the queen's admonition, she had curbed her impulses. Overwhelmed by the faint scent of gardenias emanating from Shen Zhi'nian, Yu Pin could no longer contain herself. With a sharp command, Xiongji stepped forward and scolded. How dare you, Lady Ro? You are merely a lowly regular attendant, yet you fail to kneel and pay your respects to Lady Yu Pin, who holds a superior position in the palace. Having learned the palace rules from Aunt Xiao, Shen Zhi'nian stood tall and replied with poise, Your Grace. It is stated in the palace regulations that low-ranking attendants are only required to kneel in reverence during major festivals. On ordinary occasions, a simple bow of respect suffices. Therefore, my actions are in accordance with protocol. Xiongji was taken aback by Shen Zhi'nian's familiarity with the palace rules, momentarily rendered speechless. Yu Pin's expression darkened further. So you believe that being favored by the emperor for 2 nights grants you the right to disregard this palace? Undeterred, Shen Zhi'nian met her gaze fiercely, Your Grace. Your words fill me with trepidation. I merely speak the truth. May I inquire where I have erred? Yu Pin was aware that Shen Zhi'nian was indeed correct. Yet, as a consort, losing face before a mere attendant would jeopardize her standing within the palace. How audacious! You, Lady Ro, show disrespect to those of higher rank and speak insolently. I shall punish you to kneel here for 2 hours as an example to others. Xiongji, ensure she does not leave until the time is up. Xiongji complied, casting a cold glance at Shen Zhi'nian. Lady Ro, did you not hear the command? Kneel immediately. In her quest for survival and a better life, Shen Zhi'nian had always been adaptable. If she were not in favor, she would naturally endure the punishment imposed by the consort. However, now that the entire court was aware of her favored status with the emperor, why should she submit to Yu Pin's harassment? Your Grace, I must inform you that I promised to prepare delicacies for His Majesty today, who is awaiting them. I cannot afford to delay further, and thus, I must take my leave. With a graceful bow, Shen Zhi'nian turned and departed. Yu Pin exclaimed, nearly beside herself with rage. How could a mere regular attendant dismiss her with such audacity? Xiongji was equally incensed, but felt powerless. After all, Lady Ro was currently in favor. If the consort forcibly detained her and delayed the emperor's meal, who could bear the responsibility? Not only Han Dan, but also Xiao Mingzi and the others were left astounded. The summer breeze swept through as Xiao Mingzi patted his chest. "My lady. I was terrified when I saw Lady Yu Pin approaching with ill intent. I never expected you to handle the situation so skillfully and emerge unscathed." Shen Zhi'nian smiled lightly, but remained silent. Had it been another less favored attendant, even if Lady Yu Pin had belittled and bullied her, she would not have dared to utter a word of protest. What Shen Zhi'nian relied upon was simply the emperor's affection. In the imperial harem, without a powerful family background or strong support, the emperor's favor was everything. Thus, the women of the palace strived with all their might to vie for his attention. This truth was both stark and lamentable. Han Dan expressed her concern. "My lady, you have repeatedly embarrassed Lady Yu Pin. Do you think she might seek revenge?" Shen Zhi'nian replied nonchalantly, "Lady Yu Pin has already regarded me as a formidable rival in her heart. Even if I were to humble myself today, she would not spare me. Why should I endure her punishment? After all, I have already offended her on multiple occasions." Han Dan chuckled, covering her mouth. "I understand now. This is what they call too many debts to bear. However," she added, "but we do not have any delicacies prepared in the palace." Shen Zhi'nian smiled playfully. "Now we do." Upon returning to the Listening Rain Pavilion, she instructed Fu Yu to fetch a plate of milfei from the imperial kitchen to present to the Yangxin Hall. After all, with so many palace attendants delivering food to the emperor daily, he would hardly notice her. This was merely a performance for Lady Yu Pin. In the Yangxin Hall, Emperor Nangong Xianyu, seated behind the imperial desk, was urgently managing state affairs. Having only consumed a bowl of walnut black rice porridge for breakfast, he had gone an entire day without further sustenance. Li Changde, concerned for the emperor's health, had attempted to persuade him several times, but was dismissed each time and left anxiously waiting at the door. At that moment, a young eunuch approached with a food box. "Your Majesty, within this box lies the milfei." Li Changde, weary of the palace attendants' rivalry for favor, sighed in exasperation. "The emperor has stated that he wishes to eat nothing and has forbidden anyone from entering to disturb him. The lady's intentions can be conveyed at a later time. It is not the moment to complicate matters." Chapter 35. Breaking the record of the harem. The young eunuch, believing he had erred, quickly bowed his head and said, "Yes. I shall return to the Maidens of Listening Rain Pavilion." Suddenly, Li Changde's eyes brightened, stopping him. This delicacy was sent by Ro Changzai? Indeed. Ro Changzai's personal maid is still waiting outside for my reply. Li Changde extended his hand. "Bring forth the 1,000-layer pastry for me." The young eunuch was taken aback. "Did you not say that His Majesty forbade anyone from disturbing him?" Receiving the pastry, Li Changde scoffed. "What do you know? Ro Changzai is not like anyone else. She is His Majesty's new favorite. He must at least sample it. If the emperor's health falters due to hunger, he could face dire consequences." Noticing Li Changde's presence, Nangong Xuanyu furrowed his brows in annoyance. "Did I not say I am not hungry? Do not disturb me again. Do you take my words lightly?" Li Changde quickly bowed. "Your Majesty, please do not be angry. It was Ro Changzai herself who had someone deliver this snack. Would you care to partake?" Nangong Xuanyu's expression softened slightly as he recalled Shen Zhi'nian's demeanor while drinking last night. "Very well, present it." Yes, while engrossed in state matters, he had not felt it, but now, as he savored the crispy 1,000-layer pastry, Nangong Xuanyu truly felt a pang of hunger. "Summon the meal. Your servant obeys." Li Changde finally sighed in relief. It was indeed Ro Changzai. After the evening meal, the young eunuch from the court of ceremony arrived as usual, carrying a tray. "Please." "Your Majesty," flipped the card. Having dealt with urgent state affairs all day, Nangong Xuanyu felt fatigued and lacked the inclination to indulge the consorts, merely wishing to relax. Glancing at the empty plate beside him, he could not help but reflect that his mood invariably lightened in the company of that young woman. Proceed to Listening Rain Pavilion. The young eunuch from the court of ceremony hastily advised, "Your Majesty, the newly entered consorts are still waiting for you to flip their cards. You have favored Ro Changzai for 2 consecutive nights. It would be irregular to do so again tonight." Nangong Xuanyu remained silent, exuding an overwhelming imperial aura that left the eunuch in a cold sweat. Li Changde promptly reprimanded, "In the palace, His Majesty is the greatest rule. Unperceptive dog servant. Quickly withdraw." The young eunuch, frightened and drenched in cold sweat, hastily bowed and retreated. At Listening Rain Pavilion, seeing Han Dan still eagerly awaiting, Shen Zhi'nian shook her head with a smile. The favored concubine had only ever been graced for 2 consecutive nights, and with so many newcomers waiting, it was impossible for His Majesty to select her again tonight. Rest early. However, unbeknownst to her, Nangong Xuanyu indeed did not flip her card that night. but he was coming to personally visit Listening Rain Pavilion. Upon receiving the news from the young eunuch at Yangxing Palace, the palace maids could scarcely believe it. Once they comprehended the situation, they erupted in exuberant joy. To be favored by the emperor for 3 consecutive nights. The young mistress had shattered the harem record. What an extraordinary honor. Since ascending the throne, the emperor had not once set foot in Zhongsui Palace. Everyone scrambled to prepare for his arrival. Upon hearing the news, Sun Changzai wept tears of joy. I have waited so long for this opportunity to see His Majesty. Quick, jeweler, bring out my most exquisite jewelry and finest garments. I must adorn myself beautifully. She was self-aware that His Majesty was coming for Ro Changzai tonight and was unlikely to favor her. Moreover, Ro Changzai still held utilitarian value. So she did not intend to provoke her at this moment. Sun Changzai merely hoped to leave a favorable impression on the emperor tonight. Perhaps when he visited Ro Changzai next, she could intercept his favor. Zhu'er was also thrilled. The young mistress had finally endured to see hope. Yes. In the left chamber. Han Dan retrieved Shen Zhi'nian's cosmetics. My lady, His Majesty should arrive shortly. Allow me to prepare you. Shen Zhi'nian smiled gently. No, do not adorn me with any jewels. The simpler, the better. Huh? Han Dan asked in confusion, my lady, why so? Did you not say that frequent changes in attire are necessary to maintain freshness in His Majesty's eyes? Yet, for the past 2 nights, your attire has been exceedingly pure. Will you not do the same today? Do you forget? I was already prepared to retire. The more I cleanse away the adornments, the more it will highlight the surprise of His Majesty's sudden visit. Moreover, Shen Zhi'nian glanced toward the right chamber, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Tonight, someone will be meticulously dressed. I shall not join that commotion. The emperor was coming to see her, and if Sun Changzai dressed ostentatiously, it would only irritate him and make him cherish her all the more. Sun Changzai, intent on using her as a stepping stone, remained oblivious to the potential backlash she might face. Naturally, Shen Zhi'nian would not assume the role of the overt villain. She intended for Sun Changzai to feel grateful after being utilized by her. Han Dan wished to voice her concern that the young mistress might be overshadowed by Sun Changzai. But upon considering Sun Changzai's looks, which paled in comparison to her young mistress, she silently swallowed her words. Before long, the imperial carriage arrived. All in the palace respectfully bowed. The concubines pay their respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Nangang Xuanyu's gaze immediately fell upon Shen Zhi'nian. Her appearance was markedly different from their previous encounters. She donned a moon-white garment, her face free of makeup, radiant as the morning sun reflecting off snow. Her long, dark hair cascaded down, devoid of any adornments, evidently prepared for rest. In such an unadorned state, bathed in moonlight, she resembled a celestial being untouched by the world. Nangang Xuanyu's eyes sparkled as he stepped forward to assist Shen Zhi'nian. My beloved, no need for such formalities. Sun Changzai had lost track of how long it had been since she last saw the emperor. She had never known he possessed such a gentle side. A tinge of jealousy surged within her, uncontrollably yearning for the emperor's attention. She stepped forward. Your servant, Sun Changzai of Lanwei Pavilion, pays her respects to your majesty. Nangang Xuanyu hardly remembered such a person existed in the palace, having grown up within its depths. He recognized Sun Changzai's ostentatious appearance and her overt attempts to court his favor. The emperor, both tender-hearted and indifferent, often found his preferences to be quite simple. Had Sun Changzai been an extraordinary beauty, he would have been captivated. Even if he did not favor her tonight, she would surely leave a lasting impression. Regrettably, Sun Changzai's beauty was merely modest, easily overshadowed in a harem filled with stunning women. Thus, only displeasure at being disturbed remained in Nangang Xuanyu's heart. Chapter 36. Shen Zhi'nian's sense of crisis upon arriving at the Zhongsui Palace. I came to visit Rochang, so why do you approach me with such eagerness? Sun Changzai did not anticipate that after longing to meet the emperor for so long, he would treat her with such indifference. My lady, she stammered, feeling a mix of sorrow and fear, uncertain of how to respond. Ultimately, it was Shen Zhi'nian who gently intervened. Your Majesty, Sister Sun must have missed you dearly after such a long time. Please do not be too harsh on her. Unbeknownst to her, while Sun Changzai sought to usurp Shen Zhi'nian's favor, she remained oblivious, foolishly defending her rival. Nangang Xuanyu was at a loss whether to deem her naive or simply too innocent. In deference to Shen Zhi'nian, his tone softened slightly. It is getting late. You should rest early. Sun Changzai felt a warmth in her heart. Moved, she replied, Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Watching the two of them enter the Listening Rain Pavilion, Her emotions grew increasingly complex. Despite her intent to surpass Rochong, it was ultimately Rochong who spoke on her behalf and softened the emperor's demeanor. Sun Changzai began to comprehend why the emperor favored Rochong so. What man could resist a woman of such outstanding grace, simplicity, and kindness? Even she, who once felt a twinge of jealousy towards Rochong's favored status, found it difficult to harbor resentment now. Inside the listening rain pavilion, Nangong Xuanyu held Shen Zhi'nian's hand as they entered the inner chamber, the palace attendants discreetly withdrawing. A few pots of blooming gardenias adorned the windowsill, their subtle fragrance wafting through the chamber. The woman's captivating gaze and pure smile lightened Nangong Xuanyu's tense mind. Burdened by the day's affairs, he sat beside Shen Zhi'nian on the bed, smiling as he asked, "My beloved, can you not see that Sun Changzai seeks to divide your favor? Why then do you speak up for her?" With a hint of sympathy and a touch of wistfulness in her eyes, Shen Zhi'nian replied, "As women ourselves, we understand the difficulties faced by those in the harem. Why must we make things harder for one another? If your majesty were truly swayed by Sun Changzai, it would only reflect my own lack of allure. As long as your majesty is happy, even if I feel a pang of disappointment, I would still rejoice for you." This statement was a blend of truth and artifice. Life in the harem is indeed fraught with challenges, yet who among us has an easy existence? She was no saint. To rise above and not be trampled upon, one must contend and vie for what they desire. In the end, it all boils down to merit. What man does not admire a gentle, kind-hearted woman who is considerate of his needs? Nangong Xuanyu embraced Shen Zhi'nian tenderly, his tone gentle. "My beloved adores me so. How could I bear to let you feel disheartened?" A rosy hue crept across Shen Zhi'nian's face as she playfully chided, "Your majesty." Initially, Nangong Xuanyu found their time together refreshing and sought to relax at the listening rain pavilion. However, gazing upon the enchanting visage of this young woman, his throat tightened, and his gaze deepened. "I am weary." Shen Zhi'nian stood, saying, "I shall summon someone to attend to your majesty's bath." Yet, Nangong Xuanyu grasped her hand, his eyes darkening further. "Those attendants are clumsy. They cannot compare to your delicate touch." Shen Zhi'nian realized the emperor sought a novel experience, all while maintaining a serious facade. Naturally, she could not dampen his spirits, her face flushed with allure. "You are quite mischievous." Unbeknownst to her, Nangong Xuanyu adored her pure yet beguiling demeanor, teasingly responding, "Oh, pray tell, my beloved, in what way am I mischievous?" How could I possibly say that?" She huffed, "You are too wicked. Your majesty, I shall ignore you." Understanding his fondness for a playful chase, Shen Zhi'nian shyly turned and made her way to the bathing chamber. Nangong Xuanyu's smile deepened, and he followed her with a grin. An hour later, Shen Zhi'nian's hair and garments were thoroughly soaked as she languidly leaned against the edge of the bath, utterly drained of strength. She could not fathom why the emperor possessed such remarkable stamina, tirelessly indulging in their encounters. Nangong Xuanyu, however, appeared thoroughly satisfied, pinching her cheek playfully. "The water has cooled. Rise, my beloved, lest you catch a chill." At this moment, Shen Zhi'nian lacked the energy and called for Hantai and Futsu to assist her. After wringing out her hair and changing into fresh garments, they returned to the chamber, collapsing onto the soft bed. Nestled in the emperor's embrace, Shen Zhi'nian resembled a delicate bird, yet her mind was busy calculating. Appropriate affection could yield her desired outcomes, but unprecedented favor would render her a target within the harem. She could already envision the uproar in the palace after the emperor had favored her for 3 consecutive nights. If this continued, even if she feigned allegiance to concubine Lu, given Lu's jealousy, she would never tolerate Shen Zhi'nian's presence. Furthermore, many courtiers had daughters in the palace. How could they allow her to monopolize the emperor's favor? It would not be long before memorials calling for her impeachment would flutter to the throne, branding her a seductive temptress. Lacking a notable lineage, her reliance on the emperor's favor was precarious. Ultimately, she would face a dead end. Suppressing the cold glint in her eyes, Shen Zhi'nian softly spoke. "Before entering the palace, I believed my humble beauty would hardly catch your majesty's attention. Yet, I am profoundly moved by the unprecedented favor you have bestowed upon me. I feel both grateful and apprehensive. May I, perhaps, request a small favor from you?" The harem had its share of women who, once favored, grew insatiable, seeking to elevate their status or secure positions for their families. Nangong Xuanyu had thought this kind-hearted woman was an exception, but unexpectedly, she too resembled those materialistic souls. In that moment, he could not discern whether disappointment or regret filled his heart. The depths of a ruler's heart are unfathomable. Nangong Xuanyu's gaze dimmed slightly. though his tone remained unchanged as he lifted Shen Zhi'nian's chin, affectionately inquiring, "Oh, what does my beloved desire?" Most favored concubines were often blinded by the emperor's affection, and once they showed signs of greed, they quickly lost his favor. Nanqiao Xuanyu presumed Shen Zhi'nian would follow suit. Yet, who could have foreseen? Shen Zhi'nian rose from his embrace, her tone tinged with a hint of reluctance, but resolute nonetheless. "I wish to beseech your majesty for equitable treatment among all." A flicker of surprise crossed Nanqiao Xuanyu's eyes, his voice devoid of emotion. "While other concubines strive to retain my favor, my beloved wishes to push me towards others?" Chapter 37. The current days of Shen Nanqiao. If Shen Zhi'nian were to deny it, her previous request would seem hypocritical. If she were to affirm it, it would indicate a lack of regard for the emperor. A poorly articulated response to such a question could be perilous. Yet, Shen Zhi'nian's persona before the emperor is one of simplicity and kindness. Thus, she gently bit her lip and lowered her head. From Nanqiao Xuanyu's perspective, she appeared fragile and delicate, amplifying a sense of fragility. The consort wished to please his majesty but did not want to utter insincere words that would trouble her heart. Therefore, she spoke candidly, hoping for forgiveness should her words offend. She professed her deep affection for the emperor, acknowledging that his favor toward other consorts naturally caused her distress. However, she understood that the emperor did not belong solely to her, but to all the sisters in the harem. It was indeed pitiable for those consorts who did not receive the emperor's affection, as many newcomers had yet to meet him since entering the palace. Hence, she could not, nor did she wish to, monopolize the emperor's attention, leaving others in a state of longing. The emperor, being human, harbored selfish desires and could not help but compare. He recalled that whenever he lavished attention on other consorts, Lu Guifei would often display her displeasure. Initially, such behavior could be deemed endearing, but as it persisted, it grew tiresome. Ro Changzai, however, was exceptionally understanding and considerate of the other consorts. In the harem, only the empress possessed such magnanimity, while Nanqiao Xuanyu admired her virtues. The emperor's inherent suspicion prevented him from fully trusting whether this virtue was genuine. He embraced Shen Zhi'nian, subtly probing, "My beloved consort is so kind. I cannot betray your heartfelt intentions. I have heard that you visited Lu Guifei's palace during the day?" Shen Zhi'nian could not reveal that she had feigned allegiance to Lu Guifei to survive in the palace. Instead, she feigned innocence, saying, "Indeed, the noble consort is quite gracious, not minding my humble status, and gifted me a valuable golden hairpin. I am truly grateful for her kindness, hence my visit to express my thanks." Nanqiao Xuanyu was well aware of Lu Guifei's fiery temperament, but he had indulged her, turning a blind eye. Perhaps only Ro Changzai would find Lu Guifei easy to deal with. The woman failed to perceive that Lu Guifei was attempting to win over hearts by drawing her closer. Nevertheless, it was rare to encounter such pure intentions in the harem, so he allowed her to remain adorably naive. At present, she had made an enemy of Jiang Guiran, and it was beneficial for the consort to receive protection. The following morning, as Nanqiao Xuanyu prepared to attend court, Shen Zhi'nian intended to rise to attend to him. But he stopped her. "My beloved consort has worked hard these past few days. Let the palace servants attend to me, and you may rest a while longer." Witnessing the emperor's affection for his favored consort, Han Dan and Fu Hua lowered their heads, their faces adorned with gentle smiles. The emperor's words were laden with implication, especially with so many palace attendants present, causing Shen Zhi'nian's cheeks to flush crimson. Observing her blush, Nanqiao Xuanyu felt pleased and made a point to say before leaving, "My beloved consort, take good care of yourself. I shall return when I have the time." The palace attendants bowed in unison. "We humbly send off your majesty." Once the emperor's figure vanished, Han Dan and Fu Hua sighed in relief. Although his majesty favored the consort and remained amiable in the Tingyu pavilion, the pressure of the emperor's presence was not something ordinary individuals could bear. Soon, the Internal Affairs Office sent in numerous rewards, and the attendants beamed with joy, showering auspicious words as if they were free-flowing. Despite being merely a constant presence in the harem, Ro Xiaozhu was indeed a favored consort, and thus they sought to curry favor with her. Shen Zhi'nian understood that while many palace attendants held lowly positions, they could play unexpectedly crucial roles in times of need. One must never be stingy with grace in governing the harem. With a wave of her sleeve, she generously dispensed rewards. The faces of both the eunuchs delivering the gifts and the attendants in Tingyu Pavilion radiated joy. It was evident that after 3 consecutive nights of imperial affection, Shen Zhi'nian stood at the center of attention, inciting jealousy among many in the harem. She recognized that she was currently a target of resentment, and coupled with her physical discomfort, she decided to remain in the Tingyu pavilion and rest. After all, allowing her to rest was the emperor's decree, and no one could contest that. Moreover, the emperor had taken her words to heart last night. If Shen Zhi'nian guessed correctly, the attention of the masses would soon shift, and she preferred not to be a living target. In the intricate relationship between the court and the harem, secrets were scarce. The tale of Shen Zhi'nian, who had ascended from the daughter of a minor official to a favored consort, had spread throughout the realm. The Lu family, Shen Nanqiao, was filled with disbelief, convinced that something must have gone awry. In her past life, upon entering the palace, she had not only failed to win the emperor's favor, but had also incurred the displeasure of many due to her unworthiness, facing daily hostility. How could a lowly, illegitimate daughter like Shen Zhi'nian possibly evade all pitfalls to catch the emperor's eye? Yet, Shen Nanqiao's prideful nature prevented her from showing her jealousy openly. Instead, she adopted a derisive demeanor. The daughters of the Shen family should embody grace and humility, refraining from competition. Her sister had already become associated with their mother's name, yet here she was, striving for power in the palace, which was indeed disgraceful and brought shame upon both her and their mother. Lu Jianglin's sister, Lu Jiangyue, though only 11, was wise beyond her years. She was now connected to Rou Chongzai, who enjoyed the emperor's favor. The Lu family, with Rou Chongzai's rise, could potentially benefit in the future, enhancing her prospects for marriage. Thus, upon hearing Shen Nanqiao disparage Shen Zhi'nian, Lu Jiangwei could hardly contain her disapproval. Sister-in-law, Rou Chongzai has become the emperor's favored consort. This is beneficial for both us and the Shen family. Your words reflect a sour grapes mentality. Shen Nanqiao, most sensitive to any comparison with Shen Zhi'nian, retorted coldly. What do you know? I have no desire to compete with a multitude of women for a single man. I was the one who relinquished my chance to enter the palace to her. If I had wished to enter, what place would Shen Zhi'nian have? Jealous of Shen Zhi'nian? Such a notion was laughable. Lu Jiangyue, having been spoiled by her mother and brother, disregarded Shen Nanqiao's authority and scoffed. Then you simply cannot bear to see your own sister thrive. You are either foolish or malicious. Having grown up pampered in the Shen family, Shen Nanqiao was unaccustomed to such disrespectful speech. Her expression turned icy. You dare to forget that I am your sister-in-law? Is it proper for you to undermine your own sister-in-law to elevate another? She commanded, apologize at once. Chapter 38. My husband possesses the talent of a top scholar. Lu Jiagui immediately raised her voice, crying out, Mother, sister-in-law is bullying me. Woe is me. Hearing the commotion, Lu's mother hurried out of the house without inquiring about the situation, and immediately began to scold Shen Nanqiao. Your sister is still a child. Why can't you communicate properly? Why do you have to bully her? Shen Nanqiao was filled with indignation but could not lower herself to explain, merely pouting and saying, with such accusations, I have no words to defend myself. Lu's mother and Lu Jianglin had always relied on each other, and they were not fond of having an outsider inserted between them. They had long viewed Shen Nanqiao with disfavor. However, considering the current state of the Lu family, which still depended on Shen Nanqiao's dowry for sustenance, she suppressed her displeasure and softened her tone. Forget it. We are all family. There is no need to let a trivial matter cause discord. Just take out some jewelry to apologize to your sister. We can consider this matter settled. Although the Shen family had given most of their wealth to Shen Zhi'nian for her entry into the palace, Mrs. Zhou had secretly supplemented Shen Nanqiao's dowry, feeling sorry for her daughter. After all, a famished camel is still larger than a horse. The jewelry that Shen Nanqiao possessed was something Lu Jiangwei, the daughter of a commoner, had never even seen before, and she coveted it immensely. Upon hearing Lu's mother's words, Lu Jiangyue's eyes instantly sparkled. Yes, I want that set of ruby headwear. Sister-in-law, quickly take it out for me, and I won't argue with you anymore. That set of ruby headwear was the most valuable item in Shen Nanqiao's dowry, something she herself seldom wore. No, since coming here, my sister has already taken plenty of my jewelry. That was specially crafted for me by my mother. I cannot give it to you. Lu Jiangyue's expression darkened immediately. It's just a set of headwear. Is it really necessary to be so stingy? Sister-in-law, you always say you treat me like your own sister, but it seems you were merely deceiving me. Shen Nanqiao felt a surge of frustration. When have I ever refused to give you my clothing or jewelry? Just because I declined you this one time, does that erase all my previous kindness towards you? Lu's mother lamented, smiting her thigh. Alas, the official's daughter looks down on us. Even your sister likes your headwear, and you have so much to say about it. Moon, we are poor. We cannot afford to elevate ourselves to their status. You should return everything your sister has gifted you, lest she feels we owe her a debt. Shen Nanqiao, a legitimate daughter of the Shen family, had never dealt with such petty commoners. Faced with Lu Jiangyue and Lu's mother's unreasonable insistence, she found herself truly at a loss for words. Though she had always prided herself on her lofty principles, the situation had escalated to this extent. Even if it pained her, she could only swallow her indignation and say, "Sister, mother, you have misunderstood me. Wealth is merely an external possession. I have always held it in disdain. Since my sister desires that ruby headwear, I shall send it to her shortly." Lu Jiangyue's face brightened instantly. "Sister-in-law, I knew it. You are the daughter of an official, possessing a noble character and disdainful of worldly matters. Allow me to handle those mundane trivialities for you." Shen Nanqiao was nearly exasperated to death, but the high-minded persona was one she had crafted for herself. If she were to refute Lu Jiangyue, would it not be a slap in her own face? Therefore, even with a heart full of anger, she could only swallow her pride. "You are right, sister." Thus, Lu Jiangyue once again pilfered a set of jewelry from Shen Nanqiao, gazing at her increasingly empty dowry chest. Shen Nanqiao felt a deep sense of confusion for the first time. She had heard that Shen Zhi'nian was immensely favored in the palace, receiving a continuous stream of rewards. Just one of those gifts could be worth more than her entire dowry. While Shen Zhi'nian basked in wealth and honor, she found herself married into the Lu family, enduring hardship and contending with a difficult mother-in-law and a greedy sister-in-law. Had she truly made the right choice in this marriage? "My dear, what are you pondering?" Lu Jianglin returned from the academy, smiling as he inquired. Shen Nanqiao, filled with grievances, recounted the events of the day. She had thought her husband would understand her plight and stand up for her, leading her mother-in-law and sister-in-law to behave more reasonably, making her life easier. However, to her surprise, Lu Jianglin merely chuckled dismissively. "My dear, in my heart, you have always been as pure and noble as the moon. How could you let some trivial material possessions taint your essence? Moreover, Moon is still young. As the elder sister-in-law, it is only right that you indulge her a bit." His conciliatory attitude only served to infuriate Shen Nanqiao further. Sensing her discontent, Lu Jianglin quickly took her hand and began to paint a bright future. "All right, my dear. I know you work hard to manage our household. Rest assured, when I achieve success in next year's provincial examination, I will ensure you live a life of comfort. By then, not just one set of ruby headwear, but even 10 sets, I shall procure for you." Shen Nanqiao suddenly recalled that in her past life, Lu Jianglin had triumphed in the imperial examination, starting from the provincial level. Yes, Shen Zhi'nian's fleeting triumph and her current predicament were inconsequential. The true victor would be the one who laughed last. She was determined to become a first-rank noble consort, seizing all the glory that belonged to Shen Zhi'nian. Her husband possessed the talent to achieve the highest honors. He would surely excel. Shen Nanqiao grasped Lu Jianglin's hand tightly, her eyes brimming with trust in him. Though Lu Jianglin's academic abilities were merely average in the academy, especially when compared to candidates nationwide, he was taken aback by Shen Nanqiao's unwavering faith in him, believing that he could indeed excel in the provincial examination. "I will not disappoint your expectations. I will return to my study now. Please take care of next month's expenses," he said. As thoughts of becoming a first-rank noble consort filled her mind, Shen Nanqiao gritted her teeth and endured. "Do not worry, my husband. I will handle everything. You focus on your studies." At worst, she would continue to sell her jewelry. In the listening rain pavilion, Shen Zhi'nian, adorned in a gown more precious than gold and wearing a paraiba ring the size of a pigeon's egg, lounged on a mink-covered couch, listening to Fuziu describe the recent happenings in the Lu family, nearly bursting into laughter. Lu's mother and Lu Jiangyue remained as insufferable and troublesome as in her previous life. However, this time, it was Shen Nanqiao who would enjoy such fortune. Han Dan curiously asked, "Miss, you are not one to relish hardship. Why did you exchange your marriage and went into the Lu family? Do you truly believe that young Master Lu can triumph in next year's provincial examination?" Chapter 39. Shen Zhi'nian strikes back at Lu Rian. What could her intentions possibly be? Shen Zhi'nian scoffed softly. "A scholar? Huh." In her past life, she had devoted nearly a year, exhausting her energy to cultivate connections with the families of examiners for Lu Jianglin, to ensure he was well prepared for the examination. In this lifetime, Shen Nanqiao could just wait patiently. As evening fell, the emperor did not indulge in any particular favorite, but instead turned his attention to Lu Rian. The other newcomers sighed in relief. As long as His Majesty did not favor anyone exclusively, they could bide their time, and soon their turn would come. The harem, filled with numerous onlookers, was eager to witness Shen Zhi'nian's downfall. After all, the experience of a sudden fall from grace is never pleasant. Perhaps she was now hiding under her covers in the listening rain pavilion, weeping. In truth, Shen Zhi'nian's emotions were entirely unperturbed as she calmly read by the window. Han Dan tentatively inquired, "My lord, are you not heartbroken?" Just imagining the situation made her feel miserable, let alone Shen Zhi'nian, the one directly involved. Shen Zhi'nian found it perplexing. Why should I be heartbroken? She had never viewed the emperor as a lover or husband. To her, he was merely a tool for her ascent, who would weep or feel jealousy over a mere instrument. Just as men in officialdom must flatter their superiors to rise in rank, women confined to the inner chambers abide by the same principle. At least in Shen Zhi'nian's eyes, the emperor was no different from a superior. The following day, after serving the emperor, Lu Ruyan was promoted to a noble rank. The emperor praised her gentle demeanor and conferred upon her the title Wang. Lavish rewards flowed into Elan Pavilion. The entire palace was aware that His Majesty rarely bestowed titles. Lu Ruyan, on her first night, received treatment akin to what Shen Zhi'nian had experienced. All the women in the harem speculated that she might break Shen Zhi'nian's record of 3 consecutive nights with the emperor and become the new favored concubine. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan was the center of attention in the harem. When she went to Kuan-Ning Palace to pay her respects, many cast her sidelong glances filled with sarcasm. Yet she handled their jibes with grace, appearing charming and ensuring no one felt slighted. Even though everyone awaited Shen Zhi'nian's misfortune, her composure remained intact. After all, Shen Zhi'nian had understood from the outset that the emperor could never favor one person exclusively. Even without Lu Ruyan, there would be others. Furthermore, in her previous life, Lu Ruyan had been capable of rivaling Lu Guifei for the emperor's affection. Could she truly be overlooked? Shen Zhi'nian speculated that if she had not taken Shen Nanqiao's place in the palace, diverting the emperor's attention, Lu Ruyan's favor would have been even greater. However, her antagonistic relationship with Lu Ruyan was fated from the beginning. If Lu Ruyan were to ascend to the position of favored concubine, it would be detrimental to her. Yet, for the moment, Lu Ruyan's favor drew the ire of the harem away from Shen Zhi'nian, making the situation more advantageous for her. Thus, she had no intention of confronting Lu Ruyan just yet. But fate has a way of intertwining paths. Shen Zhi'nian did not expect to encounter Lu Ruyan while taking a stroll. Lu Ruyan's rank was the highest among the newcomers, and her father was the governor of Yangzhou, indicating a prestigious lineage. Many lower-ranked concubines believed Lu Ruyan's prospects were limitless, unlike Shen Zhi'nian, whose favor was merely illusory. They flocked to Lu Ruyan, eager to curry favor. Surrounded by admirers, Lu Ruyan appeared quite regal. Shen Zhi'nian, however, would never allow anyone to catch her in error. She performed the proper palace etiquette. This humble concubine greets noble Lady Wang. The gazes of the lower-ranked concubines turned to Shen Zhi'nian with a hint of amusement. Oh, isn't that the one who spent 3 consecutive nights with His Majesty? Why didn't the emperor visit her palace last night? Flowers do not bloom for 100 days. It seems someone is about to lose favor. Before Shen Zhi'nian could respond to their taunts, Lu Ruyan frowned and said, "Enough, we are all sisters. Why speak so harshly?" She stepped forward to assist Shen Zhi'nian, adopting a demeanor of delicate vulnerability, her eyes betraying a semblance of guilt and unease. "Sister Ro, I truly did not intend to compete for the emperor's affection. Please do not be angry with me, and let us not grow distant. Is that agreeable?" Lu Ruyan's words were delivered with remarkable finesse. She was a noble, while Shen Zhi'nian was merely a favored concubine. Yet, having received the emperor's favor, she was intimidated enough to demean herself before Shen Zhi'nian. Should word of this spread, Shen Zhi'nian would undoubtedly be branded proud and arrogant, despite Lu Ruyan being the emperor's true consort. If a concubine were favored, it would be seen as a challenge to Shen Zhi'nian, undermining the authority of the empress. In such a case, the empress would be the first to disallow her. Shen Zhi'nian's expression turned cold, revealing a hint of surprise. "Sister Wang, your reasoning is flawed. All the women in the palace belong to His Majesty. Whom he chooses to favor is his prerogative. If a concubine receives His Majesty's favor, does that make her a rival to the rest? Would that not implicate every woman in the harem?" In just a few sentences, she had put Lu Ruyan in a precarious position. One misstep, and she could offend all the concubines in the palace. Even the lower-ranked concubines surrounding Lu Ruyan began to regard her differently. After all, they flattered Lu Ruyan with hopes of sharing in her favor one day. According to Lu Ruyan's logic, if His Majesty were to favor them, would they not also be seen as rivals? Lu Ruyan's hand tightened slightly beneath her sleeve, yet her expression remained unchanged. That is not what I meant, dear Sister Ro. Please do not misunderstand. Everyone had assumed that Lu Rian's superior lineage and higher rank would enable her to dominate Shen Zhi'nian effortlessly. However, the reality was starkly different from their expectations. Suddenly, a hurried eunuch rushed over, bowing hastily and saying, "Noble Lady Wang, the Empress commands your immediate presence at the Shuxiu Palace." The Shuxiu Palace currently housed only Jiang Wanqing, and Lu Rian could not fathom what business she might have with her. "May I inquire, esteemed eunuch, what is the reason for the Empress's summons?" The eunuch's demeanor was decidedly aloof. Upon arriving at the Shuxiu Palace, Noble Lady Wang will naturally find out. Seeing that he was unyielding, Lu Rian suppressed her curiosity and followed him. Where there was excitement, she could not miss out. Most importantly, regardless of what transpired, she would gain first-hand information. Shen Zhi'nian and the remaining concubines trailed behind them. In the Shuxiu Palace, Jiang Wanqing was already in a foul mood due to her demotion, scolding the palace maids daily. Early in the morning, upon witnessing the horrified expressions of the maids, she felt even more cursed and kicked one. Chapter 40. Jiang Wanqing's disfigurement. If you are unwilling to serve me, I can grant you the mercy of allowing you to roll off to the Xinjia warehouse. Who would want to see such a visage? The young maid knelt on the ground, her voice trembling. I dare not. It is you, my lady. You. Shuizhu also noticed the anomaly in Jiang Wanqing, her voice laced with terror. My lady, your face. A wave of foreboding surged within Jiang Wanqing as she hurried to the bronze mirror. To her horror, the reflection of the once radiant beauty was marred by a multitude of rashes. She covered her face and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Imperial physician. Quickly summon the imperial physician. After a flurry of chaos, the physician finally arrived at the Shuxiu Palace. Upon examining Jiang Wanqing, his heart sank. Sensing his grave demeanor, Jiang Wanqing anxiously pressed, "What has happened to my face? How can I restore it?" With a heavy sigh, the physician replied, "Esteemed Jiang, it appears your face has come into contact with snowgrass. Though it is medicinal, it bears significant toxicity to the skin. Even with thorough treatment, scarring is highly likely." In the harem, a disfigured face signified the end of favor. Jiang Wanqing, the cherished daughter of the Duke of the State, had grown up enveloped in adoration, living a life more splendid than many uncherished princesses. Her prideful nature was unmatched, and she had entered the palace with aspirations of reigning as the mother of the nation. How could she accept such a fate? In a fit of rage, she turned the Shuxiu Palace upside down. Naturally, Empress Jiang had to intervene personally. Despite her frail condition, she made her way to the palace, intent on addressing the situation. Her discontent was one matter, but she would never allow anyone to jeopardize the future of the duke's family. Even the emperor was stirred, arriving at Shuxiu Palace. Jiang Wanqing's eyes brimmed with resentment. Nearly fainting from her tears, "Elder sister, your majesty, who wishes to harm me? You must seek justice for me. Woe is me." Nanqiao, already disenchanted with her arrogant demeanor, found her rash-covered face even more repulsive as she wept, eliciting an air of disdain in his eyes. Yet, it was not the time to confront the duke's family. Maintaining appearances, Nanqiao soothed her. "Do not worry. I shall ensure justice is served. Stop your tears." While he was not averse to a beautiful woman weeping, Jiang Wanqing's cries were truly unsightly. Believing the emperor to be concerned for her, a flicker of warmth ignited in her heart as she sniffled. "As long as your majesty does not disdain me, I still have a future." How could snowgrass possibly find its way into Jiang Gairen's palace? Investigate thoroughly. Upon exiting, Empress Jiang, having taken medicine to bolster her spirits, appeared relatively well. After issuing her orders, she turned to the physician. "I command you, by any means necessary, to cure Jiang Gairen's face." With no eligible young women left in the duke's family, the collateral branches, though suitable, were ultimately distant relations. For the sake of familial honor, Empress Jiang was determined to protect Jiang Wanqing at all costs. Almost the entire staff of the Imperial Medical Bureau had been summoned, responding with utmost respect. With both the emperor and empress present, everyone was motivated to uncover the truth. Soon, they retrieved the suspicious item from within. After the physicians examined it in turn, they finally confirmed the source of the issue. "Your Majesty, Empress, we have discovered snow grass in this box of rouge." Jiang Wanqing's expression darkened as she kicked a nearby kneeling maid. "Wretched servant, you have always been responsible for my rouge. How could snow grass be in it? Speak, were you sent to harm me?" The maid, named Tower, was visibly terrified, repeatedly bowing her head. "My lady, please believe me. I would never dare to harm you." Empress Jiang cast a cold glance at Tower, seize her and take her to the Ministry of Justice for interrogation. Panic-stricken, Tower pleaded, "Your Majesty, I truly did not do it. I have no idea how this happened. Oh, I remember now. The day before, when I returned with the rouge, I encountered Hong from the Yilan Pavilion. We had a brief conversation. Empress Jiang raised her hand, halting the eunuch dragging Tower away. Everyone knew that Lady Wan from the Yilan Pavilion was the Emperor's new favorite. Empress Jiang turned to Nanqiao Xuanyu. "Your Majesty, what do you think?" Jiang Wanningsi seethed with hatred as she gritted her teeth. "Your Majesty, you promised to seek justice for your concubine." Nanqiao Xuanyu's gaze deepened. Concealing his thoughts, "Bring both Lady Wan and Hong here." Yes. Before long, Lu Ruyan and Shen Zhi'nian arrived in a grand procession. Upon seeing both the Emperor and Empress present, Lu Ruyan's heart sank, an inexplicable sense of dread washing over her, though she maintained her composure. "Your servant pays respects to your Majesty. Salutations to the Empress." Although unaware of how Jiang Wanning's face had become so disfigured, it was clear that the incident was directed at Lu Ruyan. Shen Zhi'nian stood quietly among the crowd, observing the unfolding drama, filled with rage against her assailant. Especially at the sight of Lu Ruyan's seemingly delicate demeanor, Jiang Wanning lunged forward. "You venomous woman! How dare you harm me? You know not your own mortality. I will claw your face." The Emperor would not tolerate such insolence in his presence. Before Jiang Wanning could reach Lu Ruyan, palace guards restrained her. "Jiang Guiran, the truth has yet to be determined. Your reckless behavior is unbecoming." Jiang Wanning, chastised by the Emperor, felt a wave of injustice but dared not defy him further. Only managing to speak through her tears, "Your Majesty, only the maids from the Yilan Pavilion approached that box of rouge. If it wasn't Lady Wan who instigated it, who could it be?" Nanqiao Xuanyu turned to Lu Ruyan. "Lady Wan, Jiang Guiran's rouge contained snowgrass, causing her face to break out in rashes. Witnesses claim that on the day she retrieved the rouge, she encountered Hong from your palace. Do you have any explanation?" Lu Ruyan maintained her feeble demeanor, her voice soft and mournful. "Your Majesty, as sisters within the palace, seeing Jiang Guiran in such a state truly pains me, but I assure you, this matter has nothing to do with me." At that moment, Hong was also brought forward, kneeling and paying her respects before hastily explaining, "Your Majesty, Empress, I merely spoke with Tower that day, and I absolutely did not poison Jiang Guiran's rouge. I implore you to see the truth." Chapter 41. The revocation of titles and demotion to a concubine. Shui Zhu was the most trusted confidant of Jiang Wanning. Having just accompanied her to Yilan Pavilion to apprehend someone, she strode in with a bag in hand, saluted, and let out a cold laugh. "How bold of you, Hong Heir. With both the evidence and witnesses at hand, do you still dare to deny it? This bag of snowgrass was discovered in your chamber. What further excuses can you offer? Without the Emperor's or the Empress Dowager's decree, it was indeed improper to search the quarters of palace concubines. However, Hong Heir was merely a maidservant. Being a member of the Jiang family, she believed the Empress would protect her, thus she acted without hesitation." Upon catching Jiang Huangho's gaze, the imperial physicians promptly stepped forward to investigate. "Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, this bag does indeed contain snowgrass, identical to the components found in Jiang Guiran's rouge." Perhaps realizing that concealment was futile, Hong Heir anxiously knelt before Lu Ruyan, tugging at her skirt in desperation. "My lady, you have said that although Jiang Guiran is currently unfavored, she is the sister of the Empress Dowager and will inevitably regain favor. Therefore, we must act preemptively to eliminate her chances of winning back affection. I am merely following your orders. Please, you must save me." Lu Ruyan's heart sank to the depths of despair. Although she did not know who was plotting against her, her character was far superior to that of ordinary individuals, and she quickly regained her composure, casting a gentle gaze towards Nanqiao Xuanyu. "Your Majesty, my family resides far away in Yangzhou, and I have no support within the palace. Jiang Guiran has the backing of the Duke of State and the Empress Dowager. Even if I were foolish, I would never be so brazen as to harm her. Would that not be courting death? I beseech your Majesty to believe me." Jiang Wanning cared little for such pleas and retorted angrily, "Perhaps you think that wealth and status can be obtained through danger. All evidence points to you. And yet you still dare to argue." Ignoring her, Lu Ruyan adopted a frail posture, kneeling at Nanqiao Xuanyu's feet, her tear-streaked face evoking sympathy. "Your Majesty, if I were to harm someone, it would surely be through my own trusted aides, not by carelessly instructing a mere maidservant. I am truly being framed. I implore your Majesty to discern the truth." The Emperor's gaze, once tender, had turned steely. "I only trust evidence." The charge of plotting against a concubine is irrefutable, and your crimes are unforgivable. Henceforth, your title is revoked, and you are demoted to a mere concubine. Confined for 6 months. Not only had she been stripped of her rank, but a concubine who had fallen so far would be forgotten by the emperor after half a year without his presence. Having offended Jiang Wanning, Lu Ruyin found herself in a dire predicament with no path to survival in the palace. She collapsed to the ground, her delicate, pitiful face streaked with tears. Disbelief etched in her eyes. Lu Ruyin had long heard of the emperor's ruthlessness, yet, what young girl, basking in the emperor's tender affection, would not succumb to a moment of infatuation? Last night, when summoned to his bedchamber, he had been so gentle, praising her beauty, deliberately bestowing her with a title, granting her unparalleled favor. Before this, Lu Ruyin had genuinely believed there was a glimmer of sincerity in the emperor's heart. But in this moment, she comprehended the true meaning of the emperor's coldness. Shen Zhi'nian observed Lu Ruyin's expression, silently shaking her head. After all, not everyone possessed the life experience of 2 lifetimes. In this life, Lu Ruyin had yet to evolve into the powerful and influential noble consort she would later become. Even with her profound intellect, she could not escape the enchantment of the emperor's affection. The concubines who had previously flattered Lu Ruyin now expressed their astonishment. Nan Gongxianyu's gaze did not linger on Lu Ruyin, devoid of any emotion as he declared, made Tao heir from the Shushou Palace. For failing to serve her mistress adequately is to be sent to the Xianjiku. Made Hong heir from Yilan Pavilion, executed on the spot. Before the 2 maidservants could utter pleas for mercy, their mouths were silenced, and they were dragged away. Thus, the farce came to a close. As the emperor and Jiang Huaho departed, the crowd gradually dispersed. Having presided over the harem for many years, Jiang Huangho could discern that this matter was far more complex than it appeared. Yet, having only stepped out briefly, she found herself utterly drained of strength, relying solely on precious medicinal tonics to avoid fainting. Time was running out for her, and she needed to find a way to restore Jiang Wanning's visage, ensuring that the next empress would arise from the Duke of State's household. The intricacies of this situation were beyond her capacity to explore further. The only solace she found was that with Lu Ruyin's beauty and fragile demeanor, she was certainly not an inconsequential figure. If allowed to mature, she would undoubtedly become a significant threat to Wanning. Seizing this opportunity to eliminate her in her infancy was fortuitous indeed. The events at Shushou Palace spread like wildfire through the harem. Some expressed their astonishment, some their sympathy, while others reveled in the misfortune. Yet, many were preoccupied with the fleeting nature of Lu Ruyin's favor, pondering who among the newcomers would next receive the emperor's affection. The high-ranking concubines speculated whether there remained any hope for Jiang Wanning's recovery. If not, would the Duke of State's household send another young lady to the palace? When the empress passed, who would ascend to the phoenix throne? In Tingyu Pavilion, Han Dan and Fu Chu stood on either side of Shen Zhi'nian, attending to her. I never anticipated that Lu would be so audacious as to plot against Jiang Guiran, they remarked. If Jiang Guiran's face cannot be restored, the Duke of State's household will not only punish Lu but also bring ruin upon her family in Yangzhou. Shen Zhi'nian shook her head. Jiang Wanning may possess a noble lineage, but she is not favored by the emperor. Why would Lu Ruyin go to such lengths to harm her? Even if Jiang Wanning were absent, with Lu Ruyin's current favor and rank, the position of empress would not fall to her. She would not act so impulsively. This time, she has been framed. Fu Chu took a deep breath. The mastermind has not only extinguished Jiang Guiran's hopes, but also clipped Lu Ruyin's wings, removing a potential favorite. Such a twofold strategy is indeed remarkable. My lady, who do you believe is behind this? Shen Zhi'nian's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. It is simple. The one who stands to gain the most is the prime suspect. Everyone knows that the Duke of State's household and the Duke of Peace's household are bitter rivals. Han Dan lowered her voice. My lady, are you suggesting the favored consort? Shen Zhi'nian replied firmly. This scheme likely began the day the newcomers presented themselves. It destroyed the successor sent by the Duke of State's household and then framed the most favored newcomer. Meanwhile, she remains comfortably distant, reaping the benefits. Had I not pretended to ally with the favored consort, this blame would have fallen squarely upon me. Fu Chu, both relieved and astonished by the perilous intrigue of the palace, reflected, I previously thought that though the favored consort was overbearing, she lacked profound cunning. However, it seems I was mistaken. Chapter 42. The reasons for aspiring to be a favored concubine. Shen Zhi'nian mockingly tugged at the corner of her lips, stating that in the imperial harem, lacking intellect and relying solely on a formidable family background. One could at best be compared to the likes of Noble Consort Jiang. How could such a person ascend to the esteemed position of the favored consort, reigning over the 6 palaces? Han Dan, puzzled, inquired, "My lord, since you can discern this, is it not apparent that Lu has no intention of complying? Do the Empress and His Majesty remain unaware?" Shen Zhi'nian articulated her hypothesis. The Empress must have sensed something amiss, yet her health prevents her from delving deeper, leaving her to halt her inquiries here. As for His Majesty, the Emperor is inherently suspicious. He is more inclined to believe the overt evidence rather than Lu Ruoyan's explanations. Of course, if His Majesty were genuinely inclined to investigate, despite the effort it would entail, he could ultimately uncover the truth. However, Lu Ruoyan does not hold significant importance in his heart. In essence, if a woman in the harem can bring joy to the Emperor, he will generously bestow his affection. Yet, should a palace maid cause trouble, regardless of whether it is her fault, as long as it vexes the Emperor, he will express discontent and will be disinclined to expend effort on her behalf. This is precisely why so many are eager to vie for the position of favored concubine. For without the Emperor's sufficient regard, even if one is wronged, no one will take the trouble to seek the truth on one's behalf. Han Dan and Fu Xiu's faces turned pale. They had only heard the saying that serving the Emperor is akin to being with a tiger, but now, through personal experience, they realized that every step their lord took in the harem was akin to walking on the edge of a blade. Shen Zhi'nian noticed their concerns and smiled. Opportunity does not simply fall from the sky. To aspire to greatness, one must endure these bloodless battles. I have long prepared myself mentally. Han Dan nodded resolutely. Regardless, with that individual from Ilan Pavilion demoted to a mere concubine, you have one less competitor, my lord. That is not necessarily the case. Shen Zhi'nian understood that Lu Ruoyan's previous ascension to the role of virtuous consort was no mere coincidence. Even if she had fallen to the depths today, it was only a matter of time before she made a comeback. Shen Zhi'nian had contemplated taking advantage of the situation to eliminate Lu Ruoyan entirely. However, as she had just entered the palace without any foundation, acting rashly could lead to being ensnared by others, resulting in more harm than good. After weighing her options, Shen Zhi'nian chose to remain patient and bide her time. In the Yongshou Palace, Noble Consort Lu lifted the teacup from the table and took a delicate sip. A smile blossomed on her peony-like face, indicating her good spirits. Inform those 2 who often attend that I am quite pleased with their efforts. I shall instruct the Ministry of Internal Affairs to place their green tokens on the first tray. However, let me make it clear. Should they dare to flirt with His Majesty after gaining his favor, I will not be lenient. Noble Consort Lu understood that the Emperor would have many women. Even if he did not favor Li Chang and Shou Chang, he would undoubtedly bestow his affections upon others. Rather than that, it was wiser to give those serving her a taste of sweetness, ensuring their loyalty. Yet on the other hand, she genuinely loved the Emperor. The attention given to any other woman unsettled her heart. Cui Zhu replied respectfully, "Rest assured, Your Grace, it is a privilege for them to serve you. Li Chang and Zhou Chang would never dare to do anything to displease you." Noble Consort Lu thought of Shen Zhi'nian and scoffed. That one from Tingyu Pavilion is nothing but a seductress. If it weren't for Jiang Wanting's ineffectiveness, there are still many palace maids who could align themselves with Empress Jiang, and I would have dealt with her by now. Cui Zhu soothed her. Ruo Chang is merely a tool in your hands. Should she prove ineffective, she can be discarded. Why should you lower yourself to engage in conflict with her? Only then did Noble Consort Lu's brows unfurl. You speak wisely. It all depends on whether she remains obedient. In Ilan Pavilion, Lu Ruoyan, having been demoted from Noble Consort to a mere concubine, had thoroughly offended the Duke of the State, rendering her indistinguishable from the discarded concubines of the Cold Palace in the eyes of many. Following the reduction in the number of palace maids, even the eunuch and 2 palace maids who were meant to serve her found excuses to leave. In the blink of an eye, Ilan Pavilion was left with only Xuanmei and Xuanyou, whom she had brought from her home. Xuanmei fumed. These ungrateful servants. When the Lord was favored, they fawned over her relentlessly. Now that she has fallen from grace, they have all bribed the Ministry of Internal Affairs to flee. Lu Ruoyan sat by the window, gazing at the tightly shut palace doors. Such is the fickleness of human sentiment. Their departure is for the best. Otherwise, disloyal servants would only bring disaster. As exemplified by Honger, a cold glint flashed in Xuanyou's eyes. That wretched maid, Honger, deserved her death by the rod. My lord, who do you think instigated her to poison Noble Consort Zhang's rouge and then malign you? Xuanmei speculated. Could it be Ruo Chang? After all, My lord had friction with her during the selection and then snatched her favor. If anyone in the palace harbors animosity towards you, it is most likely her. Lu Ruoyan had once suspected Shen Zhi'nian, but after some deliberation, she dismissed the thought. It should not be her. Noble Consort Jiang is backed by the Empress. Shen Zhi'nian lacks such influence. Moreover, in the harem, one need not make enemies with anyone, as long as one enjoys the emperor's favor. One will inevitably be viewed as a thorn in the side by many. Anyone could be the one to harm me. Xuanmei anxiously asked, My lord, what shall we do now? Noble Consort Jiang will surely not let you off easily. We cannot remain idle. Suddenly, Lu Ruoyan grasped the hands of Xuanmei and Xuanyou. To turn the tide, I must clear my name. Although His Majesty has confined my movements, he has not forbidden you from entering and exiting. If we can find evidence that Hong'er was acting under orders, I will be able to leave. Xuanmei, Xuanyou. You two are the only ones I can trust and rely on in this palace. Both women's eyes shone with determination. Rest assured, my lord. We shall risk our lives to find the evidence for you. The emperor was preoccupied with state affairs and did not summon the consorts every day. In the ensuing 20 days, he entertained all the newly entered palace maids, excluding Shen Zhi'nian and Lu Ruoyan. The remaining 8 newcomers were all promoted by 1 rank in accordance with protocol. A few of them enjoyed considerable favor. Yet none surpassed the record set during Shen Zhi'nian's time, aside from indulging new favorites. The emperor also visited the Empress's palace on the 1st and 15th of each month, while Lu Guifei had the highest frequency of attendance at night. Despite the influx of many beautiful women into the harem, none could shake her position as the favored consort reigning over the 6 palaces. Calculating the days, Shen Zhi'nian had not seen the emperor for a full month. Although the scheming palace maids were not quick to mistreat her, she could clearly sense that the treatment at Tingyu Pavilion was far inferior to what it had been before. Chapter 43, Completely Conquering Tang Luochuan During Lunch. Han Dan could not help but voice her complaints. Your Highness, the meals sent from the imperial kitchen have deteriorated day by day. Those sycophants believe that since you have not seen His Majesty for a long time, they can afford to be dismissive towards the Tingyu Pavilion. Shen Zhi'nian replied softly, They merely think I am out of favor, so they no longer exert themselves to curry favor or ingratiate themselves. However, the various treatments afforded to Tingyu Pavilion still adhere to the customary standards. It is merely that the extra tokens of respect have diminished. Since this is the case, there is no need to dwell on it. Han Dan sighed. Your Highness, everyone in the palace is astute. No one would dare to offend easily. They are testing the waters, step by step. If His Majesty continues to neglect you, it won't be long before Tingyu Pavilion loses even the customary treatment. Shen Zhi'nian was well aware of this truth. Do not worry, that day will not come. Han Dan asked in surprise, Your Highness, do you have a plan in mind? Before Shen Zhi'nian could respond, Fu Hua strode in from outside. Your Highness, there is news from the master. She took the letter and read it, revealing that Shen Zhi'nian's father's colleague in Jingzhou had finally located Tang Luochuan's family. In her previous life, Lu Rian had sent people dispatched by Lu's father, who only managed to find his mother and sister. His father had already perished. In this life, Shen Zhi'nian's assistance came a few days earlier than in her last. Tang Luochuan's father was still alive. With a slight smile, Shen Zhi'nian instructed, Send someone to the Imperial Medical Department and tell them I am unwell. Please invite Dr. Tang to check my pulse. Fu Hua complied and immediately set about her task. Before long, Tang Luochuan hurried to Tingyu Pavilion. His brow furrowed with concern. I pay my respects to your highness. May I inquire where you are unwell? Shen Zhi'nian smiled. I am not unwell at all. I summoned you because my father's colleague in Jingzhou has found the whereabouts of your family. Tang Luochuan stood frozen for a moment, disbelief clouding his features as he asked, Is that true? Shen Zhi'nian handed him another letter. This is a letter from your father. You may read it yourself. Tang Luochuan trembled as he took the letter, excitement coursing through him as he unfolded it. Although the gentle princess had promised to help him find his family, the number of missing people in Jingzhou was overwhelming, and he dared not hold on to too much hope, fearing a more disheartening outcome. No one knew the torment he endured within. At the sight of his father's handwriting, Tang Luochuan could no longer contain himself. Tears brimmed in his eyes. The letter revealed that his father, mother, and sister had been separated by the flood, and the county magistrate of Jingzhou, under the request of his colleagues, had sent people to search for them day and night. When his mother and sister were found, they had been immersed in cold water for too long and suffered from persistent high fevers. It was the magistrate's benefactor who advised him to summon doctors, using the finest medicinal herbs to save them from the brink of death. His father's situation was even more perilous. He had been swept to the edge of a cliff by the flood, clutching a tree to avoid falling. Just after he was rescued, that very tree collapsed. One could only imagine that had the rescue been delayed, he would have undoubtedly perished. That benefactor, far away in the capital, was like a second father to their family. After reading the letter, Tang Luochuan's eyes were red, his heart overwhelmed with gratitude. He looked at Shen Zhi'nian with an unprecedented loyalty and knelt heavily before her. Thud, thud, thud. After bowing 3 times with great force, Tang Luochuan solemnly declared, "Had it not been for your highness's rescue, my family would likely have perished. The great kindness you have shown, I shall never forget. From now on, I vow to follow your highness, willing to face any danger, even if it costs me my life." With memories from her previous life, Shen Zhi'nian understood that Tang Luochuan was a man of unwavering loyalty and held promises in high regard. From this moment forth, she had completely won him over. In the perilous depths of the palace, to have Dr. Tang's assistance would be my honor. At this point, Shen Zhi'nian suddenly smiled meaningfully and changed the subject. However, I wonder, to what extent would Dr. Tang be willing to go for me? Even if I were to ask you to commit heinous acts, would you comply? A flash of astonishment crossed Tang Luochuan's eyes. In his mind, the gentle princess had always been innocent and kind. Her current demeanor felt somewhat unfamiliar. Shen Zhi'nian was keenly aware of his thoughts. Until the matters were settled, she had to disguise her true intentions to gain his trust. However, to truly utilize Tang Luochuan, many things could not be concealed from him. She could not maintain the facade indefinitely. From her previous life, it was evident that Tang Luochuan had committed numerous unspeakable acts for Lu Rian, which revealed that he possessed no clear dichotomy of good and evil, but rather an absolute loyalty to those he chose to serve. Thus, Shen Zhi'nian aimed to gradually reveal her true self to him, while still having him fight for her. They exchanged glances, and amidst his astonishment, Tang Luochuan was suddenly overwhelmed with boundless compassion. The palace was indeed a place that devoured souls. Even the pure and kind princess had been forced into such a state. It was his inadequacy that had caused her to suffer so much, forcing her to grow thorns for her own protection. From now on, he would ensure her safety. Tang Luochuan's gaze grew resolute, and he spoke deliberately, as if making a vow. "In my moment of despair, it was your highness who extended a hand. The lives of my entire family were saved by you. Therefore, I am willing to do anything for you, even if it means committing heinous acts, even if it goes against my conscience." The results of this obedience test pleased Shen Zhi'nian immensely. She chuckled softly and replied, "I was merely jesting with Dr. Tang. Why take it so seriously?" Tang Luochuan's eyes remained steadfast. "But I speak only the truth." Shen Zhi'nian smiled faintly and shifted the conversation to another matter of great concern within the imperial harem. It has been a month since Noble Consort Zhang's face was marred by the snowgrass. I have heard that during this time, the Empress has commanded the entire Imperial Medical Department to find solutions, yet the results remain unsatisfactory. In your expert opinion, Dr. Tang, is there still hope for Noble Consort Zhang's recovery? Shen Zhi'nian had always known that Tang Luochuan's medical skills were extraordinary, even rivaling those of the head physician. However, to rise within the Imperial Medical Department, one needed not only skill but also family connections and background. Lacking any support, he had naturally been suppressed by the scheming physicians. Tang Luochuan retrieved a box of ointment from his medical kit. "In truth, your highness, after extensive research over these past days, I have devised a method of treating her condition using a counteractive approach. If Noble Consort Zhang were to apply the ointment I have developed, I am 90% confident that it will restore her beauty." Chapter 44. The Restless Handmaiden. It is merely. This ointment was concocted using poison as a medicinal base. As a humble servant, I lack the authority to act rashly. Hence, I have not disclosed this matter to others. The entire court's physicians are at a loss regarding Jiang Wanting's visage, with only Tang Luochuan devising a solution. Shen Zhi'nian cannot help but marvel at her keen judgment of character. However, Jiang Wanting is an adversary, not an ally. Now that her favor has been severed, Shen Zhi'nian shall not permit her any chance to rise again. She gazes at Tang Luochuan, sighing. Indeed, Dr. Tang's medical skills are remarkable. Yet, after entering the palace, Lady Jiang despises me for usurping her affection and has repeatedly sought to undermine me. Should her face be restored, backed by the Duke of the State, I would stand no chance against her. The creation of the ointment stems from a physician's innate desire to tackle challenging problems. After its successful formulation, Tang Luochuan refrained from presenting it. not only due to the gravity of the situation but also for this very consideration. He placed the ointment on the table before him. His tone cool. Those who have troubled the young master ought to vanish from the palace. Rest assured, this matter shall remain undisclosed. After Tang Luochuan departed, Fu Yu sighed. Currently, due to Lady Zhang's visage, both Her Majesty the Empress and the Duke of the State are nearing madness. Should Dr. Tang present this ointment, he would not only receive substantial rewards, but his future prospects would be boundless. Yet, because Lady Zhang has troubled the young master, Dr. Tang has directly dashed her hopes. His loyalty to the young master is truly admirable. Shen Zhi'nian toyed with the small box in her hands, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Were it not for my regard for Dr. Tang's skills and loyalty, I would not exert so much effort. As long as Tang Luochuan assists her earnestly, she can elevate him to heights even greater than his past loyalty to Lu Rian. Han Dan curiously inquired, "Young master, what do you intend to do next?" Shen Zhi'nian languidly reclined on the beauty couch. When performing a play, one must do so in full. Since I have summoned Dr. Tang to check my pulse, you shall follow the prescriptions he provides and procure a tonic from the Imperial Hospital to nurture my health. This afternoon, we shall pay a visit to the Noble Consort. Having been in the palace for some time, Fu Yu began to grasp certain matters. Young master, are you planning to achieve multiple objectives with one stroke? Shen Zhi'nian smiled. Precisely. Firstly, for those in positions of power, when a blade proves ineffective, it must be broken. To avoid being seen as a discarded pawn by Lu Guifei, I must demonstrate my utility. This box of ointment serves as my token of loyalty. Secondly, without it, Jiang Wanting's face shall forever remain disfigured. Thirdly, even if the Duke of the State realizes that the true perpetrator is not Lu Ruyan, the visible scapegoat will be her. Jiang Wanting's hope of restoration will be utterly extinguished. This will ensure Lu Ruyan's discomfort. In Yongshou Palace, Lu Guifei perceived that the useless had no reason to exist in this world. Among the newcomers entering the palace, she had taken 3 as her pawns. Only Shen Zhi'nian, who started with great promise, had since dwindled in usefulness. Apart from initially leveraging the emperor's favor to diminish Jiang Wanting's status, she had not accomplished anything of significance thereafter. Now, with newcomers flourishing, Shen Zhi'nian could scarcely even see the emperor, let alone contend with the consorts aligned with Empress Jiang. A person so ineffectual, what purpose does her continued existence serve? She might as well serve as a stepping stone for others. Lu Guifei's murderous intent began to stir when she heard a palace maid respectfully report, "Your Highness, Ro Changzai from Tingyu Pavilion requests an audience." Indifferently, she lifted her eyelids. Adopting a languid posture, "Allow her to enter." Yes. Upon re-entering Yongshou Palace, Shen Zhi'nian bowed. "This humble servant pays her respects to the noble consort, wishing you endless prosperity." Lu Guifei regarded her with a cold gaze. "Ro Changzai, you must understand that by entering the palace, you have made an enemy of Lady Zhang. Without my protection, you would have been dealt with long ago. I permit your allegiance, not to witness you idly consume my resources." Such words were undeniably harsh. Yet Shen Zhi'nian had long cultivated an unflappable disposition. This humble servant dares not disappoint the noble consort's expectations. Hence, I have procured the ointment capable of treating Lady Zhang's face and have promptly delivered it to you. From this moment forth, Lady Zhang's fate lies entirely in your hands. Lu Guifei's interest piqued. She rose to scrutinize her. "Is this true?" "This humble servant would not dare deceive you. I have indeed brought the ointment. Whether it is genuine or not, your Highness may consult a trusted physician to verify." Cui Zhu received the ointment and presented it to Lu Guifei. Understanding that Shen Zhi'nian's bold claim indicated her absolute confidence, Lu Guifei inquired, "Such a crucial remedy, how did you acquire it when the Duke of the State could not?" "Your Highness, at times, folk remedies can cure ailments deemed difficult to treat. Lady Jiang, of noble birth, had the Duke of the State seek only renowned physicians. Thus they overlooked the efficacy of humble remedies." Lu Guifei's spirit soared. As Shen Zhi'nian had stated, with this ointment, she could constrict Jiang Wanting and the Duke of the State by their vital points. She retracted her earlier murderous thoughts, smiling at Shen Zhi'nian. "Ro Changzai, I did not misjudge you. You have executed this matter splendidly." Ultimately, Shen Zhi'nian departed Yongshou Palace with a generous reward. In the palace, the exchange of favors and bribes flowed like water. The Shen family was nearly out of silver, and as a commoner, Shen Zhi'nian received little in terms of entitlements. Having not seen the emperor for an extended period, she found herself in a precarious situation. With this reward, The days ahead in Tingyu Pavilion would surely be much more comfortable. Of course, this was not Shen Zhi'nian's ultimate goal. If Lu Guifei intended to use her as a pawn, could she not return the favor in kind? The more fiercely Lu Guifei clashed with Empress Jiang, the more opportunity Shen Zhi'nian would have to navigate the turmoil and reap the benefits. The stage was set, and now she awaited the harvest of her endeavors. There were far too many women in the harem. Aside from the favored consorts who frequently shared the emperor's bed, other palace ladies often went months without seeing him. Compared to the prior exuberance, Tingyu Pavilion now felt particularly desolate. Although Shen Zhi'nian possessed silver and lived quite comfortably, those beneath her began to exhibit restlessness. Sensing her waning favor, for instance, Chunhua, today ingratiating herself with this palace matron, tomorrow flattering that chief eunuch, leaving one to wonder what her intentions might be. Han Dan and Fuyu reported this to Shen Zhi'nian, yet she did not grow angered. Instead, she found it quite fortuitous. Many palace ladies had suffered due to traitors within their own ranks. By identifying Chunhua's discontent early, she could remain vigilant, preventing Chunhua from accepting favors from others and plotting against her, thus catching her off guard. Chapter 45. Shen Zhi'nian seeks to regain favor. Let them pretend not to notice and allow her to continue her antics. I wish to ascertain who among the restless souls in Tingyu Pavilion can be dealt with in one fell swoop. Shen Zhi'nian was brimming with confidence regarding her future. Knowing that there were palace maids with shallow vigilance, she was determined to eliminate any potential threats. Han Dan's anger gradually subsided. It turned out that the young master was fully aware of everything, and all was under her control. Shen Zhi'nian smiled silently. While she remained composed, Sun Changzai opposite her was in a state of agitation, even going so far as to approach Shen Zhi'nian directly, both openly and covertly urging her to vie for favor. After all, she had once dreamt that the emperor's frequent visits to Jiansui Palace might bring her good fortune as well. Who would have thought that Ro Changzai, after being favored for 3 consecutive days, would suddenly retreat? Shen Zhi'nian discreetly rebuffed Sun Changzai. In the harem, the ability to maintain composure was crucial for longevity. Thus, the treatment of Tingyu Pavilion worsened day by day, revealing the true colors of those discontented palace maids. Aside from Chunhua, even Xiao Yangzi could no longer suppress his ambitions. Those who served at the side of the favored consort were reaping abundant rewards, with Tingyu Pavilion growing increasingly desolate. His purse was also becoming alarmingly lean. Both Chunhua and Xiao Yangzi began to seek opportunities elsewhere, hoping to gain some advantage. It was not entirely their fault. The emperor had indeed shown great affection for the young master, even calling her name for 3 consecutive nights. They believed they had aligned themselves with a formidable master, walking with pride through the palace while basking in the flattery of others. They even thought that it would not be long before they, too, could enjoy the silver offered by those eager to curry favor, like the favored consort's attendants. Yet, they did not anticipate that the young master would so quickly lose the emperor's attention to other consorts. Xia Feng and others were unperturbed, insisting that the young master would surely regain her standing. However, the two were skeptical. After serving in the palace for so long, how many consorts had truly regained favor once lost? Once one fell from grace, even the emperor's face would be seldom seen, making it nearly impossible for him to remember her. They would be better off contemplating alternative means of earning silver, if the temptation was substantial enough. Persuading them to engage in schemes against the young master was not out of the question. At last, Shen Zhi'nian deemed the time ripe and instructed Fuziu to report Chunhua and Xiao Yangzi's recent mischief to Eunuch Zhao of the Internal Affairs Bureau. Although there were indeed many maids who navigated the palace adeptly, such actions were typically discreet. Should their behaviors come to light, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Despite Shen Zhi'nian's diminished favor, she still held the title of a proper consort. Once the matter reached Eunuch Zhao's ears, he could not afford to ignore it, and thus he compelled Shen Zhi'nian to follow palace regulations and expel them from Tingyu Pavilion. Though Chunhua and Xiao Yangzi were disloyal, their intentions were merely to seek financial gain. They had never contemplated leaving Tingyu Pavilion. After all, which palace would dare to accept maids expelled by their master? They would bear the stigma of disloyalty, making future life in the palace exceedingly difficult. The two immediately knelt before Shen Zhi'nian, weeping profusely. "We truly understand our mistakes. Please do not cast us away, my lord." Observing their display of loyalty, Shen Zhi'nian's eyes brimmed with derision. Having been discovered in their disloyalty, they claimed they did not wish to leave Tingyu Pavilion. But what if she had not caught wind of their intentions? It was likely that someone would have been willing to bribe them, and they would have readily driven a dagger into her back. Such individuals were not ones whom Shen Zhi'nian could afford to keep in her service any longer. I will not tolerate further noise from you. Eunuch Zhao. Please escort them back. Eunuch Zhao responded affirmatively, leading the mournful Chunhua and Xiao Liangzi back to the Internal Affairs Bureau. Witnessing the commotion they had caused, Xiaofeng shook his head internally. With the young master's intellect and beauty, how could she possibly fall from grace so easily? Her fortunes were far from over. She merely needed to remain loyal. With 2 fewer palace maids and no replacements yet sent by the Internal Affairs Bureau, Tingyu Pavilion seemed all the more desolate. Han Dan expressed her dissatisfaction. My lord, regardless, you are a consort with a title. Yet, the maids serving in Tingyu Pavilion are not as numerous as those in the ordinary halls. Shen Zhi'nian reclined leisurely in her rocking chair. It matters not. By dealing with disloyal servants, I have eradicated potential troubles. Otherwise, Ilan Pavilion serves as a cautionary tale. Had it not been for Hong Er's scheming, how could Lu Rian have met such a fate? Han Dan nodded in agreement. You speak wisely, my lord. Tingyu Pavilion should now be free of impurities. Shen Zhi'nian shook her head. No, the 4 remaining may indeed be genuinely loyal. However, it is also possible that their masters have privately instructed them to remain dormant. Thus, they still bide their time. Han Dan and Futsu felt their hearts race once more. The young master is indeed cautious. We shall keep a close watch on them. But, my lord, do you truly not wish to devise a way to meet the emperor and vie for his affection? Shen Zhi'nian had remained silent for so long, naturally harboring her own considerations. The emperor had favored her for 3 consecutive nights, breaking records in the harem and placing her in the spotlight. If she did not retreat gracefully, her fate might be worse than that of Lu Rian. Yet now, all the newcomers to the palace had received the emperor's affections, some even enjoying considerable favor. If she continued to remain low-key, she would surely be forgotten by the emperor. The time had come, and Shen Zhi'nian instructed Han Dan to summon Xiaomingzi, giving him direct orders. Xiaomingzi, go find out the route the emperor will take in the coming days. She intended to orchestrate a serendipitous encounter to rekindle the emperor's interest. Xiaomingzi replied respectfully, yes, I shall attend to it immediately. 2 days later, his eyes sparkled with excitement. My lord, I have gathered all the information. The emperor will be in the imperial study these days, discussing matters with the ministers from the previous dynasty, returning to Yangxin Palace in the evening. We can wait along his path and surely encounter him. Han Dan anxiously inquired. But there are several routes from the imperial study to Yangxin Palace. How can we know which one the emperor will take? Xiaomingzi smiled. I have inquired. The emperor typically takes the right side of the east 6 palaces, passing through the Rijing Gate and the Yuhua Gate before returning to Yangxin Palace. Today should be no exception. The emperor's movements were not easily discernible. Yet Xiaomingzi had gathered such precise information, showcasing his remarkable skills. Over the past month, thanks to his presence, Shen Zhi'nian had been privy to many palace affairs, successfully avoiding several crises. She generously rewarded Xiaomingzi, then instructed Han Dan to prepare her attire. Han Dan was eager. Rest assured, my lord. I shall employ all my skills to ensure the emperor cannot take his eyes off you. Chapter 46. The Punishment of the Jade Concubine. No, Shen Zhi'nian shook her head. To dress so ostentatiously in hopes of encountering His Majesty is merely an overt declaration of our premeditated intentions. To spy on His Majesty's movements is no trifling offense. In the eyes of those with ulterior motives, it could easily be wielded against us. Please change me into that moon-white palace gown and apply a subtle makeup that renders me pitifully delicate. Sometimes, a woman's fragility can be her greatest weapon, and emperors are often enchanted by such displays. Indeed, Han Dan's skills were undeniable. Half an hour later, the reflection in the copper mirror revealed a beauty whose allure had diminished slightly, yet whose softness had increased. Adorned in the moon-white gown, she resembled a pure gardenia flower, enhancing her vulnerable appearance to the fullest. Fu Hua praised, My lady, you are exquisite. This pitiable visage is truly striking. His Majesty will surely be unable to resist. Shen Zhi'nian smiled faintly, then applied a touch more powder to her lips, rendering her appearance even more fragile. It is nearly time. Let us proceed. I hope fortune favors us, and we successfully encounter His Majesty. Otherwise, all my efforts would be in vain. Taking the path along the eastern side of the 6 palaces, they would pass by Jing'ong Palace, Yonghe Palace, and Yinqi Palace. However, fortune did not smile upon Shen Zhi'nian, as she unexpectedly encountered the Jade Concubine, who had just finished visiting the Snow Concubine and was heading back to Shinfu Palace. The jade concubine was not favored, having served the emperor since the hidden palace, gaining her position solely through seniority. With Shen Zhi'nian's more captivating allure, the emperor had all but forgotten her. Witnessing the influx of new beauties in the harem intensified the jade concubine's sense of insecurity, prompting her to seek an alliance with the snow concubine. To her dismay, the snow concubine remained aloof, rejecting her advances without hesitation. Emerging from Yinchi Palace, the jade concubine was already seething with anger. Upon seeing Shen Zhi'nian, the memories of the affections she had once lost to her surged forth, igniting her fury even further. Shen Zhi'nian, recognizing the tension, paused and performed a proper curtsy. This humble concubine greets the jade concubine, wishing you longevity and peace. The jade concubine, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, scoffed derisively. Oh, is this not the ever-gentle Changzai? I hear you have not seen His Majesty for over a month. The pangs of neglect must be quite unbearable. I truly wonder what your current appearance, resembling a seductress, could possibly achieve. Shen Zhi'nian maintained her composure, responding with dignity. Your Highness, such words are excessive. There are many concubines in the harem who do not have the privilege of seeing His Majesty. I do not presume to speculate on whom His Majesty favors. Her words were a thinly veiled jab, reminding the jade concubine of her own lack of favor. The jade concubine's expression darkened, a blend of old grievances and new animosities fueling her ire as she retorted sharply, How dare you, Changzai? Who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? You are not in a hurry to return to His Majesty to prepare delicacies, are you? Then kneel before me and reflect on your transgressions. Unfazed, Shen Zhi'nian met her gaze fearlessly. Even if your Highness holds a concubine's rank, you cannot impose punishment without cause. The jade concubine sneered, Without cause? If I say you are in the wrong, then you are. This insolent woman, having lost her favor, was now at the jade concubine's mercy, and she intended to settle the score with Shen Zhi'nian. How can your Highness? Shen Zhi'nian's protest was abruptly silenced as a slap struck her face, sending her reeling. The force was so great that she tasted blood in her mouth. Fu Hua gasped. Rushing to Shen Zhi'nian's side, My lady. The jade concubine looked down at her with contempt. You wretched creature. Do you believe yourself to be of any consequence? It would be as easy for me to crush you as it is to squash an ant. Kneel before me. A fire ignited within Shen Zhi'nian, ready to retaliate. But a flash of bright yellow caught her eye. Instantly, she altered her approach, masking her fury with a facade of innocence and alarm, kneeling at the jade concubine's feet, pleading, Though I do not understand how I have offended your Highness, if it will quell your anger, I am willing to accept any punishment. I beseech you, do not be angry. Unbeknownst to the jade concubine, the imperial entourage was approaching from a distance. Once, Shen Zhi'nian had been so brazen before her, now, stripped of favor, she appeared utterly subservient. The jade concubine felt a measure of her pent-up frustration dissipate, her demeanor becoming increasingly domineering. Consider yourself fortunate to recognize your place. Remember this, before me, you are nothing. In the future, should you encounter me, it would be wise to avoid me, for each time I see you, I shall strike you. Their exchange was overheard by Nangong Xuanyu, whose countenance turned stormy. The jade concubine truly wields immense arrogance. When did my harem come to harbor such a bold individual? The jade concubine and her attendants turned pale, hurriedly bowing. This humble concubine greets your Majesty. Please allow me to explain. Nangong Xuanyu, however, did not spare her a glance, coldly passing by her to gently assist Shen Zhi'nian to her feet. Shen Zhi'nian stood momentarily stunned, her beautiful eyes reflecting a tumult of sorrow, longing, and disbelief as she gazed upon him. Your Majesty, it is truly you. The young woman before him, exuding both allure and fragility, possessed a pair of enchanting eyes that could melt the hardest of hearts. One side of her lovely face was swollen, rendering her utterly helpless. Nangong Xuanyu felt a mix of anger and tenderness as he spoke softly. Do not fear. I am here, and I shall stand up for you. Shen Zhi'nian, resembling a wronged child, finally found solace, burying her face against the emperor's chest and weeping. I thought I would never see your Majesty again. Her sobs were heart-wrenching, evoking sorrow in all who heard. The emperor's heart ached. And like a parent comforting a child, he gently patted Shen Zhi'nian's back. It is my fault. I am here. The jade concubine stood frozen, disbelief etched into her features. She had served the emperor for so many years and had never witnessed him exhibit such tenderness towards any woman. Not even the favored consort had been treated with such affection. What, then, granted this Changzai such privilege? Nangong Xuanyu turned his cold gaze upon the jade concubine. The jade concubine displays arrogance and disregards palace protocols, striking a concubine without cause. Henceforth, you are to be confined. Your salary reduced for half a year, and you shall copy the palace regulations 10 times daily. Though she held the rank of concubine, she was penalized due to the actions of a mere attendant. One could only wonder if, after 6 months, the emperor would even recall her, or if there would still be a place for her in the harem. The jade concubine collapsed onto the ground. Your Majesty, it was Changzai who, in her hubris from your favor, repeatedly dismissed me. Today, I merely lost my composure upon encountering her. Your Majesty, I implore you to hear my explanation. Chapter 47. The reason behind the emperor's indifference towards Shen Zhi'nian. Yet, Nangong Xuanyu did not spare her even a fleeting glance. He hoisted Shen Zhi'nian into his arms and strode away. Summon the imperial physician to the listening rain pavilion, he commanded. The young eunuch promptly acknowledged and hurried off to fulfill the order. Yu Pin gazed at their retreating figures, her eyes ablaze with unbridled resentment. How could this be? I am a dignified concubine, serving His Majesty since my entry into the palace. Why should I be overshadowed by a mere newcomer? Unbeknownst to her, Shen Zhi'nian's fury had not dissipated simply because Yu Pin faced punishment. The penalties of house arrest, reduced allowances, and copying palace regulations were trivial at best. Yu Pin remained firmly ensconced in her position, enjoying her lavish lifestyle. Shen Zhi'nian was a woman who harbored a grudge and would not easily forgive Yu Pin for daring to strike her. The searing pain on her face made her glare at Yu Pin, a fierce glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. The servants of the listening rain pavilion, upon witnessing the emperor returning with Shen Zhi'nian in his arms, were initially taken aback, but soon knelt in joyous reverence, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to your Majesty. Long live the emperor." Nangong Xuanyu, carrying Shen Zhi'nian, walked past them without a sideways glance, entering the inner chamber where he gently laid her upon the bed. Observing Shen Zhi'nian's tear-streaked face, he exhaled a silent sigh. For over a month, he had deliberately avoided her, not out of disdain, but rather because he was captivated by her. As an emperor, he could indulge a woman but must never allow himself to fall for any. He had believed he could temper his feelings for Shen Zhi'nian before summoning her again, only to realize that he had been the one tormented. He had truly savored her presence. Soon, the physician arrived, bowing respectfully. "I greet your Majesty. I greet Consort Ro." Nangong Xuanyu's voice was grave. No need for excessive formalities. Quickly assess Consort Ro's injuries. Yes. The physician, hesitant to touch Shen Zhi'nian, examined her with his gaze and reported, "Your Majesty, Consort Ro's face is not severely harmed. Her skin is simply too fair, which makes the bruising appear alarming. Apply ice for a quarter of an hour and this ointment daily, and she will be well in 3 days." Fu Hua had already brought an ice pack and was tenderly applying it to Shen Zhi'nian's face. Nangong Xuanyu's expression darkened ominously. "Her face is swollen to this extent, and you dare say it is not serious?" The physician, trembling, replied, "I would never deceive your Majesty. It is indeed the fairness of her skin combined with the force of the strike that renders it so frightful." Nangong Xuanyu's gaze remained somber as he took the ice pack from Fu Hua's hands and gently applied it to Shen Zhi'nian's face. The physician was astonished by this display. In all his years in the palace, he had never witnessed the emperor treating a concubine with such tenderness. If it were another woman, she would likely have wept and sought his sympathy, hoping for more of his affection. Yet, despite the immense injustice Shen Zhi'nian had suffered, she uttered not a word against Yu Pin, her eyes devoid of resentment, filled only with adoration for him. Her heart was as clear as crystal. So innocent and naive, it pained him deeply. Without his protection, would she not be victimized in the palace? Nangong Xuanyu's expression softened further as he applied the medicine with utmost care. After finishing, he washed his hands and sat by the window, gently embracing her. "I have not visited you for so long. Do you resent me, my beloved?" Shen Zhi'nian wrapped her arms around his slender waist, pressing the uninjured side of her face against his chest, embodying the essence of a devoted woman. Her voice was melodic, infused with profound affection and longing. "Your Majesty is the man I cherish most. No matter what you do, I could never resent you. I do not seek your overwhelming favor, only hope for your enduring affection. I do not wish to be by your side day and night, but rather to share a lasting bond with you." Initially attracted to Shen Zhi'nian's charm and the pleasures of their intimacy, he later discovered that her intellect rivaled that of the noble women in the realm, which delighted him immensely. Nangong Xuanyu had not anticipated her extraordinary understanding. remaining uncomplaining and patient despite his neglect. How could he not be enamored by such a woman? I promise you, we shall endure together for a long time. Such promises had likely been uttered by the emperor to countless women, perhaps even beyond his recollection. Shen Zhi'nian, though skeptical in her heart, feigned surprise. Is that true? Your Majesty would not deceive me? Such is the word of the sovereign, he replied. Would a mighty emperor truly be swayed by a mere girl? What harm would it be to extend her a bit of affection? As she gazed into Nanqiao Xuanyu's tender eyes, a barely perceptible smile graced Shen Zhi'nian's lips. Thus, upon entering the palace, one must vie for favor while remaining discreet. She must ensure the emperor perceives her as a pure and unblemished gardenia, untouched by worldly strife. A respectful voice from beyond the curtain interrupted their moment. Your Majesty. My lady, it is time for your meal. After a day of political affairs, Nanqiao Xuanyu was indeed famished. Moreover, being with this woman always lightened his heart, enhancing his appetite. He took Shen Zhi'nian's hand and led her out. Let us dine. Chapter 48. Tomorrow. I shall bestow you the title of Noble Consort. The emperor dined at the rain-listening pavilion, and tonight's meal was far more sumptuous than those of previous days. Shen Zhi'nian had quite the appetite, consuming more than she had in recent days. She ate slowly, savoring each bite with an elegance that captivated those around her. Her meticulous enjoyment of the culinary delights made one's fingers itch with desire to partake. Unbeknownst to him, Nanqiao Xuanyu found himself consuming more rice than usual. Li Changde observed this with heartfelt concern. The emperor had just ascended the throne, still stabilizing his position. Thus he was exceedingly diligent in his governance, often neglecting rest to review memorials. Those who served him felt both pity and worry. If the emperor could maintain such a hearty appetite daily, he need not fret over his health. It seemed he would need to encourage the emperor to favor the gentle consort Ro more often for this very reason. After dinner, Shen Zhi'nian and Nanqiao Xuanyu settled by the window to engage in a game of chess. Among the concubines in the harem, there were many skilled players, yet none could match him. Nanqiao Xuanyu had assumed that Shen Zhi'nian, with her father being merely a low-ranking official, would not possess the refined skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting that were cultivated in noble families. He had prepared to let her win, not wanting her to feel disheartened by a string of losses. However, as time passed, his demeanor shifted from casual indifference to earnest concentration. The game was fiercely contested, with an equilibrium that was quite astonishing. With the black pieces, Shen Zhi'nian maintained her calm composure, playfully winking at Nanqiao Xuanyu after making her move. It was now the emperor's turn. Nanqiao Xuanyu's interest was piqued. He picked up a white piece, contemplating before placing it down. The exchange continued, initially rapid, but as the game progressed, each move demanded prolonged reflection. The sky gradually darkened, and after an unknown span of time, Shen Zhi'nian placed her final piece down, surrounding the white pieces with no escape. She smiled enchantingly. Your Majesty, you have lost. The thrill of facing a worthy opponent was a sensation Nanqiao Xuanyu had not experienced in ages. Most significantly, every time he thought he had unraveled the depths of this young woman, she surprised him anew. I was previously unaware of my beloved consort's exceptional skill in chess. How could it not be so? In my past life, one of Lu Jianglin's superiors was a chess enthusiast, whose greatest wish was to find a worthy opponent. To please him, I devoted immense energy to collecting rare texts and delved deeply into the art, later sharing my insights with Lu Jianglin. As a result, he gained significant favor and was promoted due to that superior's recommendation. In her earlier years, Shen Zhi'nian had often played chess to pass the time during moments of leisure. Feeling the emperor's praise, she felt a flush of humility. The emperor gazed at her with a warmth tinged with admiration. Does my beloved consort know that while my chess skills cannot be deemed the best, few in this world dare to best me? From a young age, women were taught to prioritize their husbands, shunning competitiveness. Had any other concubine heard such words, they would likely be overwhelmed with fear and kneel to beg forgiveness. However, Shen Zhi'nian understood that all humans possess a competitive spirit, including emperors. To capture Nanqiao Xuanyu's attention, she must ignite his desire for conquest. Others might hesitate to surpass the emperor due to his divine status, out of respect and fear. Yet, she loved the emperor dearly and wished to present her authentic self without pretense. As she spoke, her captivating eyes gazed deeply into his, melting his heart. Nanqiao Xuanyu could hardly withstand her sincerity, letting out a silent sigh. This innocent young woman laid her heart bare before him, unguarded. Though he was an emperor who would not fall in love with any woman, he could shower her with affection, fulfilling her earnest devotion. Moreover, she was correct. As the emperor, he was feared by all, yet he too felt the chill of loneliness at such heights. Having someone who treated him with genuine sincerity and never concealed her true self was indeed a treasure, especially when that person was one he cherished. I admire your spirit, my beloved consort. As long as you remain true to yourself, I shall continue to cherish you. Of course, before ascending to the position of empress, Shen Zhi'nian would maintain the facade that the emperor favored, ensuring he willingly offered her everything she desired. At that moment, Shen Zhi'nian lowered her gaze to the chessboard, sighing softly, "Yet, how I wish to always uphold my original intentions. It is only upon entering the palace that I realized I am but a pawn on this chessboard, with many matters beyond my control. Though I have been exceedingly cautious, I still find myself viewed as a thorn in the eyes of others due to my favored status. I merely wish to reside quietly in a corner, content with the occasional glimpse of His Majesty. Yet, I fear the hidden dangers of the palace, where one must ever be vigilant. For the sake of self-preservation, I may one day become unrecognizable to myself. To insist one will never stray from their original intentions would come off as disingenuous. Such ambiguous declarations would carry more weight and evoke the emperor's compassion." Nanqiao Xuanyu, having grown up in the depths of the palace, had witnessed many initially innocent women gradually transform amidst the intrigues of court life. He understood Shen Zhi'nian's concerns were not without merit, but was determined not to let such a remarkable woman fall prey to others. "Such incidents shall not recur during the day. I will protect you, I promise. You can trust in me. Tomorrow, I shall decree you as a noble consort." At least with a higher rank, others would think twice before attempting to trouble her. Shen Zhi'nian, after a moment of delight, quickly regained her composure, not allowing joy to cloud her judgment. She entered the palace with the ambition of becoming the empress, and thus she must navigate her ascent with great care. However, the laws of the Great Zhou were stringent, and the elevation of concubines was subject to rigid regulations. Promotions could only occur after the first night of service, during festivals, upon bearing an heir, or at the emperor's deathbed. Otherwise, they were forbidden. Currently, she did not meet any of these criteria. Should she be granted the title of noble consort out of turn, she could expect a torrent of gossip, not only from the harem but also from the court. Since entering the palace, she had tread carefully to avoid becoming a target for conspiracies. A sudden elevation in status would indeed draw too much attention. With this in mind, Shen Zhi'nian gazed at the emperor with heartfelt emotion. "Though my service to your majesty is genuine and not driven by desires for honor or status, no one has ever treated me as kindly as you have. If you continue to be so generous, I may find myself in tears. However, I must respectfully decline." Chapter 49. The emperor presents a palace made to Shen Zhi'nian. Nanqiao Xuanyu felt a pang of sympathy for Shen Zhi'nian, realizing that her understanding nature compelled her to utter such words. However, being a person who valued rules and propriety, he soon deemed his actions somewhat inappropriate. Yet, once spoken, the emperor's words could not be retracted. Upon hearing Shen Zhi'nian's refusal of promotion, a flicker of surprise crossed Nanqiao Xuanyu's eyes. "Why?" With a smile, Shen Zhi'nian replied, "If your majesty were to extraordinarily elevate me to the status of a noble consort, the entire palace would surely whisper of your majesty's unfairness. While it is an honor to receive your majesty's affection, I cannot bear to place you in a difficult position. Sometimes, the emperor's preferential treatment is far more significant than an official title. Most importantly, she had painstakingly reduced the animosity directed towards her, and a sudden promotion would render her a target in the palace, much like Shen Nanqiao in her past life." To his surprise, Nanqiao Xuanyu felt relieved. Increasingly convinced of Shen Zhi'nian's wisdom, his gaze softened further as he mused, "My beloved consort is akin to a treasure. The more time I spend with you, the more I uncover your brilliance. Alas, your humble origins render such a remarkable character underappreciated. Were it otherwise, you would undoubtedly deserve a higher rank." Nevertheless, it mattered little. The emperor was indifferent to others' lineage, for he could elevate any family with but a word. For the sake of this remarkable woman's understanding, he was willing to uplift the Shen family. Unaware of Nanqiao Xuanyu's thoughts, Shen Zhi'nian's cheeks flushed slightly as she said, "Your Majesty, you flatter me to the point of embarrassment." The emperor smiled gently, casting a playful glance at the chessboard, eager to engage once more. "My beloved consort, let us play another round. A sovereign could not afford to be bested by a mere palace maid." A playful glint sparkled in Shen Zhi'nian's eyes. "Very well." As the game continued, both won and lost their fair share, Yet overall, Shen Zhi'nian maintained the upper hand. She expertly controlled the pace, ensuring the emperor did not lose excessively, which might sour his mood, while subtly stoking his desire for conquest with her slightly superior skills. Thus, one match after another, they lost track of time until dawn broke. It was only when Li Changde entered to remind them of court duties that Nangong Xuanyu realized he had spent the entire night merely playing chess with Shen Zhi'nian. This was a novel experience for him, and as he regarded her, his eyes sparkled with admiration. Your chess skills are extraordinary. I shall seek your guidance again soon. This was precisely Shen Zhi'nian's intention. With so many women in the imperial harem, she knew she must possess unique qualities to maintain the emperor's interest. Yawning softly, her delicate face bore traces of fatigue as she remarked, I have not enjoyed such a spirited game in ages. I look forward to your majesty's next visit. Seeing her in this state, Nangong Xuanyu felt a twinge of guilt. It was I who lost track of time, keeping you up all night. Please rest well during the day. I shall return in the evening to share dinner with you. Upon hearing the emperor would visit later, Handan and Fuziu exchanged glances of joy. Shen Zhi'nian eagerly replied, I shall await your majesty's arrival. Upon their last visit, Nangong Xuanyu had directly carried her into the inner chamber, only now noticing the unusual quietness of the rain listening pavilion. I recall that apart from the maids I brought, there should be 3 eunuchs and 3 palace maids attending. Why is it so desolate here? Thanks to timely ice packs and the finest ointment from the imperial hospital, Shen Zhi'nian's face had already begun to swell down, though one side still appeared slightly flushed. At this moment, her enchanting visage conveyed a hint of helplessness. Your Majesty. It is nothing. I quite enjoy the tranquility. Nangong Xuanyu understood her gentle and kind-hearted nature, unwilling to impose difficulties on others. He immediately directed his gaze to Handan. Speak. Handan bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, the young mistress has not seen you in a long time, leading to rumors in the palace that she has fallen from favor. Thus, only 1 eunuch and 1 maid were assigned to the rain-listening pavilion. The young mistress, wary of such restless attendants, instructed Gong Zhao from the internal affairs to send them away. Nangong Xuanyu took Shen Zhi'nian's hand, filled with concern. It is I who have neglected you these past days. I shall instruct the internal affairs to send several attendants for you to choose from. Shen Zhi'nian could not guarantee that the attendants sent by the internal affairs were free of ulterior motives. Having regained favor, she needed to be more cautious. Otherwise, one misstep could lead her to a perilous fall. Nevertheless, she maintained an air of resignation, sighing, the tides rise and fall, flowers bloom and wither, all beyond our control. In times of prosperity, one is surrounded by flatterers. Yet, if the rain-listening pavilion were to grow quiet again, I cannot ensure their loyalty. It may be wiser to maintain the current state. Nangong Xuanyu himself could not guarantee that he would not neglect Shen Zhi'nian in the future, and her concerns were not unfounded. After some contemplation, he said, the matron who previously instructed you in palace etiquette, since you two have formed a bond, I shall have her attend to you at the rain-listening pavilion. I will also have Li Changde send a young eunuch from the Yangxin Hall to assist you. Having a matron who had served the Empress Dowager and an experienced eunuch attending her would grant Shen Zhi'nian immense honor. Even high-ranking consorts would have to show her respect. Although both the matron and the young eunuch were technically still under the emperor's command, their presence would enhance the security of the rain-listening pavilion, forging a stronger bond between Shen Zhi'nian and the emperor, thereby reducing the likelihood of her losing favor. In summary, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks, and Shen Zhi'nian was deeply touched as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your kindness overwhelms me, and I am at a loss as to how to repay you. Nangong Xuanyu gently patted the back of her hand. Taking good care of yourself is the greatest repayment you could offer me. Now, I must attend court. I shall visit you later. Shen Zhi'nian curtsied. I bid Your Majesty farewell. As soon as Nangong Xuanyu departed, attendants from the internal affairs arrived with a stream of lavish gifts that dazzled the eyes. It was evident that the rain-listening pavilion would soon regain its former splendor, vibrant with flowers and rich with offerings. Upon hearing this news, Gong Zhao sighed deeply with relief. Thankfully, he had acted decisively in dealing with the restless palace maids at the rain-listening pavilion. Otherwise, should Shen Zhi'nian regain favor, he would have faced dire consequences. Thus, the dynamics of the imperial harem were ever-changing. Who could predict when another consort might rise again? Chapter 50. Bear me a child. However, he did not handle that matter particularly well. Early in the morning, Eunuch Xiao hurried to Tingyu Pavilion to offer his apologies, lamenting, I have been so busy these past few days that I forgot to send new attendants to Lady Ro. I am truly deserving of death. I implore Lady Ro to forgive me. As he spoke, he slapped his own face vigorously. Naturally, Shen Zhi'nian understood that those within the palace were adept at flattering the powerful while trampling on the weak. Eunuch Xiao merely feared for his position upon witnessing her return to favor and rushed to atone for his oversight. If she were still in disgrace, the officials of the Ministry of Internal Affairs would hardly regard her with any respect. However, the rules of the palace are as clear as day. Shen Zhi'nian did not intend to delve too deeply into the matter. It was rather excusable for a busy eunuch to forget such things, was it not? In any case, His Majesty had already arranged for new attendants for her. Eunuch Zhao, please rise. Seeing that Lady Ro did not leverage her royal favor to question him, Eunuch Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Lady Ro, for your magnanimity. Such kindness from you is no wonder His Majesty favors you. Chunhua and Xiao Yangzi, who had previously been fortunate enough to serve in Tingyu Pavilion, had unwittingly squandered their good fortune. They were truly lacking in awareness. In the harem, those who were oblivious to the rules did not fare well. His words were a guarantee to Shen Zhi'nian that Chunhua and Xiao Yangzi would not enjoy good days ahead. Shen Zhi'nian, weary of engaging in pretense with Eunuch Xiao, waved him away. Shortly thereafter, Mama Xiao and a young eunuch arrived at Tingyu Pavilion. This old servant humbly greets Lady Ro. May you be blessed. One had served the Empress Dowager, while the other had attended to the Emperor personally, both appointed to her by His Majesty himself. Shen Zhi'nian could not treat them as mere palace attendants. Moreover, Mama Xiao had been her mentor before entering the palace, thus their bond was significant. Shen Zhi'nian rose to assist them. No need for such formalities. She turned to the young eunuch, inquiring with a smile, "What is your name?" Replying to Lady Ro, "I am called Yuanbao." Shen Zhi'nian nodded. "From now on, I shall depend on your care in Tingyu Pavilion." Mama Xiao and Yuanbao quickly bowed, expressing, "You flatter us, lady. His Majesty has commanded that upon entering Tingyu Pavilion, we are now in service to you, and we shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly to your needs. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Having not slept the previous night, Shen Zhi'nian felt quite fatigued. She rewarded Mama Xiao and Yuanbao, instructing them to familiarize themselves with the matters of Tingyu Pavilion before retreating to her inner chamber for rest. As for her reinstatement and the waves it had stirred within the harem, Shen Zhi'nian was currently uninterested in such affairs. In any case, should there be any whispers or ripples, Xiaomingzi would report them to her. Perhaps due to her exhaustion, Shen Zhi'nian fell into an unusually deep slumber. When she awoke, the sky had darkened. Her throat felt parched, and she called out, "Handan, water." Soon, someone entered with a cup of water. As Shen Zhi'nian took a sip, she caught a whiff of the dragon's saliva fragrance emanating from the person. She feigned ignorance, gazing toward the door with a sigh, her tone imbued with infinite longing, reminiscent of a maiden yearning for her lover. Yet, the absence of her beloved left her feeling dejected and melancholic. So late, His Majesty would surely not come. I wonder if he has had a proper meal today amidst his political duties. Nangang Xian Yu was momentarily taken aback. While other concubines only cared about gaining his affection, she, upon not seeing him, immediately worried about his well-being. He was the emperor. Why should he be troubled by matters of sustenance? Only someone who truly loved him to the core would fret over such trivialities. Nangang Xian Yu couldn't help but ponder if she had been worried about his health every day during the month he had deliberately neglected her. In an instant, his heart softened with guilt as he set down his teacup and enveloped Shen Zhi'nian in his embrace. "My beloved, I am not one to jest. I promised to visit you tonight, and I have kept that promise. Do you not trust me?" Upon seeing Shen Zhi'nian awake, Handan lit the lamp and quietly withdrew. "Your Majesty, you truly came." Hearing Nangang Xian Yu's familiar voice and witnessing his handsome, imposing visage, Shen Zhi'nian's eyes sparkled with just the right amount of surprise. "I did not doubt you, Your Majesty, but I thought it was too late. How long have you been waiting in Tingyu Pavilion? Handan and Fuhua should have awakened me instead of allowing you to wait so long." Nangang Xian Yu replied gently, "I instructed them to let you sleep a little longer and not disturb you. Are you hungry? Come, let us dine." Shen Zhi'nian blushed and murmured an affirmative. Then, attended by Handan and Fuhua, she washed up and dressed before stepping into the outer chamber. Tonight's dinner was again lavish, far exceeding the usual portions for a concubine. Shen Zhi'nian couldn't help but exclaim that if the emperor dined with her more often, she would surely grow rounder. "What is my beloved thinking? You seem so lost in thought." Shen Zhi'nian maintained her delicate demeanor, playfully retorting. I was just thinking that if I ate this well every day, I might have to order a larger size for my palace garments. Nanqiao, you found women to be truly remarkable. Her waist was so slender it seemed a single hand could break it, and her figure was exceedingly delicate. Yet she feared gaining weight. Of course, in the right places, this petite lady had quite the impressive assets that his hands could hardly encompass. Yet what of it? His beloved was too thin. She ought to gain a little weight. Otherwise, others might think he was neglecting his concubines. Shen Zhi'nian smiled shyly, rolling her eyes inwardly. Men often like to say you are not fat. It's fine. Eat more, gain some weight. However, if a woman truly did gain weight, they would likely be the first to express dissatisfaction. Thus, such words were best taken with a grain of salt. After the evening meal, the attendants helped the two bathe, and under Mama Zhao's guidance, they discreetly withdrew. Having not been intimate with Shen Zhi'nian for over a month, Nanqiao, you missed her dearly. Last night, he had not even considered such matters, instead engaging in a game of chess with her for an entire night, which was quite astonishing. In the chamber, the light gauze swayed, casting shadowy silhouettes. The emperor grasped Shen Zhi'nian's waist, his eyes aflame with desire. He felt as if she were truly a reincarnated enchantress. For no woman could possess such allure, making one yearn to perish in her embrace. In the throes of passion, Nanqiao whispered in Shen Zhi'nian's ear, "My beloved, bear me a child. A prince or a princess, I shall cherish them." Shen Zhi'nian's fair and slender arms wrapped around the emperor's neck, her eyes dreamy and beguiling, yet her mind remained clear. She understood that she must bear a child only after attaining a higher status. Thus, she could leverage the merit of giving birth to an heir to ascend to the position of a primary consort, thereby gaining the privilege to raise the child herself. Concubines cannot ascend without cause. Next month's longevity festival would be her best opportunity. Your Majesty, I am willing. Our child will surely be as remarkable as you. That night was still long and filled with anticipation. Chapter 51. Father Shen's promotion the following day, after graciously sending Nanqiao off to court. Han Dan and Fu Chu surrounded Shen Zhi'nian with smiles. My lord, we haven't been able to inform you of this delightful news while the emperor was present. Your father has received a promotion. Shen Zhi'nian, filled with surprise, inquired. Is this truly the case? Throughout her upbringing in the Shen household, she often felt like a mere specter, lacking a profound father-daughter bond with her father. Nonetheless, the family's fortunes were intertwined. Their collective elevation depended on mutual support. She aspired to ascend to a higher status, relying on her family's influence. Similarly, the Shen family sought advancement, which hinged on Shen Zhi'nian's favor in the harem. Therefore, despite their distant relationship, her father had provided her with considerable backing upon her entrance to the palace. Han Dan exclaimed with excitement, absolutely true. Your father has been promoted from the 6th rank, Deputy Minister of Justice, to the 5th rank, Minor Minister of Rights. Although the position has only risen by 1 rank, it is no small feat within the capital, where many officials toil for a lifetime without a single promotion. It is no wonder that families with daughters in officialdom often wish to place their daughters in the palace as favored consorts. Officials below the 5th rank don green robes, while those of the 5th rank and above don red robes. Your father has finally realized this aspiration, my lord. The emperor's elevation of the Shen family must surely be due to your influence, Han Dan remarked, her joy tinged with a hint of curiosity. But why did the emperor not personally convey this good news to you? This was a matter that did not require the emperor's announcement. Shen Zhi'nian would have discerned it herself. If he were to speak of it, it might suggest that he was entranced by beauty and had favored the Shen family, which would not bode well for his image as a sagacious ruler. Shen Zhi'nian stated solemnly, the emperor's promotion of my father must stem from his recognition of my father's talents. It has nothing to do with me. Such remarks should not be made in the future. Han Dan and Fu Chu nodded earnestly in agreement. Madame Xiao observed with satisfaction. The harem was not short of astute women, yet those as perceptive as Shen Zhi'nian were rare. In her experience, such insight indicated that Shen Zhi'nian could navigate the complexities of the harem with great finesse. However, some sentiments should remain unspoken in public. Though private expressions of gratitude were necessary, Shen Zhi'nian resolved to personally craft a pouch for the emperor as a token of appreciation. In the harem, secrets were scarce. Once this news spread, many palace maids sought to curry favor, eager to align themselves with the favored consort. Even some lower-ranked consorts approached Shen Zhi'nian with gifts, hoping to establish a rapport that might earn them the emperor's affection. Shen Zhi'nian refrained from engaging directly, allowing Madame Xiao to handle the situation. Having once served in the emperor's presence, others dared not voice their grievances, rendering her the perfect candidate for this task. On the left wing, Consort's son finally exhaled with relief. Although her initial approach to Shen Zhi'nian was motivated by a desire to diminish her favor after spending time together, she genuinely believed that Shen Zhi'nian was a rare gem of kindness in the harem, wishing her well. In the Yangxin Hall, after Nanqiao Xuanyu had finished reviewing the memorials, Li Changde entered, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, Lu from Elan Pavilion insists that she is wronged regarding the disfigurement of Noble Consort Jiang. The true culprit lies elsewhere, and she has found evidence. Upon concluding his statement, he presented the evidence he held. After reviewing the documents, Nanqiao Xuanyu's expression darkened. While political matters were of utmost importance to the emperor, he was reluctant to expend significant energy on harem affairs. However, with Lu Ruoyan presenting evidence so openly, he could not afford to turn a blind eye, especially since the matter involved the Duke of the State. Prepare the carriage for Elan Pavilion and summon the relevant parties, he commanded. Li Changde acknowledged and promptly set to work. After more than a month, the doors of Elan Pavilion finally swung open. Lu Ruoyan, already frail and delicate, appeared even more so after her prolonged confinement, as if a mere breeze could sweep her away. Dressed in a pale moon-white gown and devoid of makeup, she looked pitifully enchanting. Upon seeing the emperor's entourage, she gracefully bowed and spoke with a sorrowful tone. This humble consort greets your majesty. Even amid the throngs of captivating beauties in the harem, Lu Ruoyan's beauty was undeniable. Her fragile demeanor made her stand out among the consorts. However, when Nanqiao Xuanyu's gaze fell upon her, it lacked warmth, and he merely replied, "Rise." The emperor was ever suspicious, despite the evidence before him. He did not yet trust Lu Ruoyan. Thank you, your majesty. Soon after, all relevant parties arrived, accompanied by a number of curious consorts, including Shen Zhi'nian. Although Noble Consort Jiang remained in a weakened state, she had to attend, for anyone daring to harm Jiang Weining was effectively slapping the Duke of the State's face. Thanks to the imperial physician's treatment, Jiang Weining's face had improved significantly, though it was still marred by faint red spots that required heavy makeup to conceal. In the heat, the makeup would melt, creating a most unappealing visage. Upon receiving the summons to Elan Pavilion, Li Guiran was gripped by a profound sense of dread, uncertain if her actions had been exposed. At this moment, she exerted tremendous effort to maintain an appearance of calm. Your servant pays respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Nanqiao Xuanyu's authoritative voice resounded. All rise. Thank you, your majesty. Jiang Weining's gaze fell upon Li Guiran, scrutinizing her intently. Li Guiran was drenched in sweat, her hands clenched into tight fists beneath her sleeves. Stay composed. The situation may not be as dire as she feared. She must not lose her composure. Jiang Weining, however, had no such thoughts. From the moment she stepped into Elan Pavilion, her eyes were fixed on Lu Ruoyan. Her own face had been ruined, while Lu Ruoyan still radiated beauty akin to a celestial maiden. Seeing Lu Ruoyan's delicate form ignited a fervent desire for vengeance within Jiang Weining. What infuriated her further was that over the past month, she had attempted to take Lu Ruoyan's life in secret multiple times, only to have her plans thwarted by that wretched woman. Lu Ruoyan was far from harmless. She was cunning and enjoyed playing the victim. You vile creature, the evidence of your treachery is irrefutable. What tricks do you intend to play today? Lu Ruoyan appeared frail, tears glistening on her cheeks, enhancing Jiang Weining's menacing presence. Noble Consort Jiang, I am more eager than you to uncover the identity of your assailant, who has so deceitfully implicated me. Thankfully, heaven does not forsake the diligent, and I have finally discovered a clue. Your injuries were not inflicted by me. Shen Zhi'nian observed the unfolding scene with a cold gaze, equally curious about Lu Ruoyan's hidden schemes. Jiang Weining's breath hitched, her eyes brimming with disdain. With both witness and evidence present, if it is not you, then who else could it be? Lu Ruoyan bowed gracefully before Nanqiao Xuanyu, her voice imbued with deep grievance. Your Majesty, I must state that the maid Honger, who initially accused me, was in fact a spy sent by Li Guiran into Elan Pavilion. Honger and Li Guiran's personal maid, Tao Xiang, are distant relatives. Even before Li Guiran entered the palace, they had maintained a clandestine relationship. Chapter 52, Consortly banishment to the cold palace. Honger's mother was gravely ill and in dire need of substantial funds for treatment. It was at this juncture that Tao Xiang made her an offer. If she were to introduce the snow herb into Consort Zhang's rouge and then implicate the concubine, she would receive the necessary silver to care for her mother. From inception to conclusion, Consort Li had orchestrated a double-edged scheme. She implored His Majesty and the Empress to recognize this truth. Lu Rian was acutely aware that a mere consort could not execute such an intricate plot without external support. However, those were forces she could not confront at present. Exposing Consort Li and exonerating herself were paramount. Jiang Wanning was perplexed, questioning whether she had misidentified her adversary. Consort Li, in a state of terror, knelt before the emperor, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I am innocent. This is all fabrication by Consort Lu to absolve herself. Consort Lu, I share no prior grievances or animosity with Consort Jiang. Why would I risk such a grave offense to harm her?" Lu Rian's voice was gentle yet articulate. "Because on the day of the collective audience, you and Consort Zhou were penalized by Consort Jiang, incurring resentment." She suspected Consort Zhou's involvement as well, but lacking evidence, she refrained from implicating her for the time being. Shen Zhi'nian inwardly marveled. Lu Rian, destined to become the future virtuous consort, was not easily defeated. Jiang Wanning belatedly recalled that upon departing from the cunning palace that day, she overheard two consorts gossiping about her. Leveraging her status, she imposed a penalty of kneeling for several hours. One of them, it seemed, was this very woman who had ascended from consort to noble lady after receiving imperial favor. Instantly, Jiang Wanning's gaze, sharp as a blade, fixed upon Consort Li, vile woman. "Was it truly you who harmed me?" Consort Li's eyes welled with tears as she vehemently shook her head. "I did not. Tao Xiang and Hong'er are indeed distant relatives, but I never instructed Hong'er to commit those acts. I am unaware as to why Consort Lu would cast such aspersions on me. I beseech your Majesty for justice." Lu Rian, head bowed, concealed a glint of coldness. Fortunately, her family had once produced a concubine during the previous emperor's reign, who, though not favored, had cultivated connections within the palace. Were it not for those connections and the support her father had left her outside the palace, she would have been unable to uncover the truth. "See for yourself." Nangang Xuanyu, displaying impatience, cast the evidence onto Consort Li. The timeline of Hong'er's mother's illness, the sudden influx of silver for her treatment, and Tao Xiang's interactions with Hong'er, including the delivery of the snow herb, were meticulously documented. "Dare you continue to prevaricate? Shall I order Tao Xiang dragged to the Department of Cautious Punishment for severe interrogation?" Tao Xiang, pale with fright, collapsed to the ground. "I do not wish to go to the Department of Cautious Punishment. My lady, save me. Save me." Upon seeing the evidence, Consort Li realized her complete downfall. In reality, it was Noble Consort Lu who had directed her actions. Otherwise, given her family's status, she would not have dared to retaliate, even if humiliated by Consort Jiang. However, Consort Li could not reveal this truth. Acknowledging the crime would only condemn her alone, whereas exposing Noble Consort Lu would bring ruin upon the entire Li family. Perhaps Noble Consort Lu would, in recognition of her loyalty, elevate the Li family. In the end, Consort Li bowed deeply, tears streaming down her face. "I am speechless. I confess." "So it was you." Jiang Wanning, consumed with rage, delivered a fierce kick to Consort Li. "You concealed yourself well, daring to ruin my face. I will ensure your life is worse than death." Nangang Xuanyu rebuked. "Enough." Jiang Wanning was indeed a victim, but her overbearing arrogance had always displeased him. "Your Majesty." Facing Nangang Xuanyu, Jiang Wanning adopted a different demeanor. Pouting and gazing at him with tearful eyes, "You must seek justice for me." In her former state, Jiang Wanning's expression might have been considered charming and endearing. However, now, with thick layers of powder unevenly applied, it was rather jarring. Nangang Xuanyu averted his gaze, assisting Lu Rian, whose face was still streaked with tears. "You have suffered these past days. By my decree, restore Noble Consort one's title and bestow generous rewards." Upon entering the palace, Lu Rian had been immersed in the emperor's affections, but this incident had hardened her heart. How could the emperor be unaware of what she herself had discovered? It was merely that he deemed her unimportant and unworthy of his attention. She would never again be deceived by such false tenderness. "Thank you, your Majesty. As long as your Majesty believes in me, I do not feel aggrieved." Lu Rian, unlike Shen Zhi'nian, who had lived two lives, could not completely conceal her resentment and grievances, which were subtly revealed. For the emperor, it was customary for women to cater to him, and even if they suffered grievances, none dared to express discontent in his presence. He would certainly not deign to appease a woman. Sensing Lu Rian's negative emotions, Nangang Xuanyu released her. His gaze fell upon Consort Li, his tone chilling. "Consort Li, for plotting against a palace consort and framing another, your crimes are compounded, effective immediately." You are stripped of your title and banished to the cold palace. Tao Xiang, the palace maid, shall be flogged to death. Just an hour prior, she had been the most favored newcomer to the harem, enjoying boundless prestige. An hour later, she was a forsaken woman in the cold palace. Consort Li gazed at the emperor with resentment, her eyes filled with countless emotions. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. She wished to ask the emperor if the affection he had shown her was false. Did she hold no place in his heart? Alas, the eunuchs had already gagged her and Tao Xiang, dragging them away. She would never have the opportunity to voice these questions. At that moment, Consort Li deeply comprehended the emperor's ruthlessness. With the matter resolved, Nangang Xuanyu departed. Your concubines respectfully bid farewell to your Majesty. Empress Jiang, despite her makeup, could not conceal her pallid complexion. She regarded Lu Ruyan with a mixture of affection and apology. Noble Consort Wan, I have always known you to be a gentle and kind woman, incapable of such wickedness. However, with all the evidence pointing to you, for the sake of the harem's peace, I had no choice but to allow His Majesty to deal with you. The women of the harem are all my sisters, and seeing you suffer grieves me deeply. I will certainly compensate you. Shen Zhi'nian inwardly remarked that Empress Jiang, despite her serpentine heart, constantly feigned gentleness. Striving to maintain an image of virtue and magnanimity, which was no easy feat, Lu Ruyan offered a curtsy. Your Majesty is too kind. You manage the harem and handle numerous affairs. Given your health, oversights are inevitable. I understand, and I harbor no resentment or grievance. Chapter 53. Consort Lu's Conspiracy. Empress Jiang, gratified by Lu Ruyan's prudence, managed a faint smile on her pallid face. Though aware that Lu Ruyan was not the culprit, Jiang Wanning still regarded her with disfavor. Retorting frostily, do not presume that the restoration of your title and rank places you above me. Should you fail to conduct yourself with due humility, you shall suffer the consequences. Wanning, restrain your impudence. Though Empress Jiang's words were chiding, her gaze remained tender towards Jiang Wanning, her sole kin within the palace's confines. Lu Ruyan, however, had never considered Jiang Wanning a worthy adversary. In her eyes, she was merely a simpleton who, were it not for her fortunate birth and the Empress's protection, would have long met her demise, oblivious to the machinations around her. Over the past month, Lu Ruyan had come to a realization. The imperial harem was a treacherous realm, and survival demanded alliances and powerful patrons. As the others departed, she knelt before Empress Jiang, her delicate features etched with a semblance of vulnerability. This humble concubine is adrift in the harem, beset by constant trepidation. Your Majesty's grace and virtue inspire in me a profound sense of affinity. Henceforth, I pledge my unwavering fealty and beseech your Majesty's benevolence. With these words, Lu Ruyan prostrated herself deeply. A flicker of revulsion crossed Jiang Wanning's gaze, but before she could speak, Empress Jiang interjected, your understanding is commendable. During the imperial audience, I sensed a kindred spirit in you. As you harbor such intentions, I shall not fail to reciprocate. Rise. A subtle curvature graced Lu Ruyan's lips as she expressed gratitude to your Majesty. Jiang Wanning, though disdainful of Lu Ruyan, dared not contest the Empress's decision and could only roll her eyes. Empress Jiang's health continued to deteriorate, and her countenance now betrayed profound weariness. After offering a few more words of reassurance to Lu Ruyan, she departed in her phoenix palanquin. Lu Ruyan offered a respectful farewell. This concubine bids your Majesty farewell. Given her rank, Jiang Wanning was not entitled to a sedan chair and was compelled to walk alongside the palanquin. Upon exiting Jingyang Palace, she scoffed, elder sister, Lu Ruyan's father is but a fourth-rank official. When has our family, the Duke of Jinghua, ever deigned to associate with such low-ranking officials? Why did you accept her allegiance? The physical weakness and her younger sister's naivete filled Empress Jiang with a sense of exhaustion. She had begun to question whether the family's decision to send Wanning into the palace with the goal of succeeding her was a miscalculation. However, the die had been cast, and Empress Jiang could only rally her failing health to explain, though the Lu family cannot compare to our Duke of Jinghua. Yangzhou is a prosperous region, capable of providing Lu Ruyan with significant resources. Her recent resurgence demonstrates that, with her beauty and cunning, she is no ordinary woman. I am uncertain how much longer I can endure, and must secure allies for you. Henceforth, refrain from treating Lu Ruyan with such disdain. If wielded wisely, she could prove an invaluable asset. I shall pave the way for you, so you need not fear betrayal. Should such a day arrive, The other palace consorts loyal to the Duke of Zhengguo will unite to eliminate her. Having exerted herself with such prolonged discourse, Empress Jiang could no longer sustain her composure and reclined in her phoenix palanquin, her complexion growing increasingly wan. Jiang Wanning's eyes welled with tears. Elder sister. Though she had always understood that her purpose in entering the palace was to assume her elder sister's position, she was nonetheless distressed by the gradual decline of her sister's health. Empress Jiang strained to utter, remember, my words. Jiang Wanning nodded emphatically. Elder sister, I shall remember. However, Lu Rian's ordeal was, in part, due to me. I have repeatedly attempted to end her life in the past month. I cannot believe she harbors no resentment. Can such a person truly be trusted? Empress Jiang's body could no longer endure, and she wearily closed her eyes. Feng Hua respectfully advised, Your Highness, in the imperial harem, you may treat others as pawns, but never place your complete trust in anyone. Therefore, the trustworthiness of Consort 1 is immaterial, so long as she serves your purposes. In any case, she cannot escape Her Majesty's control. Jiang Wanning nodded with an air of comprehension. News of the events at Elan Pavilion had spread like wildfire throughout the harem. Previously, everyone had assumed that Lu Ruyan had reached her nadir and would be eliminated by Jiang Wanning. Yet, she had not only evaded both overt and covert attacks, but had also successfully cleared her name and regained her position. As a result, everyone now recognized that the seemingly delicate Consort 1 was, in reality, a force to be reckoned with. Upon entering the palace, Lu Ruyan had initially intended to conceal her abilities and observe the others as they engaged in internecine struggles. The sudden exposure of her talents was not her intention, but it was unavoidable. From now on, she would have to exercise even greater caution. At Yongshou Palace, a shadow of malice crossed Consort Lu's eyes. Noble Lady Li, her pawn, had executed the disfigurement of Jiang Wanning with commendable skill, yet she had been sacrificed. However, among the entire harem, Consort Lu considered only the members of the Duke of Zhengguo's family as true adversaries, as Jiang Wanning's facial disfigurement was unlikely to be remedied. And as she had devised a definitive method for her elimination, the loss of a pawn was inconsequential. Consort Lu toyed with the box of ointment sent by Shen Zhi'nian, her gaze hardening. Is there not a covert operative from our Duke of Dengguo's family within the imperial hospital who has gained the Empress's trust? Deliver this ointment to him and instruct him to administer it to Jiang Wanning. After all, it is a pity to see such a beautiful woman disfigured in this manner. The ointment was, of course, harmless. However, when combined with incompatible medications, it would prove fatal. Chuizhu immediately understood Consort Lu's unspoken intent and inquired, Your Majesty, now that Consort Zhang's face is ruined, her prospects for imperial favor are over. Why exert yourself to take her life? Consort Lu responded with a frigid smile. A disfigured face does not preclude the possibility of recovery. I desire absolute certainty. Moreover, Jiang Wanning is the last hope of the Duke of Zhengguo's direct lineage. Her demise will undoubtedly devastate the Empress, though we both hail from prominent families. Why should that invalid Empress have lorded over me for so many years? Perhaps the gift I am sending her will hasten her journey to paradise, allowing me to assume her position sooner. Chuizhu acknowledged her instructions. However, the ointment was provided by Consort Ro. Shall we place the blame on her? The death of Consort Jiang will surely lead to her demise. Chapter 54. Shen Zhi'nian schemed. The peach blossom eyes of Lu Guifei narrowed slightly, their gaze icy and profound. She harbored a deep disdain for any woman vying for the emperor's affection. However, after numerous years spent in the depths of the palace, she was no longer the impulsive girl of her youth. With Li Gairen's downfall, Shen Zhi'nian's prowess was further accentuated. Although Empress Jiang was gravely ill, her influence in the harem remained substantial, and she needed to cultivate useful consorts. Moreover, the emperor's novelty for Shen Zhi'nian had yet to wane. Placing the blame on her could lead to dangerous inquiries that might ultimately trace back to Yongshou Palace, resulting in severe repercussions. After weighing her options, Lu Guifei lifted her eyelids. She still possesses value, so for now, she shall remain. Continue Pavilion. Although Shen Zhi'nian had long suspected that with Lu Ruyan's beauty and cunning, her resurgence was inevitable, her eyes darkened nonetheless. Our people had been vigilant regarding Elan Pavilion's movements. Yet we failed to unearth the extent of Lu Ruyan's clandestine machinations. This is the advantage conferred by having a family with former palace consorts. The Lu family's connections within the palace are far beyond what we can rival. Han Dan expressed her regret. My lady, it is our inadequacy. Shen Zhi'nian shook her head. This is an advantage bestowed upon Lu Ruyan by the Lu family. It is not your fault. However, this incident has made it clear to me that cultivating useful individuals within the harem is of utmost urgency. Remain vigilant in your observations. Han Dan and Fu Tiu responded respectfully. Before long, Xia Mingzi came to request an audience. After bowing, he animatedly recounted the recent events in the Cold Palace. Empress Jiang is not one to be trifled with. Having seen her prospects ruined by Li Shuren, she would certainly not let the matter rest. As soon as Li Shuren was cast into the Cold Palace, Empress Jiang swiftly entered and marred her face, subsequently ordering her to be strangled to death. Han Dan gasped, covering her mouth. Heavens! The emperor only demoted Li Shuren to the Cold Palace and did not decree her death. Does Empress Jiang not fear the emperor's wrath? Shen Zhi'nian shook her head. This matter arose from Li Shuren's own wrongdoing. Empress Jiang, being the daughter of the Duke of State, would not be pursued by the emperor even if he were to learn of it. If Lu Ruyan does not clear herself of suspicion, she too may meet a fate akin to Li Shuren's. The harem has always been a realm where the victor takes all. In the ensuing period, the harem appeared tranquil, with the emperor distributing his favor evenly, showing no excessive partiality to any consort. Shen Zhi'nian promoted Mama Xiao to oversee Tingyu Pavilion, and under her management, affairs became increasingly orderly. Han Dan and Fu Tiu, under Mama Xiao's tutelage, learned much and exhibited greater composure in a short time. With Mama Xiao and Yuanbao present, Tingyu Pavilion evaded numerous hidden threats. Although Shen Zhi'nian did not regard those rudimentary tactics as significant, she would not tolerate provocations, retaliating discreetly. As time passed, those lower-ranked consorts who harbored jealousy towards Shen Zhi'nian seemed to realize she was not to be trifled with, leading to a noticeable shift in their demeanor. Naturally, these developments reached Negong Xuanyu's ears. Initially, he worried that this innocent young woman might suffer greatly within the palace's intrigues. To his surprise, he discovered that when pushed to her limits, she could reveal her sharp claws like a wild cat. Amidst his astonishment, he felt a sense of comfort. Although he favored virtuous women, he detested foolishness. If one allowed themselves to be bullied without retaliation, it would inevitably lead to a perception of ineffectiveness. Most importantly, Shen Zhi'nian understood that despite the relative safety provided by Mama Xiao and Yuanbao, her actions would not escape the emperor's scrutiny. Therefore, her methods of retaliation were measured, merely defending her dignity. Otherwise, should the emperor uncover her true nature as a black-hearted lotus, it would be a grave miscalculation. Xia Mingzi had been closely monitoring the palace's dynamics. One day, seizing the opportunity that both Mama Xiao and Yuanbao were absent, he reported to Shen Zhi'nian. My lady, someone in the Imperial Medical Bureau has developed an ointment to treat Empress Jiang's facial condition. It is said that after a period of treatment, the redness on her face has significantly diminished, and she may have a chance of recovery. To regain favor, Empress Jiang wishes to surprise the emperor and has kept this matter a secret. It was only with great difficulty that I caught wind of this news. Shen Zhi'nian immediately perked up. Do you know which physician it is? Xia Mingzi shook his head. That exceeds my capacity. Shen Zhi'nian instructed, send someone to summon Physician Tang to check on my pulse. Whether Lu Guifei has finally acted, or if another physician in the bureau has devised a remedy for Jiang Wanning's face, we shall know once we consult Tang Luochuan. Fu Tiu acknowledged and promptly went to carry out the task. Before long, Tang Luochuan arrived. Your humble servant pays respects to the gentle lady. May you be blessed. Physician Tang. There is no need for excessive formalities. After granting him a seat, Shen Zhi'nian directly inquired, I have heard that Jiang Wanning's face has improved. Do you know the details? Tang Luochuan replied respectfully. These past few days, I have been discreetly investigating this matter and have just reached a conclusion, intending to report to you. The one responsible for Empress Jiang's improvement is a physician named Li Hui, who has enjoyed the Empress's trust for many years. However, I discovered that the ointment he used on Empress Jiang was actually developed by me. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhi'nian understood everything. It appeared that Lu Guifei was plotting against Jiang Wanning, and Li Hui, ostensibly loyal to Empress Jiang, was likely acting under Lu Guifei's orders. I see. I am aware of these matters. You may pretend you have discovered nothing and continue your duties as usual. Tang Luochuan did not inquire how the ointment had reached Li Hui, but his gaze bore a hint of concern. Is there anything I can assist you with, my lady? Shen Zhi'nian pondered for a moment. How much of that ointment do you have left? Tang Luochuan retrieved a bottle from his medicine chest. Only this bottle remains. Shen Zhi'nian instructed Fu Tiu to take it, cautioning, if my guess is correct, a significant event is about to unfold in the harem. For safety's sake, do not conduct any further research upon your return and find a way to destroy all traces. This was the first time Tang Luochuan had seen her so serious. And he solemnly replied, "Understood. You must also take care of yourself." After his departure, Shen Zhi'nian summoned Ziazizi and instructed Fuziu to hand over the item. "You must find a way to deliver this bottle of ointment to Xianfu Palace." She had long vowed to avenge the slap dealt by Yupin. Of course, the more pressing reason was that she had already made an enemy of Yupin. Seizing this rare opportunity to eliminate a formidable rival was an opportunity not to be missed. Chapter 55. The sudden death of Jiang Wanning. Xiao Zhouzi understood that his master intended to entrust him with significant responsibilities, and he eagerly accepted the medicinal ointment. "Rest assured, my lord, although the guards at Xianfu Palace are numerous, with my skills, I guarantee that this task will be accomplished without a whisper of suspicion." Before entering the palace, Xiao Zhouzi had trained in a martial arts family, and Shen Zhi'nian had already witnessed his prowess, which surpassed that of ordinary guards. Had it not been for a catastrophic turn of events at home, he would not have been reduced to becoming a eunuch. Furthermore, during this time, Shen Zhi'nian had instructed her father, Shen, to thoroughly investigate Xiao Zhouzi's background, confirming his reliability. The remaining members of his family had also been taken in by the Shen family in the capital for care. Otherwise, such a crucial matter would not have been entrusted to someone untrustworthy. Her fingers tapped idly against the table, her voice languid yet laced with subtle authority. "You shall carry out this task discreetly. I do not wish for Aunt Xiao and Yuanbao to learn of it. Understood?" Xiao Zhouzi nodded vigorously, solemnly replying, "I understand the gravity of the matter. If Aunt Xiao and Yuanbao become aware, it would be tantamount to the emperor knowing. At that time, not only us servants, but even my lord would face consequences." 2 days later, Xiao Zhouzi reported that the mission had been successfully accomplished. Shen Zhi'nian was quite pleased and discreetly rewarded him handsomely. The stage had been set, and now they awaited the grand performance to unfold. The redness on Jiang Wanning's face diminished day by day, to the point where even the lightest layer of powder could no longer be discerned. Her spirits soared daily as she fantasized about stunning the emperor with her recovery and basking in unparalleled favor within the harem. The atmosphere in the Chuxiu Palace had also lightened considerably. Upon receiving reports, Empress Jiang sighed in relief, noting that Jiang Wanning's condition had improved significantly, and generously rewarded Li Hui with numerous precious gifts. However, unbeknownst to them, just as everything seemed to be progressing favorably, Jiang Wanning unexpectedly died. Her personal maid, Shui Zhu, was the first to discover the tragedy and was nearly driven to madness. This incident quickly stirred up a tremendous uproar in the harem. Not only was Empress Jiang affected, but even the emperor, upon being alerted, hurried to the scene. After all, Jiang Wanning was the beloved youngest daughter of the Duke of the State, and this incident was of grave importance. Nangang Xuanyu, though aware of the inevitable intrigue and rivalry among the palace concubines, typically turned a blind eye. However, he would not tolerate any open attempts on a life within the harem. Almost all notable concubines rushed to the Chuxiu Palace. Even the confined Yupin was called forth. Shen Zhi'nian stood amidst the crowd, her expression mirroring the shock and fear of those around her. Despite the diverse beauty surrounding her, her unique aura remained strikingly evident. Drawing attention, Nangang Xuanyu's gaze lingered momentarily on Shen Zhi'nian. This woman had always been timid and had never committed any wrongdoing since entering the palace. Whenever she retaliated, it was only after enduring considerable bullying, and her methods were soft. She must be terrified by such a scene, he thought, feeling a twinge of pity. Yet, to display favoritism in front of so many would only jeopardize her further. The most pressing matter, however, was to ascertain the cause of Jiang Wanning's death. Nangang Xuanyu turned his attention to Shui Zhu, kneeling on the ground, and spoke with an air of authority. "Explain to me what has transpired." Empress Jiang, already in frail health, appeared even more pallid, her sunken cheeks devoid of color as she leaned against her chair, on the verge of fainting. Lu Guifei observed her state, a triumphant smirk gracing her lips as she took the opportunity to provoke. "Indeed, Shui Zhu, you must elucidate this matter clearly. Jiang Guiran is the Empress's own sister. How could she die so mysteriously? The Empress must be heartbroken. This sickly woman had long overstayed her welcome. It was high time for her to step aside." Empress Jiang's complexion grew increasingly ashen, yet she maintained her regal composure, refusing to display any signs of distress for Lu Guifei's amusement. Shui Zhu's eyes were swollen from crying. This morning, as usual, I called for my master to rise, but she did not respond. Growing anxious, I lifted the curtain to check and found that my master had already lost her breath, her body cold to the touch. Several imperial physicians emerged from the inner chamber, revealing the results of their investigation. To report to your majesty and the empress, Jiang Guiran died of poisoning. The proclamation sent shockwaves through the Chuxiu palace, fear etched on the faces of all present. My heavens! In broad daylight, someone dared to poison a palace concubine and succeeded. If the culprit were not apprehended, wouldn't the entire harem be plunged into paranoia? Who could be so treacherous as to lay such a deadly hand on Jiang Guiran? Lu Guifei covered her mouth with a handkerchief, feigning shock. Your majesty, you must investigate this matter thoroughly. Otherwise, the harem will be engulfed in fear. Empress Jiang's piercing gaze fell upon Lu Guifei. The Dingwa Duke's family and the Jingwa Duke's family had always been sworn enemies. Apart from Lu Guifei, who else possessed the influence to orchestrate Jiang Wanting's demise under her very nose? Yet, without evidence, Empress Jiang could not unjustly accuse Lu Guifei. Turning to the physicians, she inquired solemnly, why would Jiang Guiran be poisoned under normal circumstances? What type of toxin caused her death? In response to your majesty and the empress, our examination revealed that Jiang Guiran's rashes had improved significantly, likely due to the toxic counteracting remedies she had been administered. Yupin curiously interjected, could it be that the remedy ultimately poisoned Jiang Guiran? How unfortunate! To not only fail in curing her complexion but also pay with her life. Why was I not informed of this? Empress Jiang explained, your majesty. Wanting wished to surprise you with her complete recovery, hence she did not allow the news to spread. Then, her icy gaze turned to Li Hui. Did you not claim that the remedy would counteract the toxicity of the snowberry without harming Jiang Guiran's health? Li Hui fell to his knees, pleading. Your majesty and the empress, please judge my words as the truth. I previously tested it on a palace made without any adverse effects. You are aware of this, empress. At this moment, the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau, having examined the recent medications Jiang Wanting had taken, furrowed his brow deeply. Your majesty, empress. The ointment developed by physician Li indeed treats Jiang Guiran's complexion. However, an ingredient, snowberry, was added to her internal medicine by someone. The combination of snowberry with the ointment would generate toxins within Jiang Guiran's body, ultimately leading to her poisoning and demise. Chapter 56. The Great Search of the Harem. The countenance of Empress Jiang darkened. Why was there snow cypress in the medicine consumed by Consort Jiang? Nangong Xuanyu replied in a grave tone, investigate. The subordinates immediately sprang into action, creating a considerable uproar, with countless individuals being implicated and dragged into the Shunqing division for severe interrogation. Consort Lu observed this farce with quiet amusement, covering her cherry lips with a handkerchief, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of her mouth. Whatever she intended to do, she would undoubtedly ensure that any traces were meticulously eliminated, leaving no opportunity for the ailing empress to seize upon. Ultimately, the investigation revealed that a junior apothecary in the Imperial Medical Bureau had mistakenly identified snow cypress as another medicinal herb on the prescription for Jiang Wanyin. The two herbs bore an uncanny resemblance, making it difficult to distinguish them without careful scrutiny, resulting in this tragic incident. However, even a mere apprentice in the Imperial Medical Bureau should possess a profound understanding of pharmacology. While a single oversight could be attributed to carelessness, the repeated errors were indicative of deliberate malice. Despite enduring the full spectrum of torture at the Shunqing division, the apprentice steadfastly maintained that it was merely his negligence. Thorough investigations into his background and associations revealed no irregularities. The demise of Jiang Wanyin appeared, on the surface, to be a mere accident. In the end, this grand investigation concluded with the apprentice succumbing to the brutal torture, leaving the matter at an impasse, with a hint of regret adorning her stunning visage. Consort Lu gazed sympathetically at Empress Jiang. Your Majesty, it is regrettable that the negligence of those beneath has led to the untimely demise of Consort Jiang. It pains me deeply as well. She insisted that those involved must be severely punished to appease the spirit of Consort Jiang, urging the Empress to accept her sorrow. Though her words were meant as comfort, Empress Jiang perceived an unmistakable glee in Lu's radiant features. Fury surged within Empress Jiang, her chest rising and falling violently as a metallic taste filled her throat. With great effort, she suppressed the urge to retch. Consort Lu was undoubtedly complicit in Jiang Wanyin's death. If only a few individuals from the Imperial Medical Bureau and the attendants of the Shoshio Palace were to be punished, it would be far too cursory. How could she ever justify that to Jiang Wanyan? Consort Lu would only grow bolder, and the Duke of the State would mock their house of national defense. Every action leaves a trace. Empress Jiang refused to believe that Lu's methods were so impeccably concealed. With a pallid face, she knelt before Nangang Xuanyu, gazing at him with sorrowful eyes, each word soaked in anguish. Your Majesty, when I married you, Wanyan was but a young girl of 8 or 9, following me and calling me elder sister. Before my marriage, she was my most cherished sister, and my father held her dearer than his own eyes. If he were to learn of her mysterious death, his heart would surely shatter. I cannot believe that a mere apprentice from the Imperial Medical Bureau could have caused Wanyan's death. There must be someone behind this. No matter how meticulously the mastermind operated, there would always be traces left behind. I beseech your Majesty to conduct a search of the harem and uncover the true perpetrator behind Wanyan's demise. At this declaration, the expressions of the concubines in the palace shifted. Although Jiang Wanyan's death was not directly linked to them, who among them did not harbor secrets in the depths of the palace? If uncovered, it would spell great misfortune for themselves. Consort Lu maintained a composed demeanor. I understand that the death of Consort Jiang has caused great distress to your Majesty, but all the concubines are your Majesty's women. Allowing guards to invade the chambers would be highly inappropriate. A grand search would not only harm us, but also tarnish your Majesty's reputation. The others quickly echoed her sentiments. The consort speaks wisely. We implore your Majesty to reconsider. We too mourn Consort Jiang's passing, but we ask your Majesty to grieve with dignity and preserve some semblance of our honor. Empress Jiang understood all too well that such an action would offend the entire harem. Yet, with Wanyan gone, the hopes of the House of National Defense had been irrevocably dashed. She could no longer afford to care. All she desired was to find evidence to implicate Consort Lu. I implore your Majesty to grant justice for Wanyan and the House of National Defense. Seeing the Empress's pale visage and trembling form, Nangang Xuanyu felt a surge of compassion and stepped forward to support her. Your Majesty, why subject yourself to this? Please rise and speak. Under normal circumstances, Empress Jiang could afford to investigate at her leisure, but she lacked the energy for such delays. She needed to act swiftly while the incident was still fresh, and before the culprit had time to cover their tracks. Otherwise, once the evidence was destroyed, Wanyan's death would be in vain. Tears brimmed in Empress Jiang's eyes, her complexion a wan shade of despair. I only wish in my final moments to seek justice for my younger sister. I beseech your Majesty to assist me. If your Majesty refuses, I shall not rise. Since Empress Jiang's illness, Nangang Xuanyu had only visited Kuanning Palace for brief moments. Now, upon physical contact, he realized how emaciated she had become, almost nothing but bones. In the Emperor's mind, the Empress had always been dignified and regal, embodying the image of a benevolent mother. This was the first time he witnessed her so uncharacteristically disheveled. The imperial physician had warned that even with careful nurturing, her health would only last a year or two. Ultimately, Nangang Xuanyu's heart softened. Issue my decree. A thorough search of the 6 palaces. Bring forth anything related to the death of Consort Jiang to the Shoshio Palace. The palace commander acknowledged the order and promptly set the guards into motion. While the concubines felt discontented, they dared not voice their grievances against the emperor's command. Consort Lu scoffed, her eyes still filled with contempt. The Duke of the State never engaged in unprepared battles. Even with the empress stirring such chaos, it was unlikely they would uncover any substantive evidence. Instead, this would only incite resentment among the concubines toward her. This ailing woman is only becoming more muddled. I shall await the outcome of this debacle. Everything unfolded as Shen Zhi'nian had anticipated, hidden among the crowd, her gaze on Yupin flickering with a hint of malice. However, if her conjecture proved correct, another would soon face misfortune. When deities clash, it was of no concern to her. All she needed was to remain concealed in the shadows, observing the ensuing conflict. The concubines, seated according to rank, displayed a myriad of expressions. Yupin, having calmed from her initial fury, found solace in the fact that if the search were limited to Xianfu Palace, it would be a personal affront. Now, however, all the concubines would be subjected to inspection, rendering them equally vulnerable to ridicule. Fortunately, as a principal consort, she was spared the desperate struggles of lower-ranking concubines. Xianfu Palace remained relatively untainted. No matter how the events unfolded, they bore no relevance to her. Chapter 57. 2 suspects discovered upon the return of a portion of the palace guards from their search. A significant glance was exchanged between them and Yupin, who, after paying her respects to Nangang Xuanyu, presented the items they had uncovered. Your Majesty, we found a jar of ointment buried beneath a large tree in the Shinfu Palace. Instantly, all eyes converged upon Yu Pin. A sudden dread gripped her heart as she struggled to comprehend the situation, an ominous premonition beginning to loom within her. At the behest of Nan Gong Xianyu's gaze, the imperial physicians promptly stepped forward to examine the ointment. Yu Pin clutched the armrest of her chair, seeking solace in the thought that this incident might not be linked to Jiang Wanning's demise. Perhaps it was merely a careless palace maid who had hidden something without understanding the consequences. However, the physician's subsequent words shattered her hope entirely. Your Majesty, the composition of this ointment is identical to that which physician Li utilized to treat consort Jiang's facial condition. Li Hui was a trusted physician of Empress Jiang. Although he appeared uninvolved in the conspiracy against Jiang Wanning, he remained her primary physician and bore significant responsibility for her death by poisoning. He had already been taken to the Shenxing Sea for questioning. Empress Jiang shot a piercing gaze at Yu Pin, her eyes filled with scrutiny. Ever since her health had declined, the other concubines had begun to stir restlessly. Had she misjudged the true culprit? Was it not Lady Lu, but rather Yu Pin, who coveted the position of the Empress and thus targeted Wanning? Yet her schemes had already commenced. Nonetheless, it mattered little. She could simply eliminate both Yu Pin and Lady Lu. Yu Pin, pale with fright, knelt before them, pleading, Your Majesty, Empress, I truly know not how this came to be. I bear no grudge against Consort Jiang and have no motive to harm her. I beseech you to see my innocence. Nan Gong Xianyu's expression darkened. The ointment was secretly developed by Li Hui, and even I was unaware of Consort Jiang's gradual recovery after its application. Pray tell, if this matter has no connection to you, why does such an identical ointment exist within your quarters? Desperately, Yu Pin retorted, Surely someone is framing me. I implore you to seek justice on my behalf. Nan Gong Xianyu scoffed. Every wrongdoer claims to be a victim of injustice. I have heard such claims far too often. I trust only in evidence. The disparity between Yu Pin's current demeanor and her previous arrogance when she had struck her was stark. Shen Zhi'nian withdrew her gaze, concealing the cold glint in her eyes. The ointment had been presented by her, and Lady Lu, witnessing this charade, understood the implications. Casting a discreet glance at Shen Zhi'nian, she held disdain for every woman in the palace. If she could eliminate Yu Pin in the process, it would serve her interests well. Though Yu Pin suspected many, she had never considered Shen Zhi'nian, for a mere attendant could hardly possess such cunning. Your Majesty, I am truly wronged. I cannot fathom how this ointment came to be in the Shinfu Palace. As she fervently defended herself, the remaining guards returned, their expressions increasingly troubled as they glanced at Lady Lu. Your Majesty, Lady Lu was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Dinghua, favored above all others in the palace, and they could not afford to offend her. Yet, bound by duty, they dared not conceal the truth. Speak plainly. What have you discovered? Yes, Your Majesty, the guard replied. In accordance with your orders, we meticulously searched all 6 palaces. We found nothing related to Consort Jiang's death, except in the Eternal Longevity Palace of the Consort. They had indeed uncovered some items in other quarters that were better left unmentioned. But those items bore no relevance to the case at hand, and the guards were unwilling to risk offending the concubines. Such was the survival instinct within the palace. What did you say? Lady Lu's countenance darkened instantly, her voice sharp. My Eternal Longevity Palace could never harbor such items. Who dares to conspire against me? Let alone the fact that her subordinates had efficiently disposed of all incriminating evidence. From the outset, the personnel of the Eternal Longevity Palace had not been involved. How could such items possibly exist there? The head of the guards swiftly bowed. Your Grace, please do not take offense. I assure you, we would never dare to slander you. We are merely reporting what we found. Shen Zhi'nian realized she had accurately surmised the situation. Empress Jiang, invoking the Emperor's compassion, had commanded a thorough search of the 6 palaces, not to uncover evidence, but rather to fabricate it. Regardless of whether Lady Lu had committed the act, having evidence pointing to her sufficed, even in her frail condition. Having endured the sorrow of losing her sister and the collapse of her own lineage's hopes, she still devised strategies to counter her adversaries with remarkable swiftness. Such was the prowess of the Empress. Had her health been better, Lady Lu would scarcely have been her match, even with the support of Lady Lu's mother. Yu Pin believed herself doomed, only to discover that Lady Lu's palace had also yielded evidence, and even more compelling than her own. Was it possible that Lady Lu had orchestrated Jiang Wanning's demise and then framed her as a scapegoat? Though Yupin pondered this, she dared not voice her thoughts, for she could not afford to offend the Duke of Dinghui's household. Consort. Empress Jiang clutched her chest, feigning deep sorrow. I know that as a daughter of the Duke's household, you have harbored resentment towards me for many years. Throughout these years, no matter how disdainful you were towards me, I refrained from retaliating. Whatever grievances you hold, direct them at me, but why target Wan Ning? She has only just blossomed into womanhood, at such a tender age. Shen Zhi'nian could not help but admire the Empress's skill. With just a few words, she unveiled Lady Lu's arrogance before the Emperor, convincing everyone that Lady Lu was indeed the perpetrator. Lady Lu, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped the crux of the matter. If she had truly harmed Consort Jiang, would she have left such blatant evidence in the Eternal Longevity Palace, awaiting discovery? Surely. The Empress could not tolerate her, and sought to tarnish her reputation using Jiang Wan Ning's death. With that, she abandoned her previous haughtiness and adopted a pitiful demeanor. Gazing at the Emperor with feigned innocence, her voice dripping with emotion. Your Majesty, you are aware that while my disposition may have been spoiled by your favor, I would never commit such a heinous act. Do not be swayed by slander and wrongfully accuse me. The Emperor's eyes reflected a trace of resignation. I shall ascertain the truth of this matter. Yupin was crushed, collapsing to the ground. Similar events had befallen her, and the Emperor had shown her no mercy, declaring his reliance solely on evidence. Yet Lady Lu's culpability appeared far more substantial, and the Emperor's demeanor towards her remained so gentle, assuring her that he would investigate the matter thoroughly. Thus, she comprehended the stark difference between favor and neglect. Chapter 58. The abilities of Shen Zhi'nian. Even Shen Zhi'nian couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, the favored consort Lu reigns supreme among the 6 palaces. Empress Jiang felt a wave of fatigue wash over her and, supported by Feng Hua, barely managed to stand. A fleeting shadow crossed her eyes, but it quickly transformed into an expression of deep sorrow. Your Majesty, the evidence retrieved by the guards from Yongshou Palace is laid out before you. I understand your affection for the favored consort, yet my sister is utterly innocent. Negong Xuanyu was acutely aware that although Jiang Wanning held merely a minor rank, she was the beloved legitimate daughter of the Duke of State, and this matter implicated Consort Lu as well. If not handled delicately, both the Duke of State's residence and the Duke of Tranquility's would disturb both the former dynasty and the imperial harem. Furthermore, under the watchful eyes of many, he could not overtly favor Consort Lu in light of the incontrovertible evidence. The Emperor turned his gaze toward Consort Lu, his tone devoid of emotion. My beloved, do you possess any evidence to prove that this matter is unrelated to those from Yongshou Palace? Consort Lu nearly ground her silver teeth in frustration. She had not anticipated that Empress Jiang could be so treacherous, catching her off guard. The snow cypress had been discovered in Yongshou Palace. No matter what she said, she could not refute it. The only course left was to shift all blame onto Yupin. Speak. Did you not conspire to murder Lady Jiang and somehow manage to place the snow cypress within my palace? Yupin trembled and shook her head repeatedly. I did not. Your Highness, this matter has nothing to do with me. She wished to assert that it was the favored consort who harmed Lady Jiang, using her as a scapegoat. Consort Lu questioned sharply. If it was not you, then why was there medicinal ointment in your palace? I see that you discovered how the ointment combined with the snow cypress can be lethal, thus employing this method to harm Lady Jiang. Compared to Yupin, Empress Jiang was far more eager to eliminate Consort Lu. Yongshou Palace is filled to the brim with the favored consort's people, like an ironclad fortress. Yupin holds merely a rank of consort and possesses no such capabilities. The evidence is clear. The favored consort should cease her attempts to implicate others. Then, with Feng Hua's assistance, she knelt on the ground, gazing mournfully at Negong Xuanyu. I implore your Majesty to severely punish the culprit, to bring justice for Wanning in the Duke of State's residence. The consorts aligned with the Duke of State's residence stepped forward. Adding to the turmoil, today it is Lady Jiang, tomorrow it may well be someone else. If the culprit is not dealt with severely, we who reside in the harem are left in fear. The favored consort's methods are exceedingly vicious. We beseech your Majesty to uphold justice and maintain palace regulations. Before Consort Lu could respond, those who had allied with her seized the opportunity to defend her. Nonsense. The favored consort holds a noble status and possesses an upright character. How could she commit such vile acts? Surely, someone is slandering her. Your eagerness to cast aspersions upon the favored consort suggests that the true culprit may very well lie among you. As the palace consorts engaged in verbal skirmishes, the Emperor sat in his seat, his expression darkening further. exuding an imperial authority that sent chills through all present. Among the high-ranking consorts, only Liang Fei and Xue Pin remained silent. The former refrained from taking sides, her graceful and beautiful visage tinged with a subtle sadness, as if lamenting the loss of a young life. The latter maintained her cool demeanor, speaking not a word, though her brows furrowed with a hint of impatience. Clearly disdainful of the palace's deceit, Shen Zhi'nian lowered her gaze, calmly analyzing the situation. Should Consort Lu falter in this confrontation, the harem would witness Empress Zhang's ascendancy, which would be detrimental to her own schemes. Moreover, if her aim was to take revenge on Yu Pin, having the blame fall on Consort Lu would signify a failure in her designs. With this thought in mind, Shen Zhi'nian took a step forward. Your Majesty, Empress, I possess a method to ascertain whether this incident was indeed orchestrated by the favored consort. Nangong Xuanyu recognized the woman's intelligence, but did not wish for her to be ensnared in the palace's turmoil. Yet before he could voice his concern, Consort Lu hurriedly inquired. What method? Shen Zhi'nian, being in league with her, eased Consort Lu's worries momentarily, only to feel a tinge of incredulity. She found it amusing that the mere presence of Shen Zhi'nian brought her more reassurance than the emperor himself. Your Highness, anyone who has come into contact with the snow cypress, if they were to touch the juice of the summer grass, their skin would turn blue. Moreover, the longer the contact, the darker the hue. The guards found the snow cypress in Yongshou Palace and placed it on a tray. If it had remained there, the time of contact for the guards would be roughly the same, and the color on their hands should match. Conversely, if someone had taken advantage of the surge to introduce the snow cypress into Yongshou Palace, then it would have already been on them, and they would have had prolonged contact compared to the other guards. One need only compare the depths of the color. Whoever's hands are markedly darker than the rest is the true culprit attempting to frame you. In her previous life, Shen Zhi'nian, being a mere commoner, had not received the Shen family's full support. After marrying Lu Jianglin, in her quest to seize control of her destiny and aid his rise, she devoted most of her time to studying. By chance, she had come across this account in an ancient text. Consort Lu was elated, her gaze toward Shen Zhi'nian softening considerably. Quickly, bring forth the juice of the summer grass. Empress Zhang's hands tightened within her sleeves. Among the guards, one began to grow pale. The summer grass was an exceedingly common wild herb within the palace, and soon enough, someone presented its juice, evenly applying it to the hands of every guard who had entered Zhongshou Palace. All eyes were fixed upon them. Even the emperor's interest was piqued. One consort gasped. It's changing color. The hands of these guards have truly turned blue, as the guards who had touched the summer grass revealed varying shades of blue. One guard's hand was nearly blackened. Consort Lu seized a teacup from the table and smashed it over his head. Speak. Who instructed you to slander me? At the moment of exposure, the guard realized he would not survive, gritting his teeth as he spoke. No one instructed me. During one of my patrols, I inadvertently collided with the favored consort and was punished by her, which fostered resentment and led to this deliberate act of revenge. Consort Lu scoffed coldly. Do you think I would believe such nonsense? Your Majesty, this guard surely has someone backing him. Perhaps he should be taken to the Court of Judicial Review for rigorous interrogation. However, before she could finish her sentence, the guard drew his sword and slashed at his throat. The imperial physician rushed forward to examine him, and after a brief moment, reported, Your Majesty, Consort, this man is deceased. Consort Lu understood that even if thoroughly investigated, no results would emerge, yet she still gazed at the emperor with reddened eyes, feigning a look of great grievance. Your Majesty, I know not who I have offended, yet it seems I could leap into the Yellow River and still be unable to clear my name. You must seek justice for me. The emperor, however, remained transfixed, his gaze fixed upon Shen Zhi'nian. Chapter 59. The Jade Concubine is cast into the cold palace and executed. Even the chief physician of the imperial hospital was unaware of this matter. How could a mere concubine possess such insight? Some people are blessed with breathtaking beauty yet possess empty minds, making prolonged interactions rather tedious. Conversely, some resemble enigmatic treasures. The more one delves into their depths, the more one discovers their brilliance. Undoubtedly, this woman belongs to the latter category. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Zhi'nian's standing in Nangong Xuanyu's heart had ascended another notch. However, the emperor, known for concealing his emotions, averted his gaze in an instant to regard the lifeless body on the ground. Investigate. This guard was a pawn secretly placed within the palace by the Duke of the State, having meticulously arranged all escape routes. Ultimately, only inconsequential individuals were implicated, leaving no trace linking back to Empress Jiang. Lady Lu's complexion darkened until the emperor offered words of reassurance, prompting her to mask her fury. Nevertheless, this incident reminded Lady Lu that someone must be held accountable for Jiang Wanting's demise. Otherwise, the duke's household would relentlessly pursue retribution, potentially creating unforeseen troubles for her. Upon catching her gaze, a seemingly inconspicuous palace servant quietly departed. All eyes fell upon the jade concubine, and those closest to her instinctively took a step back, as if she were a harbinger of calamity. If the noble consort was innocent, then the perpetrator could only be her. The once flushed visage of the jade concubine now resembled a ghost, as she fervently pleaded, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, please believe me. I did not harm Lady Jiang. This matter has nothing to do with me. I am innocent." However, the secret of ointment had been discovered within her quarters. No one would believe her claims of innocence. Empress Jiang's gaze towards the jade concubine grew increasingly frigid. Just then, a servant from the Justice Ministry hurried in with alarming news, reporting to Your Majesty and Your Highness, after rigorous interrogation. Physician Li Hui has confessed to inadvertently leaving behind a vial of ointment near Xinfu Palace. Lady Jiang perished as a result, and he was too terrified to speak earlier. This was tantamount to undeniable evidence. My heavens, it turns out that the jade concubine discovered the ointment, surmising it was intended for Lady Jiang's facial treatment, and thus devised this nefarious scheme. Perhaps the guard who earlier slandered the noble consort was also in her employ. This cunning stratagem not only eliminated Lady Jiang, but nearly dragged the noble consort down with her. I had no idea the jade concubine harbored such profound thoughts. Thankfully, Rochong's eye was astute enough to see through her machinations. Otherwise, I would dread the day I fell victim to someone like her in the harem. Observing the palace women's murmurs and their fearful expressions, the jade concubine felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. "It is not me. Truly, it is not me. Your Majesty, please believe me." The emperor despised women with venomous hearts. The jade concubine's previous unprovoked slap to Shen Zhi'nian had already left him greatly displeased, and now, with this malicious act, she had exhausted any lingering affection he held for her. All evidence pointed to her, and the emperor, weary of her excuses, coldly declared, "The jade concubine conspired against a palace maid. The evidence is irrefutable, and her crimes are unforgivable. Cast her into the cold palace and decree her execution." The jade concubine, having served the emperor since her entry into the palace, would have faced mere demotion had she harmed an ordinary consort. Even if she were relegated to the cold palace, she could still preserve her life. However, Jiang Wanting was the empress's own sister, the beloved youngest daughter of the duke of the state. The crime of causing her death left no possibility for the jade concubine's survival. "Your Majesty, I am truly wronged. You cannot be so heartless towards me." As she was dragged away, terror painted her face, and tears streamed down incessantly. After being confined for so long, she had finally seen the emperor, believing that once the matter of Jiang Wanting was resolved, she could plead for mercy and evade punishment. Once she regained the emperor's favor, she would certainly seek an opportunity to eliminate Shen Zhi'nian, to see if that wretched woman dared to act so brazenly before her again. But who could tell her why? After merely observing the commotion for a moment, she had become the murderer, destined to lose her life. Who was it? Who was truly behind her demise? As the jade concubine wept and begged for mercy, Shen Zhi'nian remained unmoved. She had vowed to repay every grievance in kind. Furthermore, the jade concubine had harbored murderous intent towards her. If she did not eliminate her first, the jade concubine would undoubtedly find a chance to do her harm. As she was dragged past Shen Zhi'nian, their eyes met, and a thunderbolt of realization struck the jade concubine. It was that wretched woman. She comprehended that it must have been this vile person who, sensing her murderous intent, had acted preemptively, framing her for Lady Jiang's death. Regrettably, the jade concubine's protests were too loud, and the two young eunuchs assigned to carry out the sentence, noticing the emperor's disdain, promptly muffled her cries. The jade concubine could only glare at Shen Zhi'nian from afar, sobbing helplessly. To placate the duke of the state's household, the emperor decreed that Jiang Wanting be posthumously honored as consort Jiang and interred with the rites befitting a consort. The emperor executed the culprit while bestowing such a grand favor, leaving Empress Jiang utterly speechless. Forced to swallow her heartache, on behalf of Wanting and the duke of the state's household, I thank your Majesty for your great kindness. The onlookers felt no envy. Even the most envious, Lady Lu, could only regard the situation with disdain. What use is such grand favor when the person is already dead? In this contest with the Empress, she had won decisively. Lady Lu's gaze softened when it fell upon Shen Zhi'nian. She had always harbored a dislike for the women of the harem, perceiving them as competitors vying for the emperor's affections. However, had it not been for Changzai, she would have found herself in a precarious position. The Empress and the Duke's household would surely have pursued this matter relentlessly, creating immense trouble for her. Lady Lu understood that those in power must be fair in their rewards and punishments to inspire loyalty from others. Moreover, with Shen Zhi'nian rising in status within the harem, her own influence would inevitably grow. Most importantly, it would irk the Empress. Reflecting on this, Lady Lu coyly remarked, "Your Majesty, today's revelations owe much to Changzai. She has vindicated me and preserved the tranquility of the harem. She deserves ample rewards." Nan Gongshuanyu expressed his satisfaction with Shen Zhi'nian, gently inquiring, "The noble consort speaks wisely. Changzai, do you have any desires for rewards?" This was precisely Shen Zhi'nian's intention. The more fiercely Lady Lu and Empress Jiang clashed, the more she could stir the waters and reap the benefits. Yet, outwardly, she maintained an air of humility and trepidation. "In response to your Majesty and the noble consort, I merely spoke of what I knew. I do not dare claim credit or request rewards." Chapter 60. The promotion of noble Lady Shen Zhi'nian's obedient demeanor increasingly pleased imperial concubine Lu, who did not hesitate to advocate for her. "Your Majesty, noble Lady possesses such wisdom, coupled with gentleness and humility. In my humble opinion, her current position is somewhat beneath her. It would be more fitting to elevate her to the rank of a noble lady." A fleeting shadow crossed the eyes of Empress Jiang. Had it not been for Shen Zhi'nian, she would have ensured that the concubine faced repercussions for her actions. Lu's deliberate elevation of Shen Zhi'nian was merely a ploy to irritate her. However, in an instant, Empress Jiang regained her usual dignified and benevolent demeanor. Although her voice was lacking in strength, she spoke with an air of impartiality. "This palace understands that noble Lady has assisted the concubine, and it is reasonable for her to desire an elevation for her. Yet, the palace regulations are strict. Without just cause, no concubine should be promoted. I urge the concubine not to act impulsively, for such favoritism may lead to discontent among the other concubines." Her implication was clear. Lu was disregarding palace rules for personal gain and to curry favor. Empress Jiang's words, though seemingly rational, left no room for rebuttal. Lu, taken aback, replied, "Without noble Lady the true culprit behind the demise of Lady Jiang would evade justice, and I fear she would find no peace in the afterlife. By rights, noble Lady is a benefactor to both the Duke of the State and to you, Empress. Does the pursuit of justice for Lady Jiang not hold significance in your heart? Is it not a meritorious deed worthy of reward? It is entirely reasonable for noble Lady to be promoted based on her contributions, aligning with palace regulations." Shen Zhi'nian, maintaining her humble posture, felt a surge of delight within. She had anticipated waiting until the longevity festival for a legitimate opportunity for promotion, yet Lu had swiftly extended a ladder for her ascent. Ultimately, however, success hinged on the emperor's will. Yet, Shen Zhi'nian felt confident that the matter was nearly assured. Empress Jiang's expression faltered, her composed smile nearly slipping away. Lu's declaration left her without a counterargument. Before she could speak, the emperor proclaimed, "The concubine speaks rightly. Noble Lady assistance in solving the case has preserved harmony within the palace and ensured the stability of the hearts of those within. She deserves due reward. Henceforth, she shall be elevated to the rank of noble lady, retaining her title." He had long believed that this woman resonated with him and had desired to raise her status. Yet, she, in her understanding and gentle nature, had refused to take advantage of his favor. Now, with a legitimate reason at hand, he saw no issue in bestowing her with additional affection. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness. I am also grateful to noble concubine Lu for her recognition." Shen Zhi'nian knelt in gratitude, a subtle smile gracing her lips. At that moment, all eyes turned to her. Some were envious, others resentful. Yet none dared to voice their thoughts. After all, Shen Zhi'nian had genuinely earned her merit, endorsed by the emperor himself. Standing among the crowd, Lu Rian maintained her delicate facade, though her hands clenched tightly beneath her sleeves. Among the newcomers, some hailed from prestigious backgrounds yet lacked her grace. Others were gentle but did not possess her beauty. Lu Rian had anticipated being the standout among the new arrivals, receiving unparalleled favor. Yet, Shen Zhi'nian, whose lineage was far inferior to hers, had swiftly risen to her level. If this continued, would it not be long before Shen Zhi'nian stood above her? Lu Ruyan could tolerate the favor bestowed upon others, but Shen Zhi'nian was a different matter entirely. She harbored the suspicion that Shen Zhi'nian was aware of her actions against Zhao Yunui during the selection day. As close friends, Shen Zhi'nian surely held a grudge against her. Should Shen rise to prominence, Lu feared her own future would be bleak. Lu Ruyan's gaze darkened. The matter of Jiang Wanting's demise had reached its conclusion, and the sky had darkened. The emperor took Shen Zhi'nian's hand and departed from the storage palace. Among the multitude of women in the palace, only with her did he find solace. Your servant bids farewell to your majesty. The empress, already in poor health, felt her strength wane, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Your majesty. Fang Hua quickly supported her, experienced in handling such situations, and calmly instructed. Summon the empress's palanquin to return to Kunning Palace, and ensure the imperial physician accompanies her. The other concubines, whether sincere or feigned, wore expressions of concern. Please take care of your health, your majesty. Only Lu concubine appeared increasingly pleased, leisurely remarking, the Duke of the State has just lost his young daughter. Empress, do take good care of yourself and avoid causing him further sorrow. Her words bordered on a curse. However, Lu concubine, with lineage rivaling the empress and the support of the Dowager Lu, was known for her fiery temperament, leaving Fang Hua powerless to respond. The other concubines trembled in fear, not daring to breathe. The empress, forcing her eyelids open, regarded Lu concubine and replied, You have elevated the newcomer today? Yet are you aware of the saying, only the newcomers laugh, while the old ones weep? My health is poor, and I cannot serve the emperor. Naturally, I hope that my younger sisters in the palace can attend to him well. However, you and I are not the same. Should your promoted newcomer capture his affections, you must be prepared to accept it gracefully. In using Lu's tactic of promoting noble Lady Ro to vex her, the empress returned the favor. As expected, Lu concubine's eyes narrowed at the thought of the emperor leaving with Shen Zhi'nian, a flicker of jealousy evident in her gaze. Nevertheless, her displeasure would not deter her. Noble Lady Ro was merely her pawn, and she would not fall for the empress's plight. Speaking of only seeing newcomers laugh and not old ones weep, my time spent at the emperor's side pales in comparison to yours, empress. This implied that the empress was but a relic of the past. Observing the empress's frozen expression, Lu concubine smirked provocatively, offering a perfunctory bow before turning to leave. In the listening rain pavilion, the court rejoiced at Shen Zhi'nian's elevation to noble lady, particularly delighted by the sight of the emperor personally accompanying her back. After dinner and evening routines, Shen Zhi'nian and the emperor sat together by the window to play chess. She realized that the emperor, indeed, was a man of profound depth and strategy, far beyond her own capabilities. However, after 4 or 5 rounds, the emperor had discerned her tactics, winning increasingly often. In this round, Shen Zhi'nian again lost. She set down her piece, feigning annoyance. Your Majesty, you are bullying your servant. Nan Gongxuanyu, in high spirits, replied, In the entire harem, only my beloved can truly challenge me. This is no act of bullying. Unlike his games with other concubines, where he found them lacking, with her, there was a delightful exchange. Moreover, as he triumphed over Shen Zhi'nian more frequently, his masculine desire for conquest was gradually satisfied. Chapter 61. For the first time, His Majesty devoted such attention to a woman. The sovereign, wise and formidable, declared that the concubine was no longer his rival. In splendid spirits, he took Shen Zhi'nian's hand and sat down beside the bed, enveloping her in his embrace. What of it? My beloved's chess skills may reign supreme in the harem. Your Majesty is fond of jesting with me, Shen Zhi'nian replied, her mind racing with plans. The more entwined their fates became, the closer their bond grew. From the initial surprise of losing to her, which ignited his desire for conquest, to eventually discerning her style and matching her skill, and finally devising a strategy that allowed him to triumph. Every step stirred the emperor's emotions, leaving a lasting joy in his heart. As Shen Zhi'nian occupied an increasingly significant place within him, he found himself captivated by her. Despite his inability to resist her unique charm, the emperor considered himself a sagacious ruler, unwilling to display eagerness. He leisurely steered the conversation to another topic. I am curious, my dear. How did you come to know of the reaction between the snow cypress and summer grass? Reclining obediently against him, Shen Zhi'nian did not answer directly but playfully questioned. Has your Majesty forgotten what my father did before? Realization dawned upon Nan Gongxuanyu. Prior to Shen Maoshue's promotion, he had served as an official in the Ministry of Justice, dealing with criminal matters daily. It was due to Shun Maoshui's significant contributions in solving cases that the Shun family received an exceptional opportunity for selection. He pinched Shen Zhi'nian's cheek, unabashedly admiring her. The Shen family surely possesses a profound heritage. A tiger's son cannot be a dog. The emperor cherished talent, and if Shun Maoshui proved capable, he would not hesitate to employ him. Your Majesty overestimates me. Shen Zhi'nian laughed softly, her demeanor enchanting. She refrained from mentioning that the knowledge was imparted by her father. It was merely the emperor's own imagination. Whether she could seize opportunities to ascend further depended on her father's abilities. Does my beloved not fear offending the empress by clearing the consort's name today? Nangong Xianyu's tone remained light, yet his eyes held a hint of scrutiny. He would not permit any power, whether from the Duke of the State or Duke of Stability, to threaten imperial authority. Although the time to act against them had not yet arrived, he did not wish for the woman he cherished to align with any faction. Feigning ignorance of the emperor's probing, Shen Zhi'nian, with her large, innocent eyes, asked, "Isn't the empress supposed to be pleased that I identified the true culprit behind concubine Zhang's demise? Why would she think I have wronged her?" The emperor's fingers caressed her chin, his gaze deep. "My dear, having been in the palace for some time, have you not heard of the discord between the empress and the favored consort? To feign ignorance on this matter would seem disingenuous." Shen Zhi'nian nodded. "I have heard whispers. But I believe the empress, as a paragon of virtue, should prioritize the truth behind concubine Zhang's death over any minor disputes with the favored consort, who would forsake the true villain responsible for their own sister's demise merely to undermine a rival." Nangong Xianyu sighed, drawing her closer without uttering another word. Yet, the empress might. In the eyes of the women in the harem, self-interest always eclipsed familial bonds. They would seize every opportunity to eliminate their rivals. Shen Zhi'nian's simplicity rendered her oblivious to the intricacies of human nature and the intrigues of the harem, leading her to perceive matters in such a straightforward manner. However, it was precisely this simplicity that endeared her to him. He hoped she would remain untainted by the palace's treachery. "You speak wisely. I was merely jesting with you," he replied. A hint of mockery flashed in Shen Zhi'nian's eyes, although her voice remained gentle. "Your Majesty, such a jest nearly frightened me to death. You must make amends for this, HM." A glimmer of amusement danced in Nangong Xianyu's eyes. "No one has ever dared to ask for compensation from me. My beloved's audacity grows ever greater." In the emperor's presence, palace women tread carefully. Only those rigid and dull could never penetrate his heart. Shen Zhi'nian, with her captivating allure, was irresistible. Unbeknownst to her, her natural charm, when revealed, rendered her utterly enchanting. No man could withstand it. A tightening sensation gripped Nangong Xianyu's throat, a flicker of desire igniting within him. "Very well, I shall ensure my beloved is adequately compensated tonight." Laughter and merriment filled the chamber, the room alive with warmth. Like waves caressing the shore, soft sounds echoed. "Your Majesty, please be gentle." The following morning, the emperor appeared in high spirits as he attended court, while Shen Zhi'nian struggled to straighten her aching legs. Li Changde had rarely witnessed the emperor in such good humor. It was undoubtedly the influence of the favored consort. "Your Majesty, I recall there is a Lingxiao Wuming bracelet in my private treasury." Among the emperor's numerous treasures, only those of exceptional worth were firmly etched in his memory. Li Changde bowed respectfully. "Yes, Your Majesty." Nangong Xianyu waved his hand, commanding, "Retrieve it and deliver it to the listening rain pavilion." Last night, that young woman had boldly asked for compensation. As a dignified emperor, he could not appear stingy. Li Changde's eyes widened in astonishment. The Lingxiao Wuming bracelet was no ordinary item. It was a unique gemstone acquired by the founding emperor during a perilous expedition, painstakingly crafted by the finest artisans of the Great Zhou for an entire year. For generations, the emperors had refrained from bestowing it as a gift, preserving it in the imperial treasury. The emperor intended to gift it to the favored consort? Nangong Xianyu shot him a glance. "What? Did you not hear my command?" Startled back to reality, Li Changde quickly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. I merely did not expect you to hold the favored consort in such high regard." A strange sensation stirred within Nangong Xianyu. Who said he favored her? He merely found her gentle nature deserving of additional affection. An emperor must not possess vulnerabilities. He could cherish the women of the harem, but would never fall in love with any one of them. Li Changde dared not contradict. "Indeed, Your Majesty does not favor the favored consort. You merely dote on her." Nangong Xianyu found the statement peculiar and shot Li Changde an irritated glare. He then added, "Maintain discretion. Do not let others discover this." Otherwise, the women in the harem would be eager to tear her apart. Since he cherished her innocence and goodness, he would do his utmost to protect her. I understand. Li Changde had grown accustomed to the emperor's generosity towards palace women. Yet never had anyone received such a precious gift. Moreover, it was the first time he had witnessed the emperor's remarkable devotion to a woman. Chapter 62. The Lingxiao Dream Bracelet. Thus, the emperor claims to have no fondness for Noble Consort Ro? It seems that the one embroiled in the situation is often blinded, while the observer sees clearly. Li Changde silently elevated his respect for Noble Consort Ro several notches in his heart. In the listening rain pavilion. According to palace regulations, consorts of noble rank and above must rise early each day to pay their respects to the empress in Kunning Palace. However, the death of Jiang Weining had profoundly impacted Empress Jiang, deteriorating her health further. Just last night, a team of imperial physicians had been summoned to Kunning Palace. This morning, an announcement from Kunning Palace decreed that the daily greetings from the consorts would now be limited to the 1st and 15th days of each month. Shen Zhi'nian mused that the empress, who once insisted on the dignity of her position, even enduring illness to receive daily greetings from her consorts, had now altered the rules. This likely indicated a genuine decline in her health. For Shen Zhi'nian, this was indeed welcome news, as few relished the idea of bowing beneath others daily. After being tormented by the emperor all night, she felt a pervasive fatigue and intended to indulge in a brief nap, only to be roused by Han Dan and Fu Qiu. Your Highness, you have been granted the title of Noble Consort. And soon the Internal Affairs Bureau will send rewards and attendants, they urged. Once we handle this matter, you may rest. With a languid yawn, Shen Zhi'nian nodded. Prepare me for the day. At once. Last night, the young mistress had spent the evening in the emperor's company, and now the maid seized the opportunity to converse discreetly. As Han Dan styled Shen Zhi'nian's hair, she remarked with a smile, I had previously believed the noble consort to be difficult to approach. Yet it was she who proposed your elevation to noble consort last night. It appears the noble consort is indeed a good person. Shen Zhi'nian shook her head in exasperation. You foolish girl, be more discerning. In this palace, true benevolence is rare. The noble consort's proposal to elevate my rank serves to better utilize me as a pawn and to irk the empress. Our relationship is merely one of mutual exploitation. Once Empress Jiang falls from grace, and I no longer hold value, it will be time for noble consort Lu to swiftly dispose of her. However, when that day comes, whether noble consort Lu can act against her depends on their respective capabilities. Han Dan's eyes widened in realization. So it is. Your Highness, I am but a dullard. Please instruct me further. If I were ever ensnared by others, my misfortune would be trivial, but if it brought you trouble, I would deserve the gravest punishment. Shen Zhi'nian gently patted her hand. Do not fret. Learn at your own pace. After all, there are many clever minds in the palace, yet few who are truly loyal. In the harem, the only individuals she could fully trust were Han Dan and Fu Qiu. Though Han Dan may lack the sharpness of Fu Qiu, her loyalty was unwavering, and she followed Shen Zhi'nian's guidance without falter. By these merits alone, she surpassed many. Madame Xiao entered, executing a perfectly measured bow, each movement precise as if measured with a ruler. Your Highness, the people from the Internal Affairs Bureau have arrived. Shen Zhi'nian had completed her preparations and nodded as she stepped outside. The head eunuch was none other than the steward, Eunuch Zhao. Upon seeing Shen Zhi'nian, his face broke into a warm smile as he ingratiated himself. This humble servant wishes to pay respects to noble consort Ro and congratulate you on your elevation. Here is your share of rewards and various items from within the palace. Shen Zhi'nian inclined her head slightly, signaling Fu Qiu to log the items for safekeeping. As a noble consort, she was entitled to 4 eunuchs and 4 palace maids, so the Internal Affairs Bureau had sent an additional eunuch and a palace maid along. This is Lu Su, the maid introduced herself. And I am Shaoli. We pay our respects to your Highness, may you be blessed. While Shen Zhi'nian was unfamiliar with their backgrounds, she felt secure entrusting them to Madame Xiao and Yuan Bao, who had long served in the harem. As was customary, Shen Zhi'nian rewarded the Internal Affairs Bureau staff and the attending maids, filling the listening rain pavilion with an atmosphere of celebration and auspicious words. Once Eunuch Zhao expressed his gratitude and departed with his entourage, Shen Zhi'nian anticipated finally indulging in some much-needed rest. However, another young eunuch approached discreetly. Shen Zhi'nian found him unfamiliar, but Madame Xiao and Yuan Bao recognized him. Your Highness, this one is from Yangxin Palace, they clarified. The young eunuch respectfully bowed. Raising a lacquered box, the Emperor has commanded me to deliver this item to you, noble consort. What treasure could be so shrouded in mystery? Shen Zhi'nian wondered, recalling the exquisite Paraiba ring the emperor had gifted her previously, which she cherished dearly. She eagerly gestured for Fu Chu to accept it. As the box opened, Han Dan and Fu Chu gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, This is simply too beautiful." Even the typically stern Madame Xiao displayed a flicker of surprise. Having once served the Empress Dowager, she had heard tales of the Ling Xiao dream bracelet. How could the emperor bestow such a treasure upon Noble Consort Row? Clearly, her significance in the emperor's heart was greater than she had anticipated. Shen Zhi'nian carefully picked up the Ling Xiao dream bracelet, her enchanting visage radiating delight as her eyes sparkled with admiration. The bracelet was translucent, its hue reminiscent of ethereal mist. The jade felt warm to the touch, intricately carved with swirling clouds, lifelike and masterfully crafted. As she adorned her delicate wrist with the bracelet, it appeared as if a celestial ribbon was dancing amidst the clouds. Ethereal and breathtaking. Indeed, it was a rare treasure. It seemed the emperor had taken her words to heart last night, presenting her with this compensatory gift. Upon learning the origins of the Ling Xiao dream bracelet from Madame Xiao, Shen Zhi'nian could not help but marvel. Such a precious item could only be found in the emperor's private treasury. Outside these walls, even the wealthiest and most powerful could not attain it. No wonder so many noblewomen vied for entrance into the palace. It was not solely for the emperor's favor. What thrilled Shen Zhi'nian even more was the emperor's instinctive protection, signifying that she had gained a certain standing in his heart. She instructed Fu Chu to generously reward the young eunuch, smiling as she said, "Please convey to the emperor that I am exceedingly fond of this gift and shall treasure it with utmost care." This implied she would not flaunt it publicly, thus avoiding any potential troubles and honoring the emperor's thoughtful gesture. The young eunuch, having received his reward, expressed endless gratitude as he departed. "Your Highness, the emperor is exceedingly kind to you." Both Han Dan and Fu Chu beamed with joy, and even Madame Xiao and Yuan Bao regarded Shen Zhi'nian with newfound solemnity. As Shen Zhi'nian admired the beauty of the Ling Xiao dream bracelet, a flicker of ambition crossed her gaze. Despite the rarity of the emperor's gifts, her current status precluded her from wearing it openly. Such a beautiful item would be a pity to gather dust. Therefore, she resolved to acquire greater power and ascend to a higher rank. Chapter 63. The discovery of red flowers in the courtyard before long, the gifts from Empress Jiang, Consort Lu, and other high-ranking concubines began to arrive at the Listening Rain Pavilion. It was customary in the palace, symbolizing their grace, generosity, and lack of jealousy towards the favored younger sisters. Whether their intentions were sincere or feigned, only they could ascertain. Shen Zhi'nian instructed Fu Chu to meticulously record these offerings, which were then collectively stored in the treasury. Regardless of the sender, she would not utilize any items until they had been examined by the imperial physician. Fu Chu was well-versed in these tasks, and with the guidance of Granny Xiao by her side, she managed to handle the numerous gifts without error. Having entered the palace for less than 2 months, Shen Zhi'nian had ascended from a mere maid to the esteemed rank of a 5th-rank noble, undoubtedly the foremost among newcomers. Deeply favored by the emperor, inciting envy in many. Consequently, she became increasingly cautious in her actions, admonishing the servants of Listening Rain Pavilion to prevent any misuse of authority that could lead to trouble. The servants quickly bowed their heads in submission, their demeanor humble and respectful. Once these matters were settled, Shen Zhi'nian had just returned to her inner chamber when Han Dan reported, "My lady, Consort's son requests an audience." Since they resided in the same palace, it was only natural for Consort's son to pay her respects upon Shen Zhi'nian's promotion. "Let her in," Shen Zhi'nian responded. As Consort's son entered the Listening Rain Pavilion, her gaze swept over the newly arranged decor, exclusive to those of noble status, a flicker of envy passing through her eyes. Initially, she had thought that if Shen Zhi'nian were to gain the emperor's favor, he would frequently visit the palace of Zhongsui, providing her with an opportunity. However, she never anticipated that Shen Zhi'nian's level of favor would far exceed her expectations. Consort's son's resolve solidified, and she knelt to perform a deep bow. "I, Consort's son, pay my respects to noble Lady Ro, wishing you auspiciousness." When Shen Zhi'nian first entered the palace, she had been merely a lowly maid. And even when facing the least favored consort, she had to be polite. Now, as she ascended toward a higher position, more individuals would soon be bowing before her. Yet, on the surface, Shen Zhi'nian feigned surprise. "We reside in the same palace, sister son. There is no need for such formalities." Han Dan, quickly assist her to rise. Han Dan promptly stepped forward to help Consort's son to her feet, and Fu Chu served tea. Having witnessed numerous promotions in the palace, Consort Sun had grown accustomed to looking down upon others. Seeing Shen Zhi'nian elevated to a noble status did not alter her attitude. Rather, it relieved her. Sister Ro, upon hearing of your promotion, I am exceedingly delighted and have prepared a modest gift to congratulate you. I hope you do not find it lacking. Zhu'er immediately presented the small box she held. Shen Zhi'nian gestured for Futsu to accept it, smiling. Sister, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. I am overjoyed. How could I possibly find fault? Consort Sun, straightforward and sincere, fixed her gaze upon Shen Zhi'nian and stated, to share a palace with you, sister, is indeed a blessing and a fateful connection. The dangers of the inner palace compel me to pledge my loyalty to you, hoping for your guidance henceforth. With that, Consort Sun knelt once again before Shen Zhi'nian. Initially, Consort Sun sought to share in her favor, but now she sought to fully submit, willing to serve her. Shen Zhi'nian understood that compared to others in the palace, her greatest shortcoming was her humble background. Cultivating capable individuals and establishing her own influence was of utmost importance. While Consort Sun possessed some cleverness, her nature was not malicious compared to other palace women, and she was easily manageable, an excellent ally. Shen Zhi'nian rose and personally assisted Consort Sun to her feet, smiling. Sister speaks wisely. Our shared residence is indeed a bond, and we should support one another in the depths of the palace. Futsu, bring out the pair of sapphire hairpins from the treasury to present to Sister Sunday. This gift was far more precious than the bangles she had given to noble Lady Ro upon their first meeting. Consort Sun was overwhelmed with joy, her eyes brimming with excitement. Thank you, Sister Ro. Should you require anything in the future, I shall be unwavering in my service. In the following days, the emperor did not visit the Listening Rain Pavilion again, having gone once to the palace of Consort Lu, spending the rest of his time in Cunning Palace. Although Empress Jiang was gravely ill and unable to attend to him, the emperor remained deeply concerned for her, sending a continuous stream of nourishing supplements to Cunning Palace. Both court and common people praised the deep affection between the emperor and empress, deeming it a blessing for the nation. Rumors spread that Consort Lu had thrown a tremendous tantrum in the palace, shattering numerous precious vases, leaving the entire Yongshou palace in trepidation. After all, her noble lineage had fostered her haughty disposition. Consort Lu had never regarded other concubines with respect, viewing them as mere playthings regardless of their favor. Only Empress Jiang, not only equal in lineage but also the emperor's lawful wife and the mother of the nation, was considered her rival. The empress, that sickly woman, clearly feigns illness to elicit the emperor's pity. Such seductive behavior is unworthy of a national matriarch. Why does she not hasten to her demise? In contrast to Consort Lu's furious disarray, Shen Zhi'nian remained remarkably composed. She had no affection for the emperor, so she felt no jealousy over his concern for the empress, nor did she harbor any anger. Moreover, Shen Zhi'nian understood that the emperor's actions were not a testament to his esteem for Empress Jiang, but rather a means to maintain balance within the harem. With Jiang Wanning's death and Empress Jiang's frail condition, if he did not bestow her with more respect, Consort Lu would dominate the harem entirely. Even if the consort's favor surpassed all others, the emperor still prioritized imperial authority above all. Blinded by love, she failed to see such a simple truth, which was her greatest misfortune. The allure of immense power could easily cloud one's judgment. Shen Zhi'nian speculated that the Duke of the State would not relinquish his ambitions so easily and would likely send new candidates into the palace. However, it mattered little. She would confront challenges as they arose. One day, a serious-looking Xiao Zhou entered, reporting, "My lady, I conducted my usual inspection of the Listening Rain Pavilion and discovered that beneath the newly planted gardenia tree, something has been buried. It seemed that a heavy rain last night had washed away the topsoil, revealing the wicked scheme prematurely. The gardenias, a gift from the emperor, had been planted in the courtyard after shedding their blossoms." "What is it?" Granny Xiao stepped forward to investigate, her expression suddenly turning cold. "My lady, it is red flowers." Futsu gasped in shock. "When we planted the gardenias, the soil was turned, and there were no issues then. This indicates that the items were buried recently." A glint of coldness flashed in Shen Zhi'nian's eyes. Red flowers possess significant medicinal value, but they are unsuitable for pregnant women. Currently, I am not with child, so they pose no threat to me. However, it is alarming to discover that red flowers have been secretly hidden in the Listening Rain Pavilion. What could be their intention? Chapter 64. The intruder in the Listening Rain Pavilion led by Aunt Xiao. Several individuals knelt in panic, pleading for forgiveness. "It is our negligence. Please forgive us, young master. Shen Zhi'nian gestured for them to rise. There is only 1,000 days of theft, but no 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. No matter how cautious you are, it is inevitable that there will be oversights. This matter is not your fault. The fortunate aspect is that we discovered this before any harm was done. What is most crucial now is to ascertain the intentions of the perpetrator and identify who is behind this. Fu Hua speculated angrily. With the young master favored so highly and pregnancy imminent, there are countless in the harem who harbor jealousy. Could it be that they wish to thwart your pregnancy, or even plot against the royal child once you conceive by burying the red flower in the listening rain pavilion? Shen Zhi'nian shook her head. No, the red flower only poses a threat to the fetus if ingested. The adversary need not go to such lengths if they wish to harm me before pregnancy is confirmed. I am inclined to believe that someone in the harem is already pregnant, and the culprit has learned of it, preparing to act against her, framing me in the process. Hence, the contraband was buried here in advance, allowing them to leave me defenseless when the time comes. A glint of severity flashed in Shen Zhi'nian's eyes. And Xiao looked on with admiration. I too concur with the young master's deduction. It is remarkable how astutely you think at such a young age. Han Dan asked with concern, which palace concubine could be pregnant? And who would wish to harm you, young master? Shen Zhi'nian's gaze fell upon the bundle of red flowers. The listening rain pavilion, under the management of Aunt Xiao and Yuan Bao, is as secure as a fortress. Xiaozhou's skills are extraordinary. He patrols the courtyard daily, making it impossible for outsiders to enter. This can only imply that the deed was committed by an insider. Han Dan exclaimed in anger. The young master treats the servants so well. How could there be a traitor in the listening rain pavilion? Who do you suspect? Shen Zhi'nian shook her head. The fact that we have not discovered any unusual behavior among the palace attendants for so long indicates that the perpetrator is exceptionally cautious. However, since the mastermind has taken action, it suggests that the time to strike is drawing near. During this period, the spy will undoubtedly devise ways to continue relaying information. Keep a close watch on the young eunuchs and palace maids to see if anyone has been in contact with outsiders recently. I shall see who dares to betray us. The others immediately affirmed. We will obey your orders, young master. To avoid further complications, Shen Zhi'nian instructed Xiaozhou to feign ignorance and discreetly dispose of the bundle of red flowers. Soon, only Han Dan and Fu Hua remained in the inner chamber. Young master, do you think Aunt Xiao and Yuan Bao will report this matter to His Majesty? After all, it is no small issue if there are suspicions of someone in the harem plotting against the royal child. Shen Zhi'nian shook her head. You have said it is merely a suspicion. All of this is based on my conjecture. His Majesty is preoccupied with state affairs. Without concrete evidence, Aunt Xiao and Yuan Bao would not rashly disturb him. Otherwise, how could such an imprudent person survive in the depths of the palace until now? Han Dan nodded. I understand. Shen Zhi'nian's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing within them. She summoned Tang Luochuan under the pretense of checking her pulse. I pay my respects to the young master. May you have good fortune. Since the time when the gentle young master used the ointment he developed to eliminate both consort Jiang and concubine Yu, Tang Luochuan became aware of her methods. Yet, what of it? They had bullied the gentle young master first. Her retaliations were justified. At this moment, only respect and loyalty adorned his face. Young master, you summoned me. Do you have any instructions? Shen Zhi'nian recounted the recent events. Upon hearing this, Tang Luochuan's expression changed drastically, a shadow passing through his eyes. Why do those in the harem always seek to harm such a wonderful person as the gentle young master? He added, although you did not directly come into contact with the red flower, for safety's sake, let me examine you. Shen Zhi'nian found this reasonable and extended her hand. Then I will trouble you. Tang Luochuan placed a silk handkerchief on her wrist and began to check her pulse meticulously. After a short while, he withdrew his fingers, letting out a sigh of relief. The young master is in excellent health. There is no adverse influence. Han Dan and Fu Hua felt their anxieties dissipate. Shen Zhi'nian inquired about the purpose of his visit. Tang Tai, have you discovered any clues in the imperial hospital? Are there any signs of pregnancy among the palace concubines? During this period, with Shen Zhi'nian's support as a favored concubine, Tang Luochuan's situation in the imperial hospital improved significantly, gradually establishing his foothold. Returning to the young master, I am incompetent and have not discovered anything. However, upon my return, I will pay close attention. Shen Zhi'nian nodded. It is of no consequence. This is merely my conjecture. Keep a discreet watch, and report back should you uncover any news. I will obey. After Tang Luochuan departed, Shen Zhi'nian's delicate fingers tapped lightly on the table. The blue Paraiba ring on her middle finger, a gemstone the size of a pigeon egg, sparkled with the clarity of ocean water under the sunlight. Han Dan and Fu Hua understood she was deep in thought and dared not interrupt. After a time, Shen Zhi'nian lifted her teacup and took a sip. Invite Sun Changzai to come here. Yes. Soon, Sun Changzai arrived. Her demeanor exceedingly respectful. I pay my respects to Sister Ro. May I ask why you summoned me? Shen Zhi'nian smiled warmly at her. I require your cooperation in staging a play. When His Majesty next visits the Listening Rain Pavilion, you must entice him away, making it appear as though our relationship is fraught with conflict. Sun Changzai, residing in Jiansui Palace, would find it most convenient to approach her. The mastermind would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to recruit Sun Changzai to ensure their plan's success. In doing so, Shen Zhi'nian could trace the plot back to its source and turn the tables on the adversary. Sun Changzai understood that the first task assigned by the gentle noble was a test of her capabilities. She naturally desired to achieve it beautifully, yet, Sister, as you know, my beauty is modest. I hardly ever see His Majesty's face. How could I possibly entice him away from your palace? If she possessed such prowess, she would not still be but a mere Changzai. No matter, when the time comes, I will assist you fully. You need only make a few changes. It is not impossible to attract His Majesty's attention. Sun Changzai's eyes brightened. What changes? While the palace is filled with countless beauties, your looks may not be striking. However, I often hear you practicing the pipa in the Lanyue Pavilion, and each time, I find it a delightful auditory experience. Your pipa skills are quite impressive. Chapter 65. Who could the traitor be? Sun Changzai's face flushed as she recalled distant memories, a hint of nostalgia flickering in her eyes. On that fateful night in the Hidden Palace, when she first attended to His Majesty, he had spoken similarly. Alas, whether in the Hidden Palace or the harem, beauties were abundant, and her own appearance paled in comparison. Her encounters with His Majesty thereafter became exceedingly rare. Shen Zhi'nian smiled and said, Sister, why must you belittle yourself? Your pipa playing is exquisite. With just a touch of refinement, you shall undoubtedly capture His Majesty's attention. Sun Changzai knelt before her, her demeanor increasingly respectful. I shall defer entirely to my elder sister. In her previous life, Lu Jianglin had a favored concubine, a renowned songstress whose pipa skills were remarkable. She was astute enough to discern that the true authority within the Lu household was Shen Zhi'nian, for men were inherently unreliable. Thus, she turned her attention to Shen Zhi'nian, occasionally playing new compositions to alleviate her boredom. The melodies of the songstress were indeed moving, even in her rebirth. Shen Zhi'nian held them vividly in memory. Sun Changzai's pipa playing was no less impressive than that of the songstress. With the right approach, the effect would surely be splendid. As Shen Zhi'nian continued to investigate the traitor, she simultaneously guided Sun Changzai in her pipa practice. Although the traitor had yet to be identified, Sun Changzai's skills advanced remarkably. The clear, gentle, and heartfelt strains of the pipa could melt even the most stoic of hearts, and even Shen Zhi'nian found herself entranced. Especially since the emperor had never before taken notice of Sun Changzai. This sudden display of talent would surely pique his interest. Little master. Han Dan hesitated for a moment before speaking. Are you not concerned that by elevating Sun Changzai, she may divert the emperor's favor from you? Or, once favored, she might disregard you? Shen Zhi'nian smiled, her eyes sparkling with charm. Upon entering the palace, one must transcend the limitations of romantic entanglements and assess the environment. The emperor is not my husband, but a sovereign above all. The harem is akin to a battlefield, and his affections are the spoils of war that all concubines vie for. The more allies one has, the greater the chances of victory. Moreover, even if Sun Changzai were to gain favor, do you truly believe that I would allow myself to be overshadowed? Shen Zhi'nian maintained a guarded heart towards everyone. If Sun Changzai were to forget her place, she could certainly grant favor, but equally, she could orchestrate a fall from grace. Sun Changzai was a perceptive individual, unlikely to act against her own interests. Han Dan nodded, casting a furtive glance outside, and only daring to speak when she saw that Mama Xiao was absent. Though the little master is cautious, Mama Xiao is the head matron of Listening Rain Pavilion. Many matters cannot escape her notice. Are you not afraid she might report your plans regarding you and Sun Changzai to the emperor? Shen Zhi'nian inquired. What benefit would that serve them? Some significant matters were indeed beyond Mama Xiao and Yuan Bao's ability to conceal from the emperor. However, they were both astute individuals. Now that they served at Listening Rain Pavilion, they understood well what should and should not be said. Furthermore, With the Empress Dowager long since deceased and so many attendants present, Yuan Bao was not among the most distinguished. Yet within Listening Rain Pavilion, they wielded sufficient authority. For their own futures, coupled with Shen Zhi'nian's influence, she believed that Mama Xiao and Yuan Bao would eventually align themselves with her. Seeing Shen Zhi'nian's confidence, Han Dan felt entirely reassured and smiled. Little master, you have been cooped up in the chambers these past few days. It must be stifling. Now that there is free time, why not allow me to accompany you for a stroll? I hear the Imperial Garden has recently introduced a new batch of koi. They are quite splendid. Shen Zhi'nian shot her a playful glance. You little imp, is it not your own curiosity that drives you? Han Dan chuckled shyly. Supporting Shen Zhi'nian, dear master, I am indeed curious, but I also wish for you to unwind after these taxing days. Rising to her feet, Shen Zhi'nian replied. Let us go. She had indeed felt fatigued from her recent exertions and longed for a breath of fresh air. Fu Zhu brought a cloak to drape over her shoulders. The wind outside is strong. Please take care not to catch a chill. With Mama Xiao and Yuan Bao remaining at Listening Rain Pavilion, Shen Zhi'nian felt reassured. A lively procession made its way to the Imperial Garden. After their departure, Lu Su suddenly reported, Master Yuan, the incense that the little master favors has run out. I must go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to fetch a box. Yuan Bao's eyes glinted with scrutiny. Go ahead. Yes. Lu Su set down her tasks and, with a humble demeanor, exited Listening Rain Pavilion. Xiao Zhou immediately followed suit, silently tailing her. During this time, they had kept a vigilant watch over Listening Rain Pavilion, ensuring that every departing palace servant was closely monitored to prevent any illicit contact with outsiders. Meanwhile, a servant named Xiao Li, who trailed Shen Zhi'nian, suddenly clutched his stomach and groaned, hastily apologizing. I have disturbed the little master. I am truly deserving of death, but for some reason, my stomach has suddenly begun to ache. I must find a latrine. Xiao Ming cast a glance at Shen Zhi'nian, frowning as he admonished. How can you serve the little master in such a flustered state? Hurry along. Thank you, little master. Thank you. Clutching his stomach, Xiao Li bent over and hurried away, appearing genuinely urgent. Without needing Shen Zhi'nian's prompting, Xiao Ming respectfully stated, I will keep watch, little master. Shen Zhi'nian nodded. Be cautious. Do not raise any suspicions. I understand. After the two departed, only Han Dan and Fu Zhu remained by Shen Zhi'nian's side. Many palace servants yearned to serve the little master, but struggled to find an opportunity. Since being assigned to Listening Rain Pavilion, Xiao Li had proven to be clever and diligent, and the maid had initially held a favorable impression of him. Little master, could Xiao Li be the traitor? Shen Zhi'nian's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. We shall await Xiao Ming's report. The koi in the pond were numerous. As the trio scattered food, they surged forward, clamoring to seize the morsels. Among them were a few particularly plump fish, their size several times that of the others, appearing almost sluggish in the water, yet endearing in their demeanor. Han Dan remarked with curiosity, are these the newly introduced koi? They certainly stand out. Why is it that when people gain weight, it is deemed unattractive, yet when koi grow plump, they become charming? It seems rather unfair. A soft chuckle emerged nearby, and when Shen Zhi'nian and her companions turned to look, the newcomer seemed slightly uncomfortable before resuming a cold demeanor. Shen Zhi'nian quickly performed a courteous bow. I pay my respects to Lady Shui. May you be blessed with peace and safety. Lady Shui cast a fleeting glance at her, her tone indifferent. You may rise. Thank you, my lady. Lady Shui did not regard Shen Zhi'nian further, her gaze settling on the koi in the pond, a trace of nostalgia and subtle bitterness reflecting in her eyes. Fish in the pond, birds in cages, both appeared to live in splendor, yet were merely playthings of others. Chapter 66. Gaining favor from Shui Pin, those remarkably plump koi fish are a unique breed native to her hometown, Liqing. Shui Pin's father is a great general stationed in Liqing. The customs of Liqing are not as numerous as those in the capital, and she was once a spirited woman, galloping freely on horseback. At that time, the emperor was still a prince, and she had never encountered such a handsome and imposing man, thus entrusting her heart to him. However, upon entering the royal residence, Shui Pin discovered the multitude of women within, and her life became filled with the intrigues she despised most. Although the prince favored her, he was preoccupied with vying for the throne and could hardly spare any attention for her. Time and again, she was schemed against, until she lost her precious child, leaving her utterly disheartened. Fortunately, her father wielded military power, serving as her greatest support. Even after the emperor ascended the throne, She relinquished her desire for favor, wishing only to shut her door and live her own life. Yet she was still bestowed the title of a palace mistress. Shui Pin typically concealed her emotions well, presenting a frosty demeanor to everyone. It was only upon seeing something from her hometown today that she let out a sigh. The origins of high-ranking consorts are no secret, and Shen Zhi'nian naturally knew of Shui Pin's lineage. In her previous life, after Empress Zhang's untimely death, the consorts of the harem fought desperately for the favored position. Yet Shui Pin never partook in such matters, maintaining her integrity within the palace. Shen Zhi'nian thought that even if she could not become an ally with Shui Pin, at the very least, it was improbable that she would harm her, thus sparking a desire to win her over. Having entered the pond, one must look forward. Like fish in water, it would not be a disservice to this earthly journey. Do you agree, Your Highness? Shui Pin gazed at the koi in the pond, momentarily lost in thought. She could not forget the days of freedom and joy outside the palace, nor the anguish of losing her child, which led her to entrap herself, sealing her heart and becoming ensnared in the past, unable to find peace. The gentle Gairin remarked that since the fish had entered the pond and could not leave, it would be wise to look ahead. Thus, should she also let go of her past grievances and move forward? Shen Zhi'nian, smiling, extended her hand with fish feed. Would Your Highness like to feed the fish together? Shui Pin regarded her with a complex gaze, reaching out to accept it. Although she maintained her aloof demeanor, the distance in her expression softened somewhat. Watching the fish from her hometown contentedly consume the food she scattered, Shui Pin's heart seemed to gradually calm. Before departing, she coldly stated, "Some people profess to treat you as a sister, yet their hearts may not truly wish you well." Once the figures of Shui Pin and her entourage faded from view, Han Dan curiously asked, "Miss, what did Shui Pin's words mean just now?" A flicker of contemplation crossed Shen Zhi'nian's eyes. It appears she is trying to remind me of something. The only individuals in the harem who had dealings with her and referred to her as a sister were Sun Changzai and Lu Ruyan. Sun Changzai was her ally, with their fates intertwined, making it impossible for her to harm Shen Zhi'nian. Could it be Lu Ruyan? Shen Zhi'nian spoke in a low voice. "Once we return, immediately send someone to investigate if any of our people in the palace have interacted with the servants of Yilan Pavilion." Fu Qiu replied earnestly, "Yes." After this brief interlude, Shen Zhi'nian lost her leisurely disposition for a stroll, turning back with Han Dan and Fu Qiu, only to unexpectedly encounter two familiar faces. "Greetings, miss. Wishing you auspiciousness. Miss, we have long awaited your return." Previously, Shen Zhi'nian had not seen the emperor for an extended period, and the listening rain pavilion grew increasingly desolate, leading the entire palace to believe she had fallen out of favor. Chunhua and Xiao Liangzi, noticing their opportunities dwindling, began to entertain treacherous thoughts and sought connections throughout the harem. They even believed that if someone could provide sufficient benefits, they could help ensnare Shen Zhi'nian. However, before they could betray her, Shen Zhi'nian discerned their intentions and expelled them from the listening rain pavilion. In an effort to curry favor with Shen Zhi'nian, Eunuch Zhao directly dispatched Chunhua and Xiao Liangzi to the Xinjia Bureau, where they were forced to perform the most arduous tasks daily, receiving meager rations and salaries. Conversely, Shen Zhi'nian once again gained the emperor's favor, even being promoted to Guerin. Chunhua and Xiao Liangzi were filled with regret. As soon as they caught sight of her, they immediately approached her. "Miss, I was truly momentarily foolish. I only wished to gain a little more, never intending to betray you. I have always been loyal at heart. Indeed, miss, I truly realize my mistakes. Please be merciful and allow me to return to serve you." Fu Qiu's eyes were filled with disdain. Han Dan was nearly amused by their audacity. "Huh, your words are more melodious than a song. You mingled with everyone in the palace and dare to call yourselves loyal to the miss? The miss is kind-hearted, having spared you from Eunuch Zhao's punishment. Allowing you to return is already a great act of mercy. What, now that you've entered the Xinjia Bureau, you no regret?" She spat, truly shameless. Shen Zhi'nian replied coolly, "Enough, Han Dan. After all, we are outside, and I do not wish for people to speak ill of my sharp-tongued confidants." Of course, Shen Zhi'nian was never one to be bullied. Once Han Dan finished her tirade, she casually spoke. Chunhua and Xiao Liangzi's faces flushed with embarrassment, a glimmer of hatred flashing in their eyes, yet they dared not express it. "Miss, we truly know our wrongs. We no longer dare to hope to return to your side, but we beseech you to consider our past ties and transfer us from the Xinjia Bureau. Remaining there, we truly may perish. We implore your kindness, miss." Shen Zhi'nian never considered herself a good person. How could she assist those intending to betray her? However, the palace was rife with eyes, and her established persona was that of innocence and kindness. If she were to disregard Chunhua and Xiao Liangzi, it would certainly invite criticism. At times, others do not concern themselves with right or wrong. Seizing an opportunity, they will attack her by any means necessary. A glint of sternness flickered in Shen Zhi'nian's eyes, yet her tone bore a hint of compassion. I have always stated that I cannot tolerate disloyal servants by my side. However, since you have come to me for aid, I will not turn a blind eye. I will speak with Eunuch Zhao of the Internal Affairs Court to facilitate your departure from the Xinjia Bureau. Yet, the allocation of servants is beyond my control. I cannot dictate where he will assign you. Anywhere is better than the Xinjia Bureau. Chunhua and Xiao Liangzi hurriedly bowed their heads. Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss. After sending the two away, Han Dan scoffed, expressing her disdain. If it were up to me, people like them should be left to fend for themselves. The miss is too kind-hearted. Shen Zhi'nian chuckled lightly, leisurely making her way back. Why should I tarnish my reputation over two servants? Sometimes, one does not need to draw blood to assert authority. The Internal Affairs Court is filled with cunning individuals. Eunuch Zhao, in his desire to please Shen Zhi'nian, arranged for Chunhua and Xiao Liangzi to serve in Lishuan Pavilion. Chapter 67. Unmasking the traitor. In the Lishuan Pavilion resided the favored consort Shangguan, a woman of remarkable beauty, who had garnered the emperor's affection since his ascension. However, no palace maid dared to serve her, for her notorious temper was well known, and she relished tormenting those who waited upon her. Despite her esteemed lineage and her father's position under the Duke of Zhan, even Empress Jiang chose to turn a blind eye to her antics. Any maid who suffered under consort Shangguan's whims would find their plight dismissed as deserved, as she could fabricate any accusation with ease. Upon receiving news of the situation, Chunhua and Xiaoliang were overcome with fear, weeping and pleading for mercy from Eunuch Zhao. Yet, he offered them not even a glance. They had offended the currently favored Yuan Guiran and still hoped for a comfortable existence in the palace. Such dreams were utterly foolish. Chunhua and Xiaoliang could not direct their hatred towards Shen Zhi'nian, for she had already offered to rescue them from the Xinjia depot. However, their ultimate placement was beyond her control. Consequently, the two endured relentless torment in the Lishuan Pavilion, reminiscing about their time serving Shen Zhi'nian. But that was a matter for another time. In the Tingyu Pavilion, Xiao Zhouzi and Xiao Mingzi returned. Shen Zhi'nian reclined languidly on a soft couch, stifling a yawn. What news do you bring? Xiao Zhouzi replied respectfully, reporting to the young mistress. I have followed Lu Su in secret as instructed. She returned from the inner court with fragrant incense without encountering anyone along the way. Xiao Mingzi interjected. However, the moment Xiao Lizi left, he went to the latrine. My skills do not match Xiao Zhouzi's, so I feared alarming the snake and did not follow too closely. Shortly after he entered, Jinzi, who serves in the Shu Fong study, also entered the latrine. I have confirmed that they were the only two present. The imperial harem, apart from the East and West 6 palaces, housed numerous other residences, with fewer consorts compared to the previous emperor's reign. It was reasonable to expect all would be accommodated within the East and West 6 palaces. Shen Zhi'nian inquired curiously. The Shu Fong study is not part of the East and West 6 palaces. Who resides there? Mama Xiao answered, reporting to the young mistress. The Shu Fong study is occupied by the favored Yin Danying. She was a consort during the emperor's time in the Hidden Palace, but was demoted from a favored position to that of a consort due to a clash with the Guifei. Though not a cold palace, its remote location renders it scarcely different from one. Yin Danying, lacking favor, has likely been forgotten by the emperor. Under normal circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to see him. Han Dan speculated. Could it be that Yin Danying instructed her subordinates to have Xiao Lizi bury the red flowers in the Tingyu Pavilion's courtyard? However, with so many beauties in the harem, even if our young mistress were to fall, it would not lead to her gaining favor. What could she possibly stand to gain? Shen Zhi'nian's eyes narrowed slightly. No. A consort, unacknowledged and residing in such a secluded place, may possess audacity, yet lacks the means to execute such a scheme. At that moment, Yuan Bao returned, bowing respectfully. Young mistress, I have investigated as you commanded. The maids of the Tingyu Pavilion have never interacted with those of the Yilan Pavilion. However, I discovered that Xuanmei from Yilan Pavilion seems to be in covert communication with Qinzi from Shu Fong study. A cold smile graced Shen Zhi'nian's lips. It appears we are nearing the resolution of this case. Lu Ru Yin is clever, attempting to strike at me while avoiding the consequences of failure. Thus, she is allied with Shen Zhi'nian, designating her as the visible executor of this plot. Should the matter come to light, the blame will not fall upon her. Shen Zhi'nian, long neglected, must find her life unbearable. Even if aware of the risks, she would not wish to squander this hard-won opportunity. The two have indeed found common ground. Han Dan expressed her frustration. Wang Guiran appears delicate, yet her heart is as venomous as a serpent. Were it not for the young mistress's caution, we would have fallen into their trap. No wonder Shuepin warned you. She must have discovered something. What shall we do now, young mistress? A fierce glint flashed in Shen Zhi'nian's gaze. I have yet to act against Lu Ruyin, yet she has initiated her attack upon me. Therefore, it is only fitting that I demonstrate to her the consequences of underestimating me. Otherwise, others may truly believe I am easily bullied. For now, feign ignorance and keep a close watch on Xiao Lizi to discern their next moves. Meanwhile, quietly gather evidence of the exchanges between Elan Pavilion and Shu Feng Study. Red flowers are a sensitive matter, rarely accessible to commoners. We must investigate how Lu Ruyin and Shen Zhi'nian acquired them. This time, I shall bestow upon Lu Ruyin a grand gift. Understood, young mistress. Night fell swiftly. The emperor entered the Tingyu Pavilion without announcement. And upon seeing the bright yellow of his robes, Shen Zhi'nian quickly rose to greet him. Your servant pays respects to your majesty. How have Han Dan and the others attended to you? Why was there no announcement of your arrival? Nangong Xuanyu assisted her to her feet. My beloved, you need not be so formal. It was I who instructed them not to announce my arrival. Shen Zhi'nian playfully glared at him. Why have you come at this hour? Have you not been visiting Empress Jiang daily to maintain her esteem? Receiving a glance from Shen Zhi'nian, the maid at the door, Fuziu, quietly withdrew to the adjacent Lanyu Pavilion. Nangong Xuanyu had not intended to visit the Tingyu Pavilion today, yet he found himself longing for the charming Wang Guiran after several days of absence. The relaxed atmosphere they shared was something he deeply missed, leading him unwittingly to her side. Hearing Shen Zhi'nian's words, the emperor's tone turned slightly ominous. What is this? Does my beloved not welcome me? Shen Zhi'nian felt a flush creep to her cheeks, stammering, Of course not. Your majesty's visit brings me great joy. How could I be anything but delighted? It is just what? Her face reddened further. My monthly cycle has unexpectedly arrived, and I cannot attend to your majesty. Gazing at her enchanting visage and the delicate flush of her skin, the emperor felt a tightening in his throat and hoarsely inquired. Yet I recall your cycle was not due for these days. The inner court keeps meticulous records of the consort cycles. If that were the case, Li Changda should have alerted me on the way here. This was indeed an excuse conjured by Shen Zhi'nian. Without it, how could her plans proceed? Chapter 68. The puppet master is about to move. Shen Zhi'nian would certainly not admit it. Lowering her head, she said, My monthly cycle has always been irregular. I was just about to inform the Internal Affairs Office when your majesty arrived. Nangong Xuanyu's eyes were filled with concern. I have heard that women with irregular cycles often experience discomfort in their lower abdomen during those days. Do you feel unwell, my beloved? Shen Zhi'nian was taken aback. In her previous life, shortly after marrying Lu Jianglin, they had shared a period of affection. Yet, when faced with such a situation, Lu Jianglin only felt disappointed and turned away to his favored concubine. If an ordinary man could react so, how much more so a sovereign? Shen Zhi'nian had assumed that the emperor, upon learning she was unable to attend to him, would feel disheartened. Yet, he showed no signs of displeasure, only concern for her well-being. Despite her repeated reminders to herself that survival in the palace necessitated a heart untainted by love for the emperor, she found herself moved in this moment. With her eyes lowered to conceal her emotions, she replied, I am all right. I have grown accustomed to it. It is not so difficult to bear. Nangong Xuanyu took her hand gently and said softly, Tomorrow, I shall summon the imperial physician to properly attend to your health and send you some nourishing supplements. Shen Zhi'nian expressed her gratitude. Your majesty is so kind to me. I truly feel blessed. She could only remind herself time and again of the countless women in the harem who, lost in the emperor's tender affections, forgot that such favor was as fleeting as dew, leading them to an irreversible fate. She must guard her heart resolutely and not follow in their footsteps. My beloved, if you truly wish to repay me, why not bear a child for me soon? Shen Zhi'nian's face flushed deeper. Your majesty, now that she held a noble title, if she could bear the emperor an heir, she could ascend to the rank of a palace mistress and personally raise their child. It was indeed time to consider pregnancy after resolving the immediate matters at hand. Just then, a melodious sound of pipa drifted in from outside. The tune was novel, clear, and poignant, imbued with a powerful emotional resonance. One could almost envision a lovesick woman yearning to meet her beloved but unable to fulfill her wish. The sorrowful, heartfelt strains of the pipa tugged at the heartstrings, bringing tears to the listener's eyes. Even the typically stoic emperor displayed a hint of emotion, glancing towards the doorway. Who was playing the pipa? Shen Zhi'nian noted his reaction, and a subtle smile graced her lips. Your Majesty, it is Sun Changzai from Lanyue Pavilion. I have often heard her practicing the pipa in my quarters these past few days. It is the first time I have encountered such enchanting music in my life. Your Majesty is truly fortunate. The emperor withdrew his gaze. Indeed, this melody is rare in the world, but though the tune is beautiful, it carries a sense of melancholy. Shen Zhi'nian replied sympathetically, there are many concubines in the harem, yet not all are as fortunate as I to frequently see your Majesty. Sun Changzai holds deep affection for you, but lacks your favor. She can only express her feelings through music. She is indeed a pitiable soul. No man can resist the longing of a devoted woman, especially when she brings unexpected joy. Observing the emperor's softened expression, Shen Zhi'nian seized the moment. Since I am unable to attend to you, your Majesty, why not visit Sun Changzai? It would fulfill her heartfelt longing. Nangang Xuanyu pinched her cheek playfully and asked teasingly, do you see me as a lecherous man? Just because you cannot attend to me, shall I seek solace in another's embrace? Tonight, I only wish to spend time with you. Shen Zhi'nian did not believe his words. I certainly did not mean that. As a fellow woman, I understand Sun Changzai's deep feelings for you and cannot help but feel sympathy for her. The pipa's melody continued, akin to celestial music, echoing for days and carrying boundless, lingering emotions. Nangang Xuanyu had only a vague impression of Sun Changzai, recalling how, during her rare attendance upon him, her gaze was always shy yet affectionate. He had long forgotten her, unaware of her exceptional pipa skills. Moreover, the gentle and understanding Shen Zhi'nian, so perceptive and kind, made it difficult for him to disregard her heartfelt intentions. He gently patted Shen Zhi'nian's hand. Then I shall visit Lanyue Pavilion. My beloved, please rest early. Your Majesty, I bid you farewell. The following morning, the Internal Affairs Office delivered rewards to Lanyue Pavilion. Even some low-ranking concubines who had long been neglected approached to curry favor. Amidst the flattery, Sun Changzai basked in newfound glory. The entire palace was aware that the emperor had visited the Listening Rain Pavilion to see Shen Zhi'nian, only to be drawn away by Sun Changzai. What a grand joke it was that a once-favored concubine had managed to lure the emperor from Shen Zhi'nian's chambers. The whispers of mockery and derision echoed throughout the palace, with many reveling in her misfortune, particularly on the following day. When the two women crossed paths in the palace corridors, Sun Changzai brazenly provoked, Your Majesty visited my sister's chambers last night. You are not upset, are you? Alas, who could resist my pipa skills that left such an impression on the emperor? Shen Zhi'nian was infuriated, their encounter ending in an unpleasant quarrel, sealing their enmity. Days passed, and that evening, Sun Changzai stealthily arrived at the Listening Rain Pavilion. Sister, you truly possess foresight. Ever since my pipa captured the emperor's attention, and I fell out with you. Daming from Shufang, Zhai has begun to court my favor openly and covertly. Sister, what should I do next? Shen Zhi'nian's lips curled into a cold smile. The fish has finally taken the bait. There is no rush. First, secure your position and cultivate a good relationship with her to see what her next move will be. Understood. After gaining favor, Sun Changzai's circumstances underwent a dramatic transformation. What she had struggled to achieve for so long, the gentle noblewoman accomplished effortlessly. Sun Changzai felt increasingly grateful, convinced she had made the right choice. I owe my recognition to the emperor entirely to you, sister. I shall do anything for you. Just say the word, and I would not hesitate to lay down my life. Shen Zhi'nian personally assisted her to her feet. You need not be so formal. I have always said I will not treat my own poorly. As long as Sun Changzai remains loyal and carries out my wishes, I will not hesitate to grant her more benefits. As time flowed like water, only 5 days remained until the Wanshou festival. The puppet master could no longer contain themselves. During these days, Sun Changzai had followed Shen Zhi'nian's instructions, accepting Daming's overtures. The two frequently moved about together, appearing closer than sisters. Though Sun Changzai still had not discovered which concubine was pregnant, Daming had already revealed her true intentions. Chapter 69, The Gifts of Longevity Festival Sister, in Recent Days. I have followed your instructions, subtly expressing my dissatisfaction and jealousy towards Dang during our interactions, and she has indeed taken the bait. She confided in me, urging me to seize the opportunity to expose your deep desire to bear an imperial heir in public. Moreover, she secretly cursed that those favored concubines would be unable to conceive, lest they overshadow you and steal your affection. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhi'nian grasped the situation entirely. Once that pregnant concubine suffers a miscarriage, and the evidence of red flowers is discovered in Tingyu Pavilion, coupled with Sun Changzai's testimony, her guilt will be irrefutably established. At that moment, even if she enjoys favor, she cannot escape her doom. What a wicked scheme, indeed befitting Lu Ruoyan's modus operandi. A glint of cold light flickered in Shen Zhi'nian's eyes. You have executed your tasks splendidly. Next, you shall. After listening to her orders, Sun Changzai's eyes gradually brightened. Rest assured, sister, I shall see this matter through. Fu Xiu and Xiamingzi have nearly gathered all the evidence. With Sun Changzai as our trump card, victory is assured for Shen Zhi'nian. Now, we await the machinations of the unseen hand. As for the pregnant concubine, who is to be manipulated and plotted against by Lu Ruoyan, Shen Zhi'nian remains oblivious and has no intention of launching an investigation. She never considered herself a virtuous person, nor a savior of the suffering. She lacks the benevolence to place herself in peril for the sake of unrelated individuals. In past years, the longevity festival was overseen by Empress Jiang, but this year, due to her severe illness, the responsibility has fallen upon imperial concubine Lu. With the assistance of Noble Consort Liang and Consort Shui. Consort Shui, as always, is disinterested in such power plays and merely holds a nominal role. Though Noble Consort Liang ranks among the 4 consorts, she is known for her amiability, never offending anyone within the palace. In this matter, she refrained from competing for the limelight with imperial concubine Lu, fully cooperating instead. The day of the longevity festival arrived, a time of universal celebration, and it was an immense honor for the consorts to be entrusted with such a significant task. Although imperial concubine Lu was exceedingly busy, her spirits were remarkably high, to the point where she hardly felt jealousy over which consort received the emperor's favor more frequently. In contrast, the lower-ranking concubines, including Shen Zhi'nian, found themselves considerably less burdened. However, from the empress down to the palace ladies, everyone diligently prepared gifts for the emperor, hoping that their offerings would outshine others and catch his discerning eye. Time flowed swiftly, and soon it was the eve of the longevity festival. The emperor has arrived. Upon hearing the eunuch's announcement, Shen Zhi'nian hastily set aside her tasks and, accompanied by the palace maids, went out to greet him. As the emperor's carriage approached, all within the palace were obliged to come forth to welcome him. Sun Changzai knelt behind Shen Zhi'nian, following her lead in bowing. Your servant pays respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Although Sun Changzai's beauty was modest, her heavenly pipa music was unrivaled in the palace, indeed providing the emperor with a refreshing experience. She had garnered considerable favor in recent days. Rise. The emperor's gaze was gentle as he nodded towards Sun Changzai, then took Shen Zhi'nian's hand and led her into Tingyu Pavilion. Sun Changzai watched their retreating figures, her eyes filled with mirth. She understood that in the palace, one must unite with Ruogyren. A life of wealth and prosperity surely awaited them ahead. Shen Zhi'nian gazed at Nangong Xuanyu, her eyes sparkling with delight, and asked with a smile, Your Majesty, what brings you here? Madame Xiao and the others, sensing the intimacy, tactfully withdrew, leaving only the 2 of them in the inner chamber. Nangong Xuanyu embraced Shen Zhi'nian's slender waist, drawing her close, his dark, profound eyes shimmering with a mysterious light. Your little days of leisure should be coming to an end, no? Having teased me for so long, don't you think it's time to offer me some proper recompense? Strangely enough, despite not being a man of impatience, he found himself utterly defenseless against her allure. It was indeed the beguiling charm of Ruogyren that no man could resist. Shen Zhi'nian shot him a playful glance. Your Majesty, you are fabricating charges without cause. I have done nothing at all. How could I possibly be enticing you? Catching a whiff of her delicate gardenia fragrance, the emperor's gaze deepened. With such a captivating visage, merely standing before me is already an act of seduction. Your Majesty. A faint blush graced Shen Zhi'nian's enchanting face, her sweet voice nearly melting one's resolve. The emperor's throat bobbed slightly as he guided her to sit by the bedside, his eyes revealing a flicker of curiosity upon noticing an object on the bed. Suddenly recalling, Shen Zhi'nian wriggled out of his embrace. hurriedly concealing the item behind her. Little did she know, her actions only piqued Nanqiao Xuanyu's curiosity further. What secret does my beloved possess that I am not privy to? With her hands still hidden, Shen Zhi'nian stammered. And no, it's nothing. Your Majesty, perhaps we should retire for the night. Nanqiao Xuanyu chuckled lightly, enveloping her entirely in his embrace. Reaching for the object behind her. With Shen Zhi'nian's skills, how could she possibly match the emperor? Naturally, he succeeded. What she had hidden was a pouch and a belt. Within the palace, many concubines enjoyed embroidering gifts for the emperor to express their affections. Nanqiao Xuanyu received a plethora of such items every few days, nearly filling the storerooms of Yangxin Palace. Logically, he should have grown accustomed to it. Yet, as his gaze fell upon the belt, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, and he inquired, "Is this the double-sided 3-different embroidery?" The double-sided 3-different embroidery is exceptionally demanding, and merely achieving it is no simple feat, let alone executing it so beautifully. Throughout the entirety of Dezhou, only a select few renowned embroiderers from Suzhou possessed the skill. For a princess or noblewoman, having a piece of double-sided 3-different embroidery as part of her dowry is a matter of great prestige, allowing her to hold her head high in her marital home. The emperor did not anticipate that Shen Zhi'nian possessed such talent. She nodded. Indeed, not only the belt, but the pouch as well. Although the emperor had previously elevated her father's position with his own considerations, she remained immensely grateful. Thus, she intended to embroider a pouch by hand as a token of her appreciation. With the longevity festival approaching, everything she had was granted by the emperor, and she found herself at a loss as to what to present him. The only skill she could offer was her modest embroidery. Nanqiao Xuanyu opened the pouch to find, indeed, it was also double-sided 3-different embroidery. The emperor, despite his vast wealth, felt for the first time that such exquisite double-sided 3-different embroidery used for a pouch was a true waste. After all, the more beautiful side would remain unseen when tucked inside. The craftsmanship of his beloved's embroidery likely surpassed even the finest embroiderers in the palace. I am most fond of these 2 gifts. Chapter 70. The Emperor's True Heart. Shen Zhi'nian smiled shyly, feigning annoyance. I had just finished embroidering this and planned to surprise your Majesty tomorrow. I did not expect you to discover it. The emperor joyfully placed the belt and pouch on the table, cupping Shen Zhi'nian's face in his hands. Gazing at her with fervent eyes, my beloved consort brings me even greater surprise. Few in the entire Dezhou possess the skill of double-sided 3-dimensional embroidery. Where did you learn such artistry? In her past life, with each step Shen Zhi'nian took alongside Lu Jianglin, she meticulously calculated the steps that lay ahead. Otherwise, attaining titles and positions of power would not be such an effortless endeavor. She deduced that in a few years, Lu Jianglin's rise would hinge upon the support of a certain nobleman in court. That nobleman, known for his integrity, was also firmly under the influence of his wife, who had a fondness for double-sided 3-dimensional embroidery. However, the skilled embroiderers from Suzhou were booked for 5 to 6 years in advance, making it impossible to commission them in time. Thus, Shen Zhi'nian, willing to invest heavily, invited one of the embroiderers to her home. She did not want to hinder her work. Her only request was to observe and learn, to which the embroiderer agreed, perhaps due to her innate talent and diligent practice. After a few years of learning from the embroiderer, her skills flourished, and her creations became vividly lifelike. Once again, Shen Zhi'nian's gamble paid off. With her remarkable double-sided 3-dimensional embroidery, she successfully forged a friendship with the nobleman's wife, and Lu Jianglin's fortunes soared alongside her. Returning to the present, Shen Zhi'nian could not reveal the truth to the emperor. Lowering her eyelids, she displayed a perfectly measured sadness. The consort's aunt was not favored in her family and had passed away early. Although the Shen family had not mistreated her, a child without a mother inevitably faced more challenges than others. Shen Zhi'nian understood from a young age that to live a better life in the future, she must acquire various skills. Her aunt, hailing from Suzhou, though not as skilled as the renowned embroiderers, had some understanding of double-sided 3-dimensional embroidery. Shen Zhi'nian had learned from her aunt as a child and had continued to practice over the years. Otherwise, she would feel embarrassed to present her work before the emperor. Although Shen Zhi'nian was acknowledged as a legitimate daughter, what in this world could remain hidden from an emperor? It was better to admit the truth and evoke the emperor's sympathy. From the moment the consorts entered the palace, their backgrounds were thoroughly investigated. Nanqiao Xuanyu had long known that Shen Zhi'nian was, in fact, a daughter of lesser status. Yet he was unaware that her circumstances were even more pitiable than he imagined. At this moment, the emperor was reminded of his own origins. His birth mother was merely a common palace maid who, due to an unfortunate encounter, caught the drunken favor of his father and bore him. Nonetheless, she remained an uncherished figure and passed away after giving him life. Although he was later adopted by Empress Lu, she treated him merely as a tool for seizing power, never showing him a shred of genuine affection. It was precisely because of such similar experiences that Nanqiao felt a profound empathy, thinking of the woman before him, who at such a young age had to worry about her future. He reflected on how the legitimate daughter of the Shen family basked in countless favors while she tirelessly honed her survival skills in her small courtyard. The emperor's normally unyielding heart suddenly ached, as he felt an unprecedented tenderness towards this woman. He pulled Shen Zhi'nian into his embrace, resting his chin atop her head. Speaking softly, "I am your lover and your future support. As long as I am alive, I shall shield you from fear, disturbance, hardship, and abandonment." Shen Zhi'nian had always been clear-headed, entering the palace solely for wealth and status, without seeking true affection. Even today's words were meticulously crafted, aimed at winning Nanqiao's heart. Yet, how could any woman remain unaffected when faced with such a tender promise from an exalted emperor? With her arms wrapped around Nanqiao's waist, she buried her face against his chest, inhaling the delightful scent of his dragon's saliva fragrance. Responding with a muffled hum, she believed the emperor's promise was sincere and sensed a hint of genuine affection from him. Yet true feelings are fleeting. The lofty emperor needed do nothing to attract countless beauties who adored him passionately. Shen Zhi'nian, on the other hand, had to invest everything and tread carefully to earn his affection. From the outset, there were never equals, nor could they be. Compared to the emperor, she possessed no leverage and could not afford to lose. Thus, Shen Zhi'nian would never risk a perilous gamble for the love of an emperor. She would guard her heart steadfastly. Nanqiao's voice carried a hint of amusement. "From now on, my beloved consort shall embroider a piece of double-sided three-dimensional embroidery for me as a gift each year on my birthday. How does that sound?" After a brief moment of reflection, Shen Zhi'nian's enchanting eyes regained their clarity, her tone playful and lively. "Your Majesty, does this imply that you wish to grow old together with me?" Traditionally, only the empress could speak of growing old with the emperor, and Shen Zhi'nian's words were audacious. Yet, she intended it so, testing her standing in the emperor's heart to better strategize her forthcoming plans. Nanqiao's gaze deepened. He showed no anger nor corrected her audacity. Instead, he lifted her effortlessly, carrying her towards the bathing chamber. "I just said that as long as I am alive, I shall be your support. Naturally, we will grow old together." Shen Zhi'nian let out a soft exclamation, wrapping her arms around Nanqiao's neck. "I believe in you, Your Majesty. You shall be my rock, and I, your reed." The reed is as delicate as silk, but the rock remains steadfast. In his arms, the woman was as soft as if she were without bones. Her gaze filled with profound affection and unwavering trust in him. Nanqiao felt a surge of heat, signaling the attendants in the bathing chamber to leave. He placed Shen Zhi'nian into the tub filled with warm water, then removed his outer garment and joined her. Shen Zhi'nian thought to herself, "The emperor certainly knew how to indulge, yet she feigned innocence and shyness. Your Majesty, what are you doing?" Nanqiao's large hand, submerged in the water, had begun to wander. "It is getting late. Naturally, we shall bathe and retire." Shen Zhi'nian's face flushed crimson. "Your Majesty, please don't tease me." Resistance was futile. "Be good, turn around, and hold on to the tub." At first, Shen Zhi'nian managed to support herself, but soon she found herself utterly drained of strength. "Your Majesty, I can't hold on anymore. Please spare me." The emperor, caught up in the moment, had a fiery glint in his eyes as he grasped her waist. Note: the quote is from the Han Dynasty work Peacock Flies Southeast. Chapter 71. She holds significant weight in the emperor's heart. Gradually, Shen Zhi'nian's mind became a blur, her body softening like a puddle of water. She felt as if she were a lone boat adrift on the turbulent sea, rising and falling with the waves. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, in the midst of her hazy consciousness, a sudden bang reverberated in her ears, followed by the sound of rushing water. The bathtub had exploded. Fortunately, the emperor caught her just in time, preventing Shen Zhi'nian from falling. He swiftly draped his robe over both of them. "Your Majesty, my lady." The palace attendants waiting outside were startled by the commotion and hurried in. Upon witnessing the scene, their understanding was immediate. Yet those who remained in the palace were well-trained and maintained an air of composure, bowing their heads and avoiding any inappropriate gaze. However, Shen Zhi'nian's face was crimson. Genuinely embarrassed this time. She buried her face in Nan Gongxianyu's chest, attempting to diminish her presence. Observing her shy demeanor, a flicker of amusement danced in the emperor's eyes as he embraced her and returned to the chamber. Once everything was tidied up, the attendants filed out. Shen Zhi'nian concealed her face with the quilt, exclaiming petulantly, "It's all your majesty's fault. How am I to face anyone after this?" Nan Gongxianyu pulled back the quilt and nestled beside her, holding her close. "What happened today shall remain a secret. My beloved need not worry." Though Shen Zhi'nian's face still burned with embarrassment, she murmured softly, "Even if it remains a secret, it is still mortifying. Your Majesty, please do not bully me like this in the future." Her voice, laced with allure, lacked any semblance of intimidation. Thinking of the unfulfilled desires from earlier, Nan Gongxianyu's throat moved slightly, his voice teasingly coaxing, "Does my beloved wish to soak in a hot spring? After the Wanshou festival, I shall take you to a splendid place." "Really?" Shen Zhi'nian exclaimed, filled with excitement. It was not merely the prospect of the hot spring that thrilled her, but the fact that only the rear hall of the Qianqing Palace housed such a facility. The hot spring had not existed prior. It had been constructed during the previous emperor's reign, who had diverted warm spring water from outside through a hidden channel. According to the customs of the Great Zhou, the empress resided in Kunning Palace, while the emperor originally resided in Qianqing Palace, with the concubines occupying the eastern and western compartments. Yet, perhaps due to the previous emperor's excessive expenditures, shortly after the hot spring was completed, Qianqing Palace was struck by lightning and consumed by flames. Not long after, the previous emperor passed away, and Nan Gongxianyu ascended to the throne. With Qianqing Palace still under repair, he took residence in Yangxin Hall. Thus, the sole hot spring in the palace had never been used since its construction. The emperor's intention to bring her there as the first user was a testament to her significance in his heart, and Shen Zhi'nian was, of course, elated. "When have I ever deceived you?" Noticing the anticipation in her eyes, the emperor's mood lifted further as he playfully tapped her nose. "Does my beloved doubt me? Of course. I trust your majesty. It's just, has Qianqing Palace been fully restored?" The emperor's gaze deepened. "The overall restoration is not yet complete, but the rear hall has been finished. The craftsmen report that the hot spring is operational." Perhaps fearing that Nan Gongxianyu might change his mind, Shen Zhi'nian playfully draped her arms around his neck, giggling, "I knew it. Your majesty treats me the best." Which man does not enjoy sweet words? The emperor was no exception. He gazed at Shen Zhi'nian's fair and rosy complexion, the fire igniting once more in his eyes. "Then let me witness your sincerity, my beloved." That night stretched long and indulgent. The following day, the 13th of the winter moon, the Wanshou festival. Shen Zhi'nian was unaware of when the emperor had departed. When Xiao Mama roused her, she felt a severe ache throughout her body, as if her waist might snap. Serving the emperor was indeed a physically demanding task. Han Dan and Fu Chu entered with warm water to assist Shen Zhi'nian in her cleansing. "When did His Majesty leave? Why was I not awakened?" Xiao Mama, usually stern, displayed an unusual smile. His Majesty specifically instructed that today, being the Wanshou festival, there would be many affairs to attend to, and that you should rest a little longer. Having served in the palace for so many years, this is the first time I have witnessed His Majesty being so attentive to any concubine. Your future is limitless." Unbeknownst to them, both Xiao Mama and Yuan Bao had begun to lean in favor of Shen Zhi'nian, understanding that to truly earn her trust, loyalty was essential. According to tradition, on the morning of the Wanshou festival, the emperor would host a banquet in the Hall of Supreme Harmony with the empress and high-ranking concubines, receiving congratulations from the civil and military officials. In the evening, a family banquet would take place in the Hall of Jiao Tai, open to all concubines who could present their gifts. Although the lower-ranking concubines were not required to be busy in the morning, many still rose early to prepare for the evening's main event. Shen Zhi'nian, suspecting that the hidden schemer might strike today, felt a thrill of excitement. She was not afraid of the women in the harem plotting against her. Rather, she feared they would not engage in conflict. After all, if they did not act, how could she seize any leverage to suppress them? Han Dan inquired cheerfully, "My lady, which palace attire will you wear today?" Previously, Shen Zhi'nian had presented herself to the emperor in simple and elegant outfits, exuding a purity tinged with allure. Yet, her beauty leaned towards the enchanting, and she had opted for a more understated appearance upon entering the palace to avoid drawing too much attention. In matters of innocence and fragility, no one in the harem could compare to Lu Ruyan. With a formidable confrontation ahead, Shen Zhi'nian was determined to showcase her strengths against Lu Ruyan. She pointed to a set of rose-red palace attire, smiling. I shall wear this one. Certainly, Han Dan replied, beaming. The vibrant rose-red will surely highlight your advantages. When the emperor sees you, more beautiful than the flowers, his gaze will certainly be captivated. Shen Zhi'nian shot her a playful glare. You certainly have a way with words. Han Dan chuckled. What I speak is the truth. Shen Zhi'nian turned to the others. Is everyone fully prepared? Xiao Mingzi nodded. Rest assured, my lady. The attendants from Elan Pavilion have been in secret correspondence with Yin, and we have gathered evidence regarding the bribery of Xiao Lizi. A satisfied smile curled at the corners of Shen Zhi'nian's lips as she gazed at her alluring reflection in the mirror, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. She would show no mercy to anyone who dared to conspire against her. Afternoon arrived swiftly. The palace concubines began to make their way to the hall of Jiao Tai for the banquet. For many lower-ranking women, this might be their only opportunity in the year to meet the emperor. Everyone was fully committed to their preparations, hoping to catch the emperor's eye. Should they win his favor, their lives in the harem would undoubtedly undergo a radical transformation. Chapter 72. Lu Ruyan offends the concubine's taboo as the time approached. Shen Zhi'nian, accompanied by her attending maidservants, stepped out. It is customary for palace concubines residing in the same quarters to travel together. However, the entire palace was aware of the discord between Shen Zhi'nian and Sun Chong, to the extent that they could not even feign harmony. Thus, it was only natural that they would not act in concert. The Zhongshui Palace was adjacent to the Jingyang Palace, and by chance, Shen Zhi'nian encountered Lu Ruyan. Today, she donned a light green gown, cinched at the waist with a broad sash that accentuated her slender figure, giving her an almost fragile appearance, as if she could be snapped like a willow branch with the slightest pressure. Her delicate, fair face was adorned with a touch of powder, radiating a lustrous glow as she moved gracefully, resembling a willow swaying in the breeze. Akin to the legendary beauty Shizi, with a breathtaking beauty like Lu Ruyan before her. Any woman in the palace aspiring to portray a delicate demeanor would only be overshadowed, appearing as if they were merely imitating. Shen Zhi'nian could not help but marvel at her own choice of attire, which suited her far better, otherwise, in terms of delicate charm. She would indeed be outshone by Lu Ruyan. However, the light green gown was indeed splendid. Unbeknownst to Lu Ruyan, she had inadvertently transgressed the taboo of the concubine Lu, which would, in turn, facilitate Shen Zhi'nian's forthcoming plans. Upon noticing Shen Zhi'nian, Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with surprise as she approached with a smile, addressing her as Sister Ro. Both were titled noblewomen, thus addressing each other according to seniority. Lu Ruyan's smile was genuine, her eyes filled with trust, as if Shen Zhi'nian were her own sister. Who could have imagined that the person behind Yin Daing would be her? In full view of the assembly, Shen Zhi'nian would certainly not provide anyone with fodder for gossip. She returned the greeting with a polite smile. Sister Wan. Lu Ruyan replied with a smile. Sister must also be heading to the Jiao Tai Hall, then? We are fortunate to be going the same way. Indeed, Shen Zhi'nian affirmed. Before long, the two arrived at their destination. Many lower-ranked concubines were already present, and upon seeing Shen Zhi'nian and Lu Ruyan enter, their eyes reflected shades of envy and jealousy. After all, in the entire harem, besides the favored concubine Lu, it was the two of them who enjoyed the most attention. Their encounters with the emperor in a month likely surpassed the combined total of others in a year. Regardless of their thoughts, these lower-ranked concubines stood and respectfully greeted. We pay our respects to concubine Ro, to concubine Wan. Shen Zhi'nian and Lu Ruyan nodded slightly and followed the maidservants to their designated seats. Currently, there were not many high-ranking concubines in the harem, and since both enjoyed favor, their seating was relatively forward. Time passed gradually, and soon enough, the room filled with guests. Outside, the respectful voice of a young eunuch announced, His Majesty has arrived. The Empress Dowager has arrived. The Empress has arrived. The concubine has arrived. The Empress Dowager Lu walked at the center, flanked by the Emperor and concubine Lu on either side, while Empress Jiang took her place to the Emperor's right. Regardless of the underlying currents within the harem, this moment presented a harmonious tableau. Even Empress Jiang and concubine Lu, who typically clashed, wore appropriate smiles on their faces. The Empress Dowager was a wise woman who understood that the current Duke of Ding's residence was flourishing, and concubine Lu was favored above all, even subtly overshadowing Empress Jiang. Should she regain power, the harem would truly belong to the Duke of Ding's household, a situation the emperor would never allow. Therefore, she discreetly shifted all her influence to support concubine Lu. publicly feigning a devotion to Buddhism and refraining from meddling in palace affairs, even omitting the customary greetings from the concubines. This was the first time the newcomers had seen the Empress Dowager since their entrance into the palace. All stood and respectfully saluted. "We pay our respects to your majesty." "We pay our respects to the Empress Dowager." "To the Empress." "To the concubine." On either side of the dragon throne, 2 phoenix chairs were placed, belonging respectively to the Empress Dowager and Empress Jiang, with 1 chair at the lower position reserved for concubine Lu. The hall was filled with beautiful women of various figures, dazzling to the eye. However, the emperor's gaze immediately fell upon Shen Zhi'nian. In terms of beauty, she may not have been the most striking, yet her remarkable aura rendered her unmissable from any vantage point. Yet, in an instant, Nanqiao Xianyu averted his gaze and, after taking his seat, smiled and said, "Please be seated." "Thank you, your majesty." Concubine Lu had deliberately adorned herself today in a manner reminiscent of their first meeting, albeit in a more resplendent fashion. The light green palace attire she wore exuded a youthful vibrance, making her appear significantly younger than her actual age. As expected, upon laying eyes on her for the first time that morning, a flicker of amazement and nostalgia crossed the emperor's gaze, and he kept her by his side throughout the day, even neglecting Empress Jiang. Moreover, since the Empress Dowager was her biological aunt and had orchestrated the current birthday celebrations, concubine Lu was undoubtedly enjoying the limelight, finally shedding the gloom that had burdened her under Empress Jiang's shadow. However, when concubine Lu's gaze casually swept over the crowd and finally landed on the figure clad in light green, her expression darkened abruptly. It was that wretched woman from Elan Pavilion. Concubine Lu was already displeased by Lu Ruyan's favor, and now she dared to wear the same color of palace attire, especially since Lu Ruyan was 5 or 6 years her junior. At an age so tender that one could almost squeeze water from her youthful cheeks, concubine Lu had borne children, regardless of her efforts in maintaining her beauty. She could never rival the freshly entered newcomers. Seeing Lu Ruyan's delicate features, concubine Lu was instantly reminded of her own lost youth. This wretched woman shared her surname and wore the same color, resembling her youthful self far more than she did. So, might the emperor be swayed, mistaking Lu Ruyan for her, and thus developing an affection for this young visage? Concubine Lu, who was typically imperious, found herself consumed by insecurity when matters concerning the emperor were involved. Her eyes grew increasingly malevolent, yet she dared not provoke trouble during the longevity celebration, resolutely etching Lu Ruyan into her memory. Lu Ruyan, being astute, realized the moment she saw concubine Lu also clad in green that she had transgressed a taboo of the harem. However, with the banquet about to commence and her meticulously laid plans ready to unfold tonight, she had no choice but to proceed, taking each step as it came. Before the banquet commenced, Empress Jiang was the first to rise, raising her wine cup to toast to the emperor. "I wish your majesty a joyous birthday, with blessings that last long, and may our emperor live long and prosper." Everyone else raised their cups in unison, orderly and respectfully bowing. "We wish your majesty a joyous birthday, with blessings that last long, and may our emperor live long and prosper." Shen Zhi'nian noted that Empress Jiang's demeanor appeared considerably improved compared to her last visit of greeting. Chapter 73. The Humiliation of Lu Ruyan by Consort Lu Yet. Lu Ruyan possessed memories from her previous life, aware that Empress Jiang's illness was beyond remedy, merely sustained by the rarest of medicinal herbs. To maintain her composure today and not allow Consort Lu to overshadow her, it was likely that the Empress had resorted to drastic measures in private. Such actions would inevitably shorten her lifespan. Had it not been absolutely necessary, she would not have acted thus. Nevertheless, none of this concerned Shen Zhi'nian. The more fiercely the Empress and Consort Lu clashed, the more advantageous it was for her. In this fortunate turn of events, Nanqiao Xianyu, the sovereign, appeared exceedingly pleased. "No need for excessive courtesies. All rise." "Thank you, your majesty." Subsequently, the palace ladies vied to showcase their meticulously prepared gifts. The high-ranking consorts had presented their offerings to the emperor earlier in the morning, disdainful of competing for favor with lesser figures, and remained quietly observant. Aside from a few exceptional ones, most lower-ranking ladies were not favored, and despite their careful preparations, their gifts were unremarkable. As the crowd watched, interest began to wane. Consort Lu yawned while flicking her handkerchief, her proud visage briefly betraying disdain. At that moment, Lu Ruyan stepped forward, gracefully kneeling in homage. Though the action was identical, her execution appeared fragile and evoked sympathy. "I humbly wish the emperor a joyous birthday, with longevity boundless." Your Majesty possesses the wealth of the world. I truly know not what kind of gift would dazzle your Majesty. Thus, I have crafted a dance in hopes of eliciting a smile from you. For a fleeting moment. Consort Lu's expression darkened, her enchanting eyes narrowing dangerously as she regarded the green-clad figure at the center of the hall. Empress Jiang wore a benevolent smile. Southern Jiang is home to many beauties. Lady Wan is renowned as the most beautiful in Yangzhou, and her dance must surely captivate the world. Today, I too bask in the glow of your Majesty, eager to witness a beauty's performance. A flicker of astonishment crossed the Emperor's eyes, swiftly replaced by a smile. Granted. As the music commenced, Lu Ruyan's slender waist swayed gracefully like a willowy branch, moving in harmony with the melody. Her arms, fair and elongated, resembled fluttering butterflies, while her long black hair cascaded to her ankles, shimmering like satin in the air. Her dance was exquisite, light, and ethereal, adorned in a pale green gown, akin to a fairy untouched by worldly affairs. At that moment, all present were entranced by her beauty. Even Shen Zhi'nian could not deny that Lu Ruyan was indeed worthy of the title the most beautiful in Yangzhou. Only Consort Lu's expression grew increasingly grim, her eyes glinting with dangerous ire. Empress Jiang noted her countenance, revealing a knowing smile. As the music intensified, Lu Ruyan lifted her left foot, balancing her delicate form on her right, her arms slightly tensing as she gracefully twirled, water sleeves billowing with her movement. The faster the music played, the quicker her spins became, until she lightly tapped her toes and leapt from the ground, with dozens of pale green silks cascading from her sleeves. The hall appeared adorned with rippling waves. As her dance concluded, Lu Ruyan landed softly, her garments fluttering like a celestial being. The hall fell into silence, all captivated by her enchanting performance. With the Emperor initiating applause, the crowd, whether sincere or feigned, followed suit with smiles. Excellent, excellent. I had no idea, my beloved consort, that your dance was so graceful. I cherish this gift immensely. My beloved has put much thought into it. Someone, present the newly crafted crimson gold pine crane hairpin from the Ministry of Internal Affairs to Lady Wan. Lu Ruyan, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, "Thank you for your bounteous grace, your Majesty." Among the many palace ladies offering gifts, only Lady Wan received the Emperor's favor. The way he looked at her indicated that her fortunes would surely rise tonight. Many harbored deep resentment, cursing her in their hearts. Consort Lu, in particular, believed Lu Ruyan had merely garnered the Emperor's attention by mimicking her youthful appearance, and she would not tolerate such a wretch. However, the Emperor was in high spirits regarding Lu Ruyan, and to avoid inciting his displeasure, she dared not openly antagonize her, only covering her mouth with a handkerchief to stifle a laugh. Lady Wan, how could you hide such an exquisite dance for so long? If only I had known earlier. I would have sought your Majesty's favor to bring Lady Wan along during the morning banquet with civil and military officials. After all, it is better to share joy than to revel alone. The palace ladies were the Emperor's women. Performing for him was a delight. Yet dancing for others was beneath their dignity. Consort Lu's words equated Lu Ruyan to a lowly dancer, laden with humiliation. Many lowered their heads, snickering derisively. Lu Ruyan's beautiful face flickered with embarrassment as she bit her lip, casting a pleading glance at the Emperor, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Shen Zhi'nian sipped her tea, pondering that Lu Ruyan was still too young, even if her beauty and dance had caught the Emperor's eye. Consort Lu was the apple of his eye. Even if she had erred, the Emperor would likely spare her, especially since it was merely a verbal humiliation. Lu Ruyan's hopes that the Emperor would champion her were nothing short of self-degradation. Sure enough, Nangong Xianyu merely attempted to smooth things over. Lady Wan, your dance must have been exhausting. Li Changda, please bring this plate of hibiscus pastries to her. Yes. Seeing that the Emperor showed no intention of reproaching Consort Lu, nor did he utter a harsh word, Lu Ruyan lowered her head, a flicker of unwillingness crossing her eyes. Thank you, your Majesty. Consort Lu scoffed softly, her brows finally relaxing. A lowly consort dared to wear the same color as her. Did she not understand her own status? How could Empress Jiang align herself with such a person? It was as if she were regressing. Throughout, Empress Jiang maintained a gentle and loving smile, embodying the grace of a nurturing mother. Your Majesty, upon seeing Lady Wan's attire today, I am reminded of when Consort Lu first entered the palace. Always adorned in pale green, lively and spirited. With the passage of time, we have all matured, while these younger sisters remain youthful and tender. I believe Lady Wan's beauty rivals that of the former consort. This was a sharp jab at Consort Lu. implying that no amount of maintenance could alter the fact of fading youth, and ultimately, she would be supplanted in the emperor's heart. This was Consort Lu's greatest fear. And Empress Jiang understood how to strike at the heart. Yet, the emperor was oblivious to the anger simmering in her eyes. Lost in the memory of Lu Ruyan's captivating performance, smiling, Lady Wan is indeed remarkable. This was akin to thrusting another dagger into Consort Lu's heart. Had the person across from her not been the emperor, she would have surely erupted in fury. Chapter 74. Shen Zhi'nian steals the spotlight. Since Shen Zhi'nian had feigned allegiance to Lu Guifei, she could not idly witness the oppression inflicted upon her by Empress Jiang. Furthermore, Lu Ruyan's favor was detrimental to her own standing. With a blink of her eyes, a semblance of perplexity appeared on her face. Her smile innocuous. There exists an unwritten rule in the capital. A gesture of respect whereby individuals generally refrain from donning garments of the same hue as those in higher positions. Upon observing that Sister Wan's attire matched that of the esteemed Guifei, I was filled with both concern and bewilderment. To my surprise, the Guifei exhibited remarkable magnanimity, not holding Sister Wan's inadvertent faux pas against her, revealing my own petty inclinations. Upon hearing these words, onlookers regarded Lu Ruyan as overly cunning and ambitious. In such times, to wear a gown of the same color as the Guifei's seemed a deliberate mimicry, an attempt to usurp her position. Noble ladies of the aristocracy typically scorned such undignified behavior, casting scornful glances towards Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan had devoted considerable effort to rehearsing her dance, intending to showcase her willow-like grace and delicate charm, with the light green gown being most befitting. She had not anticipated the unfortunate coincidence of matching the Guifei's attire. Shen Zhi'nian's remarks were akin to placing Lu Ruyan upon a scorching pyre. However, after a brief moment of disarray, Lu Ruyan regained her composure, kneeling demurely. Sister Ro, you overthink things. My humble presence is hardly worthy of comparison to the Guifei. Indeed, it was my oversight that led to this unintentional offense. I beseech your forgiveness. Esteemed Guifei. Shen Zhi'nian smiled innocently. Sister Wan, what are you doing? I never claimed your actions were intentional. I merely lamented the Guifei's generosity. Lu Guifei cast an appreciative glance at Shen Zhi'nian before turning her gaze to Lu Ruyan, with a smile that was both enigmatic and knowing. Very well, Lady Wan, rise. Your display has been quite theatrical. Do you wish for all to think this palace lacks compassion? Lu Ruyan, trembling, replied, I would never presume. The emperor, indifferent to the colors worn by the concubines in his harem, cared only for their beauty. It was only after Shen Zhi'nian's intervention that he recognized the potential disrespect Lu Ruyan's matching attire posed to the Guifei. The stringent rules of the harem displeased him, particularly when a favored concubine acted out of line, causing his gaze to cool towards Lu Ruyan. Well then, since Lady Wan did not act with intent, and the Guifei is magnanimous enough to overlook this matter, let it rest here. However, the light green gown does not suit Lady Wan. Refrain from wearing it in the future. Lu Guifei's lips curled in satisfaction. She was the emperor's most cherished woman. What could a mere noble lady contest against her? Yet, Shen Zhi'nian's astuteness in discreetly salvaging her reputation only endeared her more to Lu Guifei. Lu Ruyan bowed her head in acquiescence, though her heart brimmed with resentment. Did the emperor imply that she was inferior to Lu Guifei? How could she face others in the harem after such a public humiliation? Despite her extensive rehearsal, which had captivated the emperor's attention, Shen Zhi'nian's few words had obliterated her efforts, igniting profound hatred within Lu Ruyan. Fortunately, today marked Shen Zhi'nian's downfall. Casting a glance into the crowd, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Among the concubines, one woman appeared unwell, but her lowly status rendered her insignificant. Seated towards the back, given the day's importance, she dared not make a scene, suffering in silence, thus remaining unnoticed. Shangwan Guiran, aligned with Empress Jiang, sensed Lu Ruyan's plight and resolved to intensify her efforts. She turned her gaze towards Shen Zhi'nian, smiling sweetly. Among the new entrants to the palace, the emperor's favorite is undoubtedly Lady Ro. Everyone has presented their gifts. Why is Lady Ro absent? Others in a similar predicament sought to curry favor with Empress Jiang, encircling Shen Zhi'nian like sharks sensing blood. Indeed, in celebration of the emperor's birthday, the entire harem has exerted great effort. What splendid offering has Lady Ro prepared to share with us? Lady Ro and her attendants stood empty-handed. Could it be that she had come unprepared? Alas, how could Lady Ro be so indifferent to the emperor's favor, disrespecting his grand affection? Shen Zhi'nian refrained from retorting, her eyes welling with tears as she cast a pleading glance towards the emperor, as if to convey that had he not taken the gifts away in advance, she would not have become the target of scorn. The emperor suddenly envisioned Shen Zhi'nian's earnest devotion as she embroidered pouches and sashes for him. Lady Ro's love for him was profound. Who dared claim she was unmindful of him? These women of the harem, it seemed, were perpetually occupied with petty rivalries. Yet, today was the grand birthday celebration. Nan Gongxian wished to preserve the ambience and merely shot a cold glance at Shang Gui'ern. Lady Ro has crafted a double-sided 3-different stitch sash for me, which I donned this morning. Who dares assert that she has not meticulously prepared a gift for me? I do not expect you to possess her embroidery skills, but cease your incessant gossiping. The emperor's authority was overwhelming, and few could withstand it. Shang Gui'ern's face turned pale as she fell to her knees. I misunderstood Lady Ro. I seek your forgiveness, your majesty. The other concubines, who had previously mocked her, also pleaded for pardon, their faces ashen. We acknowledge our error. At that moment, all eyes turned to Shen Zhi'nian, filled with astonishment, disbelief, and envy. Even Lu Taoho, who had been observing the competition among the concubines, cast a curious glance at Shen Zhi'nian. While embroidery was a skill expected of noble women, it was typically learned only to a superficial degree, as they were not destined to serve others nor worry about finances. The intricate technique of double-sided 3-different stitch was not easily mastered. They had all seen the exquisite sash adorning the emperor's waist, believing it to be a tribute from Suzhou, only to discover it was crafted by Lady Ro. Such a gift, rivaling that of tributes, eclipsed the offerings of most present. Who would dare assert she was indifferent to the emperor? No wonder he had reprimanded Shang Gui'ern with displeasure. Many among the crowd felt a newfound discontent toward Shang Gui'ern. Had she not meddled, Lady Ro would not have garnered such attention. Now, it was clear the emperor's favor for her would only deepen. Truly, she was a source of more trouble than benefit. Lu Ruyan bowed her head, her hands clenched into fists beneath her sleeves, only releasing them when the sharp pain in her fingertips became unbearable. Shen Zhi'nian. Once again, Shen Zhi'nian. It was her gift that should have shone the brightest. Yet it was Shen Zhi'nian who seized the limelight. Chapter 75. The air is gone. Lu Ruyan bit her lip and glanced once more at the crowd. At this moment, Lady Zhang could no longer hold on. Her face pale, she rose, intending to apologize to His Majesty, claiming her malaise and seeking an early departure. However, before she could utter a word, a wave of dizziness overtook her, and she collapsed into darkness. Lady Zhang. The scene erupted into chaos. The frown on concubine Lu's face deepened, her eyes flashing with a tinge of malice. This year's longevity festival was under her meticulous organization. She had overseen every detail to ensure nothing went awry. Yet, as the banquet neared its conclusion, Lady Zhang had to pull such a stunt. Was that wretched woman feigning unconsciousness to elicit His Majesty's sympathy? Even Empress Dowager Lu furrowed her brow. Nangong Xuanyu spoke in a grave tone. What has happened to Lady Zhang? Quickly summon the imperial physician. Suddenly, a palace maid standing beside her exclaimed, Heavens! Lady Zhang is bleeding profusely. At this revelation, gasps filled the air. Nangong Xuanyu strode forward decisively, carefully moved Lady Zhang to the side hall. Concern etched on the face of Empress Jiang, who had always been nurturing. She urged, Hurry, fetch the physician. Regardless of whether her concern was genuine or feigned, Empress Dowager Lu followed closely behind the emperor into the side hall, her expression revealing a hint of worry. Concubine Lu, momentarily taken aback, felt a tumult of emotions. How could this be? Could Lady Zhang be with child? Since the harrowing birth of the first princess years ago, she had not conceived again. Previously, concubine Lu had comforted herself, believing that despite the many women in the harem, only she had borne children with His Majesty. The bond between them was irreplaceable. Yet, if Lady Zhang had indeed conceived and given birth to a prince, what would become of her? As she observed the crimson stains on the ground, concubine Lu gradually regained her composure. Yes, Lady Zhang had lost so much blood. Even if she were pregnant, whether the child could be preserved remained uncertain. In the side hall, Nangong Xuanyu, with only one daughter and no sons, felt the urgency of the situation. Though still young, he yearned for his consorts to bear him more offspring. Naturally, a pregnant consort was of utmost importance, and he stayed vigilantly by Lady Zhang's side. Where's the physician? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Your Majesty, please do not be angered. We have dispatched someone to the Imperial Medical Institute. Seeing the emperor's concern for Lady Zhang surpassing that for any other consort in the harem, envy bubbled within many hearts. Wishing fervently for Lady Zhang's misfortune, standing among the crowd, Shen Zhi'nian's gaze was devoid of emotion. So it was Lady Zhang who was with child. Despite Tang Luochuan's prolonged observations at the Imperial Medical Institute, he had failed to uncover this truth. Either Lady Zhang was completely unaware of her pregnancy and had never taken any measures to safeguard it, or she was far too cunning, leaving no trace of her actions. But if Lady Zhang were truly so adept, she would not have fallen into such a trap, indicating the former was true. Only Empress Jiang possessed the insight to discern which consort was pregnant before anyone else. It seemed Lu Rian had backing from her. Empress Jiang's methods were as ruthlessly cunning as ever. Even in her weakened state, she did not forget to eliminate the heir. Lady Zhang gradually regained consciousness, appearing exceedingly frail. Unaccustomed to such attention, especially from His Majesty, the Empress, and the Dowager, whose faces were etched with concern, she was taken aback. She opened her mouth to speak. But just then, the physician arrived, and the crowd quickly parted to create a path. Minister pays respects to Your Majesty. Nagong Xuanyu interrupted anxiously. No need for formalities. Quickly, ascertain what ails Lady Zhang. Understood. As the physician placed a cloth on Lady Zhang's wrist to take her pulse. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. Moments later, the physician knelt with a thud, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Your Majesty, forgive me. Lady Zhang has been with child for over 2 months, but the child is no more. Upon hearing this, many consorts felt a surge of joy within, masking it with expressions of sorrow. Your Majesty, may you find solace. Lady Zhang's mind reeled, unable to grasp the reality. She was with child? When had this occurred? The physician claimed her child had perished. Nangong Xuanyu's fury erupted, preposterous. Lady Zhang has merely lost some blood. How could the heir be gone? Is it possible you, a mere physician, have misdiagnosed? Yet, several physicians subsequently confirmed the same grim news. Your Majesty, Lady Zhang has suffered a miscarriage. We beseech you to be consoled. In light of this incident, Lady Zhang's vitality was severely depleted, and the immediate concern was to administer medication to restore her health. Although such tragedies were not unprecedented, the loss of a child was always an excruciating anguish for the emperor. He closed his eyes in sorrow and waved his hand. Ensure Lady Zhang's recovery is prioritized. A physician nodded affirmatively and hurried off to prepare the medicine. Lu Rian, hidden in the crowd, exchanged a glance with Empress Jiang, a subtle smirk gracing her lips. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere emanating from the emperor, everyone understood this was a harbinger of an impending storm. Your Majesty, finally, Lady Zhang came to her senses. An overwhelming sorrow welling within her. This consort is guilty. My menstrual cycle has always been irregular, sometimes arriving only once every few months. The physician attributed it to my insufficient vital energy. Thus, when my cycle did not return for 2 months, I thought nothing of it. I didn't realize I was with child. It is I who failed to protect the little prince. I implore Your Majesty to punish me. Though Lady Zhang's beauty may not have been extraordinary, she possessed a certain charm. At this moment, her sickly appearance only made her more pitiable. Especially having just lost her child, the emperor's compassion for her was palpable as he gently held her hand, saying softly, You have just suffered a miscarriage. Do not succumb to excessive grief and speak such nonsense. You are still young. There will be more children in the future. Given the scarcity of heirs, the emperor placed immense importance on offspring. Lady Zhang had feared that her failure to safeguard the heir would incite the emperor's wrath. However, His Majesty's tenderness and assurance that they would have children in the future caught her off guard. Unable to maintain her composure any longer, Lady Zhang burst into tears. Overwhelmed with sorrow, Your Majesty, I felt no abnormality in my body before today's banquet. I merely sensed a slight discomfort. I believe there must be a reason behind this miscarriage. Who could have harmed our little prince? Empress Jiang dabbed at the corner of her eyes with a handkerchief. Her voice laced with sorrow. Your Majesty, the loss of the heir strikes at my heart as well. I have already ordered a thorough investigation into this matter. However, Lady Zhang claims she only felt unwell during the banquet. All matters concerning this longevity festival were overseen by concubine Lu. Chapter 76. The accusation points to Shen Zhi'nian as the flames encroached upon her. The favored concubine, Lu, hastily proclaimed, Your Majesty, I have meticulously examined everything at the banquet. There are absolutely no issues. She too was eager to uncover who had harmed the child of Consort Zhang. Today, on the occasion of the longevity festival, which was meant to celebrate life, had instead become the day of mourning for the child. The emperor, in a fury, commanded, Investigate at once. Yes, the wrath of the sovereign was a burden no one could bear. Until the truth was unveiled, suspicion loomed over everyone. The Qianqing palace was sealed off, and no one was permitted to depart. Lu sat in her chair, her eyes clouded with dread. Although the miscarriage of consort Zhang did not involve her, the significant oversight regarding the longevity festival would surely render her incompetent in the emperor's eyes. She too sought to know who dared to wreak havoc on such a day. Before long, several imperial physicians timidly reported, "We humbly inform your majesty that perhaps due to the small dosage consumed, no traces remain within consort Zhang. However, we discovered a scent of safflower in the pool of blood she left behind. Safflower is known for its blood-activating properties, a grave risk for pregnant women, even in minimal amounts, which could lead to miscarriage." Consort Zhang had merely speculated that she would not suffer a miscarriage without provocation, and now her fears were confirmed. Grieving for the lost child, she felt a mixture of sorrow and rage. "Your Majesty, I have always been cautious and never sought enmity with anyone. Who could be so cruel as to harm my offspring?" Empress Dowager Lu cast a cold glance at Empress Jiang. The imperial lineage is already fragile. Each child is of utmost importance. How dare someone conspire against Consort Zhang's child under my very nose? Is this how the Empress manages the harem? Empress Jiang, pale and coughing delicately into her handkerchief, replied weakly, "Since falling ill, I have felt overwhelmed in managing the harem. Your Majesty has granted concubine Lu the authority to oversee the 6 palaces. Even the preparations for the longevity festival were her responsibility. I am at fault. I beg for your forgiveness, mother." This implied that all the responsibilities now fell upon concubine Lu, should the Empress Dowager wish to lay blame. She could only chastise her niece. The Empress Dowager's expression darkened. Concubine Lu impatiently interjected, "While I possess the authority to assist in managing the 6 palaces, the true mistress of the harem remains the Empress. Instead of deflecting responsibility, Empress, perhaps you should focus on identifying the perpetrator who endangered the imperial lineage." After being rebuked by concubine Lu, Empress Jiang maintained an air of grace, "Of course. Summon all who attended the banquet and thoroughly investigate what consort Zhang consumed." Concubine Liang rose to kneel and seek forgiveness. "Your Majesty, consort Zhang resides in the upper auspicious hall to the right of Changchun Palace. As the head of Changchun Palace, I failed to notice her pregnancy and care for her properly. It is my negligence. I implore your Majesty to punish me." Concubine Liang was known for her kindness, recognized as a good-natured person in the harem, and naturally, Nengong Xian you would not blame her. Consort Zhang was unaware of her pregnancy. You bear no fault. Rise. Thank you, your Majesty. In the bustling Qianqing Palace, Shen Zhi'nian stood among the spectators, her mind as clear as a mirror. With Lu's considerable influence and the Empress Dowager's presence, it was unlikely that Empress Jiang could successfully frame the banquet's offerings as tainted. Thus, the true intention of Lu and Lu Ruyan was to eliminate her. As expected, since consort Zhang entered the Qianqing Palace, everything she had come into contact with had been meticulously examined by the physicians, revealing no issues. The emperor's expression darkened, his oppressive aura instilling fear. "If you cannot uncover anything, what use are you to me? Your Majesty, forgive us." The physicians trembled, all kneeling in fear. There is a possibility that consort Zhang consumed food containing safflower before arriving at Qianqing Palace, and the effects only manifested later. Consort Zhang suddenly grasped the emperor's hand. "Your Majesty, I just remembered. Before coming to the banquet, a palace maid named Xiao Hui warned me of the strong winds outside, and brought me a cup of hot tea to warm me. Could that cup of tea be the issue?" The emperor gently patted her hand, summoned those from the upper auspicious hall to investigate this matter, and bring Xiao Hui here for questioning. Yes. Half an hour later, the guards and physicians returned from the upper auspicious hall. "We report to your Majesty that when we arrived, Xiao Hui had already taken her own life from guilt. In her chamber, we found the teacup used by consort Zhang, which upon examination by the physicians, indeed contained safflower. The blow to consort Zhang was profound. Although Xiao Hui had not served her since childhood, she had been assigned to the upper auspicious hall when consort Zhang entered the palace. Over the years, Xiao Hui had diligently attended to her, and consort Zhang believed she had treated her well. Why would Xiao Hui do this? Concubine Lu leisurely asked, "What is the background of this Xiao Hui?" The guard respectfully replied, replying to the esteemed concubine, "Xiao Hui was originally an ordinary palace made from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, later assigned to the upper auspicious hall. Throughout the years, she has had no personal issues or problematic relationships. This meant that the trail ended here. Consort Zhang, unwilling to accept this, retorted, "No issues? Why would Xiaohui wish to harm me? Someone must have instigated her. Who bribed her?" Replying to the consort, "We found no money in Xiaohui's quarters, but we have dispatched someone to investigate her family." Consort Zhang closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Darui suddenly stepped forward, hesitantly speaking, "Your Majesty, Empress, I am of lowly status and did not wish to stir trouble. However, seeing Consort Zhang's profound sorrow, I cannot remain silent. There is something I am uncertain whether to disclose." Shen Zhi'nian instantly perked up. Finally, the moment had arrived. Nanqiao coldly urged, "Speak your mind." Empress Jiang, on the other hand, was much more gentle. "Darui, if you know something, please share it. This concerns the imperial lineage. We cannot overlook even the slightest clue. If you make a mistake, it will not matter." Darui then breathed a sigh of relief. "Indeed, I have a close friendship with Sister Sun from Lanyue Pavilion. Due to her, I have been visiting Zhongsue Palace frequently. I have noticed something peculiar. The little Li from Tingyu Pavilion has been acting suspiciously. I initially thought little of it, but once I saw little Li and Xiaohui together, today's incident is so grave, I could not keep this to myself. If I am mistaken, I hope the gentle concubine will forgive me." Chapter 77. The Search of Listening to the Rain Pavilion. In an instant, Lady Zhang glared at Shen Zhi'nian. Her teeth clenched. "Lady Ro, why do your people in the palace have dealings with Xiaohui, the one who harmed my child?" Lu Ruyan, appearing delicate and fragile, replied softly, "Sister Zhang, since entering the palace, I have received immense favor and have no need to harm your child. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding." Lady Zhang refrained from directly accusing Shen Zhi'nian of causing her child's demise. Instead, she inquired about the nature of the interactions between Xiao Li and Xiaohui. However, Lu Ruyan's words, seemingly an explanation for Shen Zhi'nian, inadvertently solidified her culpability. With simmering resentment, Lady Zhang declared, "Precisely because of her favored status, Lady Ro would not allow anyone to bear the imperial heir and usurp her grace. Lady Ro, I have never wronged you. Why then are you so vicious?" Even as the target of scorn, Shen Zhi'nian maintained her composure. "Firstly, the claims of Xiao Li and Xiaohui's interactions are merely one-sided. The truth remains unverified. Furthermore, which palace servant, having served long in the palace, lacks acquaintances? Even if Xiao Li had indeed interacted with Xiaohui, it does not prove that a concubine instigated Xiaohui to harm the imperial heir." Lady Zhang retorted through gritted teeth. "Which person who has harmed the imperial heir would confess to their capital offense? Your Majesty, you must uphold justice for our child." Though the loss of the imperial heir pained Nanqiao, he could not bring himself to believe that Shen Zhi'nian was responsible. Lady Ro, known for her innocence and kindness, had even forgiven Sun Changzai for multiple offenses. How could she possibly harbor such malice? "Lady Zhang, I understand your feelings, but Lady Ro's argument holds merit. Even if there were palace servants who interacted with Xiaohui, it does not necessarily implicate anyone. Whenever incidents of harming the imperial heir arise, does not the emperor react with fury, leading to countless casualties?" The assembly had expected Lady Ro to suffer greatly for her alleged involvement, yet they were astonished by the emperor's apparent favoritism towards her. At that moment, the gazes of all present shifted towards Shen Zhi'nian, filled with newfound scrutiny. Even she, taken aback by Nanqiao's trust, momentarily revealed a flicker of complexity in her eyes. However, having gone to such lengths to set the stage, Lu Ruyan would not allow the matter to be brushed aside so easily. True to her design, under Lu Ruyan's subtle cues, Ying continued, "Your Majesty, the matter of harming the imperial heir is of grave importance. Even a hint of suspicion warrants thorough investigation. If what the concubine witnessed is insufficient as evidence, then surely Sun Changzai, residing in Zhongshui Palace alongside Lady Ro, must have perceived something." According to their prior agreement, Sun Changzai was expected to step forward and expose Shen Zhi'nian for frequently cursing the concubines in the palace, claiming they could not conceive, thus solidifying her guilt. Yet, Sun Changzai appeared overwhelmed by the situation, collapsing to the floor in terror, trembling. I do not know anything." Ying was taken aback. How did this contradict her previous instructions? A wave of unease surged within Lu Ruyan, sensing that events were spiraling beyond her control. At this juncture, if Ying could not successfully bring down Shen Zhi'nian, she would undoubtedly seek retribution. Moreover, failing to accomplish the task set forth by Lady Wan, who would assist her in regaining favor. Resolutely, Ying declared, "To ascertain whether Lady Ro is responsible, it is simple. We need only dispatch someone to search listening to the Rain Pavilion. If she is indeed guilty, traces will surely remain. With indignation etched on her face, Shen Zhi'nian responded, Ing, based solely on your unfounded speculation, you wish to send someone to search listening to the Rain Pavilion? What of my dignity? Tears brimmed in her eyes as she turned to Nanqiao. Your Majesty, I truly do not know what I have done to offend Ing, leading her to wrongfully accuse me. Nanqiao's heart ached for her, yet he could not overtly favor Shen Zhi'nian in front of all, as it would only serve to harm her further. Ing continued, it is precisely because I have no enmity with Lady Ro that I see no need to wrongfully accuse you. I merely seek the truth, to provide justice for the imperial heir. Lady Zhang cast a grateful glance towards her. Thank you, Ing, for considering the unjust demise of my child. Ing dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief. Sister, there is no need for thanks. I simply cannot abide such malicious intent within the harem. Observing the unfolding drama with a cold gaze, Lu Guofei regarded Shen Zhi'nian with a hint of scrutiny. Lady Ro was typically capable. Could it be that she truly orchestrated this? Yet, Lu Guofei quickly dismissed the notion. Such a significant matter would have warranted prior notification from Lady Ro if she intended to act. It appeared that this was the trap set by Ing. Lu Guofei had no intention of intervening to assist Shen Zhi'nian. A pawn that lacks the ability to save itself possesses no value for manipulation and can be discarded. Lu Rian, with concern, remarked, Sister, I know you would never commit such an act, but one must adhere to evidence. Why not heed Ying's suggestion? This way, you can clear your name, with one supporting and the other opposing. Had it not been for Shen Zhi'nian's keen insight into their scheme, she may have fallen for their ruse. She turned to Ing, her voice icy. If no evidence is found in listening to the Rain Pavilion, what punishment shall you face for your false accusations? Given the Emperor's affection for Lady Ro, if she adamantly refused to allow a search, they would truly be powerless against her. Seeing Shen Zhi'nian's nod, Ing hastily added, If I have indeed misjudged Lady Ro, I willingly accept the punishment dictated by palace regulations. Regardless, the seeds of suspicion had already been sown in listening to the Rain Pavilion, and Shen Zhi'nian would undoubtedly find it hard to deny her involvement this time. Very well. Shen Zhi'nian fixed her gaze upon Nanqiao, her resolve unwavering. Then I implore your Majesty to send someone to search listening to the Rain Pavilion and restore my honor. Her demeanor, revealing immense grievance yet still holding firm, tugged at the Emperor's heartstrings. I believe this matter does not involve Lady Ro, yet since there are allegations against her, for the sake of stability in the harem, Li Changde, take men to inspect listening to the Rain Pavilion. Yes. In contrast to the previous extensive search of the 6 palaces, the Emperor now dispatched eunuchs instead of guards. Eunuchs, being non-threatening, would not be perceived as an affront when entering the chambers of the concubines. Once more, all present grasped the Emperor's favoritism towards Lady Ro. Though Lu Guofei felt a pang of jealousy, she recognized that Shen Zhi'nian was part of her faction, and her favor would ultimately benefit her, so she chose to remain silent. Moreover, Ing had initially been demoted to a concubine due to her offense against Lu Guofei, and thus she harbored no desire to see her rise in fortune. If nothing were discovered in listening to the Rain Pavilion, she would ensure that Ing faced the consequences. Chapter 78. Ing becomes a sacrificial piece at this moment. Ing remained blissfully unaware that she had inadvertently incurred the wrath of Lady Lu, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. This time, she intended to ascend to the Emperor's favor once more by stepping over the corpse of the gentle Consort Ro. She hoped that Consort Ro would not hold it against her. After all, in the perilous world of the imperial harem, the struggle for survival was a matter of life and death. Lady Zhang, gritting her teeth in silence, was keen to learn the eventual outcome. Half an hour later, Li Changde returned with a report. Your Majesty, I have meticulously searched every corner of Tingyu Pavilion, leaving no stone unturned. There is not a single harmful item to pregnant women found, not even a trace of red flower. How could this be possible? Ing was utterly flabbergasted. Lu Rian's heart sank abruptly. Shen Zhi'nian looked at Ing with curiosity. You previously claimed to have seen Xiaoli and Xiaohui in contact, and thus suspected that the miscarriage of Lady Zhang was connected to me. However, now that a thorough search has been conducted, Ing's demeanor suggests she is certain there is something hidden in Tingyu Pavilion. It is truly perplexing. Ing realized her reaction was overly dramatic, and in a flustered tone, she stammered, Consort Ro has misunderstood. I did not. It was evident to all that her explanation was flimsy at best. Lady Lu coldly snorted. Emir Ing dares to bite back at the powerful. If all concubines behaved as you do, the harem would descend into chaos. Ing, already fearful of Lady Lu, felt cold sweat trickling down her forehead. No, it is not like that. I. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Zhi'nian interjected. Your Majesty. I believe Ying's actions are indeed suspicious, as if she is deliberately framing me. Since Tingyu Pavilion has been searched, why not extend the search to Shufangzhai, Nangong Xinyu? Already disfavoring Ing and feeling that the search of Tingyu Pavilion had unjustly burdened Shen Zhi'nian, naturally did not refuse her suggestion. Consort Ro makes a valid point. Li Changda, take people to search Shufangzhai as well. At your command. At this point, Lu Rian comprehended everything. Their scheme had long been detected by Shen Zhi'nian, who had prepared for a counterattack. Shufangzhai would undoubtedly yield incriminating evidence. This woman was indeed formidable. She had thwarted Lu Rian's plans since the day of the selection. Lu Rian now hoped that she remained in the shadows, unnoticed by Shen Zhi'nian, and that the matter would conclude with Ing. To secure her own safety, she had no choice but to abandon Ing. Seeing the disappointment and coldness in Empress Zhang's eyes, Lu Rian bit her lip, filled with trepidation. Since aligning herself with the Empress, she had yet to achieve anything of substance, and her first endeavor was on the brink of failure. She feared the Empress might doubt her capabilities. However, the most pressing concern was to weather the current storm. Unbeknownst to Ing, she had already become a pawn in this game and felt a sense of relief. Shufangzhai was immaculate, devoid of any incriminating evidence. If Li Gonggong conducted a search, it would at least vindicate her. In that case, she would assert that her eagerness to uncover the perpetrator behind the prince's harm had led to her misunderstanding of Consort Ro. This was not a grave misdeed, and the emperor would only lightly admonish her. With the support of Wan Guerin and the empress, it was only a matter of time before she regained favor. Soon, Li Changda returned, signaling to the young eunuch behind him to present the findings, his expression grave. Your Majesty, I have unearthed a packet of red flower beneath the tree in the courtyard of Shufangzhai. Tears welled in Shen Zhi'nian's eyes as she spoke with deep grievance. Your Majesty, it turns out that Ing is the one shouting to catch the thief. I was nearly framed as the culprit behind the prince's harm. Sob. Her tear-streaked visage resembled a delicate flower, both enchanting and pitiable. The emperor, filled with compassion, instinctively softened his tone. I know you possess a kind heart and are innocent. Rest assured, I shall ensure justice prevails in this matter. He then turned his gaze upon Ing, his dark eyes seething with fury. The evidence is irrefutable. What further excuses do you have? Ing was utterly bewildered. She had already bribed Xiao Li of Tingyu Pavilion to bury the red flower there. So how could it appear in Shufangzhai? Your Majesty, I am equally perplexed by this situation. If I had 100 lives, I would never dare to harm the prince. I beseech you to see the truth. Had Ing maintained her composure, there might have been room for doubt. However, from the outset, she had been frantic, attempting to pin the blame on Shen Zhi'nian. Now, claiming her innocence would garner no belief. Lady Zhang cast an apologetic glance at Shen Zhi'nian and, turning fiercely to Ing, exclaimed, I once thought you a warm-hearted individual. Yet you are the one who has harmed my child. Ing, I bear you no grudge, so why must you be so cruel? It was not me. I truly did not. Ing attempted to defend herself, but Nangong Xinyu was disinclined to hear her protests. Investigate. Yes. Perhaps sensing her impending doom, Ying's mind finally sparked with clarity, pointing accusingly at Sun Changzai. I understand now, it was you. She initially intended to reveal that Sun Changzai had allied with Shen Zhi'nian, both feigning animosity to deceive her. However, doing so would effectively admit her own attempt to frame Shen Zhi'nian. Therefore, Ing merely declared, I genuinely considered you a friend. Yet you seized the opportunity during your visit to Shufangzhai to bury the red flower in my courtyard. You orchestrated all of this, did you not? Sun Changzai replied with indignation. Ing, are you not merely accusing Consort Ro and now attempting to implicate me? Does everyone residing in Zhongcui Palace harbor a grudge against you? Ing retorted angrily. Do not feign innocence. If it was not you, then who else could it be? Enough. The emperor interjected with disdain. If this continues, shall all the concubines in the harem be branded as murderers? I no longer wish to hear her cries. Silence her at once. Immediately, a eunuch responded affirmatively and stepped forward to cover Ying's mouth with a cloth. The efficiency of the emperor's attendants was remarkable. All the servants of Shu Fengzhai were dragged away to the Department of Punishments for severe interrogation, accompanying an unfavored concubine. These servants were hardly resilient, and soon they divulged a multitude of truths. Your Majesty, the servants of Shu Fengzhai have confessed. It was Yin De-ing who bribed Xiao Hui from Shangxiang Hall to place the red flower in Lady Shang's tea. It was also Yin De-ing who instructed them to find an opportunity to frame Consort Row. At that moment, the guards who had gone out for investigation returned. Your Majesty, Xiao Hui's family is destitute, living in poverty, with only her elderly mother and brother for companionship. Chapter 79. Shen Zhi'nian ruins Lu Ruiyan's image. Xiao Hui's brother was a destitute man. Yet recently, an unexpected fortune had graced his household, and he even took a wife. Everything fell into place. Yin De-ing was paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably on the ground. Zhang Guiran, with tears in her eyes, implored, Your Majesty. De Ying's annual stipend is merely 30 taels. How could she possibly orchestrate such deeds alone? There must be someone behind her. I beseech Your Majesty to investigate thoroughly. The emperor turned his gaze toward Li Changde. What else have you uncovered? A sly smile played upon Shen Zhi'nian's lips. The show was finally about to commence. Li Changde glanced at Lu Ruiyan, hesitant, and continued. Moreover, it has come to light that Xiao Chun from Shifengzhai has been involved with Wang Guiran's personal maid, Sun Mei. According to Xiao Chun, the red flower was given to him by Sun Mei. Wang Guiran was among the most favored concubines, second only to Ro Guiran. Li Changde had not anticipated that the investigation would lead back to the emperor's cherished consort. Lu Ruiyan, appearing delicate and frail, knelt before Nan Gong Xianyu, pitifully grasping the hem of his robe. Your Majesty, this matter has nothing to do with me. I truly do not understand what has transpired, nor have I conspired against Zhang Guiran. Woe is me. Lu Ruiyan, renowned as the most beautiful woman in Yangzhou, embodied a fragile grace that no man could resist. Yet, the imperial harem was replete with seemingly gentle women who wielded ruthless cunning. The emperor's gaze bore a hint of scrutiny as he observed her. Sun Mei, too, fell to her knees with a thud, incessantly crying out her innocence. How could such a scheming individual exist in the harem? Lu Guifei, who had long harbored disdain for Lu Ruiyan, seized this opportune moment. The maid from Elan Pavilion has plotted against the imperial heir, and the evidence is irrefutable. I propose that Wang Guiran be immediately cast into the cold palace and sentenced to death. What say you, Empress? Empress Jiang replied compassionately. The harem has lost yet another child. My heart aches more than anyone else's. However, as Empress, I must act with fairness. Wang Guiran. The maid from Shu Fengzhai claims that your personal maid, Sun Mei, incited Yin De-ing to commit these crimes. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Lu Ruiyan had not anticipated that despite their meticulous plotting, they would still fall prey to Shen Zhi'nian's foresight, catching her off guard. Being an astute individual, she grasped the underlying implications of Empress Zhang's words. Only by severing ties could she hope to extricate herself from this predicament. Sun Mei. Tears welled in Lu Ruiyan's gentle eyes as she sorrowfully inquired. Since entering the palace, I have repeatedly warned you to act with caution and harbor no malice. If you err, not only will you lose your life, but your family in Yangzhou will also suffer. Why did you not heed my words? Why did you conspire against the child of Zhang Guiran? Sun Mei trembled, realizing that her devoted mistress was casting her as the scapegoat. Yet, what choice did she have? She was a servant of the Lu family, with her parents and brothers employed there. If she did not bear the brunt of this incident, her family might face dire consequences. Sun Mei prostrated herself, her forehead bloodied from the impact. Your Majesty, Empress. It was I who inadvertently discovered that Zhang Guiran was with child. Fearing she would usurp the affection of my mistress, I thought that if I eliminated the child, my mistress would remain favored. All of this was my own doing, a conspiracy between myself and Yin De-ing. My mistress was completely unaware, I confess. The emperor's heart surged with fury, a tempest brewing beneath his composed exterior. Lu Ruiyan clutched her chest, nearly fainting from the shock of Sun Mei's betrayal. Her voice laden with grief. You have served me for years, and I had no idea you harbored such malice. How could you commit such an act? Leaving me with no face to present to the emperor. Lu Guifei scoffed. A mere maid, yet she possesses such audacity to collude with the consort? Do you expect us to believe that this was not orchestrated by Wang Guiran? Are we to assume that everyone in the palace is a fool? Zhang Guiran, her eyes bloodshot, wept. Your Majesty, I cannot believe this matter is unrelated to Wang Guiran. I implore you to rigorously interrogate Sun. However, before she could finish, Sun Mei declared, this indeed was solely my doing. I am willing to die in atonement, and with that, She hurled herself against a pillar, blood spilling forth. Many timid concubines gasped in horror. The imperial physician rushed forward. "Your Majesty, Sun Mei has ceased to breathe." A joyous celebration had turned tragic. With the loss of an heir and bloodshed in Qianqing Palace, the emperor's expression darkened to a brooding storm, the atmosphere around him growing increasingly oppressive. Lu Ruyan knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face, appearing utterly sorrowful. She embodied a disarming beauty that seemed incapable of wrongdoing. Lu Guifei coldly remarked, "Your Majesty, in my opinion, Sun Mei clearly took her own life to shield Wan Guo'eran. This matter is undoubtedly connected to her. If we do not punish her severely, how can we uphold the integrity of the harem?" Empress Zheng frowned. "Your Highness, your reasoning is flawed. I believe Sun Mei understood that she could not escape death. Rather than endure torturous punishment in the criminal justice division, she chose to end her suffering swiftly. She admitted that all actions were taken without Wan Guo'eran's knowledge. Without any evidence linking Wan Guo'eran to the events, would it not be unjust to punish her severely? At this point, the matter had devolved into a contest of wills between Empress Jiang and Lu Guifei. Shen Zhi'nian was acutely aware that Empress Jiang was correct. Lu Ruyan had remained exceedingly cautious, never directly involving herself. From the outset, she had prepared for any eventuality, ensuring that even if her plans unraveled, it would only lead back to Sun Mei. This woman's cunning was truly formidable. In her previous life, Lu Ruyan had ascended to the position of the foremost consort. Her father merely a provincial governor, yet she had contended for the title of empress against those of noble lineage. She was no simple character. Shen Zhi'nian never believed that she could completely dismantle Lu Ruyan in one fell swoop. However, the perpetrator was her trusted maid. Even if Lu Ruyan could not be charged with plotting against the heir, she could not escape culpability. Furthermore, this incident would sow seeds of doubt in everyone's heart, including the emperor's. Lu Ruyan would no longer enjoy the esteemed reputation of virtue and grace within the harem as she once had. It must be noted that in her previous life, the most potent leverage Lu Ruyan had in vying for the imperial consort position was her celebrated reputation for benevolence. But now, all of that had been shattered by Shen Zhi'nian. The emperor's greatest aversion was to women of malicious intent. With this seed of doubt sown in his heart, he would never again shower Lu Ruyan with the same affection as in the past. Chapter 80. Lu Ruyan's anguish. These circumstances reveal Shen Zhi'nian's true intentions. As anticipated, the mesmerizing dance of Lu Ruyan has faded entirely from the emperor's heart. His gaze upon her is now tinged with a hint of coldness. Though there is no evidence linking this matter to Noble Consort Wan, her lax governance has undeniably compromised the royal heir. Henceforth, her title of Wan is hereby revoked. In the imperial harem, a title signifies the emperor's affection and regard for a consort. It embodies his acknowledgement of her character, beauty, or talent. When the emperor strips a consort of her title, it equates to a withdrawal of his esteem for her. Initially, the emperor found her gentle and amiable, granting her the title of Noble Consort Wan. Now that he no longer recognizes her gentleness, it invariably communicates to the entire palace that he has lost faith in her. In the entire harem, she is the sole individual to have suffered the disgrace of title revocation twice. Enduring such profound humiliation, and subjected to the scornful and mocking gazes of others, Lu Ruyan feels a surge of blood rising within her chest, ultimately spitting out blood and fainting. Noble Consort Lu disdainfully covered her nose with a handkerchief. The longevity festival has yet to pass. What bad luck. Immediately, a eunuch stepped forward to carry Lu Ruyan out. Throughout the ordeal, the emperor did not cast a single glance her way. Who could have imagined that just a few hours prior, she was the standout among the newcomers? Her captivating dance poised to secure her continued favor? The rise and fall within the harem is indeed unpredictable. Daring, paralyzed with fear, trembled on the ground. There is no evidence linking this incident to Lu Ruyan. Her title has been revoked, and she has lost the emperor's favor. What of her, the one who acted against her? The emperor's voice, devoid of emotion, rang out. Daring has committed the unpardonable crime of plotting against the royal heir. She is to be demoted to a commoner and given poison. The entire family shall be executed. All involved palace servants shall face extermination. Now a commoner, turned pale, struggling to free the handkerchief from her mouth. Your Majesty, it is all my fault. If you must kill me, please spare my family. However, with a wave of Nangong Xianyu's hand, someone hurriedly covered her mouth again and dragged her away. Could only cast a desperate glance at Empress Jiang. Sobbing uncontrollably, throughout, she refrained from implicating the empress, hoping that this would compel her to save her family. Empress Jiang discreetly offered Yin a reassuring glance, prompting her to smile tragically as she resigned herself to her fate. It appeared that the corresponding culprits were receiving their just desserts. Yet Noble Consort Jiang was far from pleased. Lu Rian must be involved. She could not rest easy until the venomous woman responsible for her child's wrongful death was punished. Yet, Noble Consort Jiang understood that in the absence of evidence, even Noble Consort Lu could not eliminate Lu Rian, let alone herself. Tears streamed down her face as she succumbed to despair. The emperor, moved by compassion, spoke gently. Noble Consort Jiang, that you did not safely deliver the royal heir. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. I bestow upon you the title Kong. The title Kong signifies stability and health, representing the emperor's heartfelt wishes. Moved, Noble Consort Jiang responded. I thank your majesty for your concern. Typically, consorts only ascend in rank after giving birth to a royal heir, and the emperor's granting of the title to Noble Consort Jiang is not considered overstepping. Naturally, no one would dare oppose him, fearing his wrath. Empress Jiang suppressed her fatigue. Speaking earnestly, I am powerless and have been unwell for too long. I must trouble the consort to assist in managing the 6 palaces. Yet, on such a grand occasion as the Longevity Festival, such incidents should not occur. This reflects my failure as empress, and I deserve the gravest punishment. Your majesty has shown great mercy, not holding me or the consort accountable, yet my heart remains uneasy. Your majesty, I believe it is too burdensome for the consort to manage the 6 palaces alone. There will inevitably be oversights, leading to such mishaps. To prevent similar occurrences and ensure future consorts can safely deliver royal heirs, I suggest allowing Noble Consort Liang and Consort Shui to assist her in managing the affairs of the 6 palaces. Both are seasoned and hold esteemed ranks, making them well suited to share the burden. Shen Zhi'nian felt compelled to applaud Empress Jiang. She had just orchestrated Lu Rian's fall from grace. And now the empress sought to diminish Noble Consort Lu's authority over the 6 palaces. What a brilliant maneuver! I alone can manage the affairs of the 6 palaces. Noble Consort Lu declared, her tone resolute. Too many hands will only lead to greater chaos. Your majesty, please rest easy. I shall maintain tranquility within the harem. Addressing the empress, Noble Consort Lu refrained from referring to herself as a servant, instead asserting her status as this palace, revealing her arrogance and disregard for the empress. Yet Empress Jiang smiled graciously. I naturally trust the consort's capabilities, yet the events of today are evident to all. If a few more individuals assist the consort, they may uncover some unsavory matters, and perhaps the harem can welcome another child. As she spoke, Empress Jiang wiped her tears sorrowfully, then turned to the Empress Dowager. What does mother think? The Empress Dowager, reluctant to see Noble Consort Lu's power diluted, found the Empress's arguments compelling and irrefutable. Furthermore, given the Emperor's wariness of the Dingwood Duke's residence, fearing their collaboration might dominate the harem, she had withdrawn to the Buddhist hall. Should she now support Noble Consort Lu? All her previous caution would be rendered moot, and the Emperor would undoubtedly retaliate against the Dingwood Duke's residence elsewhere. I too believe the Empress speaks wisely. Having 2 more individuals share the consort's burdens will allow her more time to accompany me. Although reluctant, Noble Consort Lu recognized her aunt's cleverness and, understanding the reasoning behind her words, suppressed her discontent, bowing her head. This servant will heed the Empress Dowager's counsel. At present, whether in the court or the harem, the powers of the Dingwood Duke's residence and the Dingwood Duke's authority maintained a delicate balance, mutually restraining one another, which the Emperor found satisfactory. Thus, moving forward, the management of the 6 palaces shall be entrusted to Noble Consort Lu, Noble Consort Liang, and Consort Shui. This servant obeys. I shall not disappoint your majesty, the Empress, and the Empress Dowager's expectations. In her demeanor towards both Empress Jiang and Noble Consort Lu, Noble Consort Liang exhibited utmost respect, aligning with her amiable persona. Consort Shui, with her ethereal and aloof demeanor, stood as though descended from the moonlit palace. At this moment, a flicker of impatience crossed her otherwise serene countenance. Your majesty, I have always preferred tranquility and may not be suited for the burdens of managing the 6 palaces. I humbly request that your majesty rescind this decree. Everyone present was taken aback. Which concubine in the harem would not wish to possess the power of managing the 6 palaces? Yet, Consort Shui audaciously declined this golden opportunity. Chapter 81. The words spoken by His Majesty in moments of emotion. The drought claims the parched, while the flood drowns the inundated. During her time in the imperial palace, Snow Concubine once enjoyed great favor, yet after a certain incident, a rift developed between them. leading to her repeatedly rejecting Nangong Xinyu at the door. Given her noble lineage, she should have been elevated to a higher rank. So why did she remain a concubine? Ultimately, that incident was a betrayal on his part. Over the years, the emperor has felt a lingering guilt towards Snow Concubine, rarely denying her requests. Then let the noble consort assist the consort, he suggested. Snow Concubine bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, your majesty. She paid little heed to the thoughts of others. After hearing Shen Zhi'nian's words in the imperial garden last time, she had gained clarity. Life must move forward, and she desired not to remain trapped in the past. Still young, with a plethora of life ahead of her, she refused to live in the treacherous intrigues of the harem daily. She had long since grown indifferent to favor. Power held no allure for her. She only wished for a tranquil existence. If someone dared to cross her, she would not be an easy target. It is getting late. I am weary. Please disperse, she declared. With one less person to share power, Lu Guifei's mood lightened considerably. Supporting Empress Dowager Lu, she remarked, I shall escort your highness back to Sinang Palace. The assembly respectfully bowed, proclaiming, we humbly bid farewell to your highness. The palace rules were stringent. Only the empress was the rightful daughter-in-law of the empress dowager, permitted to call her mother. Other consorts could only address her as your highness. Even Lu Guifei, favored above all, adhered to the decorum to avoid accusations of lax governance over the harem. Only in the absence of outsiders did she return to more intimate forms of address. And that wretched empress, bedridden and lacking the energy to manage the affairs of the harem, still seeks to undermine my authority. Earlier in the day at the Jiaotai Hall, why did you acquiesce to her proposal? Empress Dowager Lu, seated in the main position, gazed with somber eyes. It is precisely because the empress's time is short that His Majesty must guard against the Duke of Dingwa's influence over the harem. I have long refrained from meddling in worldly matters, thus alleviating the emperor's apprehensions. If I were to join you in suppressing the empress, what would the emperor think? Even if we were to control the harem's affairs together, he would still find ways to curtail the duke's power elsewhere. It would be a fruitless endeavor. Regardless, while the noble consort holds the title, she is of a gentle disposition and poses no real threat. You need not concern yourself with her, the Empress Dowager reassured. Lu Guifei, with her radiant and alluring visage, wore an expression of disdain. And you are far too cautious. His Majesty holds me in such high regard. Even for my sake, he would not act against the Duke of Dingwa. Those words had been spoken by His Majesty in moments of deep emotion. Empress Dowager Lu felt a twinge of discomfort. The heart of an emperor is unfathomable. How can a man's promises be trusted? Had I believed the sweet nothings of the late emperor, I would not have attained my position today. Lu Guifei hastily soothed. All right, I understand. Please, Aunt, rest assured. I will ensure His Majesty recognizes the unwavering loyalty of the Duke of Dingwa. Her niece, for all her virtues, held an unwavering infatuation for the emperor, failing to grasp that those who rule often harbor no genuine affection. With a sigh, Empress Dowager Lu chose to divert the conversation. Today's events clearly indicate that the Lu clan incited In Shurin to eliminate Consort Kang's child and frame Consort Ro in the process. The Empress may have been complicit as well. Yet, Consort Ro emerged unscathed while the Lu clan lost favor and was stripped of their titles. This woman is no simpleton. Recalling Lu Ruyan, Lu Guifei's eyes brimmed with disdain. That Lu clan pretends to be delicate and weak, appearing nothing more than a seductress. Yet her heart is as venomous as it comes. Merely stripped of her title, what a pity. Were there evidence, I would surely have dealt with Lu Ruyan today. Empress Dowager Lu patiently cautioned, I wish to convey that although Consort Ro is a valuable pawn, her brilliance is too conspicuous. If not handled properly, it could backfire. Lu Guifei's eyes flickered with contempt. A mere consort could hardly cause a stir. Today, she wasted the Lu clan's efforts, and I find her increasingly agreeable. Keeping her around serves not only to balance the Empress but also proves advantageous in other ways. Intrigued, Empress Dowager Lu inquired, Oh? Lu Guifei placed a hand on her abdomen, her eyes tinged with melancholy. Aunt, as you know, I suffered injuries while giving birth to the eldest princess, and the physician declared that I would find it nearly impossible to conceive again. What future exists in the harem without a prince by my side? With the favor shown to Consort Ro, it is only a matter of time before she bears a child. If I could raise a son, the Duke of Dingwa would have hope. Though she adored His Majesty, she was unwilling to raise his offspring with another woman. Yet, with her own inability to conceive, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Empress Dowager Lu naturally hoped that the next emperor would bear the blood of the Duke of Dingwa. However, His Majesty was already wary, ensuring that only women from the Zhao clan entered the palace, excluding those from the Dingwa clan, all under the pretense of cherishing Lu Guifei, asserting that one woman from the Duke of Dingwa was sufficient. Ironically, Lu Guifei believed this and forbade her family from sending beauties to the palace to secure her favor. Given this, there was little choice but to follow Lu Guifei's wishes. If Consort Ro were indeed to bear a son, with the birth mother still present, how could the child grow close to the Duke of Dingwa? The mother must retain her child. Lu Guifei was taken aback. She was known for her discernment in rewards and punishments. Originally, she had intended to honor Shen Zhi'nian if she were willing to bear a son for her. To her astonishment, however, her aunt seemed to desire Shen Zhi'nian's life. "Aunt, we need not discuss the matter of the prince just yet. We shall see in due time." At that moment, Shen Zhi'nian was unaware that others had already begun to covet her womb. As Shen Zhi'nian withdrew completely, Shuren was granted poison, while Xiaoli, having realized that his treachery had been exposed, understood the gravity of his actions. Others involved in the conspiracy against the royal offspring faced the emperor's decree, which condemned their entire families. Due to Shen Zhi'nian's prior handling of the matters at Tingyu Pavilion, there was no evidence to implicate Xiaoli, allowing him to escape punishment. Yet, he recognized that his life and that of his kin rested precariously in the hands of Shen Zhi'nian. He knelt, tears streaming down his face, continuously bowing his head. "My lady, I truly understand my wrongdoings. I shall never dare again." It was Shuren who said that the numerous palace attendants at Tingyu Pavilion would render me insignificant. Compared to Yuan Bao and the others, I had no advantages. Even if I remained at Tingyu Pavilion, my future was bleak. If I were to serve her, once she becomes a favored consort, I could be her chief eunuch. I truly was momentarily bewitched, yielding to Shuren's provocations. "I beseech you, my lady, to forgive me this once." Chapter 82. The weakness of Lu Ruyan. Xiao Lizi's forehead was battered and bloodied, a sight that was truly horrifying. Shen Zhi'nian sat leisurely in her chair, savoring the sweet curd freshly made by Futiu, her eyes betraying no emotion. Had it not been for the vigilance of Xiao Shou, who discovered the red flower buried in the courtyard by Xiao Lizi, she would have fallen into an irretrievable predicament today. It was inconceivable for her to show him mercy. The reason Shen Zhi'nian refrained from handing him over was that doing so would raise suspicion. If she had discovered the red flower in advance, why did she not report it? Those with ulterior motives would undoubtedly seize upon this to speculate, suggesting that had she informed the emperor earlier, the heir's demise might have been averted. Though this accusation was somewhat flimsy and would not significantly harm Shen Zhi'nian, the emperor's suspicious nature could lead to a rift, which would be detrimental to her future endeavors. Shen Zhi'nian was not afraid of the palace servants under concubine Yin. Exposing Xiao Lizi would yield no credible evidence, and thus, no one would believe their claims. Moreover, there was an additional reason for her to keep Xiao Lizi alive. Shen Zhi'nian intentionally retained Mama Xiao and Yuan Bao. Casting a glance at them, she inquired with feigned distress, "Do you think I should report the truth to His Majesty and hand Xiao Lizi over for his judgment?" The emperor had decreed that all involved palace servants would be executed along with their families. Yet, Shen Zhi'nian posed such a question. This forced Mama Xiao and Yuan Bao to make a choice, to pledge their unwavering loyalty to Shen Zhi'nian or to continue reporting the significant matters of Tingyu Pavilion to the emperor as they had in the past. Mama Xiao and Yuan Bao exchanged glances, a bitter smile dawning upon their faces. They had long been aware that Tingyu Pavilion had discovered the red flower. But in the absence of clarity regarding the situation, they opted for self-preservation and chose not to report the matter to the emperor. To now recount the entire sequence of events to him would certainly cast doubt on their loyalty and capabilities. They might even incur the emperor's wrath for the loss of the heir. Furthermore, having been assigned to Tingyu Pavilion, their prospects were tied to the favor of the gentle noblewoman. Both Mama Xiao and Yuan Bao were astute, swiftly arriving at the correct decision. Their demeanor towards Shen Zhi'nian had grown markedly more respectful. The matter rests solely in the hands of the young master. Regardless of how the young master chooses to handle Xiao Lizi, we, as your loyal servants, shall follow your lead. Shen Zhi'nian set aside her sweet curd, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. She understood that from this moment forth, Mama Xiao and Yuan Bao had completely committed themselves to her cause. "Please, young master, spare my family. Have mercy." The weight of life and death for their families rested solely on Shen Zhi'nian's whims, compelling Xiao Lizi to strike his head against the ground with greater fervor. "Enough." Shen Zhi'nian impatiently interrupted him. "This master cannot harbor a servant who betrays their lord. You must perish." However, If you are willing to assist me in a task, I can guarantee that your family shall not be implicated." In that moment, Xiao Lizzie realized his fate was sealed. To safeguard his loved ones was already a tremendous stroke of fortune. "I am willing, as long as the young master commands. I shall brave mountains of knives and seas of fire for you." Following Shen Zhi'nian's gaze, Han Dan produced a paper package and tossed it to him. "Regardless of whether you poison her food or employ some other method, find a way to deliver this package to Lu Ruyan. Then leave a letter stating that you were coerced by the noblewoman with threats against your family." Shen Zhi'nian was not one to suffer indignities. She would not allow herself to be wronged. Lu Ruyan had made multiple attempts against her. The noblewoman had utilized the pretext of not preparing a gift for the emperor during tonight's banquet to conspire against her with other palace ladies. Having found an opportunity, how could she refrain from seeking revenge? Most importantly, Lu Ruyan and the noblewoman were both aligned with Empress Jiang. From a standpoint, they were enemies. If she did not strike first, would she merely wait for the noblewoman to find a chance to harm her? Xiao Lizzie resolutely replied, "I shall faithfully execute the young master's orders and ensure this final task is accomplished." After he departed, Mama Xiao and Yuan Bao wore expressions of complexity. Under Shen Zhi'nian's deliberate revelation, although they understood the young master was not as innocent and benevolent as she appeared, they now realized she was, in truth, a dark-hearted lotus. However, neither of them considered this a negative trait. A palace lady possessing cunning and means could navigate the depths of the palace with greater ease. Shen Zhi'nian feigned innocence. For in front of her own people, she must maintain an appearance of virtue to have them act on her behalf. Mama Xiao lowered her head respectfully and inquired, "Young master, are you not afraid that old servant and Yuan Bao will disclose your explicit instructions to harm noble Lu?" Shen Zhi'nian smiled calmly. "There is no need for testing. Mama, one does not doubt those one employs. Having accepted your and Yuan Bao's allegiance, I shall regard you as my trusted confidants. If I lack the courage to trust you, how can I dare to rely on you in the future? Servants are humans too. To ensure their unwavering loyalty, one must win their hearts." It must be said that Shen Zhi'nian expertly grasped human sentiment. Mama Xiao and Yuan Bao knelt before her. Their respectful demeanor now infused with deeper loyalty. "We shall not betray the young master's trust." "Rise," Shen Zhi'nian commanded. Mama Xiao earnestly asked, "May I inquire what you have instructed Xiao Lizzie to deliver to noble Lu?" Any poison can be traced back to its source. If one does not clean up the loose ends, it is all too easy to be caught. Once they genuinely pledged their loyalty, both Mama Xiao and Yuan Bao would consider Shen Zhi'nian's interests above all else, even if it meant committing acts of violence. "Rest assured, Mama, I would not dare employ poison in the harem. It is merely some common flower pollen." Before entering the palace, Zhao Yingui had informed her that Lu Ruyan's weakness lay in her allergy to the pollen of the hibiscus flower. When Shen Zhi'nian first arrived at the palace, her foundation was unstable, and she did not rashly strike against Lu Ruyan. Now that the time was ripe, she would naturally play this card. Moreover, hibiscus flowers were commonplace in the palace. Even if an investigation were conducted, they would not trace back to Shen Zhi'nian. To execute her scheme thoroughly, Shen Zhi'nian penned a letter instructing her father to send someone to impersonate a member of the Shangwan family, detaining Xiao Lizzie's relatives for a few days, which Fuziu would secretly deliver. Having set the stage for revenge against all who had wronged her, Shen Zhi'nian smiled like a poppy blossoming in the night, alluring yet perilous. The following day, Li Changda arrived with gifts for Shen Zhi'nian at Tingyu Pavilion, purportedly to pacify her after the accusations leveled by concubine Yin. With Lu Ruyan's downfall, no one among the newcomers could rival Shen Zhi'nian. She was undeniably the newly favored consort, inciting envy among many. Whether it be Shen Zhi'nian herself or the servants of Tingyu Pavilion, they maintained their customary low profile. Those with ulterior motives would find no opportunity to ensnare her in a misstep, perhaps due to the recent loss of another heir. The emperor remained grief-stricken and did not visit the harem in the days that followed. Chapter 83. There is no one truly loved by the emperor, and the harem. Empress Jiang was also consumed by sorrow, her health deteriorating further. The imperial physician frequented Kuan-Ning Palace, and the medicinal concoctions within were relentless. Shen Zhi'nian speculated that on the day of the Wanshou festival, Empress Jiang, fearing that Lady Lu would overshadow her, had taken potent medicine to maintain her composure throughout the day. Once the effects wore off, she suffered a backlash. In a certain sense, Empress Jiang was pitiable. Despite her illustrious lineage and the reverence she commanded, she found herself overshadowed by a concubine due to her frail health. However, who in the harem did not have their own share of helplessness? Shen Zhi'nian had no time to empathize with others. Fuqiu, Select a few suitable gifts from the storeroom. We shall visit Noble Consort Kong in the Shangxiang Palace. Noble Consort Kong must harbor deep resentment towards Lu Ruyan. An enemy's enemy is a friend, and Shen Zhi'nian would not let this opportunity slip by to forge an alliance. Understood. Before long, the group arrived at Changchun Palace. After greeting the esteemed Liang Fei, Shen Zhi'nian proceeded to the Shangxiang Palace on the right. Although they were both titled concubines, everyone in the palace knew the level of favoritism that Noble Consort Ro enjoyed. The attendants of Shangxiang Palace dared not be negligent and promptly ushered her inside. Days had passed since her miscarriage, yet Noble Consort Kong's complexion remained pale, and she visibly appeared to have lost considerable weight. Her once bright eyes now seemed devoid of color, shrouded in a gray pallor. Upon seeing Shen Zhi'nian, Noble Consort Kong managed a strained smile and rose to express her apologies. On the day of the Wanshou festival, due to the instigation of Madame Yin, I mistakenly misjudged Noble Consort Ro. I had always intended to find an opportunity to personally apologize at the Listening Rain Pavilion, but alas, my health has not yet recovered. I hope Noble Consort will not take offense. Shen Zhi'nian quickly stepped forward to reassure her. Noble Consort Kong is a few years my senior. I shall address you as sister then. No parent can remain calm concerning their child. Under such circumstances, it is entirely understandable for you to be anxious. I can empathize. The matter is past. You need not dwell on it further. Noble Consort Kong expressed her gratitude. Sister, your magnanimity shames me. Shen Zhi'nian gestured for Fuqiao to present the supplements she held to the attendants of Shangxiang Palace. The true culprit remains at large, and I understand your discontent. However, nurturing your health is paramount for future endeavors. Wouldn't you agree, sister? The emperor's lineage is sparse. To this day, there is only one princess. If I were to bear a son, he would be the emperor's eldest, an invaluable position. I too could enjoy the privileges that come with motherhood, with boundless prospects before me. The most tragic part is that my child was deprived of even a moment in this world, having fallen victim to foul play. How could Noble Consort Kong not harbor hatred? Just recalling the incident brought tears to her eyes as she grasped Shen Zhi'nian's hand and implored, Sister Ro, you also believe this matter is inextricably linked to Lu Ruyan, do you not? Yet the emperor only acts based on evidence. I find myself powerless against her. Shen Zhi'nian replied with disdain. Lu Ruyan professes to regard me as a sister while manipulating Madame Yin, attempting to frame me for the crime of endangering the imperial heir. To be frank, I harbor an intense loathing for her as well. An enemy's enemy is a friend. Noble Consort Kong's gaze towards Shen Zhi'nian softened considerably. At present, I have lost the emperor's favor and been stripped of my title. Anyone in the harem can trample upon me. You speak wisely. I must recover my health to avenge my son. To succumb to despair would only serve her interests. Shen Zhi'nian smiled. I'm glad you see it this way. Noble Consort Kong patted her hand. In the palace, there are few like you, blessed with such grace and charm. I truly admire you. Once I regain my health, you must visit me more often. The women of the harem understood that in a realm rife with deceit, one could not stand alone. Finding reliable allies would significantly ease one's burdens. Shen Zhi'nian had achieved her objective and smiled. Let us consider it an agreement. I only hope, sister, that you do not find my presence burdensome. Never. The two continued their intimate conversation. Noticing Noble Consort Kong beginning to show signs of fatigue, Shen Zhi'nian rose to take her leave. Sister, please rest well. I shall not disturb you further. Noble Consort Kong gently instructed. Kaiju, see Sister Ro out. Of course. Noble Consort, this way please. After Shen Zhi'nian departed, Kaiju returned to the inner chamber, expressing her concerns. My lady, I fear Noble Consort Ro's overtures may not be sincere. She might merely wish to ally with you against Noble Consort Lu. You must remain vigilant. Noble Consort Kong smiled weakly. I am well aware. However, in the harem, trust is built gradually. Why should others lay bare their hearts to me from the outset? At least Noble Consort Ro has never actively harmed anyone, which is a far cry from that venomous Lu Ruyan. We share a common enemy. Becoming allies certainly presents advantages. Kaiju nodded. I understand. In the days that followed, although the emperor did not enter the harem, a steady stream of nourishing supplements was sent to Shangxiang Palace for Noble Consort Kong's recovery. Empress Jiang, ever virtuous in public, despite her grave illness, did not forget to arrange for nourishing provisions for Noble Consort Kong. Both Empress Dowager Lu and Noble Consort Lu also made their gestures of support. The palace courtiers, adept at discerning the shifting winds, noted this trend, and soon every concubine sent gifts to Noble Consort Kong. In no time, Shangxiang Palace became the center of attention. A few days later, the emperor emerged from his grief over his lost child and visited Noble Consort Kong several times, though she was still in confinement and unable to share his bed. This favor alone was enough to incite jealousy among many, as the emperor once again favored Noble Consort Lu, restoring her to her previous heights of favor. The envy directed at Noble Consort Kong gradually dissipated. Throughout her life, whether in her previous existence or prior to entering the palace, Shen Zhi'nian had often heard that Noble Consort Lu was the most favored among the harem. She had previously believed that Noble Consort Lu held a special place in the emperor's heart. However, after months of observation, Shen Zhi'nian concluded that there was no one in the harem whom the emperor truly loved. Though she felt a twinge of regret, she was not surprised. How could an emperor, perched high above, be swayed by matters of love? What mattered most to him would always be the stability of the realm. Fortunately, in the face of the emperor's affections, she maintained clarity, knowing precisely what she truly desired. At that moment, Han Dan entered, softly announcing, "My lady, the master has received a secret letter." Shen Zhi'nian opened it to find her father had written that he had completed the tasks she assigned without drawing any attention. As she had done previously, Shen Zhi'nian disposed of the letter in the incense burner, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Everything was in place. Now, only the wind was needed. Chapter 84. The schemes of Noble Consort Kong. After a period of recuperation, Noble Consort Kong was finally able to rise from her bed. The first thing she did upon regaining her strength was to visit Elan Pavilion. Since Lu Ruyan had fallen from grace and been stripped of her title, the servants surrounding her, seeing no future for themselves, had all sought other paths. The only one remaining at Elan Pavilion was Xuanyo, who had been brought in by Lu Ruyan. As Xuanyo observed the imposing approach of Noble Consort Kong and her entourage, a flicker of dark intent crossed her eyes. She contemplated rushing inside to warn Lu Ruyan. "Halt!" Noble Consort Kong strode forward, her voice icy. "How dare you not pay your respects upon seeing this humble master? Who taught you such manners?" Xuanyo bowed deeply. This servant was momentarily blind and did not see Noble Consort Kong. "Please forgive me, my lady. I am here to serve you." Before she could finish, Saiju, at a signal from Noble Consort Kong, slapped her across the face. "Impudent! How dare a mere servant show disrespect to our master? Kneel at once." Xuanyo covered her face, her eyes narrowing with fury. She had been valued by her master since childhood, serving as her personal maid. Even after her master's fall from favor, she had never endured such humiliation. How could Noble Consort Kong treat her in such a manner? Straightening her back, Xuanyo defiantly replied, "I am a servant of Lady Lu. If I have committed any offense, it should be Lady Lu who punishes me." Noble Consort Kong sneered. "Do you imply that this humble master lacks the authority to discipline you? She is a noble, and so is Lu Ruyan. The palace rules are strict. I cannot punish Lu Ruyan. But dealing with a lowly servant is a trivial matter. Saiju, strike her." "Yes." Two young eunuchs seized Xuanyo, while Saiju swung her arm, delivering several resounding slaps to Xuanyo's face. Her once beautiful visage quickly swelled, an ominous light glinting in her eyes. "Stop." Lu Ruyan emerged from the inner chamber, clad in a pale moon-white dress, rushing forth like a delicate flower. "What offense has Xuanyo committed to provoke Sister Kong? Tell me, and I shall ensure she is duly punished. Why trouble Sister Kong to send someone to strike her?" Noble Consort Kong's gaze fell upon her, her eyes ablaze with seething hatred. "Lu Ruyan, cease your pretense. I have no sister as vile as you. You caused the death of my royal son, and I shall never let this matter rest." Tears welled in Lu Ruyan's eyes as she spoke humbly. "Sister, you wrong me gravely. The matter of your miscarriage was clarified by His Majesty on the day of the Longevity Festival, and the relevant individuals have been dealt with. The servants of Elan Pavilion acted on their own accord. I was completely unaware." "Are you questioning His Majesty's verdict?" Noble Consort Kong faltered. "If it were not for the lack of evidence, would she allow this venomous woman to roam free?" With a cold laugh, Noble Consort Kong retorted, "You are merely ruthless enough to make your personal maid the scapegoat, thereby escaping punishment. If His Majesty truly believed you, how could he strip you of your title? And why would you fall from grace?" Lu Ruyan's pain points were struck, her eyes momentarily darkening, but she quickly regained her meek demeanor to add sin to sin. "One need not lack a pretext. I have faith that the innocent shall clear their names." Noble Consort Kong scoffed, her derisive gaze landing on the kneeling Xuanyo. "I hear you, and that Xu and Mei grew up together. Your loyalty to Lu Ruyan is unwavering, yet in her eyes, you are but two obedient hounds." Xu Mei took the blame and was executed along with her family. What do you think will become of you? When you think of Xu Mei's fate, do you not feel a chill down your spine? All the servants of Elan Pavilion had fled, leaving only Xu behind. Was she truly loyal to Lu Ruyan? Or did she remain simply because, as her personal maid, she would be unwanted elsewhere? If she could find a way out, she would likely have left this venomous woman long ago. Having cast this provocative remark, Noble Consort Kong, surrounded by her attendants, turned with a cold smile and departed. To survive in the depths of the palace and have borne a royal heir, one cannot be foolish. She did not believe that after today, Lu Ruyan and Xu could still trust each other without a hint of suspicion. As Lu Ruyan's gaze landed on Xu, her eyes dimmed. She understood well that Noble Consort Kong was sowing discord. With only this one confidant left by her side, if Xu no longer stood firmly with her, survival in the palace would become exceedingly difficult. Yet understanding was one thing, whether she could suppress her thoughts was another. Lu Ruyan felt a pang of sorrow as she personally helped Xu to her feet, gently caressing her cheek, and spoke softly, "Noble Consort Kong is targeting me. It is my inadequacy as a master that has brought you harm. Does it still hurt? Come inside. I will prepare an egg for you to apply to your wounds." A flicker of complexity passed through Xu gaze. "My lady, do not speak such words. As your maid, sharing in your honor and disgrace is my duty." Once inside, Lu Ruyan tended to Xu injuries. Her eyes filled with sorrow. "Xu, you are a wise person. You should understand that Noble Consort Kong's intention is to sever the bond between us. If you fall for her trickery, she will have succeeded. As for Xu Mei, I truly had no other choice. In that situation, if she had not stepped forward, we would all have perished. In my heart, you are like my sister. I grieve more than anyone for her tragic end. If anyone is to blame, it is Shen Zhi'nian for being too cunning. She set the trap that led to Xu Mei's demise." Xu lowered her head, a fierce glint in her eyes. "My lady, back in Jiangnan, we worked together as master and servant, and no noble lady could best you, nor could they find a flaw to exploit. Yet upon entering the palace, we are bullied by all, whether it be Lady Ro or Noble Consort Kong. Since they have become our sworn enemies, we must find a way to eliminate them." Xu was far more ruthless in both heart and deed than Xu Mei, which was precisely why Lu Ruyan sought to protect her by assigning dangerous tasks to Xu Mei instead. Shen Zhi'nian enjoyed unyielding favor and wielded great influence. Under the current circumstances at Elan Pavilion, it was not the right time to confront her. However, Noble Consort Kong His Majesty had merely shown her a modicum of pity for her lost child. It was not genuine affection. Since she could not see her own limitations and dared to come to Elan Pavilion to flaunt her authority, she should not blame me for being ungracious. Xu eyes darkened. "What does my lady intend to do?" Lu Ruyan instructed. "You shall go after listening." Xu nodded, her demeanor resolute. "Yes." Chapter 85. Just to please me, the events of today have already spread throughout the palace. After Lady Kong departed, she deliberately instructed her attendants to inform the servants of the Internal Affairs Court that Elan Pavilion now housed only 2 individuals, both master and servant, and therefore there was no need to waste resources. With winter nearing its end, the days have grown bitterly cold, and nights are even harsher. Without charcoal, the risk of frostbite becomes a dire reality. The entire palace is aware that Lu Ruyan has fallen out of favor with the emperor, while Lady Kong has become a favored concubine. Naturally, the sycophants within the Internal Affairs Court would not dare to contradict her wishes. Although Lu Ruyan has allied herself with Empress Jiang, she is merely a pawn in their game, one that will not warrant extra effort from her. Until she proves her worth, Empress Jiang will extend no assistance. Lady Lu, who oversees the 6 palaces, harbors a long-standing disdain for Lu Ruyan. It is a small mercy that she does not seek to further her downfall. Upon hearing the report, she merely scoffed. It is rare for Lady Kong to advocate for resource conservation in the palace. Let her have her way. On the other hand, Lady Liang is known for her kindness, and regardless of the factions involved, she always lends a helping hand to those in distress. She discreetly instructed her servants to deliver some charcoal to Elan Pavilion. Though less effective than silver charcoal, it would at least provide some warmth to help them endure this trying time. Even if Lady Lu were to discover this, it is unlikely she would make a fuss over a mere handful of charcoal. After Shen Zhi'nian listened to Xiao Ming recount these events, she shook her head. Lady Kong still misunderstands Lu Ruyan. If she cannot completely suppress her, Lu Ruyan will undoubtedly seek revenge when the opportunity arises. Keep a close watch on Elon Pavilion to see what she does next. Yes, this servant shall see to it. Han Dan handed Shen Zhi'nian a cup of fragrant tea and curiously asked, My lady, do you believe Lady Liang is truly a good person? Everyone in the palace knows that Lady Lu has lost favor. It is a wonder she has not taken the opportunity to kick her while she is down. Yet, she chose to lend a hand instead. Shen Zhi'nian reflected on her past life, where no one in the palace had escaped owing Lady Liang a favor. Whether it was Lu Ruyin or Lady Lu, during their fiercest struggles for favor, neither had turned against her. It is too early to draw conclusions. Perhaps Lady Liang is genuinely kind-hearted, or perhaps she is the one with the deepest scheming. But as the saying goes, a fox, given enough time, will reveal its tail. Indeed, my lady. Later that evening, after a refreshing bath, Shen Zhi'nian donned a soft inner garment and settled into her plush bedding with a sigh. Winter had firmly set in, and the chill had intensified, although she enjoyed the emperor's favor. The generous supply of silver charcoal from the internal affairs court kept her chamber comfortably warm, devoid of the acrid scent of black charcoal. Yet, the heat rendered the room uncomfortably dry. If only she had access to the heated floors, which would provide warmth and comfort alike. However, only the primary consorts of the 6 palaces were afforded such luxury. Shen Zhi'nian, now a noble, stood but a step away from assuming the esteemed position of a primary consort. Yet, countless noble women linger in the palace, and it could take 7 or 8 years before any of them ascends to that status. To elevate her rank to that of a consort, she must bear an imperial air. Lost in thought, she was suddenly startled by the respectful greetings of the palace attendants outside. This servant pays respects to your majesty. Her heart raced. She threw back the covers and attempted to rise to pay her respects, only to be halted by a large hand. It is cold outside. No need for such formalities. Return to bed quickly, lest you catch a chill. Shen Zhi'nian looked up at Nanqiao, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Your majesty, what brings you here at this hour? During this time, the emperor had either visited Lady Kong or Lady Lu. Only the occasional gifts from Li Changde served as a reminder that he still held her in his thoughts. Nanqiao, too, was perplexed. Having not seen the gentle consort for a while, her visage frequently danced in his mind. Such a phenomenon had never occurred before. Tonight, after finishing his official duties, he had not intended to enter the inner palace, yet fate led him to Tingyu Pavilion. As Shen Zhi'nian prepared for sleep in her white inner garment, her natural beauty shone through, unburdened by the usual embellishments. The emperor's restless heart found solace in her serene presence. He sat beside her, gently pinching her cheek, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. After more than 10 days apart, I expected my beloved consort to miss me dearly. Yet upon arriving at Tingyu Pavilion, I find you so at ease. It seems I have overestimated my own significance. With a playful lilt, Shen Zhi'nian nestled closer into his embrace and pouted, Your Majesty. Such words make me feel more wrong than Doi herself. In your absence, I have longed for you daily, yearning for the moment you would think of me. You cannot imagine my surprise upon seeing you just now. It was as if the heavens had answered my prayers by sending you here. Being by your side brings me immense joy. Nanqiao, you finally comprehended why it is said that a beautiful woman's realm is a hero's grave, with such a captivating being in his arms. Uttering heartfelt words, what man could resist? Even knowing it to be mere flattery, one might still find themselves ensnared. Your sweet words are like honey. You only know how to please me. If you truly miss me, why have you never brought offerings to the Yangxin Palace? Shen Zhi'nian chuckled inwardly. Sometimes, men exhibit an odd psychology. The more one chases after them, the less they cherish. Conversely, it is the women who maintain a delicate distance, evading their control, that drive them to distraction and longing. After all, why do so many concubines in the palace deliver gifts daily, merely to catch a glimpse of the emperor, only to be met with indifference, or worse, annoyance? Of course, Shen Zhi'nian would not voice her true thoughts. Instead, she feigned a look of concern. I have considered that, Your Majesty, but then I thought of the myriad affairs awaiting your attention in the palace. If I were to intrude upon you in my quest for favor, would that not only add to your burdens? It is precisely because I hold you dear that I wish for you to be happy every day. I will not be the source of your troubles, but rather wait quietly in the shadows. Whenever you turn back, Tingyu Pavilion shall always be a place of respite for you. That alone is enough for me. The emperor, accustomed to the frigid demeanor of the court, felt a warmth swell within his long-hardened heart at that moment. He embraced Shen Zhi'nian tightly, moved by her understanding. While the women of the inner palace all yearn for my favor, You alone are different, so considerate and thoughtful, always keeping my needs in mind. Chapter 86. The Promise of Nangong Xuanyu. I am the son of heaven. For the sake of the common people, I dare not afford a moment's relaxation. It is only when I am with you that I experience this sense of ease. Nian Nian, to have you is my fortune. Your profound affection for me shall not be in vain. This was the first time the emperor had addressed her with such tenderness. Shen Zhi'nian understood that while Nangong Xuanyu's feelings for her had not yet reached the heights of love, he certainly held a fondness for her. Her journey of winning his heart had taken a significant stride forward. As long as she could remain by His Majesty's side, she would be content. What had begun as a mere desire to see her before arriving at Tingyu Pavilion had transformed into an embrace, inhaling the faint, sweet fragrance of gardenias emanating from her. The emperor's gaze deepened. Nian Nian, it is getting late. You should retire early. I will go bathe first. Shen Zhi'nian shot him a playful glance. Your Majesty, I hope you genuinely intend to sleep. Nangong Xuanyu laughed heartily. She'll find out soon enough. As she watched his retreating figure, Shen Zhi'nian wrapped herself snugly in her blanket. She would never compromise her comfort. In such cold weather, why should she attend to the emperor's bathing? Nestled in her warm cocoon was far more enjoyable. In that moment, the depth of her previous affection seemed to dissolve, leaving only indifference. Not long ago, the emperor had promised to take her to the Qianqing Palace to soak in the hot springs after the longevity festival. Yet half a month had passed since then without a word on the matter. Had he forgotten? The atmosphere around Shen Zhi'nian grew increasingly heavy. If he had indeed forgotten, she would need to remind him of the promise. Firstly, such a unique experience would create an unforgettable memory between herself and Nangong Xuanyu, and she was unwilling to miss this opportunity. Secondly, if the emperor became accustomed to making unfulfilled promises, he would eventually take her for granted. Men require guidance. She could not allow Nangong Xuanyu to set this poor precedent. Upon hearing footsteps, Shen Zhi'nian's face brightened with a smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Your Majesty. Nangong Xuanyu felt a tightening in his throat, the depth of his gaze intensifying as he pinched her cheek, saying, Move in a bit, make space for me. Blushing, Shen Zhi'nian retreated further into the warmth, playfully protesting, Your Majesty is quite domineering. I had just warmed this spot, and you have taken it from me. Is that so? Then I shall warm it well for you, he replied, rolling over and pinning Shen Zhi'nian beneath him, his hands becoming increasingly audacious, drawing forth a series of playful gasps from her. Your Majesty. The room was suffused with the warmth of spring, shadows dancing softly. It was not until the Tingyu Pavilion required 3 rounds of water that the commotion finally subsided. Shen Zhi'nian felt utterly fatigued, her legs weary and unwilling to move. The emperor brushed the damp hair from her forehead, his eyes softening with tenderness. Are you tired, Nian Nian? But I wish to continue. What shall we do? Shen Zhi'nian felt tears welling. Your Majesty, truly, no more. Nangong Xuanyu playfully tapped her nose. Then you brought this upon yourself. Who asked you to entice me? Shen Zhi'nian feigned indignation. Your Majesty, you are being unreasonable. I did nothing. How could I have possibly enticed you? With a sigh and a smile, he remained silent. His gentle consort was indeed enchanting, exuding allure from every inch of her being. Even in stillness, her captivating form was enough to drive a man to distraction. Are you truly fatigued? Shen Zhi'nian mumbled a reluctant affirmation. I really have no strength left. Nangong Xuanyu chuckled lightly. I had planned to surprise you. But since you are tired, let us set it aside for now. Shen Zhi'nian quickly inquired, what surprise? Just moments ago, she had claimed exhaustion. Yet now she was brimming with energy. You little deceiver. Your Majesty, do not keep me in suspense. Please tell me. Observing the woman clinging to him with a playful sway, the emperor felt his heart soften, a smile gracing his features. Did I not promise you that after the longevity festival, I would take you to the Qianqing Palace? There have been numerous affairs in the palace lately, which caused the delay. Shen Zhi'nian was taken aback. Before she could even ask, Nangong Xuanyu had proactively brought it up. I thought you had forgotten, Your Majesty. Do you truly believe I am the sort to break my word? His tone was light, yet sincere. Of course not. I trust Your Majesty implicitly, concerned only that you may be overburdened. Knowing that you remember your promise fills my heart with joy and gratitude. A woman must be sweet of tongue yet resolute of heart. As Nangong Xuanyu fulfilled his vow, she resolved to display her utmost delight. This would satisfy his heart, ensuring he would remember her fondly for future favors. Indeed, witnessing the surprise in Shen Zhi'nian's eyes, Nangong Xuanyu felt a wave of joy wash over him. Then prepare yourself well. Shen Zhi'nian nodded earnestly, adding with consideration, it is of no consequence. State affairs are paramount, and I shall await your return. The gentle consort always displayed such understanding, her demeanor impeccably attuned. Negong Xuanyu drew her into his embrace, granting her a night filled with sweet dreams. The following day, as was customary, the emperor did not disturb Shen Zhi'nian from her slumber. By the time she awoke, he had already departed for court. Elder Shao attended to Shen Zhi'nian's morning rituals and remarked, in my many years within the palace, I have never witnessed such tenderness from the emperor towards a consort when departing for court. It is the first time I have seen him care so deeply for someone. Should you ask me, the emperor harbors genuine feelings for you, and your future is boundless. Both she and Yuan Bao felt increasingly convinced that unwavering loyalty to the consort was indeed a wise decision. Shen Zhi'nian smiled dismissively. Do you believe the emperor's affections are reliable? The old servant dares not speak ill of his majesty. Elder Zhao's words carried a newfound respect for Shen Zhi'nian, acknowledging her awareness of palace dynamics. After all, she had witnessed many favored consorts who, upon receiving grace, lost themselves in indulgence, often meeting unfortunate ends. Maintaining clarity amidst such favor was indeed rare. After freshening up, Shen Zhi'nian instructed Han Dan and Fu Chu, please find a suitable outfit for the hot springs in my trunk. The two exchanged incredulous glances. But the only hot springs in the entire palace are in the Qianxing Palace, which was destroyed by lightning. His Majesty has not even returned there. With a smile, Shen Zhi'nian replied, the emperor mentioned that the rear hall has been repaired and will not affect our visit to the hot springs. Yuan Bao chimed in. The Qianxing Palace is the emperor's residence. His Majesty truly cherishes you, placing you at the forefront of his heart. Shen Zhi'nian smiled without retort. Such was the emperor. Sometimes, with just a simple gesture, he could evoke gratitude and astonishment from those beneath him. Chapter 87. Shen Zhi'nian resolves the trap while Fuyu was filled with joy. A tinge of worry lingered. Such exceptional favor would surely render the young mistress a thorn in everyone's side. Madame Shao perceived the truth of the matter. Throughout history, which favored concubine has not borne the brunt of envy? To attain such favor is an inevitable consequence. As long as the staff of Tingyu Pavilion remains vigilant, others will find no opportunity to harm the young mistress. The next day, Empress Zhang's spirits had somewhat improved, coinciding with the first day of the 12th month. And Kuanning Palace sent word early, summoning the palace maids to pay their respects. Shen Zhi'nian chose a conventional attire, donning a thick cashmere cloak and carrying a hot water bottle close to her heart before stepping out with her attendants. Despite her warm clothing, the piercing cold wind still numbed her cheeks. Particularly, Shen Zhi'nian's skin, as delicate as a peeled egg, felt even more uncomfortable. Before long, her face was flushed red from the cold, and Han Dan felt a pang of sympathy. It is truly a hardship for the young mistress to venture out in such frigid weather, Shen Zhi'nian remarked. This is the empress who embodies the dignity of the realm. Regardless of the biting cold, even amidst howling winds and snowstorms, all the concubines of the palace must follow protocol to pay their respects. Meanwhile, she merely sits in the warmth of Kuanning Palace, receiving the homage of all. It is no wonder that every woman in the harem aspires to occupy that position. Shen Zhi'nian was no exception. She gazed towards Kuanning Palace, a flicker of ambition glimmering in her eyes. Zhongcui Palace and Jingyang Palace were adjacent, and upon leaving to pay her respects, Shen Zhi'nian could not avoid encountering Lu Ruyan on the day of the Longevity Festival, due to Lu Guifei's displeasure. The emperor decreed that Lu Ruyan should refrain from wearing light green garments henceforth. Today, she was adorned in a moon-white palace gown, her figure slender, resembling a delicate willow swaying in the wind. Both women understood the underlying tension. They each wished the other ill following the unfortunate incident involving Kong Guerin. The atmosphere was charged. Only a final confrontation remained. In their encounter, Lu Ruyan feigned indifference, smiling as she greeted Shen Zhi'nian. Sister Ro, it is good to see you. No need for such formalities, Wan Mei. Shen Zhi'nian responded, as though just realizing. She covered her mouth with a handkerchief and apologized. Forgive my forgetfulness. I had overlooked the fact that His Majesty has conferred the Wan title upon you, dear sister. I hope you do not take offense. The humiliation of having her title stripped was the deepest wound in Lu Ruyan's heart. To maintain her faade of innocence and virtue, Shen Zhi'nian could not employ overt tactics to trouble Lu Ruyan. Yet, she was no saint, and would not let an opportunity to wound her rival slip by. Sometimes, a subtle emotional torment can be more excruciating than overt cruelty. As expected, Lu Ruyan's hands clenched tightly beneath her sleeves, her expression darkening for a fleeting moment before she quickly regained her composure. Sister, you are quite forgetful. I would never hold such matters against you. Shen Zhi'nian smiled lightly. That is good to hear. Time is of the essence. Let us hasten to Kunning Palace, lest we miss the appointed hour to pay our respects to Her Majesty. Lu Ruyin watched her retreating figure, a chill flickering in her eyes. She had believed that with her beauty and cunning, she would undoubtedly ascend to the position of the emperor's most favored consort upon entering the palace. Little did she expect, a formidable rival like Shen Zhi'nian would emerge, usurping all her glory. Patience is a virtue, and she would reclaim everything that was rightfully hers. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of Kunning Palace. Upon seeing Shen Zhi'nian, Kong Guerin stepped forward with a smile. Sister Ro, is the journey here in this cold weather too harsh? Facing Kong Guerin, Shen Zhi'nian's smile was genuine. I am bundled in my cloak and carrying a hot water bottle. I am quite warm. But dear sister, given the distance from Changchun Palace to Kunning Palace, and considering you are still recovering, it would be serious if you caught a chill. Why did you not send someone to request leave today? Surely, Her Majesty would understand your situation. Kong Guerin gazed at Kunning Palace, her demeanor respectful. I must pay my respects to Her Majesty and cannot afford to delay. Following her miscarriage, the emperor had not only bestowed upon her a title but had also shown her much compassion. Due to these circumstances, she had already attracted considerable envy. If she failed to pay her respects, she would undoubtedly be accused of arrogance due to her favor. Shen Zhi'nian smiled. If Her Majesty were to learn of your dutifulness, dear sister, she would surely be pleased. Now, it is too windy outside for conversation. Let us proceed within. Kong Guerin's gaze fell upon Lu Ruyin in the background, her eyes brimming with malice as she taunted. Oh, is that not Lu Guifei from Yilan Pavilion? In the entire harem, no other concubine has been stripped of her title twice in succession. If I were in your position, I would be too ashamed to show my face. It was unexpected that Lu Ruyin, who always appeared so fragile, possessed a formidable inner strength. This statement not only exposed Lu Ruyin's wounds, but also implied that her perceived fragility was merely a facade, masking a thick skin beneath. Numerous concubines had already gathered inside and outside Kunning Palace, all eyes fixated on Lu Ruyin, filled with derision, disdain, and contempt. The palace denizens were adept at sensing the tides, and none would dare to speak up for her at this moment. Conversely, many were eager to see the downfall of someone who had once been so favored. Lu Ruyin had never felt such humiliation. She suppressed her resentment towards Kong Guerin and turned to Shen Zhi'nian, her voice laced with vulnerability. Sister Ro, do you truly believe that my loss of title was my fault? This question was a trap for Shen Zhi'nian. Everyone had witnessed their earlier camaraderie, appearing quite amicable. If she affirmed it, she would be deemed a traitor to sisterly bonds, joining the crowd in their mockery. If she denied it, she would slap Kong Guerin's face and question the emperor's judgment. Regardless of her response, it would tarnish her reputation. However, she merely sighed, her words laden with meaning. Sister Lu should understand the principle of purity. What is right and wrong lies in the hearts of the people. Would you not agree? Her implication was clear. Although there was no concrete evidence linking Lu Ruyin to Kong Guerin's miscarriage, the judgment lay within the hearts of all present. Lu Ruyin had not anticipated Shen Zhi'nian's deft evasion of her trap. She wished to say more, but Kong Guerin looped her arm through Shen Zhi'nian's. Sister Ro, let us enter. Many concubines had already arrived. They proceeded into the inner chamber, bowing according to their ranks before taking their seats. Among the noble ladies, only Lu Ruyin and Shen Zhi'nian held titles, and their positions were the most prestigious. However, Lu Ruyin's place had been usurped by Kong Guerin, relegating her to the back, creating a chasm between her and Shen Zhi'nian. Lu Ruyin concealed the chill in her heart, casting a grateful glance towards Liang Fei. Chapter 88. Lady shows pregnancy. Lady Kong, that wretched woman, deliberately troubled her by requesting the Imperial Household Department to deny her access to coal. Were it not for the assistance of Consort Liang, the Yilan Pavilion would have struggled to endure this winter. Of course, Lu Ruyin would not easily trust others, nevertheless. Regardless of whether Consort Liang acted out of genuine benevolence or ulterior motives, she had indeed helped her, and Lu Ruyin would forever be grateful for that kindness. The Empress has arrived. For several days, Empress Jiang had been unwell. Although she appeared somewhat spirited today, her pallor remained evident as she was assisted out by Feng Hua. Everyone immediately rose to pay their respects. Your servant concubine salutes the Empress. May the Empress live for 1,000 years. Observing the courtiers bowing respectfully, Empress Jiang felt a swell of satisfaction within her. No matter how favored these floral beauties were, she was the sole legitimate empress of His Majesty, the true matriarch of the harem. She relished the sensation of being worshipped, and thus, even though her health had not fully recovered, she insisted on receiving the courtiers in Kunning Palace, for she wished to remind them that as long as she drew breath, they would forever remain mere concubines. Empress Jiang gradually took her seat upon the phoenix throne and spoke, "Please rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Shen Zhi'nian, sensing her thoughts, couldn't help but feel a tinge of melancholy. Yet, after all, she was the empress. It was not her place as a mere consort to elicit pity. Lady Shangwan raised her gaze and scanned the room, displeased as she inquired, "What has happened to Lady Zhou? Why has she not arrived at this hour?" Empress Jiang maintained a serene smile. "Perhaps she was delayed on the road. It is of no consequence." Lady Shangwan responded with sycophantic laughter. "Only the empress possesses such a generous temperament. Your Majesty is indeed magnanimous and commands respect throughout the realm." One palace lady, who had a grudge against Lady Shangwan, covered her mouth with a handkerchief and laughed lightly, inciting, "Only the empress has the right to summon the concubines for greetings." When Lady Shangwan mentioned others, what could she possibly mean? Those unaware might think Lady Shangwan wishes to usurp the empress's position. Lady Shangwan's face turned pale instantly, and she hastily explained, "Your Majesty, I did not mean it that way. I spoke thoughtlessly. Please forgive me." Empress Jiang cast a disapproving glance at Lady Shangwan, seemingly regarding her as foolish, before shifting the topic. "Fenghua, did I not instruct that Lady Kong is still in her month of seclusion and need not come to Kunning Palace today for greetings?" Replying to Your Majesty, "I believe my health was no longer an issue. Your Majesty's consideration fills me with gratitude, but the rules must not be disregarded." Lady Kong rose and performed a respectful bow, her tone courteous, leaving no room for criticism. It was no wonder she had ascended from a mere maid to a position of prominence during her time in the palace. Empress Jiang nodded with a smile. "As long as your health is not impeded, that is good." Listening to their exchange, Shen Zhi'nian couldn't help but reflect on how, despite Empress Jiang's virtuous demeanor, she was the very one responsible for Lady Kang's miscarriage. Her Grace, the Noble Consort, has arrived. With the announcement of the eunuch, Lady Lu, adorned in resplendent palace attire and a jeweled hairpiece, entered with the assistance of palace maids. Everyone immediately rose to pay their respects. "Your servant concubine salutes the Noble Consort. May you be blessed with peace and longevity." Lady Lu approached. "Your servant pays respects to Your Majesty. Your Majesty has been unable to receive visitors for some time due to your health. How is it that you appear so spirited today?" Following closely behind, Lady Zhou's manner of greeting was notably more respectful. Empress Jiang, ever gracious, met Lady Lu's remarks about her illness with a composed expression, then addressed Lady Zhou, "You may rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Having failed to curry favor with Empress Jiang moments earlier, Lady Shangwan sought to restore her image by directing her attention towards Lady Zhou. The entire palace was aware that today was designated for greeting the empress. Everyone had risen early, fearful of even the slightest negligence. Yet, after the passage of 2 cups of tea, Lady Zhou had only just arrived. "Are you intentionally disrespecting the empress, or do you presume that by aligning with the noble consort, you may disregard her?" Faced with such an accusation, Lady Zhou remained unperturbed, merely gazing at Lady Lu. Lady Lu cast a sharp glance at Lady Shangwan, dismissing her as insignificant, then addressed Empress Jiang, "Your Majesty, I bear good news that I believe will bring you joy." "Oh?" Empress Jiang inquired with a smile. What good news might this be? The curiosity of all present was piqued. "Lady Zhou, you may share the news yourself." Indeed, a faint blush of joy graced Lady Zhou's countenance as she spoke. "Recently, I have often felt unwell, including this morning, but I dared not delay in greeting Your Majesty and did not inform those attending me. It was only on the road that I encountered the noble consort, who noticed my pallor and promptly summoned the imperial physician. It was diagnosed that I have been with child for over a month. Given the locations of Yongshou Palace in the western 6 palaces and Xinqian Palace in the eastern 6 palaces, it was implausible for Lady Zhou to have encountered Lady Lu on the way to Kunning Palace. She had clearly sought refuge with the noble consort, using this as a mere pretext. However, at this moment, everyone was astounded by the weight of this news, too caught up to scrutinize the inconsistencies in Lady Zhou's words. Empress Jiang's grip on the phoenix throne tightened, her heart swirling with intricate emotions. She was the legitimate wife of His Majesty, destined to bear the illustrious heir to the throne. Yet since her child had perished, she had not conceived again. While these women of the harem continued to announce their pregnancies one after another, Lady Kong, too, was taken aback, pain evident in her eyes. She bore no ill will towards Lady Zhou. Rather, her own child had only been lost a fortnight prior. And hearing of Lady Zhou's pregnancy was an unavoidable source of sorrow. At that moment, a gentle hand patted her hand, and feeling the warmth, Lady Kong looked up to meet Shen Zhi'nian's comforting gaze, warmth swelling within her heart. The eyes of the other concubines fell upon Lady Zhou's still flat abdomen, glimmers of envy flashing within their gazes, particularly Lady Shangwan, whose expression was as if she had swallowed a fly. She had just confronted Lady Zhou over her tardiness, only for Lady Zhou to announce her pregnancy, a stinging slap to her face. In an instant, Empress Jiang regained her composure, her visage once again adorned with an impeccable smile. The noble consort speaks wisely. This is indeed splendid news. Lady Zhou, now that you carry a child, you must take good care of yourself and ensure a safe delivery of His Majesty's heir. Henceforth, you shall be exempt from the customary greetings. Chapter 89. The ambitions of imperial concubine Lu. Noble Consort Zhou expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Empress, for your compassion. I shall heed your teachings." The other concubines, whether sincere or feigning goodwill, joined in congratulating her. Noble Consort Liang wore a gentle smile, while concubine Shui maintained an aloof demeanor, as though unaffected by the events unfolding. For Shen Zhi'nian, this was indeed a fortuitous development. With Noble Consort Zhou's pregnancy, she instantly became the center of attention within the imperial harem. Even when Nangong Xianyu took her to enjoy the hot springs built by the late emperor, her favorite status became less pronounced. Most crucially, Shen Zhi'nian had already been contemplating the opportune moment for her own conception. Should she remain the only one in the harem to bear fruit, she would surely become a target of envy and hostility. With another pregnant consort, the focus of the other women would be divided, thereby enhancing her own safety. Imperial concubine Lu absorbed the hollow congratulations of those surrounding her, allowing a sardonic smile to escape her lips. She spoke languidly, precisely because His Majesty's lineage is thin. The child within Noble Consort Zhou is rendered all the more precious. Currently, the main hall and the right wing of the Qingqian Palace are unoccupied, with only Noble Consort Zhou residing in the left wing, lacking adequate support. To prevent a repeat of Noble Consort Kang's tragedy, I propose to bring Noble Consort Zhou to Yongshou Palace, where I shall personally attend to her royal pregnancy. What are your thoughts, Your Majesty? Everyone in the palace knew well of concubine Lu's haughty jealousy. Whenever a consort garnered His Majesty's favor, she would make trouble for them. How could she possibly tolerate someone carrying the royal heir? Upon hearing her words, the initial reaction among the attendees was that concubine Lu intended to bring Noble Consort Zhou under her watchful eye, making it easier to eliminate the child she bore. However, upon reflection, they deemed such a blatant act of malice unlikely. Even the most arrogant of consorts would not dare to so openly harm the heir. Most present were astute individuals and quickly grasped concubine Lu's true intentions. With only one princess under her care, should Noble Consort Zhou bear a son, he would become His Majesty's firstborn, an invaluable asset. By nurturing this child close to her, concubine Lu's status would soar. Subsequently, the position of Empress would surely fall into her grasp. Empress Jiang understood this dynamic as well and momentarily darkened an expression before speaking earnestly. I comprehend that concubine Lu acts with good intentions. However, given your significant responsibilities overseeing the 6 palaces, it may prove challenging to attend to Noble Consort Zhou and her child. It would be more prudent to entrust this matter to experienced imperial physicians and wet nurses. Concubine Lu glanced at Noble Consort Liang, feigning a smile as she replied, "Your Majesty has recently arranged for Noble Consort Liang to assist me, thus alleviating my burdens and providing me with ample energy to care for Noble Consort Zhou. Moreover, I am the only consort with experience in this regard." Empress Jiang had not anticipated that her attempt to bolster Noble Consort Liang's authority would be turned against her by concubine Lu. At that moment, Noble Consort Zhou respectfully interjected, "Your Majesty, I trust concubine Lu and am willing to move to Yongshou Palace." With such a declaration from the concerned party, the Empress could hardly voice further objections. She nodded gently, "Since concubine Lu has this intention, I shall entrust the well-being of Noble Consort Zhou's heir to her." This arrangement suited Empress Jiang well. Should anything untoward happen to Noble Consort Zhou's child within Yongshou Palace, the responsibility would lie squarely with concubine Lu. If she wished to seize the royal heir, she would need to prove her capability. Concubine Lu smirked subtly, a glint of provocation in her eyes. Your Majesty is too kind. Since His Majesty has bestowed upon me the authority to oversee the 6 palaces, I shall certainly alleviate his burdens by managing the harem appropriately. It is the Empress's duty to ensure the well-being of the Emperor. Her words were a blatant dismissal of Empress Jia's authority. In response to her challenge, Empress Jiang maintained her composure and smiled. His Majesty has yet to have a son. If Noble Consort Zhou is blessed with a boy, she shall be celebrated across the realm. Not only Concubine Lu, but I too shall express my gratitude. Fanghua, please fetch the cloison vase from my treasury and present it to Noble Consort Zhou. The servants complied, knowing that the vase was a rare tribute from the province of Baoding. The Empress's generous gift to Noble Consort Zhou underscored her genuine regard for the royal heir, provoking barely concealed jealousy among the assembly. Had gazes been lethal, Noble Consort Zhou would have been pierced through by now. Shen Zhi'nian observed quietly from her seat, marveling at Empress Jiang's masterful maneuvering. Noble Consort Zhou, already the object of envy due to her pregnancy, was elevated further by the Empress's actions, leaving the other women in the harem restless. This also served to sow discord between Noble Consort Zhou and Concubine Lu. Yet, in her navette, Noble Consort Zhou remained blissfully unaware, beaming with gratitude as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness." Concubine Lu narrowed her eyes, her expression darkening. How could she not discern that the Empress's seemingly innocent words were a veiled jab, especially since she had only produced one daughter thus far? Should Noble Consort Zhou deliver a son, her first princess would become inconsequential. Yet, Noble Consort Zhou, in her foolishness, was so easily charmed by the Empress's small favors. As time passed, Concubine Lu announced her departure, stating she needed to arrange for Noble Consort Zhou's relocation. With a perfunctory bow, she coldly left the chamber, followed closely by Noble Consort Zhou. In this exchange, Empress Jiang had undeniably gained the upper hand. With a smile, she waved her hand. "Very well, I too am weary. You may all return." The ladies rose respectfully, declaring their farewells. "We humbly take our leave." In a fleeting moment, only Lu Ruoyan remained in Kunning Palace. Surrounded by her allies, she no longer felt the need for pretense. "Your Majesty, concerning Noble Consort Zhou's child." With a countenance that seemed delicate yet conveyed a chilling intent, she spoke. Empress Jiang cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ruoyan. Noble Consort Kong has only just suffered a miscarriage. Should Noble Consort Zhou's heir also be lost, it would surely incite His Majesty's wrath, resulting in dire consequences. Let us refrain from action for now. Regardless, she will be residing in Yongshou Palace, and any mishap that befalls her will not implicate us. Lu Ruoyan understood Empress Jiang's intent, to find an opportune moment to cast blame upon Concubine Lu. Indeed, she abruptly knelt, pleading, "Your Majesty. Since the last incident with Noble Consort Kong, His Majesty has grown suspicious of me. In the past half-month, I have exhausted every means to gain an audience with him, yet to no avail. If this continues, I fear I will be forgotten." Chapter 90. The Emperor finally fulfills his promise. A flicker of impatience crossed the eyes of Empress Jiang. She had always held a disdain for the inept. Had it not been for Lu Ruoyan's considerable beauty and potential, she would have long relegated her to the status of a discarded pawn. It was rather unfortunate that Lu had acted so carelessly, allowing Noble Consort Zhou to uncover the identity of her personal maid. "You have mentioned that His Majesty harbors suspicion towards you. If this consort were to associate with you now, it would only serve to deepen His Majesty's doubts about me." Lu Ruoyan hastily replied. This humble servant would not dare. Aware that the Empress had lost faith in her abilities, she quickly pledged her loyalty. "I merely believe that with His Majesty's favor, I could better serve Your Majesty and eliminate those who displease you." Empress Jiang narrowed her eyes. Many had sought refuge in the Duke of Zhen's household, and she had numerous pawns at her disposal, yet none matched Lu Ruoyan's cunning. Had she not encountered the formidable Shen Zhi'nian, Lu would likely have ascended as the foremost favored consort among the newcomers. Thus, granting her another chance would not be ill-advised. The late emperor had indulged in pleasure, expending vast resources to construct a hot spring within Qianqing Palace. Alas, he passed before he could enjoy it, and the palace was subsequently struck by lightning and caught fire. The hot spring remains untouched to this day. To my knowledge, the artisans have recently completed repairs on the rear hall, and His Majesty intends to indulge in the hot spring soon. At that time, I shall arrange for you to be sent into Qianqing Palace. Whether you regain His Majesty's favor will depend solely on your own capabilities. Over the past fortnight, Lu Ruoyan had experienced the capricious nature of palace life, enduring occasional humiliations at the hands of Noble Consort Kong. Upon hearing the Empress's words, she was overwhelmed with joy. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall not disappoint your kind intentions." Upon exiting Kuan-Ning Palace, Noble Consort Kong found herself somewhat disoriented. However, with Noble Consort Zhou expecting, the entire court rejoiced. Any display of unusual emotion on her part would seem unwelcoming to the impending arrival of the heir. If such sentiments were to be exploited by those with ulterior motives, it would create yet another troublesome scenario. Thus, despite her profound sorrow, Noble Consort Kong dared not reveal her feelings. Shen Zhi'nian, however, perceived her distress and offered consolation. "Sister Kong, do not be disheartened. You are still young. If you take good care of yourself, the child will surely come to you in due time." Though aware that true loyalty was scarce in the palace, Shen's concern warmed Kang's heart. Wiping away the moisture from her eyes with a handkerchief, Noble Consort Kong managed to smile. "Sister Ro, I understand. Currently, the attention of all the women in the palace is on Noble Consort Zhou. To speak rather irreverently, if His Majesty learns of this good news, he may very well forget my poor child. Only you still care for me. You are several years my junior and favored by the Emperor. It is only a matter of time before you bear an heir." Her words rang true. With so many women in the palace, it was inevitable that someone would bear the Emperor's offspring. It was preferable that it be her ally rather than another. Shen Zhi'nian responded graciously. "Then I shall accept your well wishes, sister." After exchanging a few pleasantries, they returned to their respective quarters. In Tingyu Pavilion, Han Dan remarked, "I never imagined that the favored consort, who once cared so deeply for the Emperor, would now display such magnanimity regarding Noble Consort Zhou's situation, even willing to protect her. With the favored consort's support, Noble Consort Zhou's heir will surely be born safely." Shen Zhi'nian gave a slight smile. "What we observe is merely the surface. The bitterness within is surely known only to Lu Guifei herself. Yet, I hold no sympathy for her. To fall in love with an exalted emperor is the height of folly. Nonetheless, Lu Guifei has made a shrewd move this time. I suspect she has the guidance of Empress Dowager Lu." Fu Tiu sighed. The favored consort already enjoys unparalleled favor. Now, with the only pregnant woman in the palace residing in Yangshou Palace, His Majesty's visits there will likely surpass all others combined. At that moment, Xiaoming entered to report, "Your Highness, upon learning of Noble Consort Zhou's pregnancy, His Majesty was overjoyed and has bestowed many treasures upon her. The palace servants are currently assisting in her relocation, and His Majesty has sent word that he will visit her after court." Shen Zhi'nian analyzed. Although the Empress has consented to Noble Consort Zhou's move, the ultimate decision regarding whether Lu Guifei will care for the royal fetus lies with His Majesty. He likely understands Lu Guifei's intentions, but regardless of the outcome, he will first go along with her wishes and allow her to safeguard Noble Consort Zhou's pregnancy. Other matters can wait until after the heir is born. After all, many palace consorts are pregnant, yet only Lu Guifei has successfully delivered. Han Dan pouted with concern. "Your Highness, now that Noble Consort Zhou is pregnant and has become His Majesty's treasure, will His Majesty still fulfill the promises made to you?" In recent days, she and Fu Tiu had prepared several sets of gossamer garments for their mistress and were acutely aware of her expectations. Should His Majesty renege on his promises once more, their mistress would undoubtedly be disheartened. However, Shen Zhi'nian remained unfazed. "Fear not, His Majesty will not." Based on her understanding of Nangong Shenyu, he was a man of considerable pride. Having postponed his commitments due to Noble Consort Kang's miscarriage, he would not delay a second time. Moreover, even if he were to falter, Shen Zhi'nian would ensure he compensated her willingly. As anticipated, after court, the Emperor went directly to Yangshou Palace. But he had the young eunuch relay a message to Tingyu Pavilion. "This servant pays respects to Noble Consort Ro. His Majesty has instructed you to prepare well. He will send someone to escort you tonight." Han Dan and Fu Tiu exchanged glances, both reflecting the joy in each other's eyes. Their mistress truly possessed remarkable foresight. Shen Zhi'nian smiled as she instructed Fu Tiu to reward the young eunuch. "Please inform His Majesty that I have received the message." Thank you, Your Highness. "I will certainly convey your message," the young eunuch replied before departing. Once he left, Mama Xiao stood beside Shen Zhi'nian, her usually stern demeanor betraying a glimmer of dark intent. "Your Highness, Noble Consort Zhou's pregnancy has captured most of His Majesty's favor. Should she bear a son, her status will rise immeasurably, overshadowing you. We must act before her pregnancy stabilizes. Shen Zhi'nian fixed a sharp gaze upon Mama Xiao, her voice cold. I have regarded you as a confidant and treated you with respect. However, this does not imply that I appreciate being tested. Not to mention, how could you, who values propriety above all, contemplate harming a royal fetus? You once served in the emperor's presence, even now, as you pledge loyalty to me. You would never betray the emperor or engage in such treasonous acts. Chapter 91. The emperor allows Shen Zhi'nian to go first. Madame Xiao fell to her knees with a thud, trembling as she spoke. This old servant knows her mistake. In the imperial harem, the greatest intolerance is reserved for those who bear the emperor's heirs. Her concern for the young master's thoughts on such matters prompted her cautious probing. Upon realizing that the young master had no intention of harming the heirs, both she and Yuanbao finally felt at ease. Shen Zhi'nian, however, was not truly angry. After all, those in the palace often spoke in riddles, and Madame Xiao, a veteran of the deep palace, was especially adept at concealing her intentions behind layers of meaning. While caution is prudent in the face of adversaries, Shen Zhi'nian preferred directness in her relations with her own. The thoughts of other concubines were of no concern to her. Regardless of the past, present, or future, she would never deliberately harm another's child. Although Shen Zhi'nian did not consider herself a virtuous person, she believed that a lack of conscience could lead to becoming a heartless monster. She relished the supreme power and opulent lifestyle. Yet she did not wish to lose herself in the struggles for power. Causing harm to innocent children was her final line in the sand. Of course, this was contingent upon others not initiating harm against her. Otherwise, when she retaliated, she would not concern herself with the innocence of her adversary's offspring. Madame Xiao and Yuanbao understood Shen Zhi'nian's sentiments and exchanged glances before proclaiming in unison, "The young master is benevolent. This old servant pledges unwavering loyalty." Their declarations signified their allegiance to Shen Zhi'nian. While they would not assist her in harming the emperor's heirs, they would heed her commands should any pregnant concubine seek to harm her. Shen Zhi'nian was quite satisfied with this outcome. "You may rise." "Thank you, young master." At that moment, Xiaozhou hurriedly entered, saluting as he reported, "Young master, this servant has been closely monitoring Ilan Pavilion as instructed, and I have discovered that Noble Lady Lu has covertly bribed the imperial chef responsible for preparing meals for Noble Lady Kong." Shen Zhi'nian praised him. The Lu family had a concubine during the reign of the late emperor, and those hidden pieces were taken over by Lu Ruyan. The movements of Ilan Pavilion are not easily discerned. It is fortunate to have you, Xiaozhou. Your skills surpass those of ordinary palace servants. Xiaozhou blushed and scratched his head. This servant merely fulfilled the young master's request. Your praise is unwarranted. Madame Xiao spoke solemnly. The meals for the concubines are prepared uniformly by the imperial kitchen. Only Noble Lady Kong, still in her lunar month, receives special medicinal meals daily. Is Lu Ruyan attempting to poison Noble Lady Kong in retaliation for her past humiliations? Shen Zhi'nian narrowed her eyes. No. Lu Ruyan is not so foolish as to employ such blatant means to harm others. While I am unaware of her true intentions, her actions will surely reveal themselves soon. Xiaozhou, continue to keep a close watch. Xiaozhou respectfully acknowledged. This servant obeys. Shortly thereafter, Han Dan arrived to report, "Young master, Xiaoli requests an audience." "Allow him to enter," Shen Zhi'nian instructed. "Yes." Xiaoli knelt respectfully, greeting. "This servant pays respects to the young master. I have completed the task you assigned regarding Noble Lady Lu. I will find an appropriate time to atone with my life. I hope you can spare my family, considering my dedication to serving you." Shen Zhi'nian raised her gaze to him. "I will indeed keep my word." "Thank you, young master." Before long, dusk fell. A young eunuch approached with a message. "Noble Lady Ro, I have been sent to request your presence in the rear hall of Qianqing Palace." Shen Zhi'nian smiled lightly. "Thank you for your efforts." This time, she brought Han Dan and Yuanbao along, while Fu Hua, being more reserved, stayed behind with Madame Xiao to listen for news. As for Xiao Ming, his task was to remain vigilant for any developments in the harem. Although Shen Zhi'nian departed discreetly, the palace harbored no secrets. The news of the emperor taking her to Qianqing Palace spread like wildfire, causing quite a stir. It was said that the beloved concubine was favored above all, yet the emperor had not taken her to the hot springs built by the late emperor. Instead, he allowed Noble Lady Ro to be the first. What tremendous favor this was. She had only been in the palace for less than 3 months, rising from a mere maid to a noble lady in one swift descent. Such rapid advancement was exceedingly rare, not only in the harem but throughout the history of the Great Zhou. Given the emperor's affection for her, had she borne a child, she would have likely ascended to the rank of a primary consort. In an instant, countless women in the harem were filled with envy and jealousy towards Shen Zhi'nian, desiring to take her place. However, those with true ambition redirected their focus towards noble Lady Zhou. After all, the women in the palace far outnumbered the flowers in the imperial garden. Many enjoyed fleeting glory, only to be forgotten by the emperor in the end. Only the heirs were the true foundation of one's status. But noble Lady Lu was different. She genuinely loved the emperor, desiring both the heirs and his favor. Upon hearing Xiao Wei's report, she sat dazedly in her chair, her expression sorrowful, in the past, in the hidden retreat. The emperor always said that I was unique in his heart, unlike any other woman. I believed this wholeheartedly, even disregarding the sickly empress. Yet this time, the emperor allowed noble Lady Zhou to be the first to experience it. Has he truly changed his heart? Am I no longer the one he cherishes most? As she spoke, the once haughty look in noble Lady Lu's enchanting eyes was replaced by undeniable sorrow. Cui Zhu, filled with sympathy, replied, Your Highness, what is your status? And what is hers? How can she be compared to you? Surely, the emperor views her as merely a fleeting novelty. Enough. Noble Lady Lu fiercely swept the teacup off the table, her gaze darkening with malice as she gritted her teeth. I have long known she is a seductress. You say her status is lowly. Yet the hot springs commissioned by the late emperor are such that the emperor would rather allow her to be the first than grant me that honor. Does that not imply that I am even inferior to this lowly wench? The entire chamber of attendants trembled and knelt, too afraid to breathe. Your Highness, please quell your anger. Cui Zhu hastily urged, after all, noble Lady Zhou is one of our own. In these 10 months, you must care for noble Lady Zhou's pregnancy. Do not let the consorts allied with the empress take advantage of the situation and steal the emperor's affections. The emperor's favor for noble Lady Zhou is preferable to that of others. She cannot escape your grasp. Noble Lady Lu's expression softened slightly, though her tone remained laced with jealousy. I will consider her a temporary diversion to draw the emperor's attention. Once noble Lady Zhou's pregnancy stabilizes, should she dare to charm the emperor again, I shall not spare her. Chapter 92. Testing the emperor's heart in the Kunning Palace. Empress Jiang, having taken her medicine, still appeared unwell, reclining on the soft couch, drowsy. Fang Hua entered, a flicker of concern in her eyes, and gestured for the maidservants attending inside to withdraw. She approached the bed and whispered, Your Majesty, I have followed your orders and sent Lady Lu to the Qianqing Palace. However, Empress Jiang wearily opened her eyes, her voice weak. But what? Fang Hua lowered her head, hesitating for a moment before continuing. It is. His Majesty did not go alone. He took Lady Zhou with him. What did you say? Empress Jiang's eyes widened in astonishment, her pale face reflecting disbelief. Who told you this? The Qianqing Palace is the emperor's residence, and the hot springs were built at the behest of the late emperor. How could His Majesty bring a concubine there? Fang Hua replied respectfully, I would not dare to lie. This matter has spread throughout the palace. Many have seen Lady Zhou enter the Qianqing Palace. It cannot be false. Reclining on the soft couch, Empress Jiang's expression turned complex. It seems Lady Zhou holds a special place in His Majesty's heart. Such honor, and I am not the first to receive it. She has stolen the lead. Fine, let it be. Lady Lu regards Lady Zhou as a pawn, intending to use her to counter my influence. I am curious to see how Lady Lu will react when the piece she personally selected garners His Majesty's favor. Fang Hua expressed her concern. Your Majesty, does Lady Zhou truly hold such significance in His Majesty's heart? After all, over the years, the women around His Majesty have come and gone. Yet none have shaken Lady Lu's position. Moreover, she currently regards the offspring of Lady Zhou as her own. Empress Jiang gazed into the distance, her expression inscrutable. Just wait and see. Lady Zhou is no ordinary woman. Even if my health fails and I cannot witness that day, she will eventually become Lady Lu's greatest rival. Perhaps I cannot outmaneuver Lady Lu, but she can. After speaking, Empress Jiang succumbed to fatigue and fell into a deep slumber. Fang Hua sighed and tucked her in properly. It was truly inappropriate for the emperor to strike at the empress's dignity over a mere concubine. The Qianqing Palace, though claimed to be under renovation, had seen much of its work nearly completed over time. At night, with no craftsmen present, and as the emperor had yet to officially reside there, only a few maidservants were in attendance. Shen Zhi'nian respectfully greeted, Your servant pays her respects to His Majesty. Long live the emperor. Nan Gongxian stepped forward to assist her, gently stating, No need for excessive formalities. Come, let us explore together. He continued, Throughout the history of the great Zhou, all emperors, apart from myself who resided in the Yangxing Palace, have lived in the Qianqing Palace. I have yet to properly admire its scenery." Shen Zhi'nian smiled, "Indeed. Though I have been in the palace for some time, I have never visited the Qianqing Palace until today. Thanks to your majesty, I shall finally witness its grandeur." Her words brought great emotional satisfaction to Nanqiao Xianyu. Upon entering the Qianqing Palace, Shen Zhi'nian was instantly captivated by its opulent and solemn atmosphere. It truly was the original residence of the emperor, situated along the central axis of the palace. Although Han Dan and Fu Chu had prepared light garments for her to wear while soaking in the hot springs, they were clearly not appropriate for the moment. Shen Zhi'nian arrived dressed simply in a soft yellow gown, adorned with matching velvet flowers in her hair, exuding a fresh, beautiful, and charming allure, paired with her captivating demeanor. Any man who laid eyes on her would be drawn in, the emperor not being an exception. However, standing beside her, Nanqiao Xianyu's expression gradually darkened. This woman was truly ungrateful. With so many women in the harem, he was singularly fixated on her, yet she seemed absorbed in admiring the luxury of the Qianqing Palace. As if he were invisible, Shen Zhi'nian, of course, sensed the rising tension from the man beside her but feigned ignorance, continuing to admire the palace's decorations. After all, for the emperor, there were countless women around him who flattered and fawned over him. Shen Zhi'nian understood that to genuinely reach his heart, sweet words alone would not suffice. She intended to evoke emotional responses in Nanqiao Xianyu, creating ripples within his heart, bringing him joy, delight, anger, and even sorrow. Only then would he feel a profound connection with her, deepening their emotional bond. This, indeed, was the true art of winning one's heart. Yet, mastering this balance was no simple task. The emperor's temperament was unpredictable, and his heart, like a vast abyss. A small misstep could lead to inciting his wrath, resulting in her complete loss of favor and possibly dire consequences. Every word spoken to Nanqiao Xianyu, every expression displayed, and every action taken by Shen Zhi'nian was meticulously crafted. Noticing that she remained oblivious to his displeasure, the emperor, though plagued by irritation, refrained from expressing it, nearly clearing his throat. Under normal circumstances, Shen Zhi'nian would have seized the moment to inquire about his well-being, showcasing her concern. However, today, she felt an urge to test the depth of his affection and patience towards her, as this would determine her future course of action. Thus, Shen Zhi'nian continued to wander through the Qianqing Palace, seemingly entranced by its lavishness. The emperor's moods were mercurial. Everyone was beholden to his whims, and he felt no need to conceal his feelings. Were it any other concubine provoking his displeasure, he would not hesitate to express it. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself unable to be harsh with Shen Zhi'nian. The wait for her to notice his emotions could stretch on indefinitely. Ultimately, it was the emperor who yielded first, stepping forward to pull Shen Zhi'nian into his embrace. "Ah," Shen Zhi'nian gasped, casting a shy and reproachful glance at Nanqiao Xianyu. "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" As she looked down, a satisfied smile graced her lips. The emperor's tolerance for her exceeded her expectations. Embracing her, Nanqiao Xianyu felt a sense of fulfillment, playfully pinching her cheek. "How can you even ask? This is the only hot spring in the palace, and I specifically brought you here to be the first to enjoy it. Yet, since entering the Qianqing Palace, you have been fixated on the scenery as if I were air. Other concubines tread carefully around me. A mere glance from me sends them scrambling in fear. Yet you, with such audacity, seem not to regard me at all." Chapter 93. Lu Ruyan's preparations if the emperor were to utter such words with a cold expression, Shen Zhi'nian would undoubtedly kneel down and beg for forgiveness. However, at this moment, despite the dissatisfaction evident on his handsome face, there was no anger to be seen. Shen Zhi'nian smiled playfully, her soft, delicate arms entwining with Nanqiao Xianyu's. "Your Majesty, this accusation is quite unfair to me. It was you who suggested I accompany you on this delightful outing, and it is the splendid decorations that have captivated my senses, causing me to momentarily overlook your presence. Surely, your Majesty, with your magnanimous heart, would not hold such a trivial matter against me." Nanqiao Xianyu was not one to quibble with a palace concubine over such minor grievances. Instead, he gently caressed her cheek with his thumb, inquiring, "Is the scenery of Qianqing Palace truly so enchanting?" And Shen Zhi'nian's enchanting gaze lay deep affection for him. "Whether it is beautiful or not is secondary. What truly matters is that amidst the many sisters in the harem, your Majesty has chosen to bestow upon me such singular favor. I am profoundly grateful for your kindness and shall not let it go to waste." The slight displeasure he felt from being momentarily ignored dissipated entirely upon hearing her words, replaced by a subtle joy. He was the sovereign, possessing riches beyond measure. Yet he felt a profound loneliness. Only she could intermittently evoke the emotional fluctuations of an ordinary person, softening the chill that came with his elevated station. Perhaps it was this very quality that made him favor her more than others. "I know that you cherish me," he replied. After a leisurely stroll, the pair decided it was time to change their attire. The little eunuch guiding them gestured respectfully, saying, "Please, noble consort, follow me this way. I shall go ahead." Shen Zhi'nian replied, bowing to Nangong Xuanyu before departing with Han Dan and Yuan Bao, following the eunuch. The rear palace had drawn hot spring water from outside, ensuring that even in winter, Qianqing Palace remained as warm as spring. Not only was it exceedingly comfortable to reside in, but it also flourished with lush greenery. Shen Zhi'nian's spirits were high as she admired the sights illuminated by the palace lanterns. Han Dan, serving beside her, exclaimed, "My lady, while winter brings desolation everywhere, blossoms are blooming within Qianqing Palace. I have never witnessed such a scene in my life, all thanks to you." Yuan Bao chimed in. "Who could have imagined that the emperor would shower such affection upon our mistress? Even the noble consort has never enjoyed such favor." Shen Zhi'nian frowned slightly. To gather all favor upon oneself is to invite jealousy in equal measure. If such words were to spread, it would surely bring trouble. Refrain from speaking of it again. Yuan Bao quickly slapped his mouth. "I was merely caught up in the moment, speaking my heart. Your ladyship is right. I shall be more cautious in the future. Look." Han Dan pointed ahead, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "My lady, there are palace maids gathering flower petals over there. How curious. Qianqing Palace is the emperor's residence, and yet it is still undergoing repairs. Why are there so many maids here at such a late hour? Moreover, even in the warmth of Qianqing Palace, blooming flowers were a rarity in winter. Palace maids were forbidden to pick flowers indiscriminately. Should they cause damage, they would be punished. So why were they?" Even the guiding eunuch was perplexed by this anomaly. "Something unusual is afoot. We must remain vigilant," Shen Zhi'nian remarked. "Let us investigate." Upon seeing Shen Zhi'nian approach, the palace maids hastily ceased their actions, bowing respectfully. "We greet noble consort. May you be blessed. There's no need for excessive formalities. Rise." Shen Zhi'nian replied with a warm smile, casually inquiring, "What do you intend to do with these flower petals?" The two leading maids exchanged glances, their underlying panic concealed. This. Noble consort, the task was assigned by the steward above. We are not entirely informed." Shen Zhi'nian did not miss their subtle gestures, understanding that they were indeed knowledgeable about the situation. However, this was not the listening rain pavilion, and they were not her servants. If she pressed too harshly, it might leave a negative impression, resulting in gossip that could be detrimental to her. "Very well, I was merely inquiring. Continue with your work," she said. "Yes, noble consort." Once they were out of earshot, Shen Zhi'nian instructed Yuan Bao, "Discreetly find out what is happening here." Yuan Bao, having previously served in the emperor's presence, was more suited for this task than Han Dan. "Your command is my will." Han Dan speculated, "My lady, could those maids be gathering flower petals to prepare a bath for you and the emperor? If that were the case, why the secrecy? Their furtive actions suggest something suspicious." Han Dan nodded. "Indeed. For safety's sake, it would be best for Yuan Bao to investigate further." Before long, Yuan Bao returned, bowing deeply, reporting back to you, "My lady. I have learned that the gathering of flower petals was ordered by a certain matron. She mentioned that a noble lady has arrived in the rear palace and will require." Han Dan was astonished, "But the emperor brought only you here this time. Which other noble lady could possibly be present? Is it possible that someone has the audacity to infiltrate Qianqing Palace to vie for favor?" Shen Zhi'nian's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. "Do you know who this person is?" "Reporting to you, my lady. I took the news seriously and immediately investigated. The other party is highly vigilant and did not reveal their specific identity, but I vaguely overheard the name." Han Dan furrowed her brow. "There is no concubine in the harem with that name or title." Ilan Pavilion. With a suspect in mind, Shen Zhi'nian felt a wave of relief wash over her. If it truly were Lu Ruyan, the situation would become quite interesting. Earlier today, Xiao Lizi mentioned that he had taken care of the matters she entrusted to him. Lu Ruyan might very well find herself in a predicament. Han Dan, puzzled, asked, "My lady, Lu Ruyan has long fallen from grace. Does she not fear the emperor's wrath for recklessly entering Qianqing Palace?" Shen Zhi'nian's lips curled into a slight smile. "It is precisely because her days have become difficult that she will resort to desperate measures. With so many women in the harem, once she falls, it is not easy to rise again. This evening, I am her only rival. If she can trample me underfoot, she may regain the emperor's favor." Han Dan was incensed. So that is the case. Lu Rian has gone too far. Shen Zhi'nian looked even further ahead. Huh? Lu Rian is merely a noble lady. How could she possess such power? This must all be orchestrated by the Empress. No wonder Lu Rian is willing to serve Empress Jiang. Han Dan anxiously queried, My lady. What shall we do now? We need do nothing. Simply observe her performance, Shen Zhi'nian replied. Lu Rian had meticulously orchestrated this scheme, yet alas, Shen Zhi'nian had acted first. Everything she had done today would undoubtedly be in vain, and it might even lead the emperor to harbor greater disdain for her. Chapter 94. The failed attempt to gain favor. Li Changde attended to the emperor's wardrobe change, still reeling from the astonishing events that had just unfolded. Even the empress was deemed unworthy of entering the Qianqing palace, yet the emperor had conferred such an extraordinary honor upon the gentle consort Ro. Despite having witnessed the emperor's affection for her before, Li Changde remained profoundly shocked. As for the propriety of it all, the emperor himself was the ultimate authority on decorum. Suddenly, a melodious song wafted through the air from outside. Among the harem, the most enchanting sound was that of Sun Changzai's pipa, as the emperor had favored her for a time due to his fondness for her melodies. While this new song could not quite compare to Sun Changzai's tunes, it was still captivating and seemed to resonate with deep emotion. Most importantly, it was refreshingly novel. Li Changde was about to send someone to admonish the singer for disturbing the emperor's tranquility when he noticed the expression on Nangong Xuanyu's face and promptly altered his tone. I had no idea that Qianqing Palace harbored such a talented singer. Your Majesty, would you like me to summon her? Nangong Xuanyu raised a hand. No need. I shall go see for myself. The occurrence of attempts to gain favor was a common affair in the palace, and Li Changde had grown accustomed to it. Yet, he was taken aback to witness such an event this very evening. He could not help but wonder which maid had the audacity to intercept the affections of Consort Ro. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, a beautiful figure clad in white stood with an air of pride, exuding an ethereal grace akin to a celestial being. A sheer veil obscured her features, adding an element of mystique to her beauty. As her enchanting voice filled the air, petals began to rain down from the sky. Drifting like a dream, a mesmerizing cascade reminiscent of a fairy tale. Her flowing sleeves danced gracefully, petals swirling around her like fragrant blossoms, creating an intoxicating aroma. Her agile movements resembled clouds unfurling, embodying an indescribable elegance and purity. Amidst the flurry of petals, her lithe form mirrored the shimmering Milky Way under the moonlight, as if she were a fairy gliding above the earth, exquisitely unearthly. At that moment, everyone was entranced. Even the emperor's eyes shimmered with unabashed astonishment at such breathtaking artistry. As the performance concluded, the beauty's gaze sparkled, and with a delicate bow, she greeted, "This humble servant pays her respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor." Upon hearing her self-introduction, Nangong Xuanyu's eyes flickered with surprise. However, with so many women in the harem, he found it impossible to recognize her solely by her figure and voice. Which palace do you serve, and what brings you to Qianqing Palace? Lu Rian gracefully removed her veil, revealing a visage both delicate and stunning, her demeanor shy and demure as she explained. The empress is concerned that Qianqing Palace is yet to be fully restored, and with few attendants, she feared that the service might be lacking. Thus, she specially dispatched me to accompany your majesty. Being the principal consort, the empress's wishes were not to be disregarded, especially with her time running short. Moreover, the enchanting dance that had just transpired lingered in the emperor's memory. It was difficult for any man to remain indifferent to such a fragile and captivating beauty. Regardless of the orchestrated meeting and the swirling petals, to the emperor, it mattered not how a consort sought his favor, as long as it brought him joy. My dear consort, please rise. Nangong Xuanyu took Lu Rian's hand, gently assisting her to her feet. It seems you have further refined your dance since our last meeting. My humble self has failed to serve adequately, and it is only right for your majesty to be displeased with me. Therefore, I have spent this time in self-reflection, hoping to find ways to bring you joy. If my dance can offer you even a moment of respite from your political burdens, then I would feel no regrets. Lu Rian's slender willow-like brows framed her eyes, shimmering with a hint of timidity and vulnerability, a sight that could melt any heart. Nangong Xuanyu caressed her hand gently, his tone softening. Let bygones be bygones. There is no need to dwell on the past. Lu Rian understood that the emperor's ire regarding Kong Gairen's miscarriage had finally subsided. I obey, she murmured, lowering her head to conceal the flicker of triumph in her eyes. What of Shen Zhi'nian's renewed favor? With her beauty and cunning, it was inconceivable that the emperor could completely forget her. After this evening, she would undoubtedly regain her cherished position. She would take vengeance on those who had once slighted her, trampling them underfoot, including Shen Zhi'nian, who would have to relinquish her title as the foremost favored consort. However, just as Lu Ruyan believed her scheme had succeeded and prepared to attend to the emperor, he unexpectedly released her hand. His gaze upon her shifted to something more complex. Lu Ruyan felt an increasing itch upon her cheeks and body, yet she refrained from scratching, fearful of tarnishing her image in the emperor's eyes. Li Changde, alarmed, quickly distanced her. "Consort Lu, your face, it cannot be some affliction that would infect the emperor." Lu Ruyan, unable to suppress the discomfort, instinctively scratched at her face. "What is wrong with my face?" Her current appearance was a far cry from the celestial being who had just danced. The emperor's fleeting enchantment had vanished, summoned the royal physician to examine what ails Consort Lu. At once, the physician arrived promptly, accompanied by Shen Zhi'nian. "Your humble servant greets the emperor." Nangang Xuanyu gestured to the physician, "Attend to Consort Lu." "Yes, your servant obeys." Shen Zhi'nian, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, feigned perfectly timed surprise. "I was changing when I heard that the emperor summoned a physician. I feared for your health and hurriedly donned my palace attire. But how is it that Lu's sister is here? Is she unwell?" Nangang Xuanyu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Li Changde, ever perceptive, interjected. "In response to Consort Ro's concerns that we might not serve the emperor well, Lu Ruyan has been sent here. Consort Lu has suddenly developed a rash," prompting the call for the physician. Shen Zhi'nian nodded, her tone sorrowful and aggrieved. "Your Majesty, did I err in some way to displease the empress?" "We arrived at Qianqing Palace only for the empress to send Lu's sister shortly thereafter." This statement served as a subtle jab at Empress Jiang. Should Lu Ruyan receive the emperor's favor and delight him, he would overlook the empress's overreach. But if Lu Ruyan failed to impress, the emperor would surely harbor some discontent towards the empress's presumptuousness. Chapter 95. How can there be such a pure and kind woman like you in this world? You have done nothing wrong. The emperor gently patted Shen Zhi'nian's hand, feeling a pang of compassion as he noticed the grievance and unease in her eyes. It was indeed the empress who had overstepped her bounds. He had brought Ro Guiran to Qianqing Palace in hopes of bringing her joy, but he had not anticipated that the empress, usually virtuous, would misjudge the situation this time. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in astonishment. The women of the harem had always known that while the emperor harbored little romantic affection for the empress, he held her in high esteem as his primary consort. Yet now he was speaking ill of the empress for Shen Zhi'nian's sake. Their meticulously crafted plan was supposed to be foolproof, and she was on the verge of regaining the emperor's favor, only for this unforeseen complication to arise. Surely, it must be Shen Zhi'nian's doing. Her cheeks and body began to itch increasingly, and Lu Ruyan could no longer afford to concern herself with Shen Zhi'nian. With reddened eyes, she implored, "Imperial physician, what is happening to me?" In the harem, a woman's beauty was her lifeline. Without it, her favor would be lost forever. How could she not feel anxious? After examining her, the physician inquired, "Lady Lu, your symptoms appear to be allergic in nature. Have you come into contact with anything that could provoke such an allergy today?" Li Changde let out a heavy sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was not an epidemic. Otherwise, any harm to the emperor's health would spell disaster for them all. Lu Ruyan's heart sank. She was allergic to the pollen of the hibiscus mutabilis flower, a vulnerability known only to her closest confidants throughout her life. How could Shen Zhi'nian, even if she wished to harm her, possibly uncover such a secret? Wait, years ago, when she had befriended Zhao Yungue in Jiangnan, she had inadvertently encountered the flower during an outing and had reacted. Although she had tried to conceal it, it was possible that Zhao Yungue had noticed. Could it be that Zhao Yungue had informed Shen Zhi'nian? If so, then they had already discerned her actions on the day of the selection and had feigned ignorance until now. Such cunning. However, at this moment, she had no evidence. And the emperor was currently enamored with Shen Zhi'nian. Any reckless confrontation would only lead to her own detriment. With that thought, Lu Ruyan suppressed her rising resentment and, on the verge of tears, said, "It must be that I inadvertently came into contact with an allergen. Please, imperial physician, could you prescribe me some medicine?" "At your command," he replied. Lu Ruyan, a graceful dancer, had captivated the emperor's attention, yet it all ended in such a manner. To him, it felt akin to having cold water splashed upon him, a genuine disappointment. "Lady Lu is unwell. Have someone escort her back to Elan Pavilion," Li Changde instructed. He gestured for her to follow. Lu Ruyan bit her lip, an overwhelming sense of sadness, humiliation, and rage swelling within her. She had practiced tirelessly for this dance, pushing herself even to the point of bloody toes without rest. Yet that wretched Shen Zhi'nian had effortlessly destroyed all her and the Empress's efforts. The Empress had already expressed her disappointment in her. This was her last chance, and yet she had failed to regain the Emperor's favor. Lu Ruyan could already envision the wrath that would be unleashed upon her once the Empress learned of this debacle. Moreover, the entire palace knew of her desperate pursuit of favor, having witnessed her rush into Qianqing Palace, only for the Emperor to dismiss her and send her back to Elan Pavilion without even a glance. The mockery she would endure was unimaginable. All these humiliations were inflicted upon her by Shen Zhi'nian. This concubine takes her leave. Lu Ruyan offered a final bow to the Emperor. Her gaze towards Shen Zhi'nian filled with deep-seated hatred. She would not let this wretched woman escape unscathed. Nestled in Nangong Xianyu's embrace, Shen Zhi'nian wore a cold smile. Her intention had merely been to teach Lu Ruyan a lesson, never anticipating that the latter would pursue her into Qianqing Palace at this critical moment. It could only be described as bad luck, having dared to act. She was unafraid of Lu Ruyan's retaliation. Of course, in front of Nangong Xianyu, Shen Zhi'nian would continue to maintain her gentle and kind demeanor. Watching Lu Ruyan depart, her enchanting eyes held a hint of concern. "Your Majesty, Lu's sister is not one to act carelessly. How unfortunate that she has encountered an allergy." The Emperor despised foolishness and held no affection for those who were inept. Lu Ruyan's exquisite dance had piqued his interest, only to be followed by this disheartening turn of events. Naturally displeased, Nangong Xianyu felt no pity for her, viewing her as foolish for being unable to care for herself. With so many physicians in the palace, surely one could remedy her plight. Shen Zhi'nian sighed. "While that may be true, as a woman myself, I understand the significance of beauty to one as standing, and I cannot help but feel some concern for Lu's sister." The Emperor, aware of Ro Gairen's inherent kindness, appreciated her compassion. However, in the perilous environment of the harem, excessive kindness could prove detrimental. For him, the paramount concern was state affairs. As long as the women of the harem did not cause significant disturbances, he remained indifferent to their rivalries. Yet in the face of this woman, he felt an unfamiliar urge to offer guidance. "You possess a pure heart, treating others as sisters, yet they may not reciprocate such sentiments. Can you not see that Lu Gairen's pursuit into Qianqing Palace was to intercept your favor? There is a distinction between innocence and foolishness. The former is endearing, while the latter is merely irksome." Shen Zhi'nian could not pretend to be oblivious to Lu Ruyan's intentions. That would be either disingenuous or foolish. Thus, she pressed her face against the Emperor's chest, her words sincere and heartfelt. "I understand. Yet for me, your Majesty's feelings surpass all else. If Lu's sister can bring joy to your Majesty, even if I feel jealousy in my heart, I would willingly cede your Majesty's affection to her." Nangong Xianyu was deeply moved, holding the woman in his arms tightly. "How can there be such a pure and kind girl like you in this world? Nian, your heart is as translucent as crystal. I cannot help but be enamored." In a hidden corner, Shen Zhi'nian's lips curled into a cold smirk. No woman could endure watching the man she cherished lavish affection upon another without feeling jealousy or resentment, unless she had no real love for him and was merely pursuing her own agenda. Yet, paradoxically, men often gravitate towards such feigned magnanimity and pretended understanding. The women who truly held them dear were frequently deemed petty for expressing jealousy and outrage. Thus, she could not be blamed for her insincerity. She was merely playing the game that men so enjoyed. As the chilly air enveloped them, Nangong Xianyu urged, "Do not linger in the cold. Come, let us go soak in the hot springs." He took Shen Zhi'nian's hand, guiding her inside. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded in agreement. The hot springs, crafted at great expense by the late emperor, were undoubtedly a luxurious retreat. Chapter 96. Shen Nanqiao's regret upon entering. A wave of warmth enveloped her, as if the air itself was infused with comfort. The surface of the water was adorned with a thick layer of petals, exuding a fragrant aroma, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. The serving maid, with her head bowed, respectfully greeted, "This humble servant greets your Majesty." "Greetings, noble consort Ro." Nangong Xianyu waved his hand dismissively. "You need not attend to us any longer. You may leave." "Understood." In an instant, only the two of them remained in the bath, and the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Caught in the gentle gaze of the Emperor, Shen Zhi'nian felt a blush bloom on her enchanting face. "Your Majesty." Little did she know that her shyness only made Nangong Xianyu more enchanted. Nian, why not assist me in changing?" he suggested with a playful tone, "or perhaps I could assist you instead. In all the realm, Perhaps only Noble Consort Ro could elicit such words from the emperor, though it was a matter of private pleasure. Shen Zhi'nian, ever cautious, dared not allow the emperor to serve her. "I shall do it, your majesty." Nangong Xuanyu opened his arms, smiling as he watched the busy woman before him. The emperor's stature was imposing. Even when Shen Zhi'nian stood on tiptoe, she barely reached his chin. After some time, they finally shed their outer garments and stepped into the warm, fragrant spring water, enveloped by the soothing warmth. Shen Zhi'nian felt as though every pore in her body had opened up. She closed her eyes in bliss, relishing the comfort. Her thoughts drifted back to her first winter after marrying Lu Jiaolin, which had been equally frigid. The Lu family was impoverished and could not afford servants. Even in the bitter cold, she had to wash the clothes of the entire household, though she believed she had the power to change her destiny and eventually succeeded. She endured considerable hardships. That winter, she suffered from the cold daily, her hands becoming riddled with frostbite. Even when spring arrived, the itching persisted. In the Lu household, it was a luxury to share a room that was free from drafts, let alone being served while soaking in a hot spring. Now, it seemed those trials were destined for Shen Nanqiao to endure. Yet she would revel in a life of luxury alongside the emperor. The thought lingered. Did Shen Nanqiao harbor any regrets at this moment? At the Lu residence. Achoo! Shen Nanqiao sneezed violently from the cold. Gazing at the pile of laundry in the wooden basin, she had to muster considerable resolve before reaching out. The moment her hand touched the bone-chilling water, she recoiled, on the verge of tears. Though the Shen family was not of noble lineage, they were a family of officials, and she had always been sheltered from such toil. Why? After marrying, must she wash clothes herself in the dead of winter? Lu Mu and Lu Jiangwei emerged from the inner chamber, their brows furrowing upon seeing the untouched laundry. Why haven't you washed even one piece after all this time? Lu Mu chided. Shen Nanqiao replied, her voice tinged with grievance. Mother, the water is simply too cold. My hands have developed frostbite from washing these past few days. Lu Mu's displeasure grew. As a daughter-in-law, it is your duty to serve your mother-in-law and take care of your sister-in-law. Are we to do this for you? That is not my intention. It is just. There are servants outside who specialize in laundry. Why must I do it myself? With Shen Fu's recent promotion and the support from the Zhou family, though her current life was not as comfortable as before her marriage, it was still bearable. Lu Mu let out a cold laugh. Having lost her husband early, she had long viewed her son as her pillar of support. Before Lu Jianglin's marriage, they had shared a room. Since he wed, their household had gained an additional member. And Lu Mu had always held disdain for Shen Nanqiao, believing she had usurped her son's affections, thus seeking every opportunity to torment her. Of course, she maintained a facade of concern. Nanqiao, I do this for your own good. Liner is destined for greatness, and if you do not demonstrate virtue and diligence, how can you be worthy of him? Recalling Shen Zhi'nian's illustrious life as a first-rank noblewoman in her previous life, Shen Nanqiao gritted her teeth and replied, You are right. Mother, I shall serve you and my sister-in-law diligently and care for this household, allowing my husband to focus on his studies so he may excel. The current hardships were trivial in comparison. As long as she persevered, she could surpass even Shen Zhi'nian's former glory. With this thought, Shen Nanqiao took a deep breath and plunged her hand into the icy water, vigorously scrubbing the garments. Her delicate hands, now red and swollen like carrots, were a small price to pay. As she scrubbed, she murmured to herself, Shen Zhi'nian's splendid life has been seized by me. I will certainly live better than she did. That treacherous palace, it will eventually claim her life. Perhaps she is already lamenting her fate. Lu Jiangwei, munching on sunflower seeds nearby, chuckled at her antics. Sister-in-law. In broad daylight, what dreams are you weaving? Have you considered your own status? How can you compare to the esteemed and precious Noble Consort Ro? I heard that Noble Consort Ro is the emperor's favored consort among the newcomers, and he even took her to the Qianqing palace to enjoy the hot spring dug by the late emperor. Such honor is beyond what others can envy. TSK. You two are sisters. How can the disparity be so vast? Shen Nanqiao was momentarily stunned, incredulously asking, What did you say? How can this be possible? In her previous life, upon entering the palace, she had been reviled by the emperor, while the favored newcomer had been the beautiful Lu Rian. How could Shen Zhi'nian possibly be the first favored consort? Lu Jiangyue, a commoner, harbored a natural animosity towards the daughters of officials. The more Shen Nanqiao suffered, the more satisfaction it brought her. So what if they are daughters of officials? They cannot even compare to someone of my humble status. My friend Chui'er. Her sister is a palace maid responsible for procurement. This news has spread far and wide, And it is absolutely true. Sister-in-law, one must know one's place. Do not think to compete with Noble Consort Row. You are unworthy. Your focus should be on how to serve our family well. Shen Nanqiao, lost in thought, murmured, impossible. Impossible. She had fought tooth and nail to secure this marriage. How could it be that she fared worse than Shen Zhi'nian? In truth, after nearly 3 months of various tribulations in the Liu household, Shen Nanqiao had begun to harbor a sense of regret. Yet, since the marriage was one she had fought for, how could she admit to regret and continue living? Thus, Shen Nanqiao could only continually reassure herself that temporary misfortune and fleeting glory meant little. The one who ultimately triumphs will be the true victor. As long as she endured until next autumn's examinations, when her husband would achieve success, she would finally have her moment to shine. While scrubbing the garments with great fervor, she repeated to herself, success. Yes, success. I must wait for my husband to achieve success. Seeing her in this state of fervent delusion, Lu Jiangwei was rendered speechless. She could not comprehend why her sister-in-law held such unwavering faith that her brother would undoubtedly succeed. Chapter 97. I shall forever be Nian Nian's beloved. What occupies Nian Nian's thoughts, rendering her so entranced? The emperor, unbeknownst to her, had approached from behind, enveloping her in his broad embrace. Startled, Shen Zhi'nian turned, her delicate laughter gracing the air. Your servant is contemplating how fortunate I am, your majesty, for your unparalleled kindness. Each time he bestowed gifts upon this young woman, her eyes sparkled with joy. An inexplicable sense of fulfillment welled up within Nangang Xuanyu, igniting a desire to cherish her even more. However, Nian Nian's fortune extended beyond mere gifts. The emperor caressed her cheek, gazing at her enchanting visage, his eyes deepening with intensity. Give me a child, Nian Nian. Such declarations were not new to him. He had expressed similar wishes to Shen Zhi'nian before. On one hand, he longed for a greater lineage to grace his court, and on the other, he genuinely wished to bestow more affection upon the gentle consort. Yet, the strictures of tradition forbade unfounded elevation of palace ladies. Should she bear an heir, he could justly promote her to a higher status. Many consorts went months without encountering the emperor, but in this secluded hot spring, it was just the two of them. Shen Zhi'nian had already contemplated conception, and she would not let this rare opportunity slip away. Prior to their departure, she had removed her contraceptive bracelet and instructed Tang Luochuan to meticulously check her pulse. Her body was currently in a prime state for conception. Upon hearing Nangang Xuanyu's words, Shen Zhi'nian's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze. Your servant deeply loves your majesty and naturally wishes to bear a child with you. However, the fate of children is not solely in my hands. After soaking in the warm waters for a considerable time, her skin, as pure as jade, radiated a delicate blush. With no makeup to mask her beauty, her complexion glowed with vitality. The emperor's throat bobbed as he leaned down to kiss her neck. Isn't it our shared endeavor? The bathing facilities of the inner court had proven inadequate before. This time, he would ensure an unparalleled experience. Shen Zhi'nian finally grasped that Nangang Xuanyu had brought her to the rear hall of Qinqing Palace with this intention. She was astonished by his peculiar inclination. The water rippled, mist swirling around, creating an ethereal ambience. The sound of splashing water varied between gentle and urgent, akin to a harmonious symphony. Time seemed to blur, and after countless exchanges, Shen Zhi'nian found herself utterly spent, her hands clutching the emperor's neck, her face resting against his chest, motionless. Your majesty, truly, no more. A satisfied expression graced the emperor's handsome features as he released Shen Zhi'nian, summoning maidens to attend to her. She was so exhausted that her eyelids felt heavy. Only vaguely aware of Han Dan and a young maid exchanging her soiled garments for fresh ones and wringing out her damp hair, Nangang Xuanyu personally lifted Shen Zhi'nian, seating her in a palanquin to return to Yangqing Palace for rest. A young eunuch hastily interjected, Your Majesty, only the emperor may rest in Yangqing Palace. Consorts are not permitted to stay here. Nangang Xuanyu's gaze darkened slightly, and before he could respond, Li Changde reprimanded, You insolent wretch! Who gave you the audacity to question the emperor's decision? The young eunuch fell to his knees, cold sweat dripping from his brow. I dare not. Having heard of the emperor's profound affection for the gentle consort, today he bore witness to its truth. The following day, Shen Zhi'nian awoke in the emperor's embrace. Yangqing Palace served as the emperor's residence. Not even the empress could remain overnight. Previously, during her visits, the emperor had not permitted her to stay. Yet this time he made an exception. This at least indicated that her efforts over the past few months had borne fruit, and her significance in the emperor's heart had grown a little deeper. A faint smile graced Shen Zhi'nian's lips as she observed Noble Consort sleeping face, marveling at the divine beauty he possessed. In terms of appearance alone, he surpassed Lu Jianglin by countless degrees. Engaging in blissful pursuits with such an ethereal man was indeed a delight. She found herself grateful to Shen Nanqiao for insisting on exchanging their betrothal. Regrettably, Shen Zhi'nian had never believed in matters of love, nor did she trust in the sincerity of men. From the very beginning, her desires centered around supreme power and status. To her, the emperor was merely a means to an end. Am I truly so captivating? Noble Consort, having awakened unbeknownst to her, smiled as he gazed at her. Shen Zhi'nian quickly adopted a tender expression, nestling into his embrace, playfully exclaiming, "Your Majesty, with your dragon-like demeanor and phoenix-like grace, your handsomeness left me momentarily spellbound." With Shen Zhi'nian by his side, Noble Consort was never in a foul mood. "So early in the morning, your words are as sweet as honey. I wonder whom you learned this from. Your Majesty, you wrong me. Every word I speak comes from the depths of my heart." Shen Zhi'nian wrapped her arms around Noble Consort's waist, lifting her petite face, adorned with a sweet and content smile. "Previously, after our encounters, I would return alone in a cold carriage, lying in a frigid bed. This is the first time I have awakened in your embrace. It gives me the illusion that you are not only the exalted emperor but also my beloved, and we lead a simple, warm life like any ordinary couple." At this juncture, Shen Zhi'nian seemed to realize something, her expression shifting to one of appropriate alarm as she quickly rose to apologize. "I have overstepped. Please forgive me." "Your Majesty." Unbeknownst to her, the more genuine sentiments were revealed unintentionally, the more they could touch one's heart. Noble Consort's heart softened as he drew her back into his embrace. "Nian's deep affection for me gives rise to such thoughts. What sin is there in that? Everyone else regards me as a sovereign, which leaves me feeling isolated, yet Nian loves me as a mere man. How could I be displeased with that?" Shen Zhi'nian's enchanting eyes glistened with tears. "Your Majesty, knowing you hold me in your heart brings me immense joy." This innocent and kind-hearted young woman, so attuned to his feelings, stirred his emotions deeply. "I shall forever be Nian's beloved. Henceforth, in the presence of my cherished one, Nian need not feel constrained." Lying in the emperor's embrace, Shen Zhi'nian sweetly murmured in agreement, yet she remained level-headed, aware that to accompany a ruler was akin to walking with a tiger. When the emperor indulged her, saying she need not adhere strictly to protocol, should she truly believe it, one day she might incur his wrath without realizing it. Facing a fate as tragic as those consorts who had fallen from favor, she had no desire to follow in their footsteps. Chapter 98. Shen's mockery. Lu Ruyin had taken the medicine prescribed by the imperial physician. Although the redness on her face had not completely faded, it had become less conspicuous and could be concealed with powder. It was too late to disturb the Kunning Palace yesterday, so early in the morning, she set out with Sun Yu to pay her respects to Empress Jiang. The events surrounding Lu Ruyin had already spread throughout the palace. Even though she had been stripped of her title, her stunning beauty could not be overlooked, and there was always a possibility of her reinstatement. While people flattered and belittled her, they dared not go too far. However, after recent events, everyone understood that her chances of regaining the emperor's favor were nearly non-existent, and they no longer felt the need to hold back, especially since it was widely known that Lu Guifei harbored a deep-seated disdain for Lu Ruyin. Those eager to curry favor with the Guifei were more than willing to humiliate her. "Ah, is that not Lu Guiran?" A rather elegant concubine blocked Lu Ruyin's path, her face betraying unabashed mockery. "I heard the emperor went to the rear hall of Qianqing Palace, and Lu Guiran chased after him eagerly. Yet the emperor did not favor you at all, sending you back to Elan Pavilion overnight? How utterly laughable." Sun Yu coldly interjected, "Impudent. Our young mistress is a noble, and you are but a mere concubine. How dare you show such disrespect?" Under ordinary circumstances, even 100-fold of courage would not have emboldened Chen to act thus. Yet, who in the palace did not know that Lu Guiran had completely fallen from grace? Most importantly, she sought to align herself with the Guifei. Yet her lowly status left her with no avenue to do so. The Guifei loathed Lu Guiran, and should the news of today's events reach her ears, the Guifei might just notice her and take her under her wing. "Huh? A woman who has lost the emperor's favor dares to act with the airs of a noble? Is this not amusing?" When Lu Ruyin was in favor, many harbored jealousy. Now, witnessing her downfall, they were eager to trample on her. It was entirely natural for the women of the palace to seek the emperor's attention and affection. But to abandon all modesty and chase after him so desperately was something we had never seen before. A noble lady, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, laughed. "I see that Lu Guiran is not only the most beautiful in Yangzhou but also possesses the thickest skin." Perhaps the emperor was so astonished by her shamelessness that he expelled her from Qianqing Palace. Lu Ruyin bit her lip, her expression darkening further as she listened to the scornful remarks. Sun Yu's eyes glinted with cold fury. Even she found the taunts unbearable, let alone her young mistress. Anger surged within Sun Yu, and just as she was about to retort, Lu Ruyin stopped her. We must still pay our respects to the empress. Let us go? Yes. As Sun Yu gazed at Lu Ruyin's delicate figure, Shen's eyes were filled with contempt. What good is her allure? The emperor has a favored consort by his side and hardly pays her any mind. Naturally, there was jealousy directed towards Shen Zhi'nian as well. Yet, as she was currently in high favor, they dared not offend her and instead directed their venom towards Lu Ruyin. Should the day come when Shen Zhi'nian fell from grace, the cold stares and ridicule she received would be no less than what Lu Ruyin endured. My lady, Sun Yu said indignantly, why did you not mention that it was the empress's idea to send you to the rear hall of Qianqing Palace? They would not dare question the empress's wishes, no matter how bold they are. A flicker of hatred crossed Lu Ruyin's eyes as she bitterly replied. This was an opportunity one requested from the empress myself, yet I have failed. I do not even know how to face the empress now, or have the face to bring her up. Sun Yu felt a pang of sympathy, but you are still a noble. It is one thing for other nobles to mock you. Yet now even the regular attendants and concubines dare to be insolent before you. Lu Ruyin's hands clenched slightly beneath her sleeves. People in the palace are accustomed to elevating some while trampling others. They know the empress will no longer advocate for me, and with Lu Guifei viewing me as a thorn in her side, they naturally feel unrestrained. Sun Yu gritted her teeth. It is all that cunning rogue Iron's doing. Before you went to Qianqing Palace, she had her little lackey bump into you. It must have been her instruction to smear you with the powder from the hibiscus flower. Lu Ruyin gazed at the vermilion palace walls. And what of it? Do you think the emperor will pursue Shen Zhi'nian because of me? Sun Yu was extremely worried, but you cannot just sit idle and do nothing. Lu Ruyin raised her hand to touch her face. Her striking beauty and graceful figure were her finest weapons. The emperor had clearly been captivated by her dance last night. Had it not been for Shen Zhi'nian's interference, she would have long since regained his favor. As long as the emperor had not truly forsaken her, there remained a glimmer of hope. Let us first pay our respects to the empress. Before long, the pair arrived at Kunning Palace. Today was not an audience day for the entire palace, and Empress Jiang, unwell and preferring solitude, created an atmosphere of profound silence at the entrance. Lu Ruyin lifted her skirt and knelt upon the cold, unforgiving stone floor. This humble servant seeks an audience with Her Majesty. Sun Yu knelt behind her. Yet, none of the palace attendants acknowledged their presence. Lu Ruyin repeated. This humble servant seeks an audience with Her Majesty. After a long while, Feng Hua emerged from the inner chamber. Lu Guiran. Her Majesty has taken her medicine and is resting. She will not meet anyone today. Please return. Although she used respectful terms, her tone held little reverence. A worthless pawn, wasting the empress's efforts, and still daring to seek an audience. Lu Ruyin deeply bowed, her fair forehead reddening from the impact. This humble servant knows she has failed in her duties and does not dare to hope for the empress's forgiveness. I only seek an opportunity to personally apologize to Her Majesty. I implore you to relay my request. Feng Hua spoke with a politeness that left no room for criticism. Her Majesty is resting. I cannot disturb her. Your intentions will be conveyed when she awakens. Please understand and return. Lu Ruyin was acutely aware that she had offended Lu Guifei, who would surely seize the chance to eliminate her while she was down. The only person in the palace capable of countering Lu Guifei was Empress Jiang. If she failed to see the empress today, her fate would be sealed. Bang, 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 bang. Lu Ruyin repeatedly struck her head against the cold ground, the sound sorrowful and pitiful. This humble servant truly only wishes to see Your Majesty. I plead for her compassion. Feng Hua shook her head and turned to re-enter the inner chamber. Empress Jiang lay on her phoenix chair, her spirit somewhat lacking. Yet she was not asleep. She heard every sound outside with perfect clarity. She had initially thought she could counter Rogue Guiran, yet she found herself utterly powerless. Chapter 99. To deceive the emperor is a grave sin. Feng Hua shook her head, remarking that the gentle consort Ro was not to be underestimated. Having allied herself with the favored consort Lu, making her a formidable opponent, Lu was still kneeling outside, and given the current situation, it seemed she would not depart easily. Would Her Majesty like to see her again? The Empress Jiang's gaze was deep. She possesses a face favored by heaven, and no man could resist her allure. This time, she simply encountered misfortune by crossing paths with someone like Consort Ro. As long as she holds value, I shall not regard her as a discarded piece. For now, I shall temper her spirit, allowing her to serve me better. When the time is right, let her be brought in. And do retrieve the secret medicine my father provided from the storeroom. A flicker of surprise crossed Feng Hua's eyes. Does Her Majesty intend to assist Consort Lu? The Empress Jiang chuckled coldly. Consort Ro is deeply favored by His Majesty. Without such measures, how could she eliminate Consort Ro and maintain her standing among the newcomers? Feng Hua lowered her head. Your Majesty speaks wisely. It is indeed a blessing for Consort Lu that Your Majesty is willing to invest effort on her behalf. The Empress Jiang smiled lightly and closed her eyes. Half an hour later, she awoke from her brief slumber, and Feng Hua stepped outside. In such cold weather, merely standing outside for a moment was unbearable, let alone kneeling on the icy ground for so long while repeatedly bowing. Lu Riyun's delicate face had turned pale, her entire being leaning against Xuanyo, on the verge of fainting. If not for her strong will, she would have likely lost consciousness long ago. Upon learning of the Empress's intentions regarding Lu Riyun, Feng Hua's attitude subtly shifted. It is my fault. I focused solely on serving Her Majesty during her rest and completely forgot that Consort Lu was still waiting outside. She then scolded the palace attendants at the door. How can you perform your duties like this? In such cold weather, you did not even think to assist the consort, allowing her to kneel here for so long. Each of you, so careless. I shall report to Her Majesty and ensure you are dealt with. The servants of Kunning Palace were astute, realizing Feng Hua was merely performing for Lu Riyun's sake, and they lowered their heads in compliance. Please forgive us, ma'am. Lu Riyun, too weak to concern herself with such matters, her beautiful eyes gleaming with hope, straightened her frail form. Ma'am Feng Hua, does Her Majesty truly wish to see me? Feng Hua personally helped her to her feet. In truth, Her Majesty has always kept you in her thoughts. Upon waking and hearing of your arrival, she hastily instructed me to invite you in. After kneeling for so long, Lu Riyun's legs had nearly lost all sensation, and she stumbled, almost falling, but fortunately, Feng Hua and Xuanyo supported her on either side. Upon entering the inner chamber, Lu Riyun struggled to perform her greeting. This humble concubine pays her respects to Her Majesty. Wishing you longevity and prosperity. The Empress Jiang wore a gentle expression, gesturing with her hand. Enough. No need for such formalities. Please, take a seat. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Empress Jiang cast a reproachful glance at Feng Hua. You truly are careless. Why did you not awaken me when Consort Lu arrived? Allowing her to endure such cold outside for so long? Feng Hua bowed her head. It was my oversight. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. With Lu Riyun's astuteness, she could easily discern the dynamic between them, one playing the role of the good cop and the other the bad. Yet, she still needed to cling to the Empress Jiang's favor, and even if she understood, she could only pretend to be oblivious. Suppressing the pain in her knees, Lu Riyun respectfully said, Your Majesty's well-being is of utmost importance. Ma'am Feng Hua acted correctly. If my presence disturbed Your Majesty's rest, I would be deserving of death. The Empress Jiang regarded her with a warm gaze tinged with compassion. Sister, how thoughtful you are. How could His Majesty fail to cherish you? If not for the interference of others, you would have long been restored to favor. This time, you have also been wronged. Xuanyo, standing quietly behind Lu Riyun, felt a flicker of astonishment. She had expected a reprimand for the plan's failure, but to her surprise, the Empress Jiang showed nothing but concern for Lu Riyun. Such anomalies must harbor hidden motives. If Xuanyo could comprehend this, how could Lu Riyun remain unaware? She did not allow the Empress Jiang's gentle demeanor to induce complacency. Rather, her heart was propelled to a heightened state of alert. It is my inadequacy that has failed to live up to Your Majesty's expectations. Whatever Your Majesty commands, I shall follow without hesitation. The Empress Jiang appreciated intelligent individuals, her eyes betraying satisfaction. His Majesty currently holds Consort Ro in his highest regard, her favor flourishing beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Sister has already faced defeat once. Now, perhaps only by conceiving an heir could she stand a chance. Lu Riyun was momentarily taken aback, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Every woman in the palace yearns to bear a child, and I am no exception. Yet, not every consort summoned to the Emperor's side is granted such fortune, and given that His Majesty has not summoned me for a long time, even if I desire it, my heart is powerless. The Empress Jiang exchanged a knowing glance with Feng Hua, who promptly placed a box on the table beside Lu Riyun. Sometimes, the lines between truth and deception need not be sharply defined. This secret medicine was procured by my father, the Duke of the State, from beyond the borders. When ingested by a woman, it induces pregnancy symptoms that can last for several months. Lu Riyun suddenly lifted her head. Does the empress intend for her to feign pregnancy to vie for favor? But deceiving the emperor is a capital offense. The Empress Zhang's gaze remained tender. I merely see that you are so beautiful and cannot bear to see you trampled underfoot by consort row, a pearl covered in dust, thus providing you with a clear path forward. If you are unwilling, it matters not. Consider that I have said nothing. Feng Hua, put the medicine away. Feng Hua complied. Moving to retrieve the box beside Lu Riyun, she hastily pressed her hand upon it. Your Majesty has misunderstood. This is not what I meant. Now cornered. If she did not seize this opportunity to fight, what other path could she find? With this thought, Lu Riyun's gaze grew resolute. Your Majesty's consideration for me fills me with gratitude. However, since this medicine's effects can only last for a few months, what shall come after those months? The Empress Jiang reclined in her phoenix chair, smiling at her. What do you think, sister? Recalling all the humiliation she had endured at the hands of Shen Zhi'nian, Lu Riyun's eyes brimmed with hatred at that time. It shall naturally be that consort row plots against the emperor's heir. Her crime shall warrant execution. No matter how much His Majesty favors her, she must perish. Since you understand what must be done henceforth, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Lu Riyun harbored one final concern. Last night in the rear hall of Qianqing Palace, I broke out in hives due to an allergic reaction. His Majesty commanded the imperial physician to treat me, yet he found no signs of pregnancy. If I were to take the secret medicine now, producing signs of pregnancy, would that not conflict with the diagnosis? Chapter 100. Lu Riyun's feigned pregnancy for favor. Since Empress Jiang dared to make this move, she had already instructed Feng Hua to thoroughly investigate the necessary matters. Lu Riyun last served the emperor 23 days ago. Her cycle was still early, and it was entirely normal for the physician to be unable to ascertain anything last night. In due time, the signs of pregnancy would become evident. Lu Riyun had not anticipated that Empress Jiang's mind was so meticulous. However, she felt a sense of relief. As long as the empress did not regard her as a discarded pawn, she could leverage the power of the central palace to turn the tables once more. The empress is so considerate. I am unworthy in comparison. After a lengthy conversation, the empress appeared fatigued and waved her hand. I am weary. You may return now, sister. Feng Hua, since Lady Lu has difficulty walking, arrange for a soft sedan chair to take her back to Alan Pavilion. Feng Hua respectfully replied. This servant obeys. Though she understood that the empress was offering both a slap and a sweet date, Lu Riyun still rose, assisted by Xuanyo, to express her gratitude. Thank you for your grace, your majesty. Soon, this incident spread through the palace with remarkable speed. Chen's confidants had previously believed that Lu Riyun had fallen out of favor and, with no support in the palace, had dared to humiliate her. Witnessing the empress treating her with such dignity, those who had mocked her that morning grew anxious. Sister Chen, did you not say that Lady Lu would never regain her standing? Yet she still retains favor before the empress. What shall we do? If she were to embellish our faults, and the empress were to accuse us of disrespecting her authority, Chen, who had previously struggled to find a way to align herself with Lu Guifei, had publicly humiliated Lu Riyun that morning, but now sought the favor of the Guifei's confidant, Suizhu. Feeling that she had successfully climbed the social ladder, she was naturally unafraid of Lu Riyun. What is everyone so flustered about? If the empress truly valued Lady Lu, would she have allowed her to kneel at the gates of Kunning Palace for so long in this bitter cold? The empress's act of sending her back in a soft sedan chair is merely an expression of her compassion for the six palaces. After all, she is just a fallen noble. We need not be overly concerned. Upon hearing Chen's words, the others sighed in relief, beginning to plot how to vie for the emperor's favor. In Alan Pavilion, Lu Riyun appeared delicate and forgiving. Yet she kept a mental ledger of all who had wronged her, waiting for the opportune moment to exact her revenge. However, she knew to prioritize. Her greatest adversaries were Shen Zhi'nian and the deeply admired Lady Kong. As for Chun and her ilk, they could be dealt with later. Xuanyo assisted Lu Riyun into her inner chamber and lifted her skirts, revealing her bruised knees, a sight both shocking and complex in nature. If the empress truly cared for you, how could she permit you to endure such torment? I shall fetch a physician to examine you. Lu Riyun halted Xuanyo. At this juncture, having another physician examine me only adds to the risk. It is merely some bruises, a bit of ointment, and rest will suffice. Indeed. Yet it is unfortunate for you, my lady. When Lu Riyun first entered the palace, though she was cunning, she still harbored a glimmer of youthful romanticism. Now, gazing at her swollen knees, her eyes were devoid of their former brilliance, replaced by a cold ruthlessness. One day, I shall make them all pay. Unbeknownst to anyone, Xuanyo was quite skilled in poison, a secret weapon of Lu Ruyan's. After applying the ointment, she refrained from consuming the secret medicine provided by the empress, first handing it to Xuanyo for examination. Half an hour later, Xuanyo delivered her findings. My lady, I have meticulously examined the composition of this secret medicine. Its effects are as the empress described. Once ingested, it will create signs of pregnancy and menstruation will cease at any point within 3 months. Should you consume any blood-activating foods, the accumulated menstruation will manifest simultaneously, resembling a miscarriage. However, Lu Ruyan inquired, however what? This medicine is extremely detrimental to a woman's vitality and blood. Even after a long period of recuperation following the miscarriage, one may not fully recover. A glint of coldness crossed Lu Ruyan's eyes. This detail was never mentioned by the empress. Had it not been for your knowledge of poisons, I might have believed my body to be inherently weak. Though Xuanyo's loyalty had waned due to Lady Kang's provocations, she still felt sympathy for Lu Ruyan, whom she had served since childhood. My lady, injury to a woman's vitality is exceedingly harmful and difficult to remedy. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider. A fierce determination flashed in Lu Ruyan's gaze. My mother always told me that I am the legitimate daughter of this family, of noble status. Those half-sisters born of concubines are worlds apart from me. I was blessed with a beautiful face, destined to marry into power and live a glorious life. Heaven has favored me, allowing me to enter the palace and serve by the emperor's side. How can I resign myself to being trampled upon, living an ordinary life? To do so would not only squander my beauty, but also waste my youth. If Shen Zhi'nian can win the emperor's favor through her cunning, why can't I? Even if it comes at a great cost, I will fight. I will seize. I will struggle. Bring me the medicine. Seeing Lu Ruyan's resolve, Xuanyo sighed. Very well. That night, the exquisite experience seemed to draw the emperor and Shen Zhi'nian closer together, creating an atmosphere of warmth and delight. Of course, this was merely the emperor's perception. Shen Zhi'nian was acutely aware of the adage that accompanying a ruler is akin to accompanying a tiger. She remained vigilant and maintained her faade until her goals were achieved. Yet, she could distinctly sense that Nan Gongxianyu's gaze toward her had shifted. It was no longer indifferent, but rather held a small place for her in his heart, no longer the kind of palace concubine easily discarded after being favored. Shen Zhi'nian understood that this rare sincerity from the emperor was a result of her own machinations. She aspired to truly capture his heart, to make him deeply love her. But she knew the road ahead was long. However, it mattered little. At least she had a promising beginning, and everything was unfolding as she had meticulously planned. As she made her way back to Tingyu Pavilion, Shen Zhi'nian could already envision the animosity her newfound favor would incite. It was likely that even Lady Zhou, who was with child, would be overshadowed by her brilliance. Shen Zhi'nian had long prepared herself mentally for this, and she had her strategies in place.